Please like and share the video, and follow the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks, and leave a comment with the novel you want to hear. I will upload it soon based on your request. Chapter 1289. Two figures emerged from the shattered void. They were not like the Night Empress, who was hidden in the starlight, nor were they like the unfalling supremacy, who was shining with golden light. Their appearances were no different from ordinary people. They didn't have the cold and imposing aura of a god-level expert, and they didn't have the splendor of a god-level expert. They also didn't have the splendor of a god-level expert, and they seemed more like cute little sisters next door. This was especially so for the youngest one. She seemed like a good student who studied earnestly, practiced diligently, and was obedient. She didn't have the slightest bit of the arrogance of a god-level expert who stood at the peak of the world. Were these two people really divine-level experts? Even the Night Empress couldn't help but wipe her eyes. But she soon realized that her eyes were not playing tricks on her. No matter how different their appearance was from that of a god-level expert, they could not hide the truth. God-level, they were definitely god-level experts. And they were even more powerful than the Night Empress, who had already comprehended her own supreme godhead and was infinitely close to a perfect god-level expert. What happened to you? After the Night Empress confirmed that she was not in a dream or an illusion of the enemy, she could not help but ask. Because the two people who came through the air were actually Yi Nan and Yu Bing, who had accompanied Yue Yang to the trial grounds for a few months. These two girls hadn't even stepped into the realm of divine envoys before, so how did they manage to skip the countless steps in between and ascend to the divine level? Moreover, the god-level power they were displaying was several times stronger than the Night Empress, who had finally reached the god level. How could this be possible? Is this an illusion? Even the unfalling supremacy was doubting his own eyes. Even though his full-powered attack had been blocked by the divine mirror that his opponent had condensed, and even though he had stepped on the divine thorn and was half dead from the poison, he was still unable to accept the truth before his eyes. Was he really injured by these two little girls? How could there be such god-level experts in the world? In the Tower of Babel, besides Yi Yu, the Conquest Queen, and the person who was sleeping in the mirage, were there really other god-level experts? Even if there were god-level experts, they could not be two little girls who were not even 20 years old. Impossible. This must be some kind of trick, or perhaps it was the doing of the slumbering dream world who had never appeared in this world. She was the only one who could confuse people in the dreamland world. She was the only one who had the ability to toy with the senses of a god-level expert. Night Dream, show yourself. Since you've decided to give up defending and come out from that damn entrance of the gods, ruins to join the battle, then come out and say hello to us. Old friend, it's been a long time. After so many years, I've never forgotten the humiliation I suffered back then. Yes, I've always longed to fight with you, the only expert who left a stain on my life. The undefeatable sovereign who was hidden outside the nine heavens Hades also shouted out a name that had disappeared from Tong Tian Tower for a long time, Yi Meng. Whether it's an illusion or a reality, whether it's real or an illusion, you guys can't even tell. How can you talk about a divine-ranked supreme godhead when you've lost your composure like this? The immovable sovereign suddenly opened his golden mouth and reprimanded sternly. What? Autarch Indestructible and Autarch Invincible were flabbergasted. They couldn't even speak properly. Were these two divine-level little girls, who were several times more powerful than the Night Empress, real? If someone else had said this, Autarch Indestructible would never have believed it. However, it was the immovable sovereign who said it, so he couldn't be doubted. Because the immovable sovereign's golden mouth would never be wrong. Even if Dongfang Wei, who was known as the wisest person in the central shrine, was wrong, the immovable sovereign's golden mouth would never be wrong. This was his innate talent and the embodiment of the will of his godhead. Under the golden mouth, there would never be any change. Therefore, the immovable sovereign had said that the two little girls in front of him were at the god level. No matter how inconceivable and unimaginable it was the truth. The Night Empress rushed over to welcome Inan and Yu Bing. She hugged their small bodies. She still felt like she was dreaming. Inan and Yu Bing, how could they suddenly become divine-level experts? Even Yue Yang, who had the fastest improvement in history, hadn't reached divine level. Sister Bing Yin took us to a place to practice. I can't explain the process clearly, but because we are very suitable, we have to carry brother's future for him in advance. These divine-level abilities are not ours, they are Big Brother's. No, I should say, they are Big Brother's future achievements. We don't know what exactly is going on, but we don't have to do anything. We just have to bear the burden for Big Brother. Yu Bing was a little confused, so she didn't know the truth very well. Hearing her words, the Night Empress was even more confused. Carry brother's future. Yue Yang hadn't reached divine level. He hadn't reached divine level, so how could he carry his future? Who was it that was doing this behind the scenes? According to Yi Nan and Yu Bing's strength and wisdom, it was impossible for them to achieve it on their own. Even if there was someone pushing them from the back, it would also be in existence with an unknown amount of power. Only then would it be possible for the two girls to become existences that were several times stronger than themselves. The Night Empress naturally knew about the sister Bing Yin mentioned by Bing but she believed that the Qilin girl Bing Yin, who was secretly guarding Yue Yang, with her immature ability, even the holy beast of the Eastern clan couldn't achieve this. This difficulty was no less than making two small saplings that had just sprouted into towering trees. It couldn't be done without the power of the giant god. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, it was her relatives and juniors, the Night Empress couldn't accept such a fact. This blessing has nothing to do with Sister Bing Yin. She is just a guide. We don't know what's going on, but there is a voice telling us to do it, so we did it. It's good for him anyway, it doesn't matter if we work a little harder. Moreover, the process of carrying it is very painful. It's fine after we finish it. We still want to carry as much as possible for Yue Yang. Unfortunately, our endurance and compatibility are limited. Inan didn't explain things clearly, but the Night Empress finally understood that these two little girls had met a benefactor. This benefactor, it should be the guardian behind Yue Yang that had been secretly hiding. It was this benefactor, with great divine power, who raised the blessing of these two muddle-headed little girls to a realm several times higher than their own divine level. As for the secret method used, it seemed to be to carry the future for Yue Yang in advance. Although she didn't quite understand, the Night Empress had already calmed down. Since there was a higher and stronger guardian behind Yue Yang, it wasn't surprising that there was such an incredible existence. Everything that happened to Yue Yang was a miraculous existence. Today, Inan and Yu Bing carried the future for him and reached divine level. This was also a very reasonable thing. If not, it would be strange. Could what happened to that kid be normal? The Night Empress suddenly felt touched. She couldn't help it. She hugged Inan and Yu Bing once again. She was touched that there was strong support from them in the difficult battle alone. She was also touched by their thoughts. She even felt gratified that there was such a powerful benefactor behind Yue Yang. With that kind of supreme guardian, that brat was finally safe. The Night Empress, who was originally suppressed by the Eastern Palace Master, the immovable sovereign, the Divine Palace's supreme heavenly chariot, and other powerful enemies, now felt as if the clouds were dispelled and the sun was shining again. You guys are very obedient. This burden must be very hard. The Night Empress knew that Inan and Yu Bing were only saying it in a relaxed manner on the surface. However, no matter how easy it was, if they didn't possess the power of a divine level, forcefully carrying the burden for someone else was an arduous task. Moreover, they were carrying the terrifying divine power that was several times higher than theirs in one go. Just how great of a price would they have to pay? How painful would that process be? The Night Empress didn't dare to imagine. She doubted if she had enough endurance to surpass Inan and Yu Bing under the same conditions. Such a blessing is the combination of divine power and one's own wisdom and endurance. With potential, talent, treasures, and beasts as the foundation, one can stand on a small starting point and hold up a tall building. Such ambition is commendable and wonderful. If one day the owner of the burden awakens, the combination of the two will transform one's own potential into reality. It won't be long before one officially reaches the divine level emptiness realm. The immovable sovereign let out a long sigh. After an unknown period of time, he said solemnly, "In 3 days, if we can't break through, this battle will end, and we will be defeated. That damn Titan Yu, will he be able to accept the divine power they are carrying in 3 days and officially awaken to the divine level?" The immovable sovereign felt a sense of danger in his heart. Beads of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. If Titan Yu can accept their divine power, it will indeed be troublesome. The immovable sovereign also felt that things were not going well. If Titan Yu, who was in hiding, was able to fully accept the god-level power of the two girls in front of him after 3 days, with the help of Yi Yu, Yi Meng, and Fei Wenli, this battle might not be a good one. The chess game plan that the East had been planning for thousands of years might go down the drain. The most terrifying thing was that the guardian behind Titan Yu who was supporting the two girls in front of him was most likely not an ordinary divine-level expert. His strength might be comparable to Empress Fei Wenli's. If that was the case, then there was no need to fight this battle. Even if the deity temple's sovereign Tian Yu came, he wouldn't be able to win. Fool, the immovable sovereign shouted angrily, how can there be only 2? I only hope that there are less than 10. Otherwise, the tables will turn. 10 bearers of divine power like the two girls in front of him. In 3 days, all the divine power he was carrying would be gathered on Titan Yu's body. Who would be a match for him then? The immovable sovereign shuddered at the thought of this. Then, his anger erupted like a volcano. He swung his fists at Inan, Yu Bing, and Night Empress. Kill, I will not allow this to happen. Die, all of you must die. Before Night Empress could act, Inan and Yu Bing had already rushed forward at high speed. 4 small fists joined hands and easily pushed the immovable sovereign back 10,000 meters. The divine mirror turned nimbly, and the sun ball thrown by the retreating immovable sovereign was reflected into the sky. On the other side, countless sealing divine power pressed down from the 9th heaven Hades, but it was torn apart by the hands of 2,000-meter-tall divine titan treants. The green spiritual light in the sky turned into a woman, protecting Yu Bing's back. With a point of her slender hand, thousands of ancient trees were uprooted from the void and combined with Yu Bing's domain, forming an ancient forest that could shatter the heavens and the earth, but had eternal life. Impossible, you are not divine-level experts, how can you fight against us? The immovable sovereign was about to go crazy. He realized that he could not defeat the two girls. We carry the power of destiny, which surpasses everything in the world. It is not something you can shake. Inan snorted. She had never seen anyone with the power of the giant of destiny that surpassed Yue Yang's. She didn't know how the mysterious guardian separated the power of destiny from Yue Yang's body and added it to herself. However, once she successfully carried it, nothing would be able to shake it before Yue Yang took it back. Even a god-level expert would be the same. No one can stop me. Don't you dare get away with it before I fall. Yu Bing's body was extremely pure, and with the guidance of the protector, she had perfectly combined the supreme will, grimoire, domain, beast, and ancient runes she had comprehended. The undefeatable supremacy had hurriedly sealed it out of desperation. Even if he was struck by it thousands of times, he would not be able to shake the ancient forest that she had formed with her divine power. Immortal life, eternal life, this was the power of the Godhead that she had temporarily obtained, and it was also the highest form of her supreme will. Such an existence might not be able to attack, but it could defend itself. Chapter 1290 Heaven Stairway, World Tree, Million Steps. The Jiao Yu goddess stretched out her arms and held the sky with her palms. She concentrated everything and got rid of all distracting thoughts. The divine power that she had cultivated and channeled into Ji Zun flowed out bit by bit, making it look like the bright moon shrouding the earth. It filled the entire space and merged with all things, including Ji Zun and Yu Yang. The Jiao Yu divine power that she operated and controlled was very gentle, like a veil or a dream, misty and hazy. Although this kind of divine power could not cause any harm to Ji Zun and Yu Yang, she still tried to be as gentle as possible, feeling lighter than the wind and fainter than the moonlight. At this moment, the two of them were immersed in the resonance of tacit understanding. They couldn't afford to be disturbed in the slightest. Even a cough or the lightest footstep could cause the two of them to break free from the world of spiritual fusion. They would no longer be able to maintain the tacit understanding of one person. In this resonance where the mind and wisdom were integrated together, Ji Zun completely understood Yue Yang's cultivation, and Yu Yang also read Ji Zun bit by bit, understanding her completely more deeply and truly. There were no more secrets to speak of. At this moment, the two of them were as close as twin fetuses in their mother's belly. The two hearts beat together, and the two minds of the opposite sex but also integrated, drew closer to each other endlessly, forming a strange combination of you and me and you. Two different realms of enlightenment, two wisdom that expanded towards different fields, two souls that were born independently but with different characteristics, accepted each other infinitely, until they were completely one, and could no longer be separated from each other. The two of them, whose foreheads were touching, had unknowingly kissed each other. There was no lingering of lips and tongues. There was no teasing, flirting or plundering. There was no element of lust, just subconsciously getting close and natural. Through the intimate contact of the four lips, a higher level of communication was achieved. It was the same for Ji Zun and Yu Yang in the soul world. Both of them were hugging each other. Without the restraint of clothes, their golden and dazzling souls were incomparably pure. The two of them were hugging each other completely. Their lips were touching and their hands were touching. One soul body and the other soul body were almost fused into one. In the past, only Shui Wuxia, Princess Sissy and the others, who loved Yue Yang deeply, could reach this perfect state of dual cultivation. For example, Southern Demon King and Aquamarine Bailu, even if they became Yue Yang's wives and had the greatest physical intercourse in the outside world, they were still slightly inferior, unable to completely and perfectly achieve this state of dual cultivation of the soul. If there were people other than Shui Wuxia, Princess Sissy and Fallen Beauty who could reach this state with their souls without the need of physical intercourse in the outside world, only Yu Bing and Yu Yu could achieve this state of dual cultivation. Because Yu Bing let her brother purify her body and sublimate her soul countless times, her whole person became ethereal, clear and intelligent. Coupled with her unlimited trust in her brother, she never thought about other things when she practiced, and her consciousness was completely free of distracting thoughts. She was able to achieve this state of cultivation. As for Yu Yu, she naturally knew what this kind of cultivation represented. But in order to help her brother grow in adversity, she had already abandoned her shyness and worldly views, completely relying on her own nature, and did everything for her brother. Right now, she had never dual cultivated with Yue Yang before. When she first entered the spiritual world, she unreservedly released herself, and also flawlessly reached the wondrous state of dual cultivation of the soul. In order to let Yue Yang master the power of destiny in the shortest time possible, she even constantly used her consciousness as a guide, transmitting all the insights in her life to him. In the process of transmission, the joy, anger, sorrow and joy in her life, all kinds of secrets and subconsciousness, were inevitably shared with him. Ji Zun knew the result, but she was even more duty-bound and more devoted to him. As for the future, after the two of them dual cultivated, how the results would evolve, she had no time to think about it, or perhaps, she did not think about it at all. He read her bit by bit in this kind of cultivation, and in the process, she also understood more about him. Except for some things that couldn't be touched by the existence of guardians, all kinds of things in his life, including love, desire, and hatred, were now completely vivid in her mind, as if she was personally involved. Boom! The world of the Holy Scripture suddenly expanded thousands of times, with Yue Yang as the center, extending infinitely outwards. After reaching the end of the infinite sky, reaching a distant limit that even the wisdom of its master, Yue Yang, could not fully understand, it gathered back at high speed, recondensed, and returned to Yue Yang's body, forming a circle of light like an existence. Yue Yang and Ji Zun. The two of them were immersed in the world of dual cultivation. They didn't understand what was going on at all, and could only watch, quietly, sensing its changes. There was a kind of supreme divine power that no one could see, but it really existed, suddenly appeared out of nowhere, and put a part of the power of the giant of destiny on the world, not more, not less. If it was a little more, the world might collapse immediately. If it was a little less, it would be lower than what the world could bear, causing an immeasurable backlash. This power of destiny was placed on the world, which Yue Yang and Ji Zun did not expect before. They could only watch the process quietly, and there was no possibility of stopping or controlling it at all. When it was completely placed, the world and the power of the giant of destiny that it could bear, just reached an extremely perfect balance. It shocked the souls of the two again. What kind of skillful hands did it take to achieve such a distribution? What kind of ability did it take to cut off a part of the power of the giant of destiny that belonged to Yue Yang, placed it on the world, and let it bear the burden instead of the master? Who was it? Who had such divine power and wisdom? There was no time to ask more questions from their souls, and there was no time to understand more mysteries. The souls of the two were shocked by the maximum endurance of the world again. If the power of the giant of destiny that Yue Yang needed to control was a height of 1 kilometer, and it was enough to reverse the situation, then, this world, that had always been a foodie since its birth, and had almost never had any amazing performance, at this moment, it was unbelievable that Yue Yang had borne the power of the giant of destiny that was 300 meters high. 300 meters. The power of the giant of destiny that was 1,000 meters high could ignore the conquerors of the heaven realm in the east, and completely reverse the whole situation. A world that existed as a foodie actually bore the power of the giant of destiny that was 300 meters high for Yue Yang. Moreover, it had no intelligence and was not a divine beast. It could bear the power of the giant of destiny that was 300 meters high. It was simply an incredible miracle. The next placement was the phantom that had always accompanied Yue Yang since he contracted the grimoire. The phantom had borne the power of the giant of destiny that was 250 meters high for Yue Yang. The number 1 warbeast. The number 1 guardian warbeast. The guardian warbeasts man, red, shadow giant and so on, all of them were the greatest help to Yue Yang in battle. Even the strong phantom that was born and became the number 1 guardian warbeast since Yue Yang contracted the grimoire, had a maximum endurance of 250 meters. From this, it could be seen how terrifying the world that had borne the power of the giant of destiny that was 300 meters high just now. Of course, if there were no changes that happened next, the souls of the two would not have reached the greatest shock. I'm also ready, please let me bear a part of it. If we share the power of destiny that is 1,000 meters high, we will definitely succeed. Zhao Yu goddess had been condensing for so long, all for this mysterious guidance that came from an unknown world. She also wanted to bear the power of destiny for Yue Yang, even if it was 100 meters. As long as all the power of destiny was distributed, and everyone helped Yue Yang bear a little, then the height of 1,000 meters was not impossible. Now the world had borne 300 meters, the phantom had borne 250 meters, and there was also little Wen Li, who had just come out and was condensing all her will to accept the heavy pressure of the power of destiny. At the height of 1,000 meters, everyone shared a little. When it came to Yue Yang, he needed to bear less. After 3 days of comprehension and control, he could turn the impossible into the possible. Ji Zun and Yue Yang could not move. Their minds were intertwined, and they were both in the wonderful state of dual cultivation. But through telepathy, both Yue Yang and Ji Zun could see. This time, that unknown and formless hand of magic. What was placed on top of Zhao Yu goddess's head was actually only 100 meters of the power of destiny. What shocked Yue Yang and Ji Zun the most was that Zhao Yu goddess, who was carrying the power of the giant of destiny at a height of 100 meters, actually screamed. She was in so much pain that she couldn't even straighten her waist. Her protective divine power was almost shattered. In an instant, she couldn't even stay in the space of 1,000,000 steps. The divine power rumbled until it shattered the space of 1,000,000 steps and fell straight under the world tree. It was just 100 meters, but Zhao Yu goddess, who had comprehended the will of the sovereign and had climbed to the divine level for a long time, couldn't bear it. Under the heavy pressure, she almost died on the spot. This terrifying power made Ji Zun and Yue Yang's mind almost explode. Was the power of destiny really that abnormal? Zhao Yu goddess was in the divine level, but she couldn't even withstand 100 meters. Then what kind of abnormal existence was the phantom that could withstand 250 meters, and the world that could withstand 300 meters? When little Wen Li's delicate little hand held up the power of the giant of destiny at a height of 380 meters, even Yue Yang couldn't stay calm. He and Ji Zun woke up from the dual cultivation state at the same time. They stared at everything that was happening in front of them with their mouths agape. It turned out that this adorable little Lamia Loli was actually the most abnormal existence. When the two of them reacted, they were shocked to discover another thing. According to the current height they could bear, it had already exceeded 1,000 meters. The world was 300, plus the phantom's 250, Zhao Yu goddess's 100, and finally little Wen Li's 380 meters, wouldn't it be a height of 1,030 meters? Since it had already reached 1,000 meters, Yue Yang should be able to adapt to the weather, gradually control it, and comprehend the attraction, transforming himself. Why was there no reaction? If carrying it was useless, the invisible magical hand would definitely not do so. But if it was useful, why didn't it take effect? Yue Yang and Ji Zun looked at each other. The two of them tacitly thought of a terrible possibility. Boom. Zhao Yu goddess kept falling, 500,000 steps, 100,000 steps, 10,000 steps, and finally she couldn't even stand on 1,000 steps, until she fell to the starting point of the heaven stairway, fell to the root of the world tree, then gritted her teeth and supported the power of the giant of destiny at a height of 100 meters. Ji Zun, who had a telepathic connection with Zhao Yu goddess, couldn't help but change her expression. Just when she and Yue Yang didn't know how to react, suddenly, in their ears, a heavenly voice that seemed to be transmitted from the world of dreams sounded softly, "Are you listening? Please listen carefully. Xian's next words, you must listen carefully, then do as she asks." San and sect leader Ming Xin, you might already know by now, but it's impossible to reach the realm of divine venerable just by carrying the power of the giant of destiny at a height of 1,000 meters. This is because San you don't just have one grimoire, you also have the divine grimoire from the trial ground. Back then, my sister had once entrusted me with a task. If San'er needs everyone's help one day, then I will tell you the truth. Now, what I want to say is, what you need to bear is not only the power of destiny at a height of 1,000 meters. This is only your current effort. The real thing that will help you build your foundation and achieve your future is to satisfy the requirements of the two grimoires to create an eternal world. If there is more than that, then that is the growth potential of the divine level in the future. Fourth Mother transmitted her voice to Yue Yang and Jizun's spiritual world through His Majesty. Heavens! Yue Yang almost fainted. He didn't have two grimoires, but three, and one of them was a divine grimoire that even he, the owner, couldn't enter. God knows how much power of destiny was needed to create an eternal world inside. This time, it was really over. Yue Yang was no longer thinking about how to defeat the East. With over 1,000 meters of fate energy on his back, as long as he calmed down and absorbed it, perfectly controlling it, the outcome of this battle was already set in stone. However, if that was all, then he would at most become a god-rank giant of fate that was 1,000 meters tall, not to mention the potential after god rank. Even the holy exalt that he had yearned for a long time would slip by. Becoming a divine sovereign was actually this difficult. It was no wonder that over the millennia, not many people had been able to become divine sovereigns. It was also no wonder that those true gods who had climbed up to the divine level had always been stuck at their original level. Increase your sister. Who could create an eternal world and still have more divine power to form potential? Who would have the ability to carry such a huge amount of divine power on their back? Following Fourth Mother's words of truth, the divine grimoire that Yue Yang obtained but couldn't summon out of the trial ground came out. Its spirituality gave feedback to Yue Yang and Jizun. In order to create an eternal trial world that completely belonged to Yue Yang's will, it needed the power of a giant of fate that was at least 3,000 meters tall. With regards to this blow, Yue Yang was already dizzy to death. Next, Yue Yang's first contracted divine grimoire that had always been the greatest help in his life in battles actually needed even more. It needed the power of a giant of fate that was at least 5,000 meters tall. Yue Yang was speechless. Where could he find someone to carry the power of a giant of fate that was 8,000 meters tall? One must know that goddess Zhao Yu, as a divine level, couldn't even last 100 meters. If it wasn't for Phantom Shadow, World and Little Wen Li, even 1,000 meters would be difficult. Jizun originally wanted to comfort Yue Yang, but when that mysterious divine grimoire came out and required the power of a giant of fate that was at least 10,000 meters tall, she didn't know how to comfort Yue Yang. This was a number that made people feel despair. The divine grimoire that Yue Yang had painstakingly obtained in the trial grounds, compared to this mysterious and unfathomable divine grimoire that had never appeared in front of others, was simply an existence akin to floating clouds. Just this one alone had far exceeded the number of trial grimoire and the first contracted divine grimoire combined. What made Yue Yang the most furious was that he had contracted this divine grimoire and hadn't used it at all. How could it ask him for so much power of fate? Is there still justice in this world? In the previous world, he was a foodie. At least he could appear at important moments, but this divine grimoire couldn't even be summoned normally. It's over. Yue Yang's head was now bigger than 3 heads. What should he do next? Jizun was also a little dizzy, but she still tried her best to comfort him. There are no difficulties in this world that can't be overcome. If we face them together and work hard together, we will definitely succeed. This is the biggest difficulty, but once we pass it, all our efforts will be rewarded. Cultivation, experience, improvement. On the surface, it seems that one person is working hard, but in reality, it is never one person's matter. Long ago, elder sister had already made arrangements. Although I wasn't able to help San'er grow in the past, Shuang-er and I will support you in this trial. Moreover, Xian is calling out to all the relatives and friends who heard my voice, as well as the seniors, subordinates, people, races and so on who are related to San'er's fate. If you are willing, please stand up and help San'er carry the power of fate that belongs to him, but is also closely related to everyone's lives. As long as more people stand up, no matter how difficult this trial is, we will all be able to overcome it. This is my San'er's future achievement, and also everyone's future glory. If you hear it and are willing to stand up, please follow the secret that Xian will tell you next. Use your own willpower and endurance to carry a portion of the power of fate, even if it is a very, very small portion. Hua Xian will thank you in advance. Everything, I will leave it to everyone. When Fourth Mother's voice resounded once again, this time, not only did it resound in Yue Yang and Jizun's hearts, all the relatives and friends who knew Yue Yang, all the clans who supported him, no matter if they were fighting, sitting quietly, or even in their dreams, they could all hear Fourth Mother's words clearly. This was Fourth Mother's request, and also the guidance of His Majesty's ability. Yue Yang was so moved that he almost cried. He clenched his fists, closed his eyes, and tried hard to restrain himself, not letting his emotions collapse in the midst of being moved. Night Empress, Princess Sissy, Fallen Beauty, Drunken Cat and the others who were fighting, Duo, Zhang Ying, Yi Ka, Future, and Wei Tai Lang who was crazily devouring the Heaven Realm Army's small fries, Fatty Hai, Yi Kong, Shui Tan Lang, Prince of Tian Luo and the Li brothers, even the Ox-Head Fan Lun Tai, Liao, Lin En and other friends, Old Fox, Zheng Wuyu, Elder Yu Hai, and Sky Execution, Dragon Emperor and the Emperor of the Underworld who were holding the hatred-parting divine sword in their hands, countless relatives and friends who were related to Yue Yang's fate heard Fourth Mother's call at this moment. Now, it was up to them to choose. Should they choose to support him, or should they sit back and watch Yue Yang fail in his breakthrough? Carrying the power of fate for others and helping others achieve their future, wasn't this also a choice of fate? Chapter 1291 Tong Tian Tower. After hearing Fourth Mother's telepathic call, Fatty Hai was the first to jump up. Originally, he was half dead, but his whole body seemed to be full of blood as he shouted loudly, "As a boss, it's finally time for me to show my skills. There's no helping it, in this most important moment of life, it's impossible to not have me as your boss to protect you. Don't be afraid, I'm coming. Go and die." Yi Kong angrily kicked him away. Luckily Fourth Mother's telepathic call could reach his heart and was not affected by the outside world. Otherwise, if this damn fatty interfered, he would not be able to make up for it even if he was skinned alive. Shui Tan Lang and Prince of Tian Luo also listened nervously. In this most important moment, they did not dare to miss even half a second. Even if they missed a sentence, it might cause irreparable damage to the whole situation. Other than the simple-minded Fatty Hai, no one was in the mood to talk glibly at this time. Fatty Hai climbed up, but before he could speak, the wind-breath seabird that had turned into a human had already stretched out her small hand and pinched the fat on his waist. It was so painful that he gasped, the fat on his body trembled. If it was someone else, they would have already turned hostile. However, the one who punished him was a beauty, and the one who he had been trying to please. At this time, he naturally did not dare to show the pain on his face, but instead squeezed out a wretched look of enjoyment. Towards this kind of dead dog is not afraid of hot water. Damn fatty, what could they do to him? Moreover, no one had the time to beat him up now. Fourth Mother paused. She seemed to be thinking about what to say. After almost a minute of pause, she slowly said the secret method to help Yue Yang bear the power of fate. The secret method was transmitted to the world through telepathic call, and all of them were people who were closely related to Yue Yang's fate, or friends and relatives. She was not afraid that the enemy would know about this secret method. It was just that once the secret method was revealed, within 3 days, the people who could bear the power of fate for Yue Yang must make a choice. Otherwise, the opportunity would be lost forever. The opportunity could not be missed, and it would not come again. She was talking about the current important moment and situation. "I am the Tian Luo Emperor, Hua Shuri. Regarding the matter of me bearing the power of destiny for Yue Yang, I shall give you an explanation." There was no need to worry. Anyone could shoulder the burden of destiny for Yue Yang. Even ordinary people could contribute as long as they were confident. In the process of carrying the power of destiny, there was no danger to their lives, and they didn't have to pay anything. Even if they failed, it wouldn't affect them in the slightest. This was purely a righteous act, and an unconditional support. As long as you're willing to support Yue Yang and believe in him, you can participate. There's no difference in status or ability. In the process of shouldering the power of destiny, if you suddenly change your mind, you can give up at any time. There's no need to force yourself. His Majesty's voice suddenly rang out. As if he had seen the doubts of countless people, His Majesty's words hit the nail on the head and pointed out that there would be no problem with carrying the power of fate. If we succeed in the end, Hua Xian will suggest San, to repay all the supporters. Of course, this still depends on everyone's support. Whether it's yes or no, Hua Xian doesn't dare to lie for now. Fourth Mother was kind-hearted. She hoped to give everyone a promise. In truth, any holy exalt would be able to display remarkable abilities once they advanced. Raising their hands to bless, repaying the supporters was a very normal move. But she was worried that what she said would exceed Yue Yang's will. If Yue Yang couldn't complete it smoothly in the future, it would definitely cause a negative impact. So she didn't make a promise lightly. Compared to Fourth Mother, His Majesty was much more straightforward. Repaying is what Yue Yang wants, not what we want. Everyone who can hear our call, you're all related to Yue Yang's fate. If you're not unrelated, then you definitely won't be able to hear our voice. Here, Xian isn't willing to say it, so I'll say it on her behalf. Support must be unconditional. If we, the people of Tong Tian Tower, have to stand up and bear the power of fate for our comrade and help him advance to the Holy Elder Realm, and still talk about repaying him, then we'll simply be laughing at the rankers of Heaven Realm and Heaven Realm. In their eyes, we, Tong Tian Tower, are like a country bumpkin village. Now that there's finally someone who can advance to the Holy Elder Realm, this is a grand occasion that they've been longing for thousands of years. In the Heaven Realm and Heaven Realm, if there's such a magnificent feat, there might be thousands of unknown warriors who are willing to sacrifice themselves for it, dedicate everything, and use their honor to help him achieve great success. But they don't have such a chance, and they can't even hope for such a chance. Now, if we, the people of Tong Tian Tower, don't need to pay any price, as long as we support them with our faith, we can help our comrade advance to the Holy Elder Realm. Why would we need to talk about conditions? We're like merchants chasing after profits. Wouldn't that be the biggest joke in the world? If all of our people's wills are that depraved, then how can Tong Tian Tower revive and rise? Chasing after profits is not the nature of us warriors. What we pursue is a higher realm. We will gather our faith, unconditionally support our strongest, and help him soar to the sky. We won't lose anything at all, but what we get in the future is something that those secular people can't even think about. Don't talk about rewards, don't talk about honor. In the process of carrying the power of fate, we can also rely on this grand feat to promote ourselves. Perhaps, you never knew your own potential and future achievements. This has always been the secret of a warrior's growth. Only those who are willing to participate in carrying the power of fate will see the truth in that process. Through the reference of the Holy Elder Realm, you may be able to see yourself clearly. Alright, I don't want to describe too many things here. This is an opportunity for Yue Yang, and for you, isn't it also an opportunity? Those who are willing to support Yue Yang unconditionally, stand up as soon as possible and join us. No matter what race, no matter what identity, as long as you can stand up and support us at this most important moment, then you will be a true friend, a true follower. As soon as His Majesty finished speaking, Fatty Hai was the first to jump out again. He raised his hands high above his head. He shouted loudly with the posture of a savior, I am willing to carry the power of fate for that brat Yue Yang. Come, give me the power of a giant of fate that is 1,000 meters tall. Although I usually keep a low profile, I can easily carry the power of fate that is 1,000 meters tall. Do you think I would say such a thing everywhere? Actually, according to the secret method passed down by Fourth Mother, it was the same no matter what posture one used to bear the power of fate. However, Fatty Hai put on a posture of a savior, which made people's hearts boil. Yi Kong didn't have time to care about him now, otherwise he would have the thought of chopping this damn fatty into 18 pieces and arranging them into 36 models. Shut up. If you make any more noise, I'll cut off all the fat on your body and fry it in oil to make pancakes. The moment the humanoid wind breath seabird spoke, the fatty finally stopped talking for 3 seconds. Aiya, my dear God. Fatty Hai's body shook. The power of fate that was born by the secret method was different from the distribution of the invisible magical hand beside Yue Yang and Ji Zun. It was completely in line with the target's maximum endurance. The process of carrying this secret method was to slowly increase, starting from less than 1 meter, gradually increasing until the support reached the limit. Fatty Hai, who had just boasted that he would carry the power of the giant of fate that was 1,000 meters tall for Yue Yang. Now, even 1 meter was lying flat on the ground. His whole body sunk deep into the mud pit, only revealing a wretched and dirty face. The power of fate did not affect the outside world at all. It only affected the body of the bearer. The reason why Fatty Hai was like a mud turtle was entirely because he couldn't bear it, and the strength of his body was disordered. However, seeing this unkillable Fatty Hai, who was carrying the power of fate that was 1 meter tall, in such a wretched state, Yi Kong and Shui Tan Leng were completely shocked. Didn't this mean that the power of fate that they were carrying was also within this range? At first, Yi Kong and Shui Tan Lang thought that they did not dare to think about the height of 1,000 meters. If they clenched their teeth, they might be able to carry the power of fate that was 100 meters tall for Yue Yang. Who knew that carrying a meter had already pressed Fatty Hai to such a state? What made them even more ashamed and mad was that when Yi Kong, Shui Tan Lang and the others tried to use their secret techniques to help Yue Yang bear the power of fate, they immediately had a telepathic connection with each other, allowing them to sense the incomparably distant space. The other people who were carrying the power of fate could only gather at a height of 1 meter, which was negligible. But Yi Nan and Yu Bing, these two girls, had a height of 180 meters and a height of 160 meters respectively. It was really unimaginable. What kind of willpower did they rely on to reach such a height with such a weak body? Sister Bing can also carry it more than 100 meters, I definitely can't lose. Keep adding more, I don't want to be like this, I am the boss, I definitely can't lose. Fatty Hai clenched his teeth and tried his best to increase the power of fate that he was carrying. However, with his endurance, 1 meter was already unbearable, a few meters was already the limit of his body. It doesn't matter even if my body collapses, go. Yi Kong, am the teammate who supports Yue Yang the most. Yi Kong roared crazily. Shui Tan Lang supported himself with one arm. His eyes were red and his veins were popping out. Amongst his teammates, he temporarily left Yi Kong, Fatty Hai and Prince of Tian Luo at a height of 10 meters. However, he was not happy with this height at all. Go up, continue to add more. There was no limit. He felt that even if he had a limit, it should not be a mere 10 meters. As girls, Inan and Yu Bing could carry more than 100 meters for Yue Yang. If he, a group of men, could not even compare to them, how could he have the face to say that he was Yue Yang's teammate? Furthermore, his limit should not be 10 meters, it should be higher, if his body still had any potential, if there was any potential, then he should let it all explode. Right now, he had nothing else to ask for. He only wanted to explode once, so that he could be a man and bear the glory that belonged to him. Who am I? I am Shui Tan Lang. I was once known as the most talented genius after Yue Yang. Is this my limit? No, definitely not. Damn it, Fatty Hai, you are the boss, aren't you ashamed to only carry the power of fate that is a few meters high? Are you going to live like a coward forever, hiding behind others and dragging out your life? Can't you just stand up and prove yourself? No, I am the genius Hai Da Fu, not the idiot Hai Da Fu, not the coward Hai Da Fu. Stand up, I want to stand up. Fatty Hai saw that Yi Kong, Shui Tan Lang and Prince of Tian Luo were all carrying the power of fate higher than him, especially Shui Tan Lang, who was now more than 10 meters high. He immediately felt humiliated and slapped himself a few times. He crawled out of the mud pit with tears streaming down his face. He knelt on the ground and lowered his hands, holding them in front of his chest, as if he was holding the most important dignity in his life. He muttered to himself to encourage himself while using his secret technique to increase the power of fate. 10 meters, the monkey can do it, the prince can do it, Coffin Face can do it, I can do it too, I am the boss, I have to act like a boss, not just 10 meters, I can carry even more, even higher. Who am I? I am the boss of that abnormal genius Yue Yang. I don't want to be a coward, I am not a coward, I want to be a man with an indomitable spirit, I want to fight for once, for my family, and for myself. Yes, I want to be a qualified boss, I can do it, I definitely can. Chapter 1292, don't even think about it. As long as I, Dong Feng, exist, don't even think about changing your fate. Weaklings will always be weaklings, there will never be a day where they can counterattack. Your luck may be able to be arrogant for a while, but only wisdom can shine till the end. Only I, Dong Feng, have the qualifications to be the final victor. Dong Feng stood above the 9 heavens, elegant and at ease, as if he was a celestial descending. He looked at the fierce battle between the Heaven Realm Army and the Soaring Dragon Continent's Dragon Knight Army and Dragon Blood Guards Army. Although he couldn't hear Fourth Mother's call, he, who was gifted in chess and had extremely high intelligence, could easily see through the subtle changes in the battlefield below and see through the essence of things. Those soaring dragon warriors who wanted to fight to the death in exchange for glory, such as Titan Yu's grandfather Yu Hai, Da Sha Emperor Zheng Wu Yu and the various clan masters of the 4 great clans, all retreated. Using some kind of secret method, they started to receive some kind of mysterious power. Dong Feng admitted that he was not blind, but even if he was, he believed that he could see their intentions. These fellows wanted to help Titan Yu bear some kind of fate power that needed to be passed. No matter how talented Titan Yu was, he was still too young. With his wisdom and comprehension, he would not be able to bear the fate of the entire Tong Tian Tower. If Titan Yu needed to make a change and hope to counterattack, then he had to take the risk. And these friends and relatives of Titan Yu would definitely want to stand behind him and support him with their lives, bear fate. Would it really be that easy? Not to mention that he could stop them, even if he didn't, the chances of success was only 1 in 1,000. With these people's qualifications, how much fate power could they bear? They didn't even have divine envoys or divine generals. They were merely innates. They weren't even innates, and they dared to say that they would bear fate for others. This was simply making others laugh their heads off. According to this level of fate power, to be able to bear 1/10 of a meter, it seemed that they already had the strength of divine envoys. Only divine generals could do half a meter. Could all these people add up to 1 meter? This was too funny. Titan Yu's so-called supporters were such a group of scum. It seemed that they were really a group of trash that deserved to be swept into the trash pool of history. Thousands, tens of thousands of people, it seemed that they couldn't even bear the fate power of 10 meters. If it was so weak, there was no reason for Tong Tian Tower not to collapse. Of course, it was precisely because they were weak that it was more enjoyable to abuse them. This was the education and cleansing of the ignorant by the wise. Comrades, no matter which race or region you come from, let us unite and fight against the invaders from the heaven realm. I am Yue Yang Titan Yu, the third young master of the Yu clan that many people talk about. I am also your friend, the new prison emperor and guardian of Tong Tian Tower. I know that you can hear my voice. As long as you are a brave warrior who is filled with passion to fight for Tong Tian Tower, you can hear my call. You did not hear wrongly, it is me who is calling you. I need everyone to do something for me now. It is very simple. Everyone, as long as you raise your hands and chant the phrase, "Heaven and earth are like the arms of all living beings" in your hearts, then you can help me resist the evil and defeat the invaders from the heaven realm. Please believe me, this does not require you to sacrifice your lives, and it will not affect everyone's abilities. It is only temporary. Let me control your beasts. I need your faith in the strength of your beasts. With your support and help, I will definitely be able to obtain the final victory. Smiles and cheers will definitely return to our faces. I am willing to fight for all of you. My dear friends, my dear brothers and sisters, I also hope that you can extend your hands and help me move towards success. Dong Feng suddenly used Yue Yang's voice to transmit to every Tong Tian Tower warrior and even normal people's hearts in the 10th floor of Tong Tian Tower through his supreme godly strength and chess talent. His troublemaking and guidance caused many people to fall into confusion. Wasn't there a secret before? Why was there a new phrase like, "Heaven and earth are like the arms of all living things"? Furthermore, that secret was not simple. It was much more complicated than just reciting this phrase silently. Could it be that Yu Clan's third young master saw that everyone could not meet the requirements and deliberately made some adjustments? This is simple. I feel that the power of my summoned beasts has been successfully drawn out, but my body is very relaxed. I don't feel that heaviness anymore. The burdens that felt like splitting headache have been swept away. Awesome. Someone tried it and immediately felt that the phrase, "Heaven and earth are like the arms of all living things" was effective. He couldn't help but shout it out. Moreover, the strange thing was that his shout immediately spread clearly within a radius of more than 10 kilometers. All the warriors within the radius could hear his voice clearly. It's very simple. I also succeeded. Immediately after, more people tried it out and cheered thunderously. Let us shout, "Heaven and earth are like the arms of all living things" together. Our enemies will tremble under our shouts. Our might will be invincible. The roar of justice is the key to opening the door to victory. It is the symbol of the road to success. Let us roar, roar. The voice of Dong Feng, who was disguised as Yue Yang, started to stir up people's hearts. Listening to his call, countless of his comrades around him also succeeded. More mercenaries and martial artists joined the fray. At first, it was not neat. However, more and more people joined in, and the sound became louder and louder. In the end, it became a shout that resounded through the sky. "Heaven and earth are like the arms of all living things. Heaven and earth are like the arms of all living things." In the midst of the shouts, the power of countless beasts was drawn out. Under the control of Dongfang's godly power, the collective will even exploded into a huge protective shield, pushing the Heaven Realm army out. When the participating Tong Tian Tower warriors shouted like a tide, the sound waves formed were earth-shattering. The Heaven Realm army retreated step by step, unable to resist, their willpower almost collapsing. The appearance of this spectacle made the Tong Tian Tower warriors even more crazy. They threw themselves into it with incomparable fanaticism. Countless people were moved by the power they had contributed. The Heaven Realm army, which could not withstand the fierce battle, now retreated. They were pushed back by the power of their own beliefs. This was the miracle created by their own beliefs. This was the power of their own beliefs. Over and over again, they shouted the phrase, "Heaven and earth are like the arms of all living things." No matter how they shouted, they did not feel tired. There was no need for swords or sabers. There was no need for blood and sacrifice. As long as they shouted, they could make the enemy flee in embarrassment. What kind of glory was this? What kind of glory was this? This brat Yue Yang really has a way. The Eastern Sky King was an uncouth man. He felt that it was extremely painful to bear the power of fate with a secret technique. It was easier to directly draw out the power of the beasts with the "Heaven and earth are like the arms of all living things." If he had known this earlier, he would not have worked so hard with the pressure of the mountains. Let's shout too. The Western Sky King was also a lively person. He saw that the Dragon Knights and Dragon Blood Guards joined Yue Yang's call one after another. The power formed by shouting was very strong. The protective shield was 1,000 meters high, and the pressure made the Heaven Realm army's soldiers scared witless. He could not help but feel his heart heat up and his throat itch. Of course, he and the Eastern Sky King were not that kind of idiots. They could be considered to be very meticulous. They first looked at Zheng Wuyu, the old fox and Elder Nangong, these think tanks, who really held the strategic direction. With one look, they were shocked, because they found that Zheng Wuyu's body was trembling non-stop, and the old fox's face was pale. Even the usually calm Elder Nangong's hand that was holding the grimoire was trembling. What's going on? The Eastern Sky King and the Western Sky King looked at each other in astonishment. They both saw a trace of unease in each other's eyes. There's someone stealing the name. The old fox could not even finish his words. It's that traitor from the east. Elder Nangong's face was gloomy, and he let out a long sigh. This guy is too scary. He schemed against us. Maybe he had already calculated this step. Wasn't it Yue Yang just now? Feng Kuang, Shaho Weijia and the others were also scared to the point that their limbs turned cold. To bear the power of fate, one must pay the same amount of pain as the original body, or else it would not be counted. The East's move was to make use of people's natural fear of pain, and use an easier inherent skill to deceive those young people. The Dragon Knights, Dragon Blood Guards and countless mercenaries who volunteered to join the battle were all fooled. They were fooled by the illusion and fell into a frenzy. Grandma Wu Tang also shook her head and sighed. The East's move was indeed very accurate. No wonder he could be crowned as the #1 think tank in the central shrine. Heaven and earth is the arm of all living things. Tens of thousands of mercenaries, thousands of Dragon Knights and Dragon Blood Guards all shouted in unison. Everyone's face was filled with fanaticism, and they roared again and again. Their voices were like thunder, shaking the heaven and earth. Let's quickly stop them. Feng Kuang and the others were extremely anxious. It's useless, they can't hear our voices anymore. Those shields were used by the East to block us, and not to defend against the Heaven Realm army's attack. He commanded the Heaven Realm army to put on a show of throwing away their helmets and armor, causing everyone's minds to be lost in that kind of abnormal belief. We are completely powerless to stop them. Furthermore, we must seize the time and continue to bear the power of fate for Yue Yang. We don't have the time to stop this kind of fanaticism. If we do that, we will also fall into the East's trap. Dongfang Zheng hopes that we can stop them. We can't change our minds, we must continue and not be moved by external forces. In this limited time, we must bear more power of fate for Yue Yang. Otherwise, the ones who will fail in the end will definitely be us. Elder Nangong stopped Feng Kuang and the others. Currently, the most important thing was not to awaken the Dragon Knights and Dragon Blood Guards who had already fallen into fanaticism. Instead, it was to bear the power of fate for Yue Yang. Elder Yu Hai heavily punched the ground, tears flowing down his old face. On one side, it was the hot-blooded army that he had personally trained, and on the other side, it was his grandson who urgently needed support. Regardless of whether it was watching the other side fall, it made him feel as if he was being cut by a knife. Tens of thousands of dragon knights and dragon blood guards are his proud grandson. He had to make a choice. Furthermore, it was the only choice. No matter if he was the commander or the grandfather, he had to choose his grandson, because he was Tong Tian Tower's only hope now. If we continue to hesitate, then the entire Tong Tian Tower will be buried in our hands. Zheng Wuyu was indeed worthy of being an emperor. He clenched his teeth and made his decision. No matter if the dragon knights and dragon blood guards can turn back or not, there is only one thing we can do now, and that is to sacrifice everything and bear the burden of fate. We must carry Tong Tian Tower on our shoulders. We must let that brat Yue Yang know that he is not the only one carrying Tong Tian Tower. Us old fellows will always stand behind him. Come on, let's be decent elders. I am willing to bear this fate, for him, and for the future of Tong Tian Tower. The old fox's eyes turned red. On the battlefield, there were two completely different spectacles. On one side, there were many people. Above their heads was a golden barrier that was hundreds or even thousands of meters tall. Their arms were raised like a forest, their eyes were filled with fanaticism as they shouted in unison. On the contrary, there were very few people on the other side. They were painfully supporting themselves on the ground, struggling to support the invisible and heavy power of fate. Before they reached their limit, before Yue Yang successfully leveled up, they could not relax for even a moment. This was because what they were carrying was not only the power of fate, but also the hope and future of Tong Tian Tower. Dong Fang saw all of this. He did not stop them. Of course, carrying the power of fate could not be stopped. Any destructive actions would receive a terrifying backlash from the power of fate. Dong Fang would definitely not let his own safety and the overall situation be affected just because of a dozen of Yue Yang's friends, teachers, and seniors. How much can you bear for him? 10 meters is already the limit. Ha 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 ha. Without reaching 10,000 meters, don't even think about becoming a divine sovereign. You were all destined to fail long ago. Painfully hold on. The sinking Tong Tian Tower is not something that can be supported by human strength. Moreover, this is just the beginning. The more interesting things are yet to come. Dong Fang sneered. His divine power broke through the void and instantly teleported out of the Tong Tian Tower's 10th floor, heading straight for his next target. Chapter 1293 Shattering the Void. Between Tong Tian Tower and Heaven Realm, the original passage had already become a broken space-time fissure. Energy storms and space-time whirlpools could appear at any time, engulfing everything in their path. The laws of heaven and earth had lost their effect here, and could no longer be restored like normal broken spaces. This was a forbidden area for warriors. Except for gods, no one could survive here unscathed. Dong Fang held a gigantic energy ball in each of his hands. The biggest one was more than 1,000 meters in diameter. If it was not for the divine power wrapping around it, preventing it from mixing with the energy of the outside world, if it was someone else, even if it was a divine rancor, without Dong Fang Jingxi's control, they would not be able to suppress it and cause a world-destroying explosion. The traitor from the Tower of Babel, the greatest strategist from the Central Divine Hall, was indifferent. He held a ball in each hand with a relaxed expression. He even had the two balls of energy spin, one on the left and the other on the right. Under his feet, he floated over, shattering space and time. In the depths of his eyes, there was a hint of pride that could not be concealed. With the fake name of Titan Yu, he had stolen the fanatical power of faith from the warriors of Tong Tian Tower. Even if it was all part of his plan, it was all within his calculations. But after he succeeded, Dong Fang couldn't help but feel a sense of pride in his heart. As strong as Empress Fei Wenli, Ji Ruo, the Tian Luo emperor who guarded the entrance to the god's ruins, and the genius Yu clan's third young master Yu Taitan, who was rarely seen in 10,000 years, had all fallen under his schemes. Snatching food from the tiger's mouth, on the eve of the enemy's success, using the most ingenious method, using the smartest plan, to push the enemy down from the sky. To make the enemy's foundation fall to pieces, this was called true wisdom. This was called true success. Before this, he did not know that Titan Yu would have such a day. His target was the snake demon Empress Fei Wenli, or the Tian Luo emperor. But this did not stop him from fine-tuning his plan. After some adjustments, the implementation of this plan was smoother and more perfect than he had imagined. Power of destiny. Who could truly bear the power of destiny? A divine rancor who could control his own destiny was already very impressive. To control the fate of others, especially to shoulder the fate of the entire Tong Tian Tower, let alone that brat Yu Titan. Even a true divine sovereign wouldn't dare to talk about success. For the time being, Dongfang did not know how much Yue Yang could endure, nor did he know how many people were bearing the power of destiny for him. He made a simple comparison using the standard of the world deity rank in the upper heaven. At the very least, a 10,000-meter tall pillar of divine light had to appear in the divine light space of the celestial realm to become a divine supreme. What kind of height was a 10,000-meter tall pillar of divine light? If it was said that those who were below 1 meter were divine envoys and divine generals, then those who were below 10 meters were already demigods and fake gods. Those who were below 100 meters could be called true gods, but they lacked grimoires or worlds. True gods that were more than 100 meters tall had all of them. Their grimoire, world and so on were all complete. No matter how big or small their ranks were, their realms were all comprehended in eternity. 100 meters to 1,000 meters, this height was already enough for deity rankers to exhaust their lives, years, and years to climb. 10,000 meters, that was not something that a deity ranker who was below 10,000 years old could aspire to. Even if it was 10,000 years, 100,000 years, or 100,000 years, there might not be a deity ranker who could reach the height of a 10,000-meter tall pillar of divine light. Because, even if there was enough time to cultivate, there was still the problem of the limit of one's potential. Even deity rankers could not improve endlessly. Other than those old ghosts that existed in ancient legends, whose names had almost been forgotten by the world, how could there still be any divine supreme? Titan Yu wanted to become a divine supreme, and let the world bear his destiny for him. When Dongfang realized his intentions, his first thought was to laugh out loud. He had seen people who overestimated themselves, but he had never seen someone who overestimated himself to this extent. He was not even a deity ranker, and could not even reach the true god realm, yet he dared to dream of becoming a divine supreme. How many deity rankers in the upper heaven realm could surpass the height of a 100-meter tall pillar of divine light? Forget about 10,000 meters, even if it was 1,000 meters, one could not be found. Only that fellow Tian Yu could possibly reach it, but he deliberately concealed it. Until now, he still maintained the height of 900 meters from 10,000 years ago. This was already the highest standard in the upper heaven realm. Even someone as diligent as Tian Yu spent tens of thousands of years to reach 900 meters, not even 1,000 meters. Titan Yu, that brat, was probably not even a meter before. He had not even stepped into the false god realm, yet he dared to challenge the 10,000-meter tall divine supreme. Wasn't he going to make others laugh their heads off? Of course, the ignorant were fearless. Titan Yu dreamed of borrowing the strength of the people in Tong Tian Tower to help him advance to the divine supreme, but he did not think that if this method really worked, then was there no one in the upper heaven realm? Tian Yu, Jin Di, Yao Di, and other deity rankers, which one of them did not have the support of millions of people? Relying on the support of others, relying on others to bear the power of fate for oneself, but oneself did not have enough potential to reach the conditions of the divine supreme, did not form an eternal world, did not have a divine grimoire that could accommodate the laws of creation, did not comprehend the supreme laws of creation, destruction, and eternity, but still wanted to use the power of others to satisfy one's own fantasies. This was undoubtedly a pipe dream. Don't try to deceive my eyes. I have long seen through it. The one who really needs funding is definitely Vivian Li, the conquest queen who is hiding behind the scenes and manipulating everything. However, the world has long forgotten her, and has no choice but to use the name of Titan Yu. Haha, this kind of insignificant skill is really not worth mentioning. Dongfang had already completely figured it out. Titan Yu was impossible. The only possibility was Vivian Li. Even the Tian Luo Emperor, who guarded the entrance of the gods' ruins, did not have the qualifications to aspire to the position of the divine supreme. Dongfang reckoned that Queen Vivian Li might have already escaped from the seal, but she had not fully recovered. Therefore, using such a secret method to recover her strength was not to seek the position of the divine supreme, but to borrow power to return to the peak. Haha, we coincidentally have the same idea. The corner of Palace Master Dongfang's mouth revealed a trace of a smile. Titan Yu had used the name of the Serpent Empress Fei Wenli to recover her strength and help her return to the peak. Wasn't he also using this to steal the fanatical faith of Tong Tian Tower's warriors and the contract power of millions of war beasts to help Emperor Wu Shuang recover his strength? Now, even if one was a step faster, The battle between the number one ruler of the Demon Abyss, Emperor Wu Shuang, and the Serpent Empress Fei Wenli, who had threatened to conquer the Heaven Realm, was really something to look forward to. The more Dong Feng thought about it, the happier he laughed. With the talent to play chess, with heaven and earth as a board and all living things as chess pieces, everything in the world was under his control. What was wisdom? What was a true chess player? This was true wisdom, this was the true chess player of fate. Tong Tian Tower, Tian Luo Palace of the Soaring Dragon Continent. East Heaven King and West Heaven King rushed in like mad dogs and couldn't stop at all. They directly knocked away the guards guarding the door and the maids who were walking halfway. With a gust of wind, they rushed in. They, who were panting like cows, had never been in such a sorry state in their lives. Their bodies seemed to have been run over by hundreds of thousands of bison, covered in mud. Bad, bad, that traitor from the east, he stole. Eastern Sky King rushed down from the 10th floor of Tong Tian Tower in one breath. Even his strong physique couldn't bear it. That's right, the east is stealing our strength. Western Sky King was also anxious. I know, you can go back. His Majesty was extremely calm, his heart was as calm as a mirror, and his emotions didn't fluctuate at all. What? Eastern Sky King and Western Sky King were stunned by His Majesty's reaction. What was going on? Since he already knew, why didn't he immediately call out to the people who had fallen into fanaticism? From the 6th to the 10th floor of Tong Tian Tower, there were a large number of people who were bewitched by the East and fell into fanaticism. Even if these people couldn't be awakened, it would be good to wake up the young elites related to Yue Yang, such as the Dragon Knights, Blood Cavalry Guards, and so on. Actually, this is what we intended. There are many people who know Yue Yang, but there are not many people who are really closely related to Yue Yang's fate. Moreover, not everyone is qualified and has the ability to bear his fate for him. It's not a good thing for people who don't have the ability to force themselves to do this. Those of us who can really participate in this great event have our own destiny. In fact, we won't fall into the bewitchment of the East, we don't need to talk about others, just do our best. As long as we, who are connected with Yue Yang's fate, unite, it will be enough to support him to achieve his future, enough to bear the power of fate for him. Maybe the process will be a little longer and more difficult, but the final result will not change. Now, there are only two directions of fate, success or failure. There is no third possibility. The appearance of the East, his bewitchment, and his theft are not above the direction of Yue Yang's fate. The East is not the biggest obstacle to Yue Yang's success or failure. The real influence is us. Our will and our support are the key to whether we can break through the obstacles and carry our fate. If we succeed, Yue Yang will succeed. On the contrary, Yue Yang will fail. When His Majesty said this, Eastern Sky King and Western Sky King's mouths were so wide that a thunder mammoth could be stuffed into them. Then what can we do? What should we do? Eastern Sky King was confused. Since the theft of the East's name was also expected, what should they do next? Could it be that they could only watch the East continue to bewitch people like this? Follow the secret method. I have already said it before. His Majesty signaled Eastern Sky King and the Dizzy Duo to get out. Is it okay to ignore the Dragon Knights and the Dragon Blood Guards? Western Sky King couldn't help but ask weakly. In front of His Majesty, he really didn't dare to speak loudly when he was in the wrong. That's none of your business. As long as we can help Yue Yang succeed, let alone them, the whole Tower of Babel will be renewed, and the fate will be completely reversed. How many times do you want me to say it? Go out and do what you should do and what you can do. Don't make a fuss here and let the servants see you as a joke. Look at yourself, do you still look like a king? As soon as His Majesty's anger broke out, East Heaven King and West Heaven King immediately fell silent and left obediently. When they got out of Tian Luo Palace, the two were inexplicably happy again. They winked at each other. Especially Eastern Sky King, the old guy, who was proud. East, you are very smart, but I am not stupid. I knew that my son-in-law would be fine. Didn't you see who was the one who looked at him differently at the beginning? He was the best candidate that I, the Eastern Sky King, who was known as discerning talent, liked. And my little fallen flowers, she must be working very hard to bear the power of fate for her sweetheart. Don't be afraid, I am here. With me, that kid Yue Yang will definitely succeed. Baby, you can rest assured. Western Sky King couldn't stand it. He rolled his eyes. Would it kill him to not boast for a while? Didn't you see who was scared like a dead dog just now? Was it very arrogant to have a son-in-law like Yue Yang? It was true that Yue Yang was very outstanding, but his son wasn't bad either. In the future, he might be able to reach the divine level like Yue Yang. If that was really the case, he would be the father of a divine level ranker. Western Sky King was also very good at fantasy. Although he didn't have a daughter like Fallen Flowers, she had such an excellent son like Prince Tian Luo. He couldn't help but be proud. Chapter 1294 In the Time Corridor. I'm very sorry. I wanted to walk in the time corridor with all the distinguished guests and tour the gods' ruins. However, the situation has changed. I need to return to the Tong Tian Tower to fight with my family. Please forgive me for not being able to greet you for the time being. Shui Wuxia gracefully bowed. Before the shadows could react, she had already stepped out of the time corridor of 100 years. She turned into a comet and disappeared into the endless void. Shui Wuxia not only heard Fourth Mother's soul call, but also secretly communicated with His Majesty through divine thoughts. Now, it was time for her to return to the heaven stairway and officially help Yue Yang. Of course, this would also be the beginning of the planned counterattack. The departure of Shui Wuxia caused a commotion among the suspicious shadows. Before they could react, she had already disappeared without a trace. Even so, out of respect for the strong, the shadows, under the leadership of the boss Kanghai, saluted in the direction where Shui Wuxia had left. Even if they did not see her real strength, just by looking at her appearance, she was also in existence on the same level as the divine level strongman in the heaven realm. She deserved to be saluted in return. This overlord of the Tong Tian Tower, whose name was wuxia, seemed to be only 30 meters tall on the surface. But in fact, she was a super god-level overlord who could kill a god-level assassin in one move. It was just that she had used some kind of secret technique to deeply conceal her own strength, which was why it gave others an illusion. They thought that she was only a height of 30 meters, the shadows communicated secretly and came to a conclusion. Without the strength of the divine-level assassin, it was impossible to kill her in one move. Therefore, another conclusion was that the real strength of this little girl, wuxia, was probably stronger than the boss Kanghai, the strongest among the shadows. Otherwise, she wouldn't have dared to come alone and make a neutral agreement with everyone when the enemy was still unknown and she was outnumbered. Perhaps this little girl, wuxia, had just been promoted to the divine level, and she could not fully display her divine power and power. However, this did not mean that the Shadow Clan would do anything rude to her. No matter in the heaven realm, it was still in the heavenly realm. Strength would always be respected. This was the eternal and unchanging absolute truth. What do we do now? Should I continue watching, or forward? The green shadow asked. Forward. No, let's first see what kind of deity-level rankers Tong Tian Tower has produced in these 100 years. This is too much. In just 100 years, the Tong Tian Tower has been born, and the heaven realm haven't been able to give birth to a divine-level expert in almost 10,000 years. This, if we don't figure this out, then we might as well come here for nothing. The dark shadow was stimulated by the two young ladies with shocking potential. Just now, with wuxia's introduction, he finally knew that the two newly born Golden Star warriors of the divine level were his little cousin, Inan, and the other was Titan Yu's sister, Yu Bing. The two young ladies named Inan and Yu Bing, although their divine light pillars were not very high, their growth was very fast. 1 second was equivalent to 10 years or even 100 years of growth for others. In the whole world, there was really no one who could grow at a speed visible to the naked eye. Moreover, the golden shadows of the two girls with the same potential were both 300 meters tall. How could Dark Cloud, who only had a potential of 3 meters, endure this? Even Yuan Yi, who had the best potential among the shadows, was only 40 meters tall. It was the biggest blow in his life. It seemed like it was nothing more than this. We are not going to start a war with the Tong Tian Tower. Anyway, we are neutral. Moreover, we have entered the time corridor in the gods' ruins. There is no hurry at all. Let's stay here and see clearly. The fiery shadow volcano also agreed. Of course, the one who was stimulated just now was not only Dark Cloud, but also him. Although he was at the god level, his future potential was only 5 meters tall. In his heart, he felt very depressed that his battle power was only 5. If it was not, in front of everyone, he would have the urge to hug Dark Cloud and cry bitterly. Among the shadows, he and Dark Cloud were not weak. They were not as good as the strongest, but they were better than the weakest. Yin Ping, Lu Yin, Yuan Yi, Light, and the others were not as good as them. Only Laming and Vast Sea, the boss, were above them. Who would have thought that when they came here to take a look, their future potential was simply indescribable? Then, let's look at the other few god-level experts. The Sapphire Shadow Vast Sea made the final decision. When the Shadow Group's divine wills probed the other two dazzling golden stars, a special divine light came toward them. It engulfed the whole space. Vast Sea and the others were all stunned by the scene that appeared in front of them. These were two godly grimoires. To be precise, they were a physical and an illusory godly grimoire. Other than these, there was nothing else. How could the image of a god-level expert be two godly grimoires? Who was the owner of these two godly grimoires? How could one be a physical and an illusory one? Weren't there supposed to be two god-level experts standing here? Inexplicable, inexplicable no matter how he thought about it. Could it be that the matters of Tong Tian Tower were all so strange? Coming here, he had not seen a single normal thing. It was fine if the abnormal genius Titan Yu was so unfathomable, but his wife and sister were also so talented that it made people go crazy. Furthermore, there did not seem to be any normal people here. The more he looked, the more he realized that the people of Tong Tian Tower were all more mysterious and strange than the other. The image of two godly grimoires here represented two god-level experts. He had never heard of something that could be presented like this. At the very least, it was impossible in the heaven realm. These two god-level experts definitely exist. It's just that for some reason, they chose to be invisible and only present themselves like this. The purple shadow Laming tried to analyze. Could it be that these two god-level experts can change the laws of the time corridor? Otherwise, why would they present themselves like this? This doesn't make sense. Volcano was unconvinced. They present themselves like this, why can't they? This is the truth. Laming snorted. It's possible that the power of these two god-level experts far exceeds the scope of our willpower's exploration. We can't see their specific image, this is also a possibility. After Boss Kanghai said this, the shadow crowd was speechless. If they, a large group of god-level experts, couldn't see it, then who could? How powerful must they be to be able to cover the eyes of god-level experts? Thinking about it, everyone shuddered at the same time. Alright, they couldn't think too much about things that exceeded their intelligence, otherwise they would be scared out of their wits. Jumping away from these two god-level experts who were only presented in the image of two godly grimoires, the shadow crowd chose a new target. This gold star was very strange. It was faintly discernible, as if it wasn't a god-level expert. But if it wasn't, there was no reason for it to appear here. The shadow crowd, whose curiosity was about to explode, unanimously chose it as their new observation target. When their divine will was focused on this gold star, a wave of god power attacked their bodies. Similarly, a wave of divine power attacked their bodies. Different from the previous four gold stars, which represented the god level, the divine power that was presented now was a very terrifying destructive power. Although it was only an existence form and not a real attack, the shadow crowd still felt frightened, as if their souls were about to be extinguished. Moreover, a kind of divine curse power that could even numb one's bones spread throughout the entire space. In this divine curse space that made one's teeth tremble, a huge statue of a goddess stood in the middle. She had lost her body, but just her head alone was more than 400 meters tall. When the shadow crowd saw this, they were so scared that they almost knelt down, prostrating themselves in worship to this goddess who wanted to destroy the infinite space of the divine curse. Although this great god's body was incomplete, she was definitely not someone they could provoke. In order not to offend the dignity of the great god, the shadow crowd hurriedly bowed and retreated. They didn't even dare to breathe. They retreated out of this terrifying space full of divine curse, getting rid of the destructive erosion of the divine consciousness. In just a few seconds, the shadow crowd felt as if they had narrowly escaped death and were reborn. Although no one knew who this great god was, everyone knew one thing. This was definitely one of the ancient great gods, and the current god level couldn't compare to it. For some unknown reason, this ancient great god chose to integrate with a certain martial artist of Tong Tian Tower, creating the god level that was born in Tong Tian Tower in 100 years. However, this wasn't important. What was important was that this was really a great god with unparalleled power. Don't blame us, we juniors had eyes but didn't recognize the great god. We're sorry for offending you. Zhenya and Lu Yin still had lingering fears as they saluted that gold star, deeply afraid that their attitude wasn't respectful enough. If this great god is also Titan Yu's right-hand man, then that guy from the east won't have any tears even if he wants to cry. The dark shadow dark cloud suddenly gloated. Anyway, the east isn't anything good, isn't this just right? Volcano felt that this was very good. Do you want to continue watching? The golden shadow light felt that if they continued watching, if there was an even higher and stronger great god, they might really offend him. Out of self-preservation, he carefully suggested, why don't we wait for that, wuxia, to come and continue watching under her invitation? This way, we can maintain the greatest respect for the god level of Tong Tian Tower. Look, that little girl, wuxia, invited us into the time corridor earlier, so she naturally allowed us to watch. It's still necessary to maintain enough respect. I'm saying that we should feel humble when we meet a great god, and not be arrogant and conceited. The purple shadow thunder looked at Big Brother Vast Sea. Then let's continue. Big Brother Vast Sea looked around at his companions and realized that everyone's curiosity could kill a cat. He nodded and decided to continue searching for the truth. The sixth gold star was a god-level expert whose face was hidden in the starlight. It seemed to be a woman. Most of the external images she showed were stars, star palaces, and nebulae. Even if there were other images, they were secretly hidden in the Milky Way. She was a very mysterious god-level expert. Even though she was so mysterious that they couldn't even see the golden light pillar that represented the god-level expert, the shadows still maintained enough respect for her. Because her light pillar of potential was not hidden by the golden shadow. Its height was far above the two little girls named Inan and Yu Bing. It made the shadows feel dizzy just looking at it. Even if everyone's potential was added up, it was probably not even half of this god-level expert hidden in the starlight. Volcano and Dark Cloud were completely speechless. A special product of Tong Tian Tower. It's an abnormal genius. I'm sure it's this. Next was the seventh gold star. The shadows found out that this was the little girl who called herself wuxia. It wasn't strange that she was ranked here. What was strange was that the light pillar that represented her god-level expert was actually 390 meters high. Moreover, her potential was even higher than that. The whole light pillar and shadow were estimated to be 800 to 900 meters high. Not to mention the most timid, light, even the most daring, volcano, dark cloud, and thunder, felt scared to the point of wetting their pants. This little girl, wuxia, had hidden her true strength by 10 times. If everyone had been greedy and fought back then, they would probably all be dead by now. After retreating outside, everyone massaged their hearts for half a minute. Only then did they feel that their heartbeats had slightly returned to normal. The feeling of suffocation caused by the fright had also been reduced a little. No matter how strong a god-level expert that they didn't know was, they wouldn't feel this kind of pressure. After all, this little girl, wuxia, was still talking to everyone politely like a junior, who knew that she had the strength of a legendary god. They should have known earlier. Everyone had to pay their respects to her again and again. When the shadows looked at the eighth gold star again, they realized that their hearts that had almost stopped beating because of the fright had suddenly stopped beating again. There seemed to be a saying in Tong Tian Tower, there is no most talented person, only more talented people. Now, they seemed to understand the meaning of this proverb a little. This was because in front of them, a sea of light appeared. The sea of light was a bright moon in the sky, shining brilliantly. Extraordinary victory. There were 2 god-level experts standing there. One of them was actually a guardian beast with a light pillar that was 300 meters high. The other one was the real god-level expert that held this gold star's godhead. No one in the shadows could see the goddess's light pillar, and no one could see her figure clearly. In less than a second, everyone was expelled from the sea of light by her supreme will. It was impossible for anyone to raise their heads in front of her, and it was even more impossible for them to carefully examine her dignified divine body. They could only vaguely feel that this goddess had the world's most powerful and most intelligent divine eyes. She could instantly see through all things and look down on all living beings. To the shadows who had taken the liberty to come and watch, the supreme will of the supreme will exploded almost immediately. All of them were expelled from the sea of light. The guardian warbeasts were all god-ranked, and the guardian warbeast's divine light pillar was 300 meters tall. This kind of existence was simply not something that Shadow and the others could imagine. Everyone, including Boss Kang Hai, hurriedly bowed to pay their respects, repeatedly saying, "Great God, please forgive us, great God." The great gods here are stronger than the other. Do we really want to continue watching? The weakest golden shadow was almost scared to tears. Look, it's better to be scared to death than to die of ignorance. Volcano had already thrown caution to the wind. I also want to watch. Dark Cloud shivered and expressed his support. There are so many powerful god-level experts in the secret place of Tong Tian Tower. Is it necessary for us to change our position? The emerald green shadow suddenly raised this topic that was worth thinking about. Previously, they remained neutral because Tong Tian Tower was unable to fight against the central shrine. But now it seemed that things were not like this. Then it seemed that it was really worth considering to change their neutrality now. In this case, if the 9th god-level expert is also a powerful great god, then we can consider this idea. Boss Kanghai also felt that it was time to do something. Although the Heaven Realm was very safe, some investments might not necessarily be successful. But if they didn't do it, they would definitely regret it for a lifetime. With a kind of explosive curiosity and a complex mentality of uncertainties about the future, with a little desire and a little fear, the shadows cast their collective divine will on the 9th gold star. At first glance, they were all stunned, dumbstruck. Chapter 1295 Heaven Stairway Level 5, Blood Red Altar. When Tu Wan from the Sky-Swallowing clan arrived, he realized that it took him a few hours to cross the thousands of kilometers. Not to mention a divine-level ranker, even a crawling tortoise in the Heaven Realm that was known for its slow speed would not take this long. Right now, even if Tu Wan didn't use his head to think, just using his toes to think, he could understand this point. That was, he had been fooled. The only question was, who could fool a divine-level ranker? Without a doubt, there was only one answer in the world. Other than a stronger divine-level ranker, there was no other possibility. Excuse me, where is the 9-head clan's monster emperor? Although Tu Wan was impulsive and arrogant, he was not retarded. Or perhaps, although he was a little retarded, he wasn't so retarded that he was beyond saving. What Tu Wan needed to do now was not to roar, curse, or provoke a battle against a deity who could fool him without realizing it. He also did not want to launch an attack and beat the 9-head clan's warrior to the ground without distinguishing between right and wrong. What he needed to do was to investigate carefully, not to attack. The Heaven Realm was the same as the Tong Tian Tower. In fact, whether it was the Heaven Realm or anywhere else in the world, there had never been true peace. The weak were prey to the strong, and the strong were always the foundation and theme of the world. Only those with the strongest strength would have the highest willpower, the greatest decision-making and execution power, and the Heaven Realm was naturally no exception. Although Tu Wan was a famous villain in the Heaven Realm, and the Sky-Swallowing clan was also a famous fierce clan in the Heaven Realm, it did not mean that he could do whatever he wanted. In the Heaven Realm, there were not many people who could make Tu Wan lower his head and speak softly, but the 9-head clan's Monster Emperor was one of them. Tu Wan had never seen the Monster Emperor before, nor did he have any grudges with the Monster Emperor. However, the Monster Emperor's reputation was so great that even he had to bow his head. Moreover, Tu Wan did not think that there was anything wrong with this. To lower one's head to the strong, to show respect to a stronger divine-level ranker, this was the natural law and order of the world, just like how the weak people in the world lowered their heads to him. When the Monster Emperor should appear, he will naturally appear. Those who are wise can see the horizon, but those who are blind can't see him. The 9-head dragon laughed. Since you're here, why don't you sit here quietly for a while? Who knows, there will be more fun later. The 9-head dragon was not interested in the divine-level ranker's arrival. On the other hand, the expressions of the Heavenly Dragon clan's twin-headed dragon Yue Yang, the beautiful Queen's Thousand Bones Biscuit, and the others changed. The arrival of a divine-level expert was something they didn't want to see. This meant that the share of the gods' ruins they could obtain would be reduced again. HMPH, you are obviously a golden-shelled insect, but you turned into a human and swaggered around. Even if you wanted to embarrass yourself, you wouldn't do it like this. Doesn't look like you are good. If it wasn't for the fact that he was afraid of the demonic emperor who was hiding somewhere, Tu Wan would have already attacked them. Logic told him that it was best not to provoke the people from the Eastern Goblin tribe. These people were always known to be difficult to deal with. This is my original appearance. If you have the guts, why don't you return to your original form and take a look? The arrogant man spat on the ground. If he had not been fooled by the Monster King, Tu Wan would have fallen out with him immediately. Killing this arrogant man with a single slap was already a light punishment. If he really got angry, it was not impossible to burn this annoying guy into ashes and use him as fertilizer. Tu Wan felt that he had mastered the art of endurance. At this moment, he was a coward. It was fine. Although he was a divine level ranker, it was normal to be mocked. As long as the Monster King left, it would not be too late to fall out with him. Even if all the people here were added up, he would not be able to kill them with one hand. Tu Wan forcefully suppressed the anger in his chest and looked around. He discovered that other than the Nine-Head clan, there were also those fellows from the Heavenly Dragon race. It was just that he did not know who had killed a few of them, but they seemed to have died quite miserably. As for the arrogant man, there were 2 Goblin clan leaders beside him. Their strength was so-so, and they seemed to be afraid of him. They were completely different from the arrogant man. They might not be companions, but just companions. What happened here? Tu Wan felt that he was in a mess. He needed to sort out everything. Inside, should be the real Heaven Stairway world. That Titan Yu might also be hiding inside. His large group of beasts and a group of Tong Tian Tower girls ran in. We will guard here according to Mr. Dong Fang's agreement. The Heavenly Dragon clan's double-headed dragon Yue Yang quickly expressed his neutrality. He did not want to offend the Sky-Swallowing clan, much less a divine-level ranker. He had long heard of Tu Wan's fierce name. Of course, the double-headed dragon Yue Yang was not afraid of Tu Wan in front of him, but the truly powerful divine-level ranker behind Tu Wan. Tian slaughtering god Tu Shi. That man was a powerful existence that supported the entire Sky-Swallowing clan with his own strength. In the upper realm, Tian Tu and God slaughtered the world. He was on the same level as Dong Fang, Demon Emperor, Jin Di and the unmovable Ji Zun. Only Tian Yu, the supreme of the deities Templar, dared to say that he could truly suppress him. The double-headed dragon Yue Yang secretly guessed that the reason why the Dong Fang Palace Master tricked Tu Wan into coming to the Tong Tian Tower was to let the fool be killed by the Tong Tian Tower's rankers in order to incite Tian slaughtering god Tu Shi's anger. Why did the Monster King use a mysterious demonic spell to lose Tu Wan halfway, not letting him meet Titan Yu's beasts? The reason was to protect this guy's life. Among the beasts that rushed into the Heaven Stairway, there were 2 divine-level rankers. It would not be difficult for them to kill Tu Wan. Therefore, the Monster King did not make a fool out of Tu Wan. It was a form of protection. Of course, the double-headed dragon Yue Yang believed that with Tu Wan's intellect, he would never be able to think of this. The sorrow of a weak intellect. Thinking of this, the double-headed dragon Yue Yang suddenly felt a sense of superiority in his intellect. He also had the urge to laugh out loud. Let's go in and take a look. So what if it's the Heaven Stairway? Tong Tian Tower is such a rural place, there's no place that we, the Heaven Realm, cannot enter. If Tu Wan did not give him some face, the invisible Monster King would probably fight his way in without saying a word. Tu Wan himself felt that it was strange to be able to live a low-profile life like this. Could it be that there was an attribute in his body called low profile? We, the Nine-Headed Clan, do not want to break the agreement with the Dong Fang Palace Master for the time being. The Nine-Headed Bug shook its head and refused. Yue Yang did not make a sound, but he felt that whether he could enter or not was one thing. Even if he could enter, there were at least 2 divine-level rankers waiting inside. Being beaten to a pulp was a definite outcome. If Dong Fang did not come, if the deity temple's supreme elder Tian Yu did not come, no matter how great the benefits were, he would not enter. Although Tu Wan was a divine-level ranker, his intellect was obviously lacking. The beautiful Queen Thousand Bones Paralysis wanted to get close to this Tu Wan who was obviously lacking in intellect. If a divine-level ranker with strength and stupidity was under her tutelage, how much battle power would he be able to display? However, she also knew that it was easy to fool Tu Wan, but it would be difficult to fool Tu Wan's older brother, Tu Shi, behind him. Therefore, it was best not to do anything that was courting death. Although the temptation of controlling a divine-level ranker was great, no matter how great it was not as great as her own life. She sighed regretfully. It was rare to have such a low-intellect divine-level ranker. This was probably a rare thing that was hard to come by in 1,000 years. It would be a lie to say that she did not feel a little pity if she missed this opportunity. No one responded. Tu Wan felt that he was a failure as a divine-level ranker, and was thinking of doing something to redeem himself. Suddenly, a ray of light came from afar. As if a fairy had descended, a beauty came from the void, treading on the moon, her clothes whiter than snow. As if she could not see the existence of everyone in front of her, she floated down and slowly walked forward under everyone's gaze. She passed through the passageway of the pedestal under the goddess's foot, her beautiful figure was light, and quietly entered the mysterious entrance of the heaven stairway world. Until she disappeared in front of their eyes, no one was able to make any kind of reaction. Divine level, another divine level ranker. Twin-headed dragon Yue Yang reacted. His first reaction was to wipe off the cold sweat on his forehead. HMPH. The Thousand Bones Crispy was very unhappy. She hated people who were prettier than her the most, and that goddess just now could no longer be described as beautiful. That kind of unparalleled beauty, even the most beautiful woman in the upper heaven realm could only sigh when she saw it. Not below that, Night Empress, Yu. Nine-headed demon made his evaluation again. This little beauty's little face is really too alluring. Tu Wan's saliva almost flowed down 3,000 feet. That's Titan Yu's fiancé, right? Nine-headed dragon asked uncertainly, while Nine-headed worm took out a small booklet and flipped through it, found a picture, and said in shock, "It's true, she's Titan Yu's fiancé Shui Wuxia." Sigh, that's weird, how could she be divine level? Her strength should be that of an innate. The information from the East is too wrong. Is this really information from the East? If it is, then I dare say that the East has really lost a lot of things this time. This battle, tisk tisk, it's really hard to say, haha. Very good, I like this kind of mistake. The arrogant man with a face full of arrogance, what he liked the most in his life was other people making mistakes or being unlucky. Of course, doing bad things was also what he liked. Titan Yu's fiancé. When Tu Wan heard this, his eyes suddenly lit up. I don't want the share of God's ruins, I just want that little beauty. Everyone chose to ignore this guy whose brain was filled with lust. Not to mention whether Yu Taiden would make a move to beat him into dregs and then chop him into minced meat to feed the dogs, even if it was that. Shui Wuxia, just now, as a god-level expert, not to mention hiding her strength, just the small portion of strength that she revealed on the surface was enough to annihilate this lustful guy 100 times over. Twin-headed dragon Yue Yang reckoned that this guy would most likely exist in Tong Tian Tower in the form of dog poop, so he forgave Tu Wan's words and actions. After all, he was a guy with low intelligence, who could ask anything of him. To him, asking for a normal person's request was purposely making things difficult for him. He had heard that Titan Yu had a hobby. He liked to cripple his enemies and then throw them to his dog Grey Wolf as food. Although it had not happened yet, even the arrogant man opposite him seemed to agree with Yue Yang's bold deduction. Since I don't want the share of God's ruins, then the monster emperor should not care about what I do next. I said, I just want that little beauty. If you have an agreement with the East, then continue to guard here. I will go first. I want to capture that little beauty, then return to the heaven realm to hold the wedding. Tu Wan's only worry was the leader of the nine-headed clan, the monster emperor. Since there was no conflict of interest, he believed that the monster emperor would not find trouble with him, so he was free to act. I think, the monster emperor should not care about your actions, but are you sure you want to do this? The nine-headed demon frowned and tried to persuade him. The little beauty is too beautiful, I have to get her, as for the rest, I can give up. Tu Wan suddenly realized that he seemed to be a sentimental person, and was a little surprised. If you want to go in and take her, it's not impossible, but you should ask me, right? Someone said, it was unknown when this person came to the blood altar. He might have come together with Shui Wuxia just now, or he might have come when everyone was discussing. No one could figure out what was going on. It was impossible. How could someone come quietly in front of Tu Wan, a god tier? But, it happened. Tu Wan looked and found that the person was a man in black. He looked very ordinary. He was not a few meters tall like him. He did not have a body that was shining with golden light, and he did not have any talent, divine power, domain, or other characteristics. He looked like an ordinary mercenary that could be found in the Tong Tian Tower. The only thing that was slightly different from a human was that this man with a thick beard, on both sides of his nose, there were two meaty feelers that humans did not have. He looked very elegant. This bearded man looked a little like the arrogant man. He always felt that this guy was similar to those crazy people who did not know what was good for them, and provoked the whole world, ignoring the consequences. Double-headed dragon Yue Yang from the heavenly dragon clan frowned. He could not see the bearded man's strength. On the surface, this bearded man only had the strength of heaven rank. But other than that idiot Tu Wan, no one would. believed that the bearded man with the strength of heaven rank could hide from everyone's eyes, and quietly come to everyone's side. The nine-headed dragon clan looked at each other, all of them looked very serious. Especially the nine-headed demon, his pupils shrunk quickly, there was a kind of shock, like an undercurrent at the bottom of the sea surging in the depths of his eyes. The arrogant man, who was originally full of arrogance, was now like a tortoise seeing a green bean. He immediately fell in love with this bearded man. The more he looked at this bearded man, the more he liked this bearded man. He wanted to immediately shake hands with this bearded man, hug him, and rub each other's hands, to improve their friendship. Who are you? Tu Wan looked at the bearded man with disdain from the corner of his eye, as if he was looking at a bug. Mo Long. The bearded man scratched his head. It was not easy for him to find his name. The nine-headed demon's body shook, but he quickly calmed down, his expression returning to its original indifferent state. Oh, the double-headed Yue Yang seemed to have caught on to something. It was as if he had remembered some distant memory, but he could not recall it at the moment. He was a little troubled, and a little confused. This name was quite unfamiliar, but he seemed to have heard it somewhere before. Never heard of it, little bug, who are you? Tu Wan did not feel this way at all. In his eyes, heaven rank was synonymous with weaklings. I think I am the big brother of that girl just now. Ah, to be precise, I should be the big brother of her husband. You idiot, you want to steal my sister-in-law, don't you need to ask for my permission? The bearded man carelessly used his fingers to dig into his ears for a while, then casually smeared the stuff on his fingers on Tu Wan's clothes. Go to hell. It was already an unforgivable crime to scold a god ranker as an idiot, and to even dig out earwax to smear a god ranker's clothes was an insult that deserved 10,000 deaths. As for what big brother and little brother, who cared about this bullsh*t kinship? The 5-meter-tall Tu Wan raised his thighs angrily, ready to trample this guy who only had the strength of heaven rank to death like a small bug. He had seen arrogant people, but he had never seen someone this arrogant. As a heaven rank warrior, you are not hiding and trembling, but you dare to challenge a god rank. Aren't you a little too daring? You are simply looking for death. Chapter 1296. Tu Wan stomped down heavily. But strangely, he did not feel like he was stepping on solid ground. Instead, his body felt light, and he suddenly rose by half a meter. Tu Wan looked down in shock, and found that the bearded man, who should have been stomped to death like an ant by him, was still alive and well. What was going on? In the eyes of the twin-headed Yue Yang, the beautiful queen of myriad bones biscuit, and the others, they saw in shock. That mystic dragon, whose attitude was 100 times more arrogant than the arrogant man who had a face full of arrogance, merely extended his index finger and stopped the 5-meter-tall divine-level golden giant Tu Wan's absolutely fatal and furious stomp. His movements were so free and at ease that it was as if he was a great painter at the pinnacle who was preparing to pick up his brush and wave it, using his unique inspiration and style to paint a miniature of his own spiritual world in a calm and unhurried manner. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, they would not dare to believe that this was the truth. Just like that, everyone was dumbfounded and stiff for 3 seconds. The world was silent. No one knew what to say in this situation. But the awkward situation was immediately broken. Tu Wan, who had been high and mighty just a moment ago, suddenly fell upside down. With his head down and his feet up, he smashed into the ground outside the blood-colored altar with a thud. Only his 2 big feet could be seen outside the altar with his 4 feet facing the sky. Perhaps he felt that this posture was not very reasonable, or that there was something that could be improved on, but the mystic dragon, who had caused all this, quickly changed his mind. He reached out a hand and casually grabbed Tu Wan's left ankle. Pulling this divine-level expert, just like pulling a radish from the ground, he pulled Tu Wan's body out of the soil in front of him. He did not wait for Tu Wan to make any reaction, such as some kind of angry but powerless protest, or actively enjoying his cooperation. Instead, under everyone's gaze, the mystic dragon, the bearded man, stabbed Tu Wan's body back into the soil in a barbaric and wanton manner, without the slightest hint of democracy. Tu Wan, who was waving his hands and feet, seemed to shout something with some reluctance. But it was too fast. None of the people present heard it clearly. Of course, because this was not the main point, everyone ignored it. So tiring. The mystic dragon, the bearded man, seemed to be very satisfied with his hard work in planting carrots. He was usually a lazy person, so it was rare for him to put in the effort to do something. Although he still felt a little regretful about Tu Wan's current posture, thinking that this falling upside down was not the best posture in Tu Wan's life, it was a pity that the current conditions were limited, time was short, and the environment was not very suitable. So, for the time being, he could only make do with it. So, he shook his head and let go of Tu Wan. He clapped his hands habitually and waved his sleeves, not taking away a single speck of dust. He did it with a clear conscience. It was a piece of cake. The twin-headed dragon Yue Yang, myriad bones paralysis, black bear demon, and wild boar demon all had their jaws drop to the ground when they saw this. The arrogant man, whose face was full of arrogance, had a blind fanaticism in his eyes. He was like a devout believer who had suddenly discovered that the true God had descended in front of him. He was extremely excited. The arrogant man had done many amazing actions, and it could be said that he had never kept a low profile in his entire life ever since he was sensible. However, he had never done such an arrogant and awesome act of toying with a god-level expert in the palm of his hand. In fact, he had never even thought of doing such a thing. This kind of cool action was what he needed to learn. The him of the past did not know. 1-to-1, he was really too weak. To senior mystic dragon, whose word for arrogance could only be described with one word. The arrogant man, who had turned into a fan, instantly felt an almost brainless fanaticism in his heart. When Tu Wan, the divine-level expert, crawled out of the mud in a daze, the mystic dragon's actions were not yet finished. He used one of his feet to firmly step on the divine-level expert's face as he sighed, "What a big face." At the same time, he used his finger to dig in his ear. After he finished digging on the left side, he was still not satisfied. "The resources are not abundant enough, I can't express my sincerity at all." His finger then turned to the right side, and he continued to dig for a long time. Finally, he regretfully stretched out his little finger, and as he sighed, he apologetically smeared it on the tip of Tu Wan's nose. "I'm really sorry, I've been more diligent recently, so I didn't have much in reserve. I'll also contribute." The arrogant man immediately raised his hand. If the resources were not enough, he had more here. He rushed forward with great enthusiasm. He stretched out both his hands, digging left and right, unearthing an extremely abundant amount of resources. He showed them to Tu Wan as if he was showing off. "If it's not enough, I have more here, don't stand on ceremony with me." Tu Wan was so angry that his lungs almost exploded. "What do you mean by holding back internal injuries? What do you mean by vomiting 3 liters of blood, spitting out half and swallowing half?" Now, he finally understood. However, he understood one more thing. If there was someone in this world who could step on him, a divine-level ranker, and he did not even have the strength to struggle, then no matter what the other party did, he could not be too angry. Strength was everything. In a situation where one's skills were inferior to others, shutting up, admitting defeat, surrendering, and acting like a coward were sometimes the best survival skills. "Ah, that's not right, Mo Long isn't that. The two-headed dragon Yue Yang suddenly thought of a name that had been sealed for a long time, and his entire body trembled in fear. "What did you say?" With his reminder, the heads of Myriad Bones Demon and the others finally turned around. Plop! The Black Bear Demon and the Wild Boar Demon were so scared that they simply knelt down. Of course, they were not the only ones who were scared. There was also Tu Wan. If it wasn't for the fact that he was still pitifully being stepped on, he would also want to kneel down like the Black Bear Demon and the Wild Boar Demon, and beg for mercy. The name Mo Long was a name that had not been heard in the Heaven Realm for an unknown number of years. The person Mo Long was also a person that had not appeared in the Heaven Realm for an unknown number of years. If he suddenly appeared in front of them, if he was not an imposter, then what did it mean? Death, destruction, or the collapse of the entire world? Perhaps the situation was not that bad. However, those who understood the existence of this bearded man in front of them did not have a good expression on their faces. No one thought that becoming enemies with this bearded man named Mo Long was a good thing in their lives. On the contrary, they believed that it would be the start of the most terrifying tragedy in the world. Even if it was the central shrine that commanded all in the Heaven Realm, it would not have a good ending after provoking this malefic star. This kind of terrifying malefic star that should have been sleeping in the Eternal Seal, why did he come to Tong Tian Tower? Furthermore, from his tone, he seemed to have become that Titan Yu's big brother. Interesting. Looks like coming to Tong Tian Tower was the right choice. Among all the spectators, only the nine-headed demon of the nine-headed clan remained calm. His lips suddenly curled into a mysterious smile. Heaven Stairway, World Tree. On the millionth step, Yue Yang could feel everyone's support, and his emotion surged. He could not suppress it. He shouted towards the sky, "I will definitely be able to control the 1,000-meter-tall giant of fate's power. Now, let me bear it. I, Tong Tian Tower's Yue Yang Titan Yu, will definitely not succumb to fate. My fate is up to me, not the heavens." As if hearing Yue Yang's thoughts, the invisible yet real magical hand suddenly separated a 1,000-meter-tall giant of fate's power and placed it on Yue Yang's shoulder. Unfortunately, although Yue Yang was full of confidence, his endurance was only a reflection of his body. It had nothing to do with fighting spirit or morale. The 1,000-meter-tall giant of fate's power. It was placed on his shoulder. Yue Yang's entire person immediately collapsed. He could not stay on the millionth step at all. Just like Zhao Yu goddess, his body fell down like a meteor. Ji Zun could not catch up to him no matter how hard he tried. Not to mention the millionth step, 500,000, 100,000, even 10,000 steps, Yue Yang could not stay on the 1,000-meter-tall giant of fate's power. He tried his best to persevere, struggle, and do his best to stay on every step he had stayed on for a while longer. But this could only be a wish. He could not even stay on the millionth step for a thousandth of a second. When he fell to the 500,000th step, he struggled for a while, but he could not stay for more than half a second. He managed to stay on the 100,000th step for a second, but only for a second. He managed to stay on the 10,000th step for a full 10 seconds, but he still could not hold on any longer. His body went limp and he continued to fall. 1,000 steps, 100 steps, 10 steps. In the end, Yue Yang fell back to the starting point of the World Tree's Heaven Stairway, right next to Zhao Yu goddess. Ji Zun was still chasing him from afar. She could not come down in time. Yue Yang, who was lying on the ground with his body spread out, realized that the giant of fate in the sky was as tall as a mountain. It was even heavier than Buddha's five-finger mountain on Sun Wukong's shoulders. Not to mention moving, even blinking his eyes was extremely difficult. Only now did he understand that he had underestimated the power of the giant of fate, and also overestimated his endurance. Previously, Zhao Yu goddess was an extremely powerful god-ranked warrior, yet she still fell like a meteor while carrying the giant of fate's power at a height of 100 meters. Now that he had carried it for 1,000 meters, it seemed a little too much. But even if he did not want to carry it, he could not go back on his words. Challenging the giant of fate was definitely not easy. Yue Yang decided to grit his teeth and pretend that he was Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong had carried it for 500 years, he could only carry it for 3 days at most. If this was not enough, then he would have transmigrated in vain. Ayo, isn't this the Yu clan's third young master who is said to be very arrogant in Tong Tian Tower? This posture is really cool. A girl carrying the Hell Tiger divine sword on her back had appeared out of nowhere. She walked over and looked down at Yue Yang, who was lying on the ground with his arms spread out. It was only now that Yue Yang realized that there was a large group of girls at the starting point of the Heaven Stairway. All of them were covering their mouths and laughing, as if they were waiting to see him make a fool of himself. Yue Yang, whose skin was thicker than the city walls, did not feel the slightest bit embarrassed. Anyway, he had already pushed them down or not pushed them down. Putting on a spread out posture was equivalent to revising or previewing. It was not a big deal, but because of the angle, Yue Yang could see Tigress's battle dress without any hindrance. In this kind of 90-degree view, which was more than the pure 45-degree view, the benefits were as bright as the little white flower inside the battle dress. Even if Yue Yang had already trained to the super high realm of form as emptiness, emptiness as form, under this kind of strong visual impact, he still had the illusion that his nose was about to bleed to death. Yue Yang, who looked like a serious gentleman on the surface, was shamelessly like a rock. Even under the high pressure of the power of destiny, his lower body was still like a pillar supporting the sky. He still has a lot of energy left. Looks like adding another 1,000 meters of power of destiny wouldn't be a problem. Impatience, who had a keen intuition in this area, immediately discovered the key point. Her words made Yue Yang sweat profusely. Ha ha. The big and small beauties who were watching couldn't help but laugh out loud. The shadow of death after the Heaven Realm's invasion, the suffocating invisible pressure brought by the rankers in the central shrine like Dongfang, Ji Zun, Jizun and Jizun also gradually disappeared amidst the laughter. As long as he was by their side, they would have the confidence to fight against the heavens, against the earth, against everything in the world, including fate. As long as he was by their side, as long as they had the confidence, they would have everything. Chapter 1297. The image of the fate giant was like a mountain, standing tall, reaching the top of the sky. Not to mention the pressure and laws that caused all living beings to bow down. It was hard to look up to him. Even with its height, it was impossible to clearly see its entire form. Vaguely, everyone could only use telepathy and silent reverence to allow the 18,000-meter-long image to fill the entire spiritual world. Under the guidance of His Majesty's special ability, all the friends and relatives who heard Fourth Mother's voice, or the friends who supported Yue Yang in fighting against fate together, could clearly see the height of the giant of fate that they were about to carry together without even having to close their eyes. 18,000 meters, this was the height that a holy elder or above needed. Yue Yang, the Yu clan's third young master, could he really shoulder this height that made people despair, reverse the situation, and led Tong Tian Tower to rise again and return to glory? Even Fatty Hai, Yi Kong, Shui Tan Lang and the others who were the staunchest supporters of Yue Yang did not dare to do so. He couldn't help but feel a trace of suspicion. Because, the 18,000-meter-tall giant of destiny was too shocking. Under its gaze, even a god would feel as weak as an ant. Any power in the world paled in comparison to it. This was the power to control fate. Even fate could be controlled, even fate could be reversed. How could they not be in awe of such divine might? How could he not be shocked? How could he not be terrified by this? Soul deprivation. I, Hai Da Fu, am a person who is not afraid of anything. I am the best boss in the world. I am willing to offer everything, the happiness that I had no fate with in the past, the honor that I was humiliated by in the past, the ability that made me unable to lift my head up in the past, the painful life that made me battered and bruised in the past, and the insignificant life that I had in front of my family, friends, classmates, and the people of the world, until today, when I am about to obtain the happiness that I am about to reap. Until today, when I am able to proudly stand among the strongest in Tong Tian Tower. Until I met that brat, when my entire life started to completely reverse and improve. Every single one of them became the luck that the people of the world envied and yearned for. I have the ability, and the courage to stand up and roar at my enemies and protect my teammates. I am proud that I am the boss. Ancient gods, if you really exist, please take everything from me. If possible, I want to use everything I have to exchange for his tomorrow and help him achieve his future. Tong Tian Tower can do without a stupid damn fatty, but it can't do without him. Without him, I wouldn't be able to become who I am today. I wouldn't be able to become the young master Hai that the world is praising. Take everything I have. I don't even care about my life. Just let me hold the greatest power of fate for a short while. Please, I beg you. This is the only thing I can do for him as his boss. It is also the best thing that I can do for him in my entire life. Fatty Hai muttered to himself. The determination in his eyes was something he had never seen before in his life. His body seemed to suddenly grow taller, and his spirit and aura combined with his appearance, making him look like a mountain that had just risen from the ground, standing between heaven and earth. The diamond rhinoceros, Bai horse, and all the contracted war beasts came out and strengthened his body one by one. It was unknown when the wind-breath seabird took the initiative to contract with him. First, it landed on Fatty Hai's messy head in its seabird form, pecked him lightly with its small beak, then spread its wings and flew down slowly, circling him 3 times. Then, in its evolved human form with wings, it landed on the ground, stretched out her jade-like hands and gently pressed on Fatty Hai's back, supporting him with all her might. Maybe I'll be smashed into pieces in the next second, is that okay? Fatty Hai really wanted to turn around and look at her. That was engraved in his heart. I can't believe that I'm so smart, yet I'm going to die together with a stupid pig. The wind-breath seabird complained honestly. You're smart, but you're muddle-headed for a moment. When Fatty Hai heard this, he laughed very happily. It's a pity that it's too late to break away from the contract. The wind-breath seabird sighed faintly, then used all its strength and the greatest endurance of its spiritual world to share the power of fate that pressed down on everything in the world with its master, Fatty Hai. If there's still a next life, I'll let you hit me again. It doesn't matter even if you hit me for a lifetime. Fatty Hai clenched his teeth, desperately supporting the huge power of fate that could collapse at any time. His voice was very soft, but it was enough for the wind-breath seabird behind him to hear it. The wind-breath seabird also felt that its life could be annihilated under the power of fate at any time. Under this suffocating pressure, she used the last of her strength and scolded, You pighead, just how many lifetimes do you want to owe me? I haven't even paid it off in this lifetime, scram, scram. Fatty Hai felt that his throat was hoarse, his eyes were hot, and the world of his soul was like a mountain torrent, suddenly breaking a dam. Unknowingly, tears were already streaming down his face. He really wanted to turn around and hug her, tell her that he was willing to owe her forever, countless lifetimes. However, his emotions had already sealed his throat, causing him to be unable to make a single sound. Other than sobbing like the rain, he was silently intoxicated by the lingering feeling that made his heart melt. There was no other way for him to vent out the happiness he was feeling at this moment. Fatty Hai's body suddenly trembled, his hands clenched into fists. The tears that were streaming down his face gradually turned into endless fighting spirit. He looked up to the sky, and like a primitive monster, he roared. His body grew crazily, 2 meters, 3 meters, 5 meters, 10 meters, 20 meters, the muscles on his body were as dark and strong as if they were cast from copper and iron, covered with hair, sharp claws and fangs grew wildly between his fingers and his mouth. His eyes were red, an extremely ugly monster, under the heavy pressure of the power of fate, stubbornly straightened its back. Its thick arms, in the midst of a loud roar, grabbed the power of fate on its shoulders, bit by bit, lifted it up bit by bit, straight up to the sky. Even though the power of destiny had repeatedly pressed down on its arms, forcing them back to their unbearable shoulders, it was still determined. Howl, howl, in the roar that shook the earth, an extremely ugly monster, under the heavy pressure of the power of fate, inconceivably grew to a height of 50 meters. At the same time, it also barbarically lifted up the same height of the pillar of fate as its body. The extremely ugly monster turned its head, its crimson bloodthirsty eyes, those huge and terrifying eyes, suddenly became infinitely gentle in an instant. It looked deeply at the wind-breath seabird. It turned its head resolutely. A huge tail extended rapidly, with a whistling sound that tore through the air, fiercely whipped the already fragile body of the wind-breath seabird, sending her flying, far away from the range of the power of fate that the ugly monster lifted. Puff! The wind-breath seabird, who was flying while vomiting blood, fell heavily 1,000 meters away like a kite with a broken string. Howl! The eyes of the ugly monster regained its bloodlust and madness. It scooped up the summoning grimoire that was floating under its feet and placed it on top of its head. It used all its strength to hold the grimoire steady, using its neck, shoulders and arms to lift it up with all its strength. The blood veins appeared on the ugly monster's body like a giant python. The blood inside was circulating at a high speed, and the muscles under its dark skin were like rocks rolling in lava. In the screams of the wind-breath seabird, under the shocked gazes of Yi Kong and Shui Tan Lang, the ugly monster grew crazily again. 60 meters, 70 meters, and finally, under the heavy pressure of the power of fate, it grew to 100 meters tall ugly monster. Its entire body was blood red. This was not the shape of its skin, but the washing of the blood on its skin after the blood veins burst due to the heavy pressure. The ugly monster that was like a waterfall of blood gritted its teeth as it held the summoning grimoire in its hand, supporting the power of fate that was 100 meters tall that was far beyond what its body could bear. No, no. The wind-breath seabird screamed with tears streaming down its face. Only then did she realize that the contract had been broken. That despicable fellow wanted to go alone, to bear all the pressure in the sky alone. He even wanted to leave her alone and challenge death and an undefeatable fate like a fool. No, this was not what she wanted the most. He was a fool, a natural fool. Even an idiot was 100 times smarter than him, but why couldn't the smart her accept this kind of ending? Don't think about it, leaving me alone so easily. Unless it's my own will, you have no right to reject me, you big idiot. The wind-breath seabird opened its arms and transformed back into a small seabird. It flapped its wings and soared into the sky. Once again, like before, it took the initiative to contract with the other party, projecting the contract wish onto the summoning grimoire. She wanted to let him know that she could not be rejected. Whether it was right or wrong, only her decision had always been her last wish. She did not need his protection, nor did she need that kind of waiting and promise in the next life. Now, only now, was eternity. She did not want to wait, nor was she afraid of the unpredictable future. Just like the previous contracts, she took the initiative to contract. If she was happy for a long time, then when she was unhappy, she would immediately betray and break the contract. She was the complete ruler. Of course, this time, she decided that no matter what happened in the future, she would never betray and break the contract. She wanted to let him know that some people could not be casually proposed to break the contract, some people could not be casually made decisions for her, some people also needed to be cherished for a lifetime. But this time, she no longer felt any response. It was completely different from before. There was no surprise and joy waiting in her heart. Now, there was only emptiness and deathly silence. Looking at the summoning grimoire that was so small and hard to find compared to the ugly monster, slowly changing shape and fading color, looking at the ugly monster that carried its fate, the blood that flowed from its body as it exploded, and the 2 streaks of blood tears that flowed on that ugly face that one could not bear to look at, seeing the crimson pupils slowly expanding, and the soul that was linked to countless contracts, but kept going further and further away, the wind-breathed seabird finally understood why the same contract didn't have a him, quietly waiting and responding. Because the him, who was patient and loved it, was leaving. The soul slowly drifted further and further away. No, don't leave me. I was wrong, I won't be naughty in the future, I beg you, come back, contract with me again, don't do this, don't leave me, no one cares about me other than you, no one cares about me anymore, I don't want the next life, I just want the present, I beg you, come back, I won't hit you anymore, I will be obedient, I beg you, contract with me again, let me share some of your burden, don't do this, don't leave me alone. Don't ignore me. Chapter 1298, Fatty. Yi Kong, Shui Tan Lang and the others were stunned. They would never have thought that Fatty Hai would use such a heroic method to end his life in this world. Was he really dead? Was this bastard who was supposed to be a scourge for 1,000 years really going to die in front of everyone? One must know that everyone had not beaten him up enough yet. What immortal body, what Roshan Demon King, what extremely cheap fat demon, what Tong Tian Tower's #1 boss, what Hai Clan's young master whose nature could be changed but could not be changed, was he going to die just like that? Would such a thick-skinned guy who was so thick-skinned that even the heavens and the people resented him die? Moreover, he died so arrogantly. Could such a magnificent feat be done by someone like you, Fatty Hai? Hurry up and come back to life. The one who could really sacrifice everything for his friends and brothers is me, Yi Kong. How could it be you, you damned fatty? Only I am worthy of dying in such a grand and spectacular manner. Yi Kong wanted to scold, shout and roar, but his throat could not make a single sound. Unknowingly, his face was already covered in tears. Shui Tan Lang did not cry. Fresh blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth, contrasting with his fiery red eyes on his cold face. Prince of Tian Luo covered his face as tears flowed out from between his fingers. They rolled down and dripped onto the ground. The Li clan brothers knelt down with a thud and bowed their heads. They paid the greatest respect in their lives to the ugly monster who was 100 meters tall even though his soul was already far away, Fatty. Yue Yang, who was at the starting point of the Heaven Stairway World Tree, also felt a little strange. He was startled as he tried to connect with the soul that was about to be annihilated. I've said it before, I'm the boss, I'll definitely protect you. In the dark, there seemed to be a little bit of will. It was transmitted from a faraway world. It was as exaggerated as usual. Yue Yang seemed to see a wretched fatty in front of him, waving his arms and legs as he boasted. It wasn't just Yue Yang, even Shui Wuxia, Princess Sissy, Fallen Beauty and the others who were connected to him in spirit could vaguely sense that there was a comical fatty who was basically a passerby in their lives, waving goodbye to them, more people, everyone, as long as they were family and friends who participated in the resistance of fate, all saw it at that moment, resonating in their hearts. The old fox who bullied Fatty Hai in class was the source of his daily happiness. Tears streamed down his face. Wei Tai Lang, who would usually ignore Fatty Hai no matter how hard he tried to please him, ignored the fact that he was in the middle of a battle. He stopped fighting and looked up to the sky, letting out a long howl. At this time, the trial divine scripture floating above Yue Yang's head suddenly emitted a blinding light. He had completely fused with the giant of fate. Immediately after passing through an unknown amount of space and layers of dark clouds, the light shone on the ugly monster who was standing on the ground, raising the light pillar of fate. That ray of divine light shone on the summoning grimoire that was constantly changing color. In an instant, it exploded with a myriad of lights, swallowing the summoning grimoire and the ugly monster that was dripping with blood. It turned into a ball of light and was sucked into the sky. After passing through an unknown amount of space, it returned to the world of the heaven stairway. The ball of light was swallowed by the trial divine scripture. The inscription that represented Fatty High, however, remained on the giant of fate's knees forever. With a smirk on his face, he rode on his diamond rhinoceros, bringing along his little hippopotamus and many other beasts. He waved at everyone proudly, as if he was going to shout at any time, "Do you think I would tell everyone that I have a bronze rank level 2 beast? I'm a very low-key person." Then, this proud image was forever engraved on the giant of fate's body, becoming a part of fate. With his small but unique image and method, he sent out his own unique power of will. Only like this, only by breaking through the realization of death, can we truly escape the shackles of fate. His Majesty's thoughts suddenly appeared in the hearts of all the participants. What? When Yi Kong and the others heard this, they were stunned again. Could it be that carrying the power of fate like this was not counted at all? Only by breaking through death, unreservedly sacrificing oneself, throwing away all obstacles and barriers, could it be considered as a true participation? If that was the case, then I understand. Yi Kong's face was filled with relief. He smiled, and his smile was exceptionally relaxed. He muttered to himself, "Fatty, I'm coming. You won't be alone on your journey. Although you look like you deserve a beating, and you look like an idiot, we are still teammates after all. Can death scare me, Yi Kong?" When I was quietly lying in front of the teleportation circle in the first floor of Tong Tian Tower, waiting for death, I had already realized that death is not even comparable to a piece of flatbread that can satisfy one's hunger. King Kong Demon Ape, Earthquake Dragon and other beasts supported him one by one. The gigantic Yi Kong, supported by the prison emperor's 7 stars pillar, looked up to the sky and roared crazily. Yi Kong's body exploded, blood pouring down like rain. His eyes were burning with raging flames, but his pupils were also slowly dilating like the ugly monster just now. His heartbeat was rumbling as it gradually weakened. He held the grimoire with one hand, and a smile appeared on his sinister face. He was both proud and happy, as if he had been freed, and also as if he had accomplished an incredible feat. In the sky, the same pillar of light shone down. The divine light of the trial grimoire enveloped Yi Kong's soul, wrapping him together with the summoning grimoire into a ball of light. It extracted the 7th floor of Tong Tian Tower. In the blink of an eye, between the legs of the giant of fate and beside the smirking Fatty High, an angry Yi Kong was imprinted. He glared angrily and waved his fists, as if he had seen injustice in the world and had to get rid of it for the sake of the people. Understood. Shui Tan Lang closed his eyes. Very quickly, another divine light shone down from the sky, not only the top of his head. From the Prince of Tian Luo, the Li brothers, and even everywhere in the Tong Tian Tower, there were beams of light that shot towards a certain target on the ground. If Yue Yang carefully counted them with his divine sense, he would realize that they were the Old Fox, Grandma Wu Tang, Elder Nangong, Marshal Yu Hai, Zheng Wu Yu and the others. Some were not relatives or teachers, but were indispensable friends in life, such as Feng Kuang, Shui Wendao, Feng Xiaoyun, Shahu Wei Lai, and so on. In the Ivy Academy's Death Elite class, those little fellows who had been taught by Yue Yang before also closed their eyes and closed their little palms devoutly. They were all immersed in this magnificent feat. On the contrary, there were many relatives and friends. No matter how hard they tried, they were unable to abandon their lives. They were unable to completely sacrifice themselves. They were half ashamed and half regretful as they carried the power of fate on their shoulders. They were only one last step away. However, they also understood that they would never be able to cross this hurdle. They would never be able to complete this final and best step. Perhaps they were geniuses in martial arts and had put in a lot of effort in training. However, in terms of comprehension, they were unable to see through life and death, unable to escape from their fate. If one had a pair of discerning eyes, they would realize that among the 3 great killing stars, Yan Po Jun and Feng Qi Sha were among them. Other than that, there were also the Yu clan's disciples, Yu Tian, Yu Yan, Yu Feng and so on. Other than the most steady and down-to-earth 5th brother Yu Ting, among the entire Yu clan's relatives and friends, only 2 rays of divine light shone down. The other one was the 5th grandfather, who had already turned into a healthy young man. I don't know how to do other things, but if my death can help you succeed, then I, Fan Lun Tai, have nothing to regret. A ray of divine light shone down from the ox head Fan Lun Tai's head. Anna and Lin En looked at each other and smiled. They held hands and bathed in the divine light together. Similarly, the ox-head Liao and the 4 orc girls also shone with divine light above their heads. Just like them, they were true teammates. The toad merchant, Jada, Yan Zheng the butler, the Shaw brothers, the round-head Bao Jiyu, and the gold-class leader were the best subordinates. They were willing to abandon their lives, their wealth, and everything they had to follow their master. There were many more, those that Yue Yang knew or even didn't know, such as the golden elves and succubus of Tong Tian Tower, the lost clan of Heaven Realm, and the cursed fishmen. All had unconditional devotees, providing their own strength for Yue Yang's reversal and control of fate. No matter how weak and insignificant the help they could provide at the moment, it didn't stop them from having such a heart. Their images were engraved at the bottom of the Giant of Fate, at a position that did not exceed the back of their feet and ankles. They were in different forms, vividly showing the most distinctive image in their lives. And below them, it was their warbeast. It was as if they had never been sacrificed, as if they had never died. Just like that, in such a way an image, they were engraved on fate, existing in eternity. In the heaven stairway, Yu Chu's guardian soul, heavenly prisoner King Gao Peng, Ming Ri Hao, Snake-Hair Demon Man and the others joined in one after another. Their images were arranged around Fatty Hai, Yi Kong and the others, like countless stars decorating the night sky, densely packed and incomparably gorgeous, shining between the legs of the Giant of Fate. In the taller and taller body, there were no images. Because that required someone who was closer to Yue Yang's fate, such as a contracted warbeast with Yue Yang, a guardian warbeast with a soul, or a lover or wife who would accompany him forever in life. Only then would they be qualified to rise to that height. For some reason, even if Shui Wuxia and Princess Sissy tried their best, they still couldn't get the divine light to shine on them like Fatty Hai and the others. Without their help, just the fate of their family, friends, subordinates and so on, the total height was not even 1,000 meters. The 100-meter height that Fatty Hai supported was displayed on the Giant of Fate. It was only 20 meters. Although his fate was linked with Yue Yang's, the greatest help that his family and friends could provide was only 20% of what he could bear. Beasts that did not have high intelligence were even lower, only the wind-breath seabird was an exception. It could leave its position under the Giant of Fate and float to Fatty Hai's side. She was the only independent warbeast. With this kind of help, even if there were 10 times more people, it would not be enough to support the 18,000-meter height of the Giant of Fate. What was even more despairing was that all the people who could participate and sacrifice themselves had already joined in. It was impossible for more people to join in. The boundary of life and death had completely separated the inside and outside of the fate. Those family and friends who could not transcend life and death were forever separated by the chasm. As for Fatty Hai and the others, there was no possibility of a second sacrifice. All the seniors of Tong Tian Tower, all the ancestors of the past dynasties, all the lives that do not wish for Tong Tian Tower to be destroyed, no matter if you are a legend that hibernated in the long river of history, or an ancient god that is far away from our physical world, looking down on the sky and the earth, I beg of you, please give us a little bit of support. Now we understand that with our strength alone, it is impossible to support a holy supreme. However, we will not succumb to fate. We are fighting, please give us, who are weak and hardworking, a little encouragement, no matter what method, no matter how much support, we will be grateful to you 10,000 times, be grateful to you for thousands of years. Shui Wuxia knelt down, put her jade-like hands in front of her forehead, and prayed with all her heart. She was already a divine level ranker. However, she abandoned her dignified divinity, abandoned her noble divinity, and only used the identity and attitude of a wife to pray to all living things in the world, gods, or even the ancient code, asking all living things to participate together, thus turning into the power of Yue Yang's destiny, reversing the entire situation of Tong Tian Tower, and also achieving her lover's holy and supreme status. Although she did not know if it would succeed, this was the only thing she could do now. Beside Shui Wuxia, Princess Sissy also knelt down. Then, Fallen Flowers and Yu, everyone knelt down and joined in the prayer. They finally understood how much it would cost to become a holy supreme. But they did not give up. Even if there was no other way, they still prayed for their lover. Their fate was completely won. They did not fear failure, nor did they panic because of the shadow of death. They just they surrounded him. With wisdom and comprehension that surpassed everything, they prepared to use their lives that were about to be destroyed to create a miracle in the void of heaven and earth, and then transform it into eternity. No one had told them how to do it, and no one had told them what was right and how to succeed. Now, they could only use their own methods and their own understanding to make their last effort. On the 10th floor of Tong Tian Tower, the Eastern Palace Master was laughing towards the sky. It was as if he had long foreseen the inevitable failure of becoming a holy supreme. Chapter 1299, Ha ha ha. Dong Feng laughed happily. He who had always been calm and indifferent had now thrown away his deep thoughts and laughed heartily. At the same time, he was not the only one laughing. There was another person. That person, hidden in the darkness, stayed quietly at first, slowly absorbing the fanatical power of faith and the power of beasts that Dong Feng had stolen using Yue Yang's name. He slowly digested them, absorbing these incomparably huge and highly compressed energies into his body, transforming them bit by bit, forming his own divine power. What was slightly different from Dong Feng's laughter was that the person in the darkness laughed very softly. It was like the ripples on the surface of a calm lake in the dark night. Not only did he laugh, he even clapped his hands and praised, Palace Master Dong Feng is indeed the #1 strategist of the Central Shrine. Your wisdom and ability to control the whole situation is really amazing. Tian Tu Shenxi, are you still worried that Tong Tian Tower will fall? Dong Feng regained his usual calmness. His eyes were as deep as the sea. I've decided, I will attack and accelerate its defeat. In the darkness, the man called Tian Tu Shenxi suddenly asked curiously, before I launch an attack to destroy Tong Tian Tower, can you satisfy my curiosity? I really want to know. Before Titan Yu and his friends and relatives carried the power of fate, why did you think that they would definitely do that? This isn't an illusion. From the very beginning, you've laid out the final plan. Everything is for the sake of this victory. Dong Feng, why are you so confident? With your godly strength and chess talent, it shouldn't be possible for you to completely control the overall situation of Tong Tian Tower. I'm here, watching you, step by step, from the initial invasion of the Heaven Realm army, to personally playing chess, then luring the other party to shoulder his fate, then cleverly stealing his fame, and finally, making all of Titan Yu's family and friends sacrifice their lives. Without any effort at all, you killed the hope of Tong Tian Tower and pushed the future of Tong Tian Tower into an abyss where it will never return. May I ask, my friend, how exactly did you do it? The general trend. Dong Feng listened and pondered for a long time. Then, he suddenly said this answer. Are you talking about the general trend? Tian Tu Shenxi was still puzzled. Yes, the fall of Skysplit Tower was a fate that had been decided 10,000 years ago or even earlier. No one could reverse it. Of course, the conqueror Queen Fei Wenli, as well as the prison emperor Zhan Feng and the others, were only able to slightly delay its downfall. After Dong Feng finished speaking, he paused and fell silent for a while. He seemed to be reminiscing about the wonderful past of his life, as well as reminiscing about the dust-laden memories of the past. After a long time, Dong Feng finally came back to his senses and continued to narrate to Tian Tu and Shen Tu Shi, what I did was just pushing the boat along with the current, heavily stepping on the body of Tong Tian Tower that was constantly sinking. I didn't do much. We don't need to do too much. As long as we add a little bit of help to this situation, it would be like the straw that breaks the camel's back. It would be enough to push the entire Tong Tian Tower into the abyss. As for why Titan Yu and his friends and family chose to shoulder this fate. Humans were like this. They were brave enough to try things they didn't know, and they believed in illusory hope and miracles. The younger the person, the more they believed in it. I was once one of them, so I understood it very well. Or perhaps, if I were to stand in their shoes, I might also make the same choice. I don't need to personally suppress them. Many of the warriors in Tong Tian Tower are extremely tenacious. They can easily rebound under extreme pressure. They also have a sacrificial spirit that is rarely seen in Heaven Realm warriors. They would irrationally sacrifice themselves for others, for some kind of ideal or goal. This kind of sacrifice is completely different from the Heaven Realm warrior's sacrifice. Although the method is similar, they win by taking the initiative to sacrifice themselves. Their spirit is filled with pride. They call this kind of sacrifice a great action, even though many Heaven Realm warriors can't understand it. If I forcefully kill Titan Yu, then he will definitely retaliate with all his strength. He will definitely be like the prison emperor Zhan Feng, sacrificing himself and his companions to forcefully seal a target that he can seal. If that really happens, it might cause an unpredictable change in the overall situation. This is not what I want to see, so I won't use violent methods. Instead, I will use a battle of wits. Under high pressure, I will faintly create an illusion that there is still hope, so that they won't immediately despair and excitedly explode together with the enemy. That year, Prison Emperor Zan Feng fought for thousands of years for Tong Tian Tower. I don't want to see a second him appear, and even more so, I don't want to see a second Titan Yu born. Human warriors grow very fast. 1,000 years is enough to give birth to many strong warriors and even God-ranked. If we didn't discover this early and let Titan Yu grow up smoothly, then the ending would not be like this today. That year, I swore to destroy Tong Tian Tower with my own hands. I have already done it. Dong Feng looked up to the sky and laughed out loud. I will not let the things that I can't obtain continue to exist. Furthermore, slowly watching it slide down into an unsalvageable abyss, isn't that also one of life's joys? The man in the darkness, who slaughtered the heavens and slaughtered the gods, listened quietly. After listening, he was silent for a very long time. He noticed that the laughing Dong Feng wasn't as happy as he looked on the surface. Instead, he felt that the Dong Feng first palace master in front of him, this god-ranked who was as wise as the sea, had an indescribable regret. He couldn't help but ask, Dong Feng, did you really destroy Tong Tian Tower to obtain God's ruins? Are you really that satisfied and happy? Dong Feng was stunned when he heard this. He then shook his head. No, to be honest, I don't want to obtain anything. There are indeed many treasures in God's ruins, and I wouldn't exchange them for anything. However, I don't want those things. I believe that you also understand that there are some things that people like us can't obtain. That's why you asked me for the power of belief, right? As for whether my heart will be satisfied and happy after destroying Tong Tian Tower, I can't say that I won't feel anything, but I can't say that I will be very satisfied and happy either. It's a very complicated feeling. I feel happy and accomplished, but also a little melancholy and lost. After all, this used to be my hometown. I left behind a lot of laughter and tears here. However, no matter what, I will never look back. The things that I have lost have been lost forever. I no longer dream of possessing them. On the contrary, the things that I have obtained, I will firmly grasp them in my hands. I won't let them slip away easily. For example, my position and power as the first palace master of the central shrine. Or my wisdom and ability to smash Tong Tian Tower into the abyss today. In the darkness, the heavens and slaughtering the gods suddenly agreed, I understand it very well. Because, I also did the same in the past. For the things that I already have, I buried the past with my own hands. Just like how you destroyed Tong Tian Tower with your own hands, I did the same thing. Moreover, I did it even more decisively than you. That's why you have the title of heavens and slaughtering the gods. A smile appeared at the corner of Dong Feng's mouth. What's called is not important. What's important is that no one in the heaven realm or the heaven realm would dare to look down on the man behind this title. The heavens and slaughtering gods also laughed. Their laughter was like the earth was shaking at an extremely deep level, containing the power of a volcano eruption. They were preparing to find the best time to carry out an earth-shattering explosion in the midst of the slight trembling. If possible, don't kill that Titan Yu. Dong Feng made such a request. The heavens and slaughtering gods were surprised. Bearing the fate of failure, all of his friends and family died, his warbeast and divine weapon were destroyed, his lover and wife are gone. He will definitely live in endless regret. That kind of existence is a torture and suffering worse than death. I want him to cry in this kind of pain forever. What else is more tragic than endless regret in an eternal seal? When Dong Feng said this, the heavens and slaughtering gods couldn't help but shiver when they heard it. Sometimes, death was indeed the best choice. Especially when waiting for the endless future in this kind of despair that was worse than death, heaven's stairway. Yue Yang, who was lying at the starting point, was about to go crazy. Being pressed down by the power of fate from 1,000 meters high, he couldn't even move a finger. It was impossible to struggle even if he wanted to. If he could, he didn't want Fatty Hai, Yi Kong and the others to choose to carry the burden like this. He would rather everyone be like Yan Qian Zhang or Yu Tian. He didn't need everyone to sacrifice their lives for him. There must have been a better way to bear fate in the past. It couldn't be that there was only one way today. There was still plenty of time left in the 3 days that they had agreed on. It wasn't the end yet. Why did Fatty Hai and the others choose to surpass the burden of death? This wasn't what he wanted. What was even more frightening was that everyone used this method, including all of their friends and family, teachers, classmates, allies and subordinates. Even Princess Sissy and Shui Wuxia in front of him might have to walk on this path in the end. Was it necessary to pay such a heavy price to reverse fate? If that was the case, what was the difference between reversing fate and not reversing fate? No, this wasn't real hope at all. Who would tell everyone? Who would reverse this mistake? Who would lead everyone back to the true eternal and beautiful path? In the bottom of Yue Yang's heart, he had never experienced such a strong desire before. In his most desperate, most pained and most regretful moment, his heart incomparably longed for enlightenment that far surpassed his own wisdom, guidance that far surpassed his own abilities. Who can help me? I'm just a weak guy from another world. I can't even be filial to fourth mother, I can't even protect my sister, I can't even hug my most beloved lover. How can I bear the burden of reversing the fate of the whole Tong Tian Tower and those who support me? I'm a genius that appears once in 10,000 years in Tong Tian Tower. I'm the abnormal genius Yu Clan third young master. But I'm too young. Compared to Dong Fang and Tian Yu, I'm just a kid. Who can tell me what I should do? Shui Wuxia and the others were still praying. Yue Yang, on the other hand, had a kind of impulse to throw away everything in the world and hug them tightly in his arms. Even if the world was destroyed in the next second, it would still be better than being able to watch helplessly as they sacrificed themselves right in front of him right now. My baby, remember, no matter what, your mother will always stand behind you and support you. A voice that was thousands of times more beautiful than the sounds of nature sounded from the bottom of his heart. Maybe it came from the sky, or maybe it was the resonance of his soul. Not only Yue Yang, even Shui Wuxia and the others who were praying, even His Majesty and fourth mother who had been silent all this while, heard this familiar voice at the same time and let out a cry of surprise. It was purer than anything else and could easily wash away all the negative emotions in one's heart. Hostility and despair were all evaporated and disappeared without a trace under this beautiful voice. Yue Yang and Shui Wuxia's current spiritual world was completely clean. The information in the shadow of death that was intentionally or unintentionally interfered with by Dong Feng and the other heaven realm rankers had long been annihilated. A new hope was created by this voice like a seed germinating. It then grew into an existence like the world tree and returned to eternity. No matter what, don't give up. Because, my baby, you are the seed of hope that your mother left for this world. As long as you are here, this world will have hope. As long as you are here, this world will never be shrouded by pain and sorrow. Laughter is what you want to bring to this world. Happiness is also what you will bring to everyone. My baby, you will also reap the sweetness from bringing happiness to others. Bless you, my baby. Mother will love you forever. A mysterious power that came from an unknown world easily supported the power of fate that was 3,600 meters high. Is this mother's power? Is this the guidance and hope that she brought to me? At this moment, Yue Yang finally felt it. This mysterious mother, who had always been silently guarding behind his back, who had sacrificed so much for him but never revealed herself, cared for him. Could this be the legendary mother's love? Mother, when did he have a real mother? Not a mother that borrowed the name of a tragic guy, but a mother that truly belonged to him. A mother that belonged to him, a man from another world. It was said that his mother had prayed for him on the flower of life, but somehow became a man from another world. His mother had prayed for him on the flower of life. He had felt it from fourth mother before, but it had never been as real as it was today. Only now did he understand. It turned out that his mother had always been here. She had always been by his side. It was just that he had never known it. Mother, is it really you? I, this lonely vagrant, also have a mother that belongs to me. Yue Yang really wanted to shout towards the sky, but unknowingly, tears were already streaming down his face. Mother, chapter 1300. With his mother's power of fate at a height of 3,600 meters, at the very least, the requirements of the trial grimoire could be satisfied. Yue Yang had a feeling. Fatty Hai, Yi Kong and the others were sucked into the trial grimoire by the divine light. Although they had sacrificed everything in the world, they did not truly die. Or perhaps, even if Fatty Hai and the others were in a state of destruction, as long as the trial grimoire obtained enough power of fate, they could reverse the destruction and turn destruction into creation. They could even become eternal existences that were one with the grimoire world. In the newly born trial grimoire world, everything that had been destroyed before. They were all the roots of creation. As long as they had enough power of fate to reverse it, they would not truly leave, and they would not truly die. Thank you, Mother. Yue Yang shouted from the bottom of his heart for the first time. He was touched by his mother's bestowment and guidance. With her 3,600 meters of power of fate, Fatty Hai, Yi Kong, Shui Tan Lang, the old fox, Zheng Wuyu, Elder Nan Gong and all his other friends and family, as well as all his followers who supported him, they would not die. They would return to his side. Thank you, mother. Shui Wuxia and Princess Sissy, who were also crying like rain, also bowed to pay their respects to their mother who had always been guarding behind Yue Yang. This was his mother. Of course, she would also be their mother in the future. It was so good to have a mother. Originally, they were in a desperate situation. Because of her, the original misfortune and pain had all turned into encouragement and hope. Now, everyone no longer had a trace of worry or fear. What they had was confidence and courage. As long as their mother was here, with her protection, then they would have nothing to fear. Unknowingly, everyone held hands and formed a big circle, surrounding Yue Yang in the center. They didn't need to look up deliberately. As long as they closed their eyes gently, they could feel their mother's existence. They could feel that she was protecting everyone in the sky. The giant of fate's body seemed to have added an infinitely beautiful pattern on its chest. Is that the image of my mother? Because of the pressure, everyone was unable to raise their heads to see her full appearance. They could only vaguely feel a strange feeling that she seemed to have some kind of similarity with Yue Yang. Once they appeared, there was a kind of intimacy that could not be described with words. It was a tremor and resonance that came from the depths of one's soul. There was no need for any verification to be able to confirm it in an instant. In fact, it wasn't just in this lifetime. Countless years ago, even earlier, she was already a mother. Moreover, he had been silently protecting his precious darling. The power of fate that his mother had entrusted to him was not like the power of fate that Fatty Hai, Yi Kong and the others had carried before, which was thrown into the trial grimoire. On the contrary, the power of destiny that was 3,600 meters high passed through the dazzling trial grimoire and gently floated towards the divine grimoire that was floating at the highest point. However, what made Yue Yang and Shui Wuxia dumbfounded was that the divine grimoire actually emitted an extremely gentle divine light, yet it was unable to resist the power of fate that their mother had entrusted to them. Why was this happening? Yue Yang and Shui Wuxia couldn't understand at all. After trying again and again, the power of destiny that could not enter the divine grimoire suddenly took a step back and floated towards the holy grimoire that Yue Yang had always been holding in his hands. During Yue Yang's entire growth process, the holy grimoire had accompanied him all the way, helping him grow from weak to strong, slowly growing to where he was today. The summoning grimoire that was originally a bronze grimoire had also evolved through countless battles and comprehension, until it became the holy grimoire today. It could be said that this holy grimoire had witnessed the history of Yue Yang's growth. It was an indispensable treasure that helped him grow, and it was the basic element that he relied on to learn, grow, and even survive. From the inherent skill in guardian beast to the beautiful world that Yue Yang had created, this holy grimoire had reached the highest point that many summoning grimoires would never be able to level up. Today, it had added something new to enrich its inner world. That was the power of fate. As long as this special power was added, it would definitely reverse its original path and create a brand new future according to its master's will. Different from the divine grimoire that rejected the power of fate that his mother had entrusted to him, the holy grimoire that also had its own spirituality suddenly welcomed it like a child running towards its parents with open arms. The light was like a rainbow, and waves of fluctuation spread across the sky. Yue Yang felt a little dizzy. If the holy grimoire absorbed the power of fate that his mother had entrusted to him, there was nothing bad about it, but what about the trial grimoire? The lowest requirement for the holy grimoire was the power of fate that was 5,000 meters high. Although 3,600 meters was a lot, it was still not enough. If this power of fate was thrown into the trial grimoire, then the trial grimoire that needed 3,000 meters of power of fate would be satisfied, and even overflowing. If that was the case, Fatty Hai, Yi Kong, and all their friends and relatives could be revived, and they could all return from their destroyed state. Now it was like this. On the contrary, both sides were not enough. Let's do it, it will definitely be enough. Shui Wuxia, Princess Sissy and the others held hands and knelt down. At the same time, they decided to give up everything in the world and sacrifice themselves in exchange for the greatest power of fate to meet the needs of the three grimoires. Victory. We have confidence that we can definitely reverse our fate. We believe in you, sickly beauty, who was originally the weakest, instead strongly encouraged Yue Yang. A bunch of little girls, when did it become your turn to steal the limelight? You should know that this brat not only has his mother behind him, he also has me, his master. What does the East count for? It's just a turtle hiding in its shell. If talking was useful, then what's the point of using fists? Brat, you have to fight properly, remember to help me break the turtle's egg. Queen Vivian Li's voice suddenly sounded in the depths of Yue Yang and Shui Wuxia's hearts. Then, there was an imposing aura of a monarch descending to the world. It appeared on the heaven stairway. The world tree was also shocked. It represented the appearance of the conqueror queen of the heaven realm, Fei Wenli, and the power of fate at a height of 2,800 meters. Although everyone knew that the conqueror queen, whose name could make the heaven realm rankers tremble, was very powerful, they never thought that there would be such a big surprise. 2,800 meters. Although it was slightly inferior to his mysterious mother, Queen Vivian Li had just escaped from the black hole seal not long ago. Then, she created an entire world of ice and snow. No one expected that she still had such a huge divine power to be able to support the power of fate at a height of 2,800 meters. Queen Vivian Li was not the only one who was pleasantly surprised. Almost at the same time, His Majesty, who was quietly living in Tian Luo Palace, also appeared. And Fourth Mother, who had always been taking care of Yue Yang in every possible way and had always been his spiritual pillar to integrate into this world. At the same time, she had also helped Yue Yang to support the power of fate that was reflected in their hearts and abilities. Your Majesty, Yue Yang was dumbfounded by His Majesty's power of fate that could support a height of 1,200 meters. Fourth Mother, Shui Wuxia, Princess Sissy and the others found out that Fourth Mother, a frail woman, could also support the power of fate that was 800 meters high. They could not believe it. This kind of surprise really exceeded the bottom line of their hearts by too much. Yue Yang was sure that His Majesty was not a battle-type ranker. Moreover, His Majesty had been maintaining the mirage and guarding the entrance of the gods' ruins for thousands of years. The consumption was too great. He originally thought that His Majesty could only support the power of fate for a maximum of 300 meters. 500 meters was already his greatest desire. He did not expect His Majesty to be able to support a height of 1,200 meters. This was really too much of a surprise. He even suspected that he had seen wrongly. As for the weak Fourth Mother, Yue Yang had never thought of needing her dedication. The power of fate that was 800 meters high had completely destroyed his usual impression and concept. Was this still the Fourth Mother that he knew? If Fourth Mother really had such a huge power, why did he never see her use it? Moreover, no matter what method he used, he could not detect Fourth Mother's power. No matter how he looked at her, she was just an ordinary person. Yue Yang also believed that the kind and soft-hearted Fourth Mother would not lie to him. But now, she also had extraordinary power and could help him support the power of fate that was 800 meters high. One must know that the powerful Zhao Yu goddess could only barely support 100 meters. Why was this possible? Just as Yue Yang was puzzled, the three power of fate floated up. First, it floated towards the divine grimoire. Similarly, under the effect of the gentle yet irresistible divine light, it rebounded outwards and floated towards the holy grimoire that Yue Yang had been holding. No, there's too much. Give some to the grimoire. Yue Yang was driven mad to discover that all the power of fate had been absorbed by the grimoire. There was no sign of it overflowing at all. The pitiful grimoire waited anxiously. However, it was not the first choice for the power of fate that represented Fei Wenli's will, His Majesty's and Fourth Mother's will. Or perhaps, the power of fate that they supported could only be received by the holy grimoire or that divine grimoire. After that divine grimoire inexplicably rejected it, the power of fate that they supported was all turned towards the holy grimoire. Yue Yang had never thought that such a thing would happen. Really dizzy, there was clearly not enough power of fate, but one refused to enter, the other greedily swallowed, and the remaining one was waiting pitifully, not even giving it a chance to share. As a grimoire, could it not be so Sunere? Wouldn't it be fine with the power of fate? Why did it still refuse to enter? It was clearly trying to toy with its master to death. As for the holy grimoire, don't be like me. Why are you so greedy? It was not easy to gather the power of fate, but you wanted it all. Even if it was like the master, it would not be like this. You are really too greedy. As the master, I can't stand it anymore. As for that divine grimoire, big brother, you are a divine grimoire. You are not a bronze, silver or gold rank 1. If you are a divine grimoire, why are you so weak? Not to mention the low requirements, if you can't get a share of the power of fate, why don't you snatch it? If you just wait like this, where am I going to find so much power of fate for you? Seeing the 3 grimoires with such distinct personalities, Yue Yang simply wanted to cry. After thousands of calculations, he really did not expect that there would be such a situation. Could it be that all the grimoires that he had contracted were all frauds? At such an important moment, they were still playing with their personalities. Do you have any sense of crisis? Have you ever thought about how I, the master, would feel? Even your father has been tricked to death by you. Chapter 1301 Tong Tian Tower's 10th floor. The Dragon Knights and Dragon Blood Guards who had fallen into a frenzy, as well as the army, warriors, mercenaries and other followers who supported Yue Yang, suddenly felt as if their emotions had been soothed by an invisible hand. All of them were freed from their endless madness and woke up one after another. Before they could understand what had happened to them, they were stunned by the cruel reality that followed. They had been cheated. They had actually been cheated, and they had been cheated very miserably. Please pay attention, my dear friends. No, my fellow countrymen, you did not hear wrongly. Yes, it is me, the despicable traitor that you all hate to the bone and want to tear me into millions of pieces, drink my blood, eat my flesh and sleep on my skin. Dong Fang, I, who is known as the first palace master of the central shrine in the heaven realm, borrowed the name of Yu clan's 3rd young master to deceive you ant-like idiots, stealing your power of faith and the power of your contracted beasts. Perhaps you're still confused, perhaps you're at a loss, or perhaps you're already bursting with anger, but it doesn't matter. The truth won't change because of your anger or stupidity. On the contrary, the more you act like this, the more it proves how lowly and insignificant you are. My dear fellow countrymen, incompetence is your synonym, stupidity is the true reflection of your intelligence. I don't really want to attack you, but you really don't have anything worthy of praise. Other than stupidly giving me a huge amount of fanatical faith, you don't have any other value. This is also the real reason why I told you the truth. Commit suicide, angrily follow the Yu clan's 3rd young master who you can't possibly succeed, and die together. What? Although they hoped that it was not the truth, Dong Fang's voice clearly penetrated everyone's eardrums. Even if they covered their ears, the voice could still easily pass through the barrier and enter their hearts. Tong Tian Tower is already hopeless. I, who swore to destroy it with my own hands, will not forget to thank you all, because you all also added fuel to the fire and caused it to sink. Your stupidity has given me a great surprise and help. It's a pity that the Yu clan's 3rd young master is not as lucky as me. With the existence of idiots like you, he, who was originally trapped in a desperate situation, would have to endure even more attacks. Aha, your stupid help, give him a good beating, is it me? No, it's you guys. Right, it's you guys who personally destroyed Titan Yu. No, the Dragon Knights and the elites of the Dragon Blood Guards clutched their heads in pain. They had never imagined that they would be used by the enemy to deal an irreversible blow to the Yu clan's 3rd young master whom they worshipped and followed. I don't want to live anymore. Many people raised the weapons in their hands. They, who were too ashamed to continue living, immediately thought of suicide. Goodbye, my clever fellow countrymen. I will not forget you. In the 10,000 years of history, fools like you are really rare. Hurry up and die. Every second you live, you waste and pollute the fresh air of Tong Tian Tower. I really don't know how existences like you still have the face to continue living. Ants, you are not worthy of my hands. Hurry up and kill yourself. That is the only right choice for you. Dong Fang's voice was sharper and more vicious than a demon's voice. After everyone heard it, they felt as if their hearts were being pierced by a sharp knife and were bleeding in pain. When Dong Fang's image disappeared from the sky, on the ground, almost all the soldiers knelt down powerlessly in the muddy water. One by one, they covered their faces and cried in pain. Originally, they wanted to follow the Yu clan's 3rd young master and fight against the Heaven Realm's invading army. For their homeland, they wanted to shed their blood, smear their youth and vigor at the peak of their lives, and add glory and color to Tong Tian Tower's future. But now, the honor was gone. All that was left was stupidity and an eternal disgrace. Why was it like this? Could it be that faith and following were also wrong? Just when the whole army was crying in shame, countless people raised the weapons in their hands, preparing to use the blood on their necks to wash away the pain and shame in their hearts. Suddenly, a person stood up, waved his arms and shouted loudly. His voice was so loud that it shook the heavens and the earth. You fools, death is not the solution to the problem. Doing this will only make the enemy laugh even more happily. Listen, if you still have a trace of rationality, if you still have a trace of thinking ability, don't let the blow in front of you overwhelm you. Doing this is exactly what that traitor wants. He might be waiting to use our lives, flesh and souls to become some kind of sacrifice. If that is the case, then it will be a real blow to the Yue clan's third young master. Do you still want to be fooled? Are you sure you really want to do that? Do you really want to personally push the Yue clan's third young master into the abyss? Stand up, even if we die, we must die for our beliefs. For the goal that we follow, sacrifice, that is worth it. That's right, that's it. We've been deceived. Our strength and the strength of our beasts have been stolen. We can no longer fight for Titan Yue. However, we can't die like this. Even if we die, we must help Titan Yue succeed. He needs our help. Even if we can only play a small role, we must not give up. We don't have any strength, but we still have our bodies, we still have breath. Come, let us continue to bear Titan Yue's fate. As long as we put our lives on the line, we will definitely be able to help Titan Yue. Lai Clan's disciple Lai Ban also stood up, supporting Dragon Ambassador Can Lan Yu, who just woke everyone up. Can we? Countless Dragon Knights and Dragon Blood Guards stood up, their eyes lit up again. Of course we can, we still have our lives, this is not something that the enemy can trick even if they want to. We must use it to exchange for the Yue clan's third young master's success. This time, the person who stood up was Prince Long Pan of the Eastern Goblin tribe. He was the youngest son of the Dragon Emperor, the older brother of the Southern Demon King, and also one of the three great commanders of the Dragon Knight army. Because his personality was too undisciplined and undisciplined, he was passionate about art. Although he was quite talented, he did not put enough effort into martial arts. It was only a year ago that he was stimulated by Yi Kong, Fatty Hai, Shui Tan Lang, and other rising stars in the soaring dragon continent that he joined the ranks of Dragon Knights. He started anonymously as an ordinary soldier and was promoted all the way to Great Commander. Compared to the other two Great Commanders, the Falling Star Guards of Mingyu Pavilion and the Phantom Souls of the Netherworld clan, he was more influential. With him standing up and affirming Dragon Ambassador Can Lan Yu and Lai Ban's words, the morale of the Dragon Knights and Dragon Blood Guards slowly calmed down. Let us stand up again, continue to bear Titan Yue's fate. He will definitely not give up, we must not give up either. Although we have nothing now, we still have our lives, our friends, we are the most united comrades of Tong Tian Tower. This time, we will not be deceived by our enemies. I can feel the power of fate again. Let my body turn into dust, I don't care. As long as I can succeed, as long as my body still has some use, take it. Fate, I will not lower my head to you. Even if I can't resist you, the man I support will definitely be able to raise his head, puff out his chest, and control you in the palm of his hand. Melt, my body, my everything, I don't want it anymore. Success, as long as I can exchange for that man's future, exchange for his success. My existence is based on loyalty and steadfastness. No power, including fate, can shake my true belief. One by one, the Dragon Knights stood up. One by one, the Dragon Blood Guards stood up. They held hands and once again felt the destructive power of fate. It was different from before. Now, they would no longer complain about the heaviness of the power of fate. They no longer cared about life and death, because other than their lives, they had nothing else. In the sky, rays of divine light shone down, shining on the faces, hands, and bodies of these loyal men. At this moment, they seemed especially holy and dignified. More and more people joined in. More and more divine light shone down from the clouds, forming huge pillars of light that formed an incomparably majestic waterfall of divine light. Under this divine light, it was as if all the evil and filth in the world had been purified. All that was left was an incomparably pure sacrifice, a kind of eternal loyalty. This was their silent reply to the deceivers. It was also the best support for their followers. In another space, the image of the Eastern Palace Master appeared in front of some people. He also let out a voice that was even more captivating than that of a demon. However, this voice was not filled with mockery or ridicule, but temptation and conspiracy. Yanpo Jun and Feng Qi Sha, known as the three great killing stars, you were once as famous as Shui Tan Lang. But now, look at yourselves, do you still look like experts? In front of Titan Yue, you are not even comparable to a dog. That's right, even Titan Yue's watchdog, Wei Tai Lang, is stronger than you, and lives more comfortably than you. No, you are not even comparable to a dog. You can't even compare to that trash fatty Hai. That trash like Hai Da Fu was once the mud under your feet. What about now? He is arrogantly stepping on your heads, not even giving you the qualifications to eat his fart. Is this the life you want? Is this your true strength and talent? Ah no, you guys are the most talented existences. It's just that Titan Yue is jealous of you guys. He has always been attacking you guys. Not only did he use his dog, he even used the trashiest fatty Hai, Yi Kong, who almost starved to death, and the mercenary Li brothers who couldn't stay any longer. He used the most ordinary trash to attack you guys, the once high and mighty heaven's favored ones. Haha, Titan Yue likes to play this kind of game the most. If you still want to continue to be the mud under fatty Hai's feet, continue to live a life worse than a dog, then I won't say anything, but you know, you obviously have a better choice. Listen, Titan Yue is about to die. Tong Tian Tower is also about to fall. You are the future of Tong Tian Tower. That's right, you didn't hear wrongly. You are the only remaining talents of Tong Tian Tower. If you need it, as long as you nod your head, I can immediately give you everything, including the entire Tong Tian Tower. You will immediately become 100 times, 1,000 times, or even 10,000 times stronger than you are now. You don't have to pay any price, as long as you are willing to accept it, you can obtain everything. What Fatty Hai, what Yi Kong, what Shui Tan Lang, compared to you, they are all trash. Not to mention that they will not be able to survive, even if they can't even compare to a finger of yours. Nod your head, as long as you wish, I can immediately bestow you the strongest power. In the entire Tong Tian Tower, no one will be your opponent anymore. An image from the east appeared in front of Yan Po Jun and Feng Qisha. The voice was like a snake. It drilled into their eardrums. No, this voice could directly drill into their hearts. Even if the two of them shut their ears, it would be useless. As long as I nod my head, I can obtain the strongest power. A trace of confusion flashed past Yan Po Jun's eyes. He didn't want to deny how much he desired power. All these years of bitter training, what was it for? Wasn't it for power? It was a pity that the more he trained, the further the gap between him and Fatty Hai and the others became. If it was Yue Yang and Shui Tan Lang, these peerless geniuses, then it would be fine. However, Fatty Hai was obviously a big trash in the past. Now, he had easily surpassed him. Was this kind of hard work really useful? If it was useless, then was there still a need to work so hard? Po Jun, don't. Can you believe the words of the East? He is a traitor. Feng Qisha was anxious. He felt that Yan Po Jun's willpower was wavering. I am a traitor of Tong Tian Tower. I was once the heaven's favored one that the citizens of Tong Tian Tower worshipped, loved and supported. I dare say that I had as many followers as Titan Yue in the past. However, what did I get? In front of connections, I lost to a fellow who was inferior to me. Just because of the connections behind him, just because of his background, I, who was full of glory, became the biggest obstacle to his rule. In the end, I even became a traitor of Tong Tian Tower. This is me, and this is the true portrayal of you all today. You guys were once high and mighty, high-spirited and full of mettle. However, you guys didn't have any connections. Hence, you guys were stepped on by Titan Yue. On the contrary, Fatty Hai, who was related to Titan Yue, turned from trash to the arrogant young Master Hai. Do you guys still not understand? Connections are so important. If you don't have anyone behind you, what's the point of training? Listen to me, Yan Po Jun. If you are willing, I can accept you as my disciple. I can give you everything in Tong Tian Tower. Have you never thought of owning the entire Tong Tian Tower? A faint smile appeared on Dong Fang's face. He looked at the tempted Yan Po Jun with a smile on his face. Yan Po Jun didn't want to deny it. He was tempted. Don't be like this. Dong Fang must be lying to you. Po Jun, an ability that doesn't belong to you is like a bubble. Once you kill it, it will burst. Do you still not understand? If you want to do this, I won't stop you. However, I won't walk with you anymore. I don't want to deny that I envy Tan Lang, Yi Kong and the others. However, you have also seen it. Even Fatty Hai had to put in a lot of effort to get to where he is today. We should correct our attitudes. We shouldn't be jealous. Instead, We should be envious and work hard to catch up. Connections are not the most important thing in life. Only one's own ability and faith are the most important. Po Jun, please allow me to call you for the last time. I have decided to give up everything and follow Titan Yu. I will contribute to his fate and the fate of Tong Tian Tower. Feng Qisha was no longer afraid of death. Under the temptation of Dong Fang, his faith was strengthened. A ray of divine light shone down from the sky. It enveloped the top of his head. He raised his grimoire with both of his hands. His face and eyes were shining with light. Compared to the divine light in the sky, his eyes were even brighter. When Yan Po Jun saw this, tears streamed down his cheeks. His face showed that he was struggling, but in the end, his conviction won over the temptation of reaping without sowing. He also raised the summoning grimoire in his hands and muttered, "My old friend, my old rival, my brother, I was wrong, but I won't let you go on your journey alone. The future of Tong Tian Tower does not belong to me. I was greedy, please forgive me, let me go with you. I really want to be the strongest warrior in the world, but compared to being the strongest, I want to have a group of friends who can laugh with me." The divine light enveloped Yan Po Jun and Feng Qisha. In the blink of an eye, it was pulled away. Dong Fang's temptation failed. He seemed to be a little surprised. From his point of view, Feng Qisha didn't need to be mentioned. At the very least, Yan Po Jun was already tempted. It was just that somehow, his faith broke through the temptation and returned to his heart. He even willingly followed Feng Qisha and transcended death in exchange for a destiny. This was really unexpected. Could it be that the temptation wasn't strong enough? This was obviously the temptation of a god tier's will. Unwilling to give up, he turned to Yu Tian, Yue Yang and Yu Feng. Pitiful worms like you, who have never been looked at by Titan Yu, are you going to sacrifice yourselves and bear his destiny? What benefits do you get by doing this? Do you think that he will be grateful to you like this? Also, do you think that he will succeed by doing this? Do you think that I will succeed from Titan Yu? Why do I still have the mood to talk to you like this? That is because he is destined to fail. In this kind of situation, you are still carrying your destiny. Do you want me to die of laughter? Think about your past. Yu Tian, you are the eldest son of the first wife. Who took away the Yu clan's power? As for Yue Yang, who made you a cripple? And Yu Feng, you have great talent and a bright future. However, do you think that your third brother will let you surpass him one day? Yi Kong is dead, Fatty Hai is dead, Shui Tan Lang is dead, everyone is dead. Just now, Feng Qisha and Yan Po Jun had also walked into a dead end. Who else is left in Tong Tian Tower? Only you guys are left. As long as you nod your head, you will immediately have everything. Yu Tian, not only will you regain everything from the Yu clan, you will also have the entire Tong Tian Tower. Yu Yan, you will immediately turn from a cripple to a god tier. As for Yu Feng, your future will be limitless. Dong Fang's words pierced through Yu Tian and the others' hearts and willpower like an arrow. Yu Feng was still young, his willpower was weak. He couldn't help but wail. He, who didn't want to betray his brother and hoped to obtain a future, had no one to comfort him, no one to warn him, no one to tell him what to do. He couldn't see the future and fell into despair, not knowing what to do. Other than crying out loud, he didn't know what else he could do. As for Yu Tian and Yue Yang, they had obviously fallen into a swamp of faith. Perhaps, in the next second, they would nod their heads and agree to Dong Fang's generous conditions, who was even scarier than a demon. Lightly nodding their heads, just when Yu Feng's heart was at its most afraid, panic-stricken, and at a loss of what to do, suddenly, Yu Tian's large hand lightly patted his head. A voice that Yu Feng did not dare to believe sounded out, "Little Nine, in your heart, I've always been the best big brother, right? Even if Xiao San rose up and gave you a lot of things, he still can't compare to me, right? I doted on you the most, not only in the past, but also in the future. A big brother who does this can be a role model for a brat like you, isn't that right?" Yu Yan kicked Yu Feng's butt and shouted angrily and shrilly, "Xiao Ju, fourth brother has always been a cripple, is that what you think? Even if I, Yu Yan, was a cripple, a scum, I would never betray my clan. I am a Yu clan disciple, a man of indomitable spirit. Do you think I would nod my head and become someone else's dog? I may not be as lucky as your third brother, but I, Yue Yang, also have my own pride. How many times have I been tempted? Would I fall for it again? Ha ha ha, a cripple like me can also become a god level. Forget it, if I can't even deceive me, I can only deceive little kids, I'd better die. Otherwise, a cripple like me would always give people the chance to take advantage of me. PFF'd. I, Yue Yang, am a cripple, but I don't need other people's pity. I, Yue Yang, will never lick other people's butt just because of power. Big brother, fourth brother, boo-hoo. Hearing this, little Yu Feng cried even harder. However, he could cry without worry now. Just now, he cried because he was scared, but now, he was crying proudly for his two brothers. Then all of you can go and die. Dong Fang's smile disappeared, and his expression became serious. No need for you to do it. No matter how crippled we are still better than a traitor like you. I never thought that there would be a day where we would become heroes. This feels great. Yu Tian laughed out loud. He raised his summoning grimoire, and 3 rays of divine light shone down from the sky, enveloping him, Yue Yang and Yu Feng. Then, without waiting for Dong Fang to speak, more divine lights shone down from the sky. The disciples of the Yu clan, Shui clan, Feng clan and Yan clan all died, not giving Dong Fang a chance to tempt them. Maybe they couldn't resist Dong Fang's temptation, but they held fast to one thing: never be a traitor, ever. Dong Fang saw it from the void. For a long time, he didn't say anything. The shadow called Tian Tu Shi Tu silently floated closer and sighed. Dong Fang, your hometown has more stubborn people than my hometown. Maybe it's because of this that the central shrine has to destroy this place at all costs. I can understand your feelings. If you have a choice, who would want to be a traitor? However, since we have chosen this path, we have to walk it to the end. Because we can never turn back, the decisions of life are the decisions of fate. Sometimes, we decide our own fate without even thinking about it. This is our own choice. Whether it's right or wrong, it doesn't matter. What's important is that this is a path of no return. We can only move forward, there's no way back. Chapter 1302 Dong Fang, this cunning first palace master. Not only did he use seductive methods to force Feng Qisha, Yan Po Jun, Yu Tian, Yue Yang, Yu Feng and the other young geniuses to their deaths, he even created millions of clones of himself to exert pressure on all the students, warriors, clans, sects, royal families and even other races that were related to Yue Yang to their deaths. With his divine power, he could completely steal the other party's consciousness. He could make those pitifully weak innates and below fall into an endless obsession, just like how he dealt with the Dragon Knights and the Dragon Blood Guards. But he did not do that. The eastern side used words and the pressure of the situation to force the cultivators of the various races before them to make a choice. In this kind of situation, there were many martial artists who originally did not want to die, but when the head of traitor fell down, no one could bear it. Countless warriors could only choose to sacrifice themselves, to give up their lives and bear Yue Yang's fate, so that they wouldn't fall into a state of eternal damnation. The disciples of the various clans in the Soaring Dragon continent, the royal family disciples of various countries, the corrupted warriors in the demonic palace, the normal succubi of the succubi clan, the golden elves and the many vassals who followed Yue Yang's life, as well as the various peaceful clans living in Tong Tian Tower, one after another, they were forced by Dong Fang to sacrifice himself and bear his fate. He watched as all the races, including the slaves, disappeared in the divine light. Dong Fang did not speak for a long time. His face, no sadness nor joy, no one could tell what was on his mind. Tian Tu Shen Tu Shi felt a little strange and couldn't help but ask, why did you do this? Although forcing them to death is one of the ways to speed up Tong Tian Tower's downfall, isn't this helping Titan Yu? Titan Yu will never succeed. Dong Fang calmly waved his hands. Furthermore, even if these people do their best to shoulder the fate, how much of it can they shoulder for Titan Yu? According to the height ratio of the Heaven Realm's divine light pillar, to become a holy elder, one would need at least a height of 10,000 meters. Do you think Titan Yu can shoulder a height of 10,000 meters? His limit would not exceed 1/10, perhaps only 1/100. No matter how hard he tried, he would still be a loser in the end. Look at these ant-like fools. If I force them all to death, how much can they bear for Titan Yu? You can also see that even if all of them add up the power of destiny on their backs, the height of their divine light pillars is probably less than 300 meters. With the connection between their fates and Titan Yu's fates, the amount of support they truly received from their fates was at most 20%. It was not even 100 meters. What was there to worry about? The weakness of an ant will not increase its chances of winning because of its numbers, nor will it become stronger because of its numbers. Although that's the case, I still feel that we need to be more cautious when suppressing Titan Yue. After all, this Titan Yue is a peerless genius that only appears once every 10,000 years in Skysplit Tower. Sky Slaughter God Tu Shi didn't completely give up on his suspicions. It is necessary for Tong Tian Tower to undergo a thorough cleansing. I do not wish for these followers of Titan Yue to rise from the ashes one day. Tu Shi, you can also see the truth. It is impossible for Titan Yue to bear the power of destiny that is 10,000 meters tall. It is impossible for him to become a divine sovereign, and without becoming a divine sovereign, he cannot control the fates of others. He cannot even control the fates of his loved ones. Therefore, his failure was already set in stone. But Tu Shi, you didn't see another point. That is, even if Titan Yue cannot become a divine sovereign, with so many people's fates on his back, he can still change his fate to a certain extent. He will definitely step into the divine realm. If Sky Chariot doesn't act, then Titan Yue will be an existence that is extremely difficult to kill. This is also the reason why I asked you to act to seal him. Dong Fang gave a detailed explanation. You are worried that Titan Yue's followers will use a long period of sacrifice to open the seal and release Titan Yue. Therefore, you acted and forced all of them to death, making Titan Yue forever stay in the seal and never have a chance to return. Sky Slaughter God Tu Shi now understood a little. Titan Yue, no matter how much the central shrine hated him, he would also be an existence that could not be killed. With so many people's fates on his back, even if the deity shrine's sovereign Sky Chariot attacked with all his might, he might not be able to kill him. Moreover, a completely killed Titan Yue had no value. In order to restrain Sky Chariot, Dong Fang had to make the sealed Titan Yue a hidden chess piece in his plan. The deity shrine's sovereign Sky Chariot would never be able to fall out with Dong Fang. Otherwise, the sealed Titan Yue might escape and return to the heaven realm to take revenge on the central shrine and the deity shrine's sovereign Sky Chariot. Sky Slaughter God Tu Shi, after understanding the entire truth, secretly became vigilant. If he had a choice, it would be best not to become enemies with Dong Fang. Because this fellow's schemes were too deep and too ruthless. Titan Yue is about to fall into madness. However, he is not the most terrifying. You have to be careful of Conquest Queen Fei Wenli. I don't think she will sacrifice herself for the doomed Titan Yue. You have to be careful of her sneak attacks from behind. Dong Fang gave a final warning. Her opponents are the peerless Emperor Wu Shuang and the deity shrine's sovereign Sky Chariot. Moreover, if she insists on attacking me, dodging would be useless. In Sky Slaughter God Tu Shi's eyes, a blazing sharp light flashed. Although he did not say it, his battle intent was like a silent volcano that could erupt at any time. The deity shrine's sovereign Sky Chariot Shi, of course, he is the one we need to be most wary of. Dong Fang used this sentence to end this gathering. The truth was different from Dong Fang and Sky Slaughter God Tu Shi's conjecture. It was completely different. Queen Vivian Li never had any thoughts of protecting herself. Moreover, from the first day they met, her life and fate had been closely linked with Yue Yang. There would never be a possibility of them being separated. How could she conserve her own life to protect herself? Not only Queen Vivian Li, even the ice snow world that she created, as well as the various divine weapons, divine beasts and holy grimoires, all supported Yue Yang's power of destiny. Otherwise, how could she help Yue Yang support the power of destiny of 2,800 meters not long after the black hole seal was restored? Under her lead, almost all the war beasts, human divine weapons, earth divine weapons and even heaven divine weapons all joined this team that carried the power of destiny. Little Wen Li, Duo, Zhang Ying, Red, Man, Ika, Future, Chaotic Spirit, Quintet Golden Puppet Mice, Big Lowly Little N, World, Dao Tai, Golden Beast, Star Scorpion, Heaven Swallowing Beast, Dawn Angel, Ling Ling, Creation God Orb, Crescent Moon, Giant Shadow, Phantom Shadow, White Tiger, Prison Tiger Divine Sword, Nine-Tailed Snow Lady, Little Panda Niu, Charm Demon Queen and the countless beasts, spiritual sense weapons, divine equipment, grimoires or holy grimoires, the fusion of the Giant of Destiny with the Trials Grimoire, Holy Grimoire and Divine Grimoire was in progress. Yue Yang and Shui Wuxia's consciousness had long been integrated into it. There was no way to watch it at all. When the power of destiny was divided, the requirements of the three grimoires were not the same. The power of fate from his followers was unable to enter the Holy Grimoire, let alone the power of fate from his mother, fourth mother, His Majesty and Empress Fei Wenli. Only the power of fate from the trial grimoire could happily accept the Dragon Knight army and other followers and supporters. The war beasts that followed Wei Tai Lang also carried the power of destiny into the trial's grimoire. But the ranking was completely different. The war beasts of Fatty Hai and Yi Kong followed them, but Wei Tai Lang could sit on the chest of the giant of destiny, curled up at the position of the heart. It looked lazy and undisciplined, exactly the same as the lazy dog that usually waited for Yue Yang to return. As for the war beasts of the Dragon Knights, Dragon Blood Guards and warriors from various clans and sects, they all occupied the feet of the giant of destiny. Only a few could occupy the feet in the front of the toes. Not only the war beasts, but the warriors who sacrificed themselves involuntarily and were forced by the East to sacrifice their power of destiny were also at the bottom of the hierarchy. There was no exception. Shui Wuxia and the others held hands, their hearts connected. Bathed in the divine light, they all flew up. Riding the wind, stepping on the rainbow bridge, they flew up together with the grimoire. In the end, they went around the trial's grimoire. After the divine grimoire at the top rejected them, they all entered the holy grimoire in the middle. Other than Shui Wuxia, Yi Nan, and Yu Bing, who had returned from the battle, who had a little bit of the power of fate, they were all absorbed into the holy grimoire. The trial grimoire waited for a long time, but it was all for naught. If Yue Yang was awake now, he would definitely go crazy. Unfortunately, his consciousness had already entered the body of the giant of destiny and assimilated it. He didn't know what was happening around him. A mysterious power came out of nowhere and cut the 1,000-meter power of destiny that Yue Yang was carrying into 500 meters of the power was taken into the divine grimoire, 300 meters into the holy grimoire, and the trial's grimoire couldn't wait to absorb the 100-meter power of destiny. Between heaven and earth, there was still a 100-meter power of destiny left, but it was suppressed by the mysterious power. Even if the holy grimoire was filled with the power of fate, and the trial grimoire was far from enough, and the divine grimoire had no other needs other than Yue Yang carrying it on his back, the formless and mysterious power still carried out such an unfair distribution. According to this situation, it was impossible for Yue Yang to succeed. Inside the holy grimoire, there was more than 10,000 meters of power of destiny, but it took it all for itself and didn't want to give any to the trial's grimoire. Everyone in the divine grimoire was willing to enter, but other than Yue Yang, everyone else refused to enter. Even Shui Wuxia, Inan and Yu Bing, who had entered before, only took a little bit of it as a symbol. All the lives that supported Yue Yang had sacrificed themselves, including Heaven Realm's friends, subordinates and slaves. Even the Heaven Realm's great leader Ming Yu Guang, who was already engaged to Yue Yang's lifelong lover, pulled her best friend along and sacrificed themselves to support her lover. At this moment, there wasn't a single friend or relative that didn't join Yue Yang. Or, if they didn't join now, they wouldn't be able to count on their support in the future. At the last moment, before the signs of failure flashed, there was an existence that surpassed sound. It was more powerful and mysterious than divine sense. It wasn't a shout, nor was it a call. It was more like a call when a warrior used a grimoire. Even Dong Fang, who was known to control the entire situation, and many god-level rankers who invaded Tong Tian Tower, couldn't sense the existence of this call. However, the entire Tong Tian Tower was silent. Suddenly, there was a response that was close to resonance. The 12 zodiac temples that Yue Yang had passed, the 3 world shrines that he had passed, the 5 elements palace that he had passed, the ancient competition grounds that he had passed, and the countless areas and spaces that he had set foot in, all of them resonated. Starting from the heaven stairway world tree that was closest to him, the consciousness of countless ancient rankers seemed to have awakened from a deep slumber in an instant. They more or less volunteered to bear a portion of the power of destiny for Yue Yang. There were also some places. For example, the Temple of Guidance and the Time Corridor that Yue Yang had never set foot in before also produced an indescribable resonance in response under that mysterious call. Even in many areas of the Heaven Realm, there were similar changes, just that the response from Tong Tian Tower was countless times weaker. Countless ancient rankers, or the consciousness of various rankers left behind from the ancient times, bore the power of destiny. Although it was not as strong as when they were alive or when they were in person, because there were too many of them, it became a massive existence. Their support was not like that of Fatty Hai and the others, and they did not integrate into the giant of destiny. They only formed a special kind of divine radiance that supported the giant of destiny, and at the same time, completely fulfilled the needs of the trial temple. Under the feet of the giant of destiny, the divine radiance began to condense into images that represented various areas. There were the 12 zodiac temples, the 3 world shrines, the world tree. The time corridor, one image after another, surrounded the giant of destiny, shining brightly around the 3 grimoires. The trial grimoire had reached its limit, and the holy grimoire had also exploded with tens of thousands of rays of divine light because a mysterious power had entered it. Before this, the divine grimoire that had always rejected the power of destiny was the first to reach its limit. However, no one knew whose support and whose power of destiny was it that was able to easily fill the divine grimoire that required a height of 10,000 meters. Everyone had integrated into the giant of destiny, and Yue Yang was no exception. No one knew what kind of miracle was happening outside, even when Yue Yang was integrating into the giant of destiny bit by bit, preparing to become one with it. In the space outside, the power of destiny that existed independently at a height of 100 meters. It was still suppressed by the mysterious force. No one knew what was its true intention. Chapter 1303. When Fatty Hai opened his eyes, he realized that he was trapped in a golden circle. Outside the circle, there seemed to be an endless chaos. He couldn't see easily. His body, he couldn't move. Even moving his fingers felt strenuous, but his mind was surprisingly active. Fatty Hai could even remember the embarrassing times when he wet his bed when he was young. This was really strange. Wasn't he already dead? Didn't he sacrifice everything and use his life as the price to bear the power of fate for Yue Yang, and then turn into nothingness? Why was he still alive? Just when he was puzzled, the pressure on his body suddenly disappeared. The golden circle shattered like an eggshell, and his uncontrollable heavy body fell out with a thud, landing on a strange continent that was neither cloud nor fog. Here, the bright sky was slightly more transparent, but it was not much different from the ground. It was also in a state of chaos, like the legendary scene of the beginning of the world. Where is this? Ah, I'm not dead. I'm really not dead. Fatty Hai first raised his hand to observe for a long time, and then twisted his cheek hard. He found that the pain was unbearable, and was immediately pleasantly surprised. He couldn't help but open his unique broken voice and shout loudly. As the saying goes, good people don't live long, and bad people don't die. It's really true. A voice rang in his ears. It was his archenemy, Yi Kong. Monkey, you're not dead too. Fatty Hai looked back and happily rushed over to hug Yi Kong. He realized he had never been so touched in his life. If it wasn't for Yi Kong blocking him with his hands, Fatty Hai would have kissed him a few more times. That's great, monkey, you're not dead too. If you were dead, no one would fight with me in the future. Life would be so boring. Without you, how would I be able to live my life? Prince of Tian Luo clapped his hands and laughed. Could this be the friendship that Yue Yang talked about? I'm very honored to witness the love between the two of you that is beyond friendship. Yi Kong was so angry that his face became crooked. Love that is beyond friendship. With Fatty Hai, damn it, this kind of thing, not to mention doing, just thinking about it made one feel like vomiting to death. The worst thing was that Shui Tanlang, who usually did not like to gossip, added fuel to the fire. I already knew about the things between them. Yi Kong didn't want to do anything right now. He just wanted to commit suicide. However, Fatty Hai wasn't. He was in a good mood. He didn't die, and all his good friends were still around. How satisfying was this kind of life, how carefree and happy. He flew out, shaking hands and hugging them one by one, not missing a single one. Not only Yi Kong, but even Prince of Tian Luo and Shui Tanlang were also affectionately hugging each other. The Li clan brothers who had just fallen out of an unknown space were no exception. As your boss, I had a strong premonition that Yue Yang would definitely succeed in the end. We won't die, haha, I guessed it right. Ha ha ha, genius, there's no helping it. I have always been a genius. Fatty Hai was so pleased with himself that he was dancing with joy. Genius, you're a natural idiot. Yi Kong couldn't help but hit Fatty Hai's chin with a soaring fist, sending him flying. Where is this? Another person fell out of the space. But before she landed, she spread her wings and flew up. She was the wind breath seabird that had turned into a human. Fatty Hai was so excited that his heart almost jumped out of his throat. He took big strides and rushed towards the wind breath seabird. But the moment he reached out to hug her, a small foot directly stepped on his big face, kicking him 100 meters away. Pervert, who are you? How dare you be so rude? And you guys, who are you guys? Why would I appear here? Yi Kong and the others looked and were all stunned. Could it be? The wind-breathed seabird that had completely turned into a human had lost her memory. Looking at her eyes, she didn't look like she was lying. That kind of blankness and fear towards the unfamiliar environment wasn't something that could be easily faked. The most pitiful one was Fatty Hai. He originally thought that he had already won the beauty's heart, but who would have thought that the wind-breathed seabird that had carried the power of fate would lose its memory even though it had reversed its fate and turned into a human. What a tragedy. He had finally chased after her with great difficulty, but before he could even hold her in his hands and dote on her, she had already become a stranger. This kind of blow, how could he live? Fatty Hai felt that even if he had 3,000 mouths on his face, he wouldn't be able to explain the cause and effect. He could only worry helplessly. Actually, it's like this. Luckily Yi Kong and the others didn't hit him when he was down, and even explain for him. Otherwise, Fatty Hai would definitely hang himself. The most fatal blow in a person's life couldn't be more than this. The wind-breathed seabird's intelligent big eyes rolled around, listening very seriously, but it was too doubtful. Especially when Prince of Tian Luo talked about her past. She immediately stopped them, shaking her head and waving her hands to oppose. No. Impossible. I can't possibly like him. Please, even if you're making up stories, you should pay attention to the degree of reasonableness, okay? How could I like this wretched damn fatty? Absolutely impossible. I don't have such a heavy taste. Even if I didn't like handsome guys in the past, I wouldn't like this fatty. This is too illogical. Don't try to lie to me. Maybe I was a little bird that he caught and kept in his cage, but I can't possibly like him. I'm 100% sure, it's useless even if you cry, I won't like you. Fatty Hai's face was full of tears. Fate, it was hard to obtain the love that he yearned for even in his dreams when he died. But when he came back to life, he became a stranger in the blink of an eye. Even if you want to toy with me, it's fine if you play with me a little, but don't play with me so thoroughly, okay? What we said is the truth. What do I have to do to make you believe us? Fatty Hai asked weakly. I won't believe you no matter what. The wind-breathed seabird's stance was firm. Then what do I have to do to make you like me? What I mean is, I want to chase after you again, and move you again. Whether you remember or not, I will use the same or even more sincerity to move you again. The more Fatty Hai said, the more confident he became. It was so difficult in the past, but he had endured it. In the future, as long as he worked harder, there would definitely be good results. Please don't do such useless things. Unfortunately, the wind-breathed seabird was completely unmoved. Yi Kong and the others looked at each other in dismay at this result. Too dizzy. Who would have thought that the wind-breathed seabird that cried and shouted, I won't hit you anymore, I will be obedient, contract with me again, don't you leave me alone, don't you ignore me, would now completely forget its past. However, this kind of thing could not be explained clearly. No matter how much it said, the wind-breathed seabird couldn't do anything even if it didn't believe it. If it insisted on doing so, it would only have the opposite effect. This is still alright, it can still bicker, this proves that there is still hope. Prince of Tian Luo laughed. Carrying fate on his back and helping Yue Yang to become a holy supreme had already succeeded. As long as one's heart was sincere, what else in this world was impossible to achieve? How unbearable. Shui Tan Lang snorted softly. Sigh, I didn't know that you had the poison tongue inherent skill in the past. Isn't this potential hidden too deeply? Yi Kong really suspected that after reversing fate, it would cause a person's personality to change greatly. Just as they were sighing, between heaven and earth, countless people suddenly fell out from an unknown space. There were people they knew, people they didn't know, 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 people they thought should appear, and there were even people they didn't think would appear. Various races, various kingdoms, various sects, countless lives suddenly appeared. Not to mention Yi Kong and the others who saw such a spectacle, even they themselves were shocked. Very quickly, these fellows who shared the same bad taste found their friends. For example, profiteers like Jin class leader and round-head Bao Jiyu, who were full of the stench of money, naturally hugged the fat toad Jada and flattered them. For example, when Heaven Realm Ming Yu Hao and Snake Hair Devil Man Chong Feng met, they shook hands and hugged. It was as if they were brothers who had not seen each other for many years. Gay love was everywhere. Of course, there were also old enemies who turned hostility into friendship. For example, the unprecedented meeting between the Golden Elf Empress and the Succubus Queen. Both sides greeted each other warmly, praising each other's beauty and giving each other gifts. This was to show that they shared the same fate and shared the same fate, forming a friendship after sharing the same fate. Perhaps they hadn't had it before, but it wasn't too late to form a friendship now. They also understood that after the reversal of fate, everything in the past would change. Their race was all under the command of the new divine supreme Yue Tan. It was impossible for them to start a war as they used to. Among the Golden Elf clan, not only were there Lin En and Anna, who were Yue Tan's teammates, there was also Bao who was spoiled like his younger sister. As for the Succubus clan, everyone knew that the Yue clan's third young master had once married his beloved wife, Sky La, from the Succubus palace under the blessing of thousands of succubus, witnessed by the Succubus queen and many sisters. In other words, the future of the two clans was not a family, but it seemed to be a family and a clan that was close to each other. Could hatred and strife be brought to the future? A smile dispelled enmity. This was exactly what the two clans wanted to do, and now was the right time to do it. The Golden Elves, whom the people of Tong Tian Tower yearned for but couldn't get, and the Succubus, whom everyone paled at the mention of, were now hugging each other. At first, one of them was trying to test the waters. Then, thousands of Golden Elves and Succubus started to move, like sisters, like family, hugging and cheering. Similar to them, in Tong Tian Tower, there were other races or humans who had grudges with them, and even the demon clan who had some intelligence. They put aside their prejudices and accepted this new relationship. Although Yue Yang hadn't appeared yet, everyone knew that he had succeeded. The new divine supreme Yue Tan was about to descend. And fate, under the hard work and sacrifice of all its supporters, it had reversed and moved towards a brand new future. The Dragon Knight Army, the Dragon Blood Guards Army, as well as countless warriors, mercenaries and slaves, all cheered in unison. Their shouts echoed in unison, becoming more and more synchronized with each other. In the end, they formed an earth-shattering unity, roaring in this chaotic world that had yet to be completely created. The warriors of the soaring dragon continent, especially Jun Wu Yu, Elder Yu Hai and the Old Fox, were moved to tears. The divine sovereign, who was more difficult than a miracle and more impossible than defying the heavens, had actually been successfully born with their support. Furthermore, this person was their family. He was still a junior who had once been under their control, and they had watched and witnessed his growth step by step until today. This kind of pride could not be described with words. God, with their own hands, with their own support, they had created a God. It was even to the extent that this was a God among gods that had completely surpassed ordinary gods, a God-exalted God. When countless beasts finally flew out, when Wei Tailang appeared at the top of the sky with a majestic aura, howling towards the sky and calling for his master, everyone was moved as they looked towards the sky, looking forward to the arrival of the person they longed for the most. For this man, everyone had once thrown away everything, even their lives, surpassing the most difficult stage of life and death, without any complaints or regrets, supporting him unreservedly. Now, in this newly created chaotic space that had yet to become a world, everyone was looking forward to his appearance. It was him. It was him. Then, there would be a miracle, just like this chaotic world that had yet to be perfected. As long as he descended, then they believed that this world would immediately become beautiful. Even if he was very busy and could not build the most beautiful world, then, everyone would still support him, work together, come together, build this chaotic world, make it the most beautiful home in the world. Just waiting for him to descend, just waiting for him to come, just waiting for him to nod. Come, not only Wei Tailang, all of us can't wait to see you, the one we supported, the one who had become the divine sovereign. What kind of awe-inspiring appearance you have now. Descend, you who may still be in a deep slumber, hurry up and wake up. Now, do you hear our cries? Yi Kong raised his arms and shouted loudly, echoing Wei Tailang's long howl from afar. Wake up, wake up! Countless people raised their arms and shouted together with Yi Kong. There were also countless people who put their hands together in front of their chests, quietly praying amidst the thunderous shouts, using the voice of their souls to call for his arrival. Perhaps it was because of this summoning power, a man who was sleeping quietly in another grimoire world's chaotic space, slowly opened his eyes. Chapter 1304. When Yue Yang opened his eyes, he woke up from his deep slumber. In the chaotic space of the Trial God grimoire. Immediately, an extremely miraculous and indescribable change occurred. It was as if the entire world suddenly came to life and opened its eyes at the same time as its master. In an instant, the entire world was awakened, endless beautiful splendor, like an illusion, hung down from the top of the vault of heaven, and hung down to the ground. With light, everything under its illumination, including all energy, became alive in an instant. Some of them were extremely light and faint, but they all rose up and gradually turned into a transparent sky. On the contrary, those that were denser and heavier slowly floated down and turned into a thick and solid land. Some beautiful and colorful ones became gems and minerals that adorned the ground, sparkling. There were also some lively ones that continuously gathered together. They piled up. In the sky, layers and layers of clouds gathered, becoming more and more. Unknown changes were happening under the Earth's crust. With a slight tremble and a low humming sound, the Earth slowly changed its original form. Some places sank down, and large areas of the ground became sunken. Due to the pressure, many places continued to rise, forming hills and ridges. Is this the legendary creation of the world? It's too inconceivable. Yi Kong, Fatty Hai and the others were completely shocked by the spectacle before their eyes. Heavens, to be able to see this scene, even if I die, I will have no regrets in this life. The old fox and the other elders were even more moved to the point that they could not speak. Of course, they had read the books about the creation of the world, but no matter how grand the historical records were, they could not describe even a fraction of this spectacular scene. Now that they had seen it with their own eyes, they believed that there was nothing more shocking than witnessing the creation of the world. So, this was how the world was born. Although it was not done by them, they were satisfied to be able to stand and watch and witness it. Not to mention that this miracle was created by their own clan's disciple, their own proud student, and their own younger generation. Master is mighty. Countless subordinates and slaves of Yue Yang kneeled on the ground and kowtowed in excitement. They raised their hands and cheered for Yue Yang. Their actions inspired those who were stunned by the shock. Then, countless Heaven Realm remnant clans, cursed fishmen, and countless vassal races under the Titan Chamber of Commerce all knelt on the ground in awe and joined in the salute. Not only them, the Heaven Realm Draconians, the Golden Elves, the Succubi and the followers of the various sects in the Soaring Dragon continent also bowed deeply, paying their highest respect to the man who had yet to appear but had started creating the world the moment he woke up. Tens of thousands of beasts cheered. The shouts were earth-shattering. Among them, Grey Wolf's shouts were the loudest. Even the old cunning fox, Zheng Wuyu, Elder Yu Hai and the other teachers and elders of Yue Yang were in the crowd. Join in too. They paid their respects to Yue Yang who had yet to appear in the sky. They were not arrogant because Yue Yang was their descendant. On the contrary, they simply abandoned this relationship and sincerely paid their respects to this vast and unparalleled power that created the world. This kind of power was not something that they could not dream of. That was why they were so reverent. That was why they were so sincere. Of course, they were even more proud in their hearts. Not only because they had witnessed the wonder of the creation of the world, but they were also proud that this Jizun, the creator, was actually a disciple that they had personally watched grow up and personally supported. Under the endless, wondrous, indescribable, and magnificent radiance of the brilliant light, which was boundless and wondrous, the embryonic form of the world was gradually formed. It was unknown how wide the space was to form the world. The hottest, brightest and most dazzling energy formed the highest and brightest sun in the sky. On the other hand, the relatively cool, gentle, serene and clean energy essence crystallized into the moon, shining as brightly as the sun. The remaining energy formed stars of different sizes, dense or sparse. From above the clouds, they were more or less bright or dark. They interwove to form the starry sky, the Milky Way, as well as the various constellations and palaces that people knew of since ancient times. Many heavy parts of the energy remained. They floated down continuously. Even though they were the remaining parts of the energy essence, they were still very abundant compared to other places. They were completely different from the heavy and thick parts on the ground. These parts were unable to completely sink back to the ground. They could only be high and low, big and small, forming various shapes and sizes of floating islands and floating rocks. The mountains became taller and taller. The craters on the ground were so deep that one could not see the bottom. The edges of the craters were so big that they could be seen from afar. A thunderbolt peeked out from the clouds, like a silver snake dancing wildly. In the blink of an eye, it had already pierced through the sky and went straight to the ground. Its great power, together with the roar that shook people's hearts, shook the whole world that had just been created. In an instant, it was as if the sky and earth were collapsing, the Milky Way breached the dam, and countless raindrops poured down. The dark storm raged wildly. The whole new world became a world of rain in the blink of an eye. When it was violent, it was so dark that one couldn't even see their fingers in front of them. Even the souls of countless powerful martial artists were invaded. Gradually, the ground was covered with water. Streams of various sizes quickly converged and flowed towards the low-lying areas. Finally, they accumulated twice as much water as before. When the storm weakened slightly, the rain turned into a calm drizzle. Everyone was shocked to find that in front of them, or around them, there were many more rivers, lakes and seas. The most indispensable source of life in the world, water, was added. When the thunderbolts gradually became lighter and the thunder subsided, suddenly, the rain stopped and the clouds dispersed. A warm light shone from the edge of the clouds in the sky. It shot straight to the ground and enveloped the people on the ground, bathing all the living beings on the ground in this golden light. Little grass, the little grass has sprouted. Fatty Hai lowered his head and found that on the ground, tender little grass had already drilled out. There are butterflies too. Yi Kong looked up and found that in the sky, there were already pairs of butterflies dancing gracefully. Fish. Shui Tan Lang stared at the lake in front of him and saw countless small fish swimming upstream along the mouth of the lake, towards the fast-flowing rivers and creeks. Countless green grass dyed the earth green. The earth was no longer monotonous. It was no longer empty. Fresh flowers swayed in the breeze. One by one, the flower buds that were about to bloom stood proudly. They were beautiful and beautiful, adding beautiful colors and vitality to the earth. Fish mischievously jumped out of the water, and proud birds circled in the forest, looking for their ideal home in this vast expanse of green. All kinds of young beasts timidly peeked out their little heads from behind the stone-backed trees, cautiously watching the crowd in the distance. Those petite and cute flower fairies that were only the size of a finger were not afraid of strangers at all. They happily chased and played among the flowers, as if they had already existed since millions of years ago and were already used to this kind of life. Is this true? Even a peerless ranker like Sky Execution could not help but be captivated. He had never thought that the world could be created like this. Even more so, he did not think that with everyone's support, Yue Yang would grow to this kind of supreme realm of creating the world and opening the heavens. Was the divine sovereign really so unbelievably powerful? These in front of him, even if it was a god or a true god, it would still be impossible to create them without tens of thousands of years, right? How was it that Yue Yang, Yu Titan, who was not a god before, could advance to such a high realm that even the great gods could not look up to just with everyone's support? Although everything in front of him was real and there was no room for doubt, Sky Execution still felt that it was a little unbelievable. This was because it was more fantastical than a dream, more mysterious than a legend, and more extraordinary than a miracle, the World Tree. Elder Nan Gong's body shook. He saw an even more unbelievable miracle being born. Not only Elder Nan Gong, but everyone else also saw it. Because this tree was so huge, and its growth was so fast. The location of the World Tree was not far away. On the contrary, it was actually right beside everyone, right under everyone's feet. A seed of the World Tree suddenly sprouted. It grew leaves, branches, and thrived in front of everyone's eyes. At first, it was inconspicuous, but every second, it was undergoing different changes. From an extremely small seed to a weak sapling, then to a lush and verdant tree, and then to a towering tree that dozens of people would not be able to surround. It had always been changing like this, growing crazily. The crowd's gaze turned from looking down to looking up at the World Tree. In the end, it was replaced by astonishment and shock. This peculiar tree that old man Nan Gong called the World Tree had never stopped growing since the beginning. It did not stop growing for even a second. It was growing extremely fast, so fast that the onlookers could not even see the whole process clearly. When Fatty Hai, Yi Kong and the others drove away the onlookers who were so shocked that they almost fell into danger. They turned their heads again. They found that it had already evolved from a towering tree to an unbelievable world tree. Its trunk could no longer be described as thick. Compared to the oldest primordial gold tree among the golden elves, and compared to the wood elves, city tree that still had space to spare, this world tree was even larger and taller. Most importantly, it was still growing and becoming larger. It kept growing, 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 right in front of everyone. Under everyone's shocked gazes, This world tree grew crazily. Every second was different from the last. Shui Tanlang, Prince of Tian Luo and the others used all their strength to fly high and look up, but they could not see the top of it. Sky Execution, Dragon Emperor and Emperor of the Underworld communicated secretly. They guessed that this tree's height was at least 50 kilometers, the tree's diameter was also more than 10 kilometers. Not to mention humans and other creatures, even a mountain would be incomparably small compared to it. After an unknown period of time, this world tree finally stopped growing crazily. According to the joint probing of Ming Ri Hao, Sky Execution, and the other experts, which had reached its maximum height, the tallest tree should be 100 kilometers high. The diameter of the tree's core was at least 20 kilometers. Its countless branches and leaves shrouded it. When one saw a mountain, they would suspect it to be a square stone. When one saw the sea, they would suspect it to be a basin. All living things and people were simply like grains of sand in the sea. Why did Yu Clan's third young master create a world tree? Snake Hair Demon Man Chong Feng suddenly asked a question that no one could answer. Could it be to commemorate the Heaven Stairway training? It's possible. Wait, it seems like it's still changing. While they were discussing, there seemed to be a new change under the world tree. Everyone stopped their discussions and focused their attention on it. Although this world tree was not as big as the Heaven Stairway's world tree, this newly born world tree had a diameter of 20 kilometers and a height of 100 kilometers. The world tree could not be seen, its top could not be seen, it could not be climbed, and it could only be sighted from the sky. It was enough to be the second most amazing thing that people had ever seen in their lives. Even those who had never entered the Heaven Stairway or seen the Heaven Stairway's world tree would not be able to imagine or believe that there was actually an existence bigger than this world tree in front of them. The mountains, rivers, lakes and seas were all under the world tree's branches and leaves. Now, it was them. Another kind of equally wonderful change was happening, causing everyone to be intoxicated and deeply immersed in it. For a long time, they could not extricate themselves. Chapter 1305 Heaven Stairway. Warriors who had trained in the Heaven Stairway recognized it at first glance. Stone stairs that looked like the Heaven Stairway appeared under the world tree. Different from the real Heaven Stairway, the stone stairs here did not have the willpower and pressure left behind by countless predecessors. There was also no suppression from the power of the ancient code that had been set since ancient times. Here, there was only Yue Yang's willpower and the preset ancient code. It was different from the Heaven Stairway, where it was difficult to move an inch and climb a step. Yue Yang had reduced the difficulty by 100 times. Even warriors or beasts below the innate realm could easily step above 10,000 steps on the stone stairs here. The appearance of the stone steps similar to the Heaven Stairway was just the first step of countless changes. Then, at the beginning of the stairs, there was another huge square. It was similar to the entrance of the first floor of Tong Tian Tower's soaring dragon continent. There were seas, mountains and islands around the plaza. There were also iron chains hanging in the sky and giant totem pillars. There were buildings, pavilions, corridors and pavilions. Most importantly, there was a Tong Tian Plaza that was exactly the same as the real first floor's plaza. Not far to the right was the Shangwu camp, the place where Yu Yang met Jizun for the first time. Then there was the Da Sha Palace, Zheng Wu Yu's residence. There was the courtyard where Princess Sissy and the others lived, as well as the Da Sha Palace where Yu Yang had his first innate level battle. All kinds of details were there. At the edge of the Da Sha Palace, it was the Shangjing Academy and Ivy Academy that had been destroyed by the war. There was even the Yu clan castle that Yu Yang had once dragged forth mother to fight for her. One by one, the destroyed homes and castles reappeared in the light of the miracle. Whether it was the palace, the academy, the castles or anything else, all the destroyed buildings, mountain gates and the residences of the sects reappeared one by one under the power of the god. There were the castles of the Shui clan, the Feng clan and the Yan clan. There were also the unique buildings of the East Ocean Crystal Palace, the Western Lion Pagoda, the Southern Floating Mist Sect and the Northern Moon Fairy Pavilion. What made the Golden Elves scream and cheer was that the Elven Forest and the Everlasting Gold Tree, which they lived in, was born on a mountain under the World Tree. However, the surrounding environment was changed to the Jadeite Forest and the Five Elements Palace that Yu Yang had experienced before, and not the original Jadeite Swan Lake. The Charm Demon Palace stood on the mountain top opposite the Elven Forest. Looking at it from afar, one could see the soaring dragon continent's falling Kang Mountain in the distance. A little further away from the demonic palace's residence was the burial ground and the Black Light Palace, which all the demon rankers loved at first sight. The first floor of Tong Tian Tower's 12 zodiac temples and the 3 shrines of heaven, earth and human, which could not exist at the same time, were arranged together. Above them was actually the door of life and death of the Tong Tian Tower's 10th floor. In this world, there was no one who could cause all this. Only the creator, Yue Yang. Apart from him, it would be impossible for any other divine-level expert in the world to create such an inconceivable and miraculous world without spending millions of years. The 6th-floor Thunder Fortress, which stood firm in the flames of war, reappeared. This was the place where Yue Yang first used the name of Titan. Many of his loyal guards and slaves lived there. No matter what, he would never forget to give them a place where they could truly feel at ease. On its side, it was the 7th floor's Fire Island, the treasured land where Yue Yang knew the Ocean Empress. On the other side was the 10th floor's Endless Ocean's Meteor Shower Islands. Countless sceneries and buildings that Yue Yang had visited before were arranged together like stars in the sky. However, what made people feel strange was that although this arrangement was strange, it did not feel out of place at all. On the contrary, there was a kind of original, ingenious and pleasing artistic beauty. Things that people had lived in before, things that they had not, things that they had seen before, things that they had not seen before, things that they knew and things that they did not know. As long as it was within Yue Yang's knowledge, they all appeared under this world tree. There were the sceneries of the soaring dragon continent, the sceneries of Tong Tian Tower, the sceneries of Heaven Realm, and even various sceneries that Yue Yang had seen, understood or personally created in the trial world. Not all of them were under the world tree. Some were so peculiar that they grew around the world tree. Some were on a branch, some were on an island, some were on a lake, some were in the ocean. People could only be sure of one thing. The closer they were, then their future home would be closer to the world tree. When the last Tian Luo Palace, the entrance to the God's ruins, the Temple of Guidance, the Time Corridor and other sceneries that surpassed Yue Yang's own wisdom were born, the changes under the world tree, or in other words, the new world born in the chaos world, was gradually completed. The hut in Beishi City and the small garden in the Valley of Butterflies and hundreds of flowers were the last areas where the new world was created. Everyone understood. This was the resting place that Yue Yang had built for himself. Those before were the homes that he had created for everyone, or compensation, or a kind of reward for his supporters, a kind of praise. Only the 2 smallest and simplest areas at the back were the homes that he had created for himself. One was the warm hut where he and 4th mother and 2 sisters depended on each other for survival. The other was the beautiful small garden where he had lived with Shui Wuxia, Princess Sissy, fallen flowers and Inan and had endless sweet memories. A thought was instantly transmitted across the endless space. It was extremely clear. It was transmitted to the bottom of everyone's heart. That was Yue Yang's thought, it was his voice. First of all, I want to say, thank you, to everyone, thank you for your support. Now, I am so excited that I have 1,000 words to say, but it is difficult to say them all. Now I want to come immediately and have a happy reunion with everyone, but I really don't have too much time. The battle is still waiting for me, the traitor in the east, and the countless invaders who are eyeing the Tong Tian Tower have not been defeated, so I can't come now. I hope everyone can forgive me. Titan Yu sincerely welcomes everyone. This place, this new world, in the future, will be the home for everyone to live together. This place will always welcome everyone. No matter if everyone wishes to stay here, or return to Tong Tian Tower, or leave to cultivate, this place will always welcome everyone back. Because of the lack of time, there is still no way to make the new world perfect. There are still many places that need to be corrected, but I don't have enough time now. I will make up for it one by one after we achieve a great victory in the future. Here, I also hope that everyone can join in and build our future home together. When we completely defeat the East, Yue Yang will definitely come and celebrate with everyone. He will definitely lead everyone to counterattack the Heaven Realm, and wash away the 10,000 years of shame of Tong Tian Tower together. Too awesome, he really deserves to be the little brother that I, the boss, protect. Fatty Hai was so excited that the fat on his body shook. Are you crazy? The amnesiac wind breath seabird rolled its eyes at him unhappily. Wow, you are actually willing to talk to me. Fatty Hai was wild with joy. If scolding people counts, as long as the wind breath seabird thought about how it was said to love this damn fatty to death, it had the urge to smash its head on a piece of tofu. Every time it thought about it, its body couldn't help but shiver and tremble. Could it be that it was blind in the past, and didn't see this lump of fat? How could it fall in love with this guy who was like a meaty demon king? This taste was too heavy. You can scold me, it's okay. Scolding me is a form of affection, hitting me is a form of love. If your hands are itchy you can also hit me, I can take a beating very well. Could it be that I was used to being beaten since I was young, so that I could train a healthy body and talk nonsense? Look at the muscles on my arms. Fatty High posed like a bodybuilder. His appearance was as infuriating as it could get. The wind-breathed seabird was already too tired to complain. Yue Yang has too many things to do. The battle is also very urgent, he has no time to spare, so he can't come for the time being, but it doesn't matter, we can stay here first and recuperate. Everyone, this battle is a long and bitter one, there are still many places that we need to fight together in the future. Now, it's best for us to settle down our clansmen first, build our home first, and wait for Yue Yang's call. Listen, we have to be in our best fighting state, be ready at any time, and wait for his command. The old cunning fox spoke on behalf of his disciples. This was the elder's affirmation of the followers' positive attitude. He then encouraged everyone, adding another flame to the already high morale, directly making it boil. After the old cunning fox spoke, Zheng Wuyu, Marshal Yu Hai, Elder Nan Gong and the other elders also gave short speeches, putting forward various suggestions and finalizing various arrangements. With Yue Yang's previous words, and with the suggestions of the elders, the followers' mood was greatly stabilized. One by one, the applause was like thunder, and they cheered in unison. No one knew who started it, but everyone immediately set off towards the place they liked, flying towards the home they were most familiar with. Their original home might have already been destroyed by the enemy, but so what? Yu Clan's third young master had already recreated them, and in this newly born new world, they had a new home. With this new world, with Titan Yu's miraculous blessing, would they still be afraid of not having their own home? Would they still be afraid that this newly born beautiful home would not be as good as before? That would definitely not be possible. Not to mention that they already had it. Even if they didn't, everyone could use their own hands to recreate it. Recreate it. Of course, what everyone needed to do now was to build them into the most perfect and pleasing state. Only then could they live up to Yu Clan's third young master's hard work and divine might in creating a new world. Long live, too beautiful, my home, I have a home again. When everyone rushed into their homes, they found that everything was the same as before, and even more beautiful and perfect than before. They couldn't help but cheer again. Home, so good. After returning to their homes, they found that their homes' beauty was irreplaceable. Only then did they find that their homes' position in their hearts was actually the highest. Different from his followers who were cheering for returning home, Yue Yang was currently having a headache. He wanted to laugh happily, but he couldn't. Because he found a big problem. This problem, it could be said that it was much bigger than what he could handle. The situation was like this. When Yue Yang woke up from his deep slumber, he was immediately attracted by that shocking call from his soul. In order to repay his followers who had supported him, he decided to create a new home in that piece of chaos. The whole process was very perfect. There were no mistakes, not even a problem. Originally, Yue Yang was very satisfied. However, he was quite proud in his heart. Very soon, he found that after forgetting himself and forgetting everything to create a new beautiful world, he felt that he had a lot of differences. This kind of change was not a change in strength, nor was it an increase in realm. It was also not some overflowing divine light or the power of a godhead. Instead, it was an unexpected situation that made him feel at a loss and didn't know what to do. At first glance, the accident was very simple. It was just that there was a little girl, lying in Yue Yang's arms, sleeping deeply and had not yet woken up. If this little girl who ate fruits all over her body was Shui Wuxia or Princess Sissy, then Yue Yang would directly hug her and wouldn't let go no matter what. If this little girl was Fallen Flowers or Inan, then it would be even simpler. Not to mention hugging her and not letting go, he would directly turn into a wolf. Beasts were what men should do. What was worse than beasts? What was this about being unruffled? How could that kind of behavior be called a man? If the girl in his arms was Impatience or Southern Demon King. Yue Yang didn't need to move at all. He could just enjoy it directly. The problem was, the thing that gave Yue Yang an incomparable headache was that the little girl who was currently sleeping in his embrace wasn't one of them. Instead, it was someone who would make his liver tremble with just a glare from the other party. Yue Yang's greatest nemesis in his life, other than the mysterious heavenly sword goddess who no one knew about, there was no one else. Even if it was His Majesty or Empress Fei Wenli, they didn't have the kind of natural deterrence that she had towards Yue Yang. She, of course, was Ji Zun. If it was possible, Yue Yang would rather provoke Princess Sissy 1,000 times, and let her chase him 10,000 times, than offend Ji Zun even once. Unfortunately, the truth was simply not as he wished. When Yue Yang was satisfied with the creation of the new world, his heart was filled with pride. When he was ready to go out and brag to Shui Wuxia and Princess Sissy, he looked down and found Ji Zun sleeping quietly in his arms. What was even more frightening was that she was naked from head to toe. Her snow-white body was like the most precious treasure in the world. If her clothes were neat, it wouldn't matter. At most, he could thicken his skin a little and pretend that nothing had happened. But the cruel reality was that Ji Zun was now in the state of truth, and her delicate body was in his arms. How could he explain the big hand that was pressing on the towering treasure in front of her chest? How could he explain the crazy action of the other hand that was pointing at the mysterious valley of life, separated by 2 full moons? He reckoned that once she woke up, she would kill him in seconds. If Yue Yang said that he wasn't afraid, that was fake. Compared with Ji Zun, Princess Sissy was just like a gentle kitten. Calm down, why did I do this? Yue Yang felt that what he needed the most right now wasn't to push away his responsibility, nor was it to quickly let go of this great beauty whose skin was as white as snow. Instead, he needed to calmly recall the entire process that had led to this kind of erotic accident. In the midst of the ecstasy, before a disaster befell him, it feels so good. No, I have to move my hand away, I have to think calmly. But, it's too slippery, it's simply slippery. Oh no, I'm going to die soon. If I don't want to be killed in seconds, I have to think of a way quickly. I'm going to die, I have to figure out the process and the truth first. Don't be such an idiot anymore. Let go of my hand, don't touch it anymore. When she wakes up, this hand will definitely be chopped off. But I can't bear to. With Ji Zun in my arms, I don't care about anything else. Right now, I can't think at all, bastard. What should I do? Yue Yang was very distressed. He really wanted to think of a good solution immediately, but tragically, he couldn't concentrate on thinking at the moment. Time passed minute by minute. Ji Zun would wake up at any time, and her death was getting closer and closer. Perhaps, in the next second, Ji Zun's eyes would open. At that time, she might take a knife and cut him into 18 pieces, then put them together like a circle, and then put them in 36 different positions. Oh my God, this was too terrifying. Happiness and pain, fear filled his heart, knowing that he was going to die, but he couldn't bear to let go. This was the current Yue Yang. Well, sometimes, your name is actually a man. Chapter 1306 The Holy Grimoire. The Holy Grimoire that had accompanied Yue Yang as he grew up. Inside, the beautiful home that Yue Yang and Shui Wuxia had built and expanded several times had been shattered by the power of fate, returning to nothingness and returning to a chaotic initial world. When Yue Yang floated down from the halo of fate, he set foot on the ground. He found that this Holy Grimoire space was the same as the world of nothingness in the 10th stage of the Trial Grimoire. In fact, this was his real home. The hut in Beishi City and the small garden of the Heaven Stairway were just a souvenir. If he had time, he could live there for a day or two, reminiscing the warm days when he was dependent on Fourth Mother and his sisters, or reminiscing the sweet life with sickly beauty and fallen flowers in the small garden of the Heaven Stairway. Of course, he had to stay here. However, in this Holy Grimoire space, what kind of new world should he create? To create a new world again. In fact, it was not difficult. Yue Yang had already used the power of fate to create it once, so he had more experience. The problem was, in this Holy Grimoire, what kind of world should he create for Shui Wuxia and Princess Sissy? He believed that in the future, not only them, but also Fourth Mother, Night Empress, and His Majesty would live here for a long time. Let's wait for them to wake up and gather everyone's thoughts. Yue Yang held the sleeping Ji Zun in his arms. Looking around, the world was chaotic, and there were only himself and Ji Zun. Shui Wuxia, Princess Sissy, Fallen Beauty, Inan, Yu Bing, and Yu were still sleeping, and he did not know when they would wake up. He was very conflicted now. He wanted to immediately put down Ji Zun in his arms and quietly slip away, but he was reluctant to give up such a heaven-sent opportunity. It was rare to have Ji Zun in his arms. Such an opportunity might not come again in the future. If he did not take the opportunity to hold her for a while, then it would be too late to regret later. But if he continued to hug her, if Jizun were to wake up and get angry, then no one would be able to save him. Heavens, what should he do? Why was the person in his arms the supreme martial artist and not someone else? If it was His Majesty, although he would also be afraid, he would definitely not feel this kind of trembling. How did things end up like this? Yue Yang realized that he couldn't think of anything for a while. This didn't seem like amnesia. Perhaps it was because everyone's fate was intersecting with too much information. Especially since he was the master of fate and had received too much information, the mechanism in his brain might have temporarily sealed a lot of information out of self-protection, waiting for the right time to slowly release it, just like his mother's inheritance of knowledge. You can't remember? Let me give you a hint. A heavenly voice sounded behind Yue Yang. Then, a pair of lotus-like jade-like arms appeared. They circled him from behind. Yue Yang was shocked. He turned his head. He realized that there was a little girl who was eating fruits behind him. She was none other than Jizun's secret guardian beast, Goddess Zhao Yu. Compared to the previous Goddess Zhao Yu, there was a huge change, both in terms of strength and realm. The current Goddess Zhao Yu was at least 100 times stronger than when she was at the beginning of her fate, maybe even more. The top of her head, the soles of her feet and her back were all protected by moon-shaped halos. Her strength had completely surpassed the evil deity's Wei Guang that Yue Yang couldn't defeat even if he used all his strength. Compared to Zhu Shao's mysterious master, she was many times stronger. Most importantly, on her forehead, there was a fate rune that represented Yue Yang's divine wife. This, Yue Yang was dumbfounded. Looks like you really forgot, I'm so sad. Although Zhao Yu said this, a mischievous smile appeared on her face, which was almost identical to a sovereign exalts and could easily be misunderstood by others. She elegantly raised her left hand and placed her jade-like index finger on Yue Yang's forehead. Lightly, the mystery bloomed like a flower bud. In his mind, a memory that had been temporarily sealed was unlocked. Memories flooded in like a tide, filling up Yue Yang's heart in an instant. Yue Yang was also enlightened at this moment. He completely understood the entire process of how things had developed. So it was like this. When Jizun's fate ceremony reached its limit, everyone turned into divine light and entered the three grimoires. Only Yue Yang was left. When he completed the last step, the fusion of fate would be complete. However, because the distance was too far, Jizun, who was still rushing down the heaven stairway with all his might, was still on the heaven stairway 100,000 steps, and couldn't make it in time. Although Yue Yang didn't need Jizun's help to advance, he didn't want to have this kind of regret. He hoped that Jizun's fate would be linked with his forever. Never to be separated, but it was too late. At the critical moment, Jizun's guardian beast, Goddess Zhao Yu, suddenly gave up on carrying fate. She did something unexpected to Yue Yang. She completely removed the armor on her body, and forcefully suppressed her embarrassment. She tore Yue Yang's armor and bravely sat down on his high-spirited body. With the identity of a life beast that originally belonged to Jizun, they instantly became one, becoming his first god wife after he ascended to god level. At the same time, through this change of fate, Yue Yang and Jizun's fate were closely linked. At the last moment, Jizun couldn't make it in time because of the heaven stairway law. She was immediately absorbed by the divine light. Together with Yue Yang and Goddess Zhao Yu, they entered the holy grimoire into a deep sleep. From then on, their fates were completely merged, and there was no possibility of them being separated. This kind of result is already the best result. It's just that I don't know how to explain it to her when she wakes up. Yue Yang understood. He stretched out a hand and hugged the Zhao Yu goddess who had bravely sacrificed everything. If it weren't for her, he wouldn't have been able to do anything under the pressure of the 1,000-meter power of fate, let alone pull back the fate of Jizun and her. No need to explain, she definitely knows. Goddess Zhao Yu covered her mouth and snickered. Yue Yang sweated profusely. If that was really the case, then when Jizun wakes up, she would probably come after him with a big sword. He wouldn't be able to hide it from her even if he wanted to. Goddess Zhao Yu looked down at Jizun for a while, then looked around. She realized that only she and Yue Yang had woken up. Suddenly, she boldly whispered into Yue Yang's ear, "Everyone is still asleep. Why don't we continue to do that right now?" Yue Yang cried out. Jizun was right beside him. If she woke up halfway and saw him and Goddess Zhao Yu engaged in a passionate battle, then he would really be dead. Goddess Zhao Yu didn't seem to have this kind of worry. She only kissed Yue Yang's cheek in order to comfort him. It should be fine if we don't make too much noise. Apart from us, no one else will wake up so quickly. Besides, if you want to completely accept and master everything about the Divine Sovereign, it probably won't be enough without tens of thousands of years. This is because the power of fate that everyone has born for you is far more than expected. If we dual cultivate now, then you can temporarily familiarize yourself with and use the divine power that I have. Although it's not enough to challenge the number one person in the central shrine, it shouldn't be a problem to defeat that traitor in the east. How did you suddenly become so strong? Yue Yang didn't understand. He couldn't understand the changes in Goddess Zhao Yu's body. Isn't it because of a certain bad guy? Goddess Zhao Yu's little face turned red. There was no need to continue. Yue Yang could also understand. Dual cultivation, the fusion of the two's power of fate, and the help of the Divine Sovereign's wife contract. This kind of husband and wife contract that was recognized by the divine power was even closer and more profound than the life contract of a guardian beast. I am no longer a Zhao Yu godly level with a flawless full moon. Because of the unity of fate and the recognition of the Divine Sovereign's wife contract, I comprehended a whole new realm of fullness, imperfection, eternity, during dual cultivation. In the deep sleep just now, the power of fate that I had born for you had all transformed into the moon of fate. In other words, no matter if I am full moon or half moon, full moon or no moon, I will always be one. There is no power that can negate or reduce my moon of fate. Under the heavens and earth, this law is decided by my heart, ever-changing, eternity like the moon, this will be a new me. So, you can call me, Huan Yu. Huan Yu. Yue Yang never thought that Goddess Zhao Yu, who had cultivated to the Divine Sovereign, could take another step forward. Furthermore, this step was a realm of 100 times. Perhaps, this breakthrough in cultivation. This was the real her. Before this, it was all because of Ji Zun. Only by taking the initiative to dual cultivate and carrying a higher power of fate to promote the unity of the Trinity, would it be the result that truly belonged to her. I know that I can't replace her, and I will never be able to replace her. But, I hope that I can also use my unique characteristics to bring you different happiness and help. So, I mustered the greatest courage to take the initiative to become your wife, to take the initiative to share everything I have with you. Maybe we haven't been together for long, but I have the confidence to be a good wife. Zhao Yu, no, the completely new Huan Yu goddess, hugged Yue Yang's neck with her jade-like arms. Her jade-like lips gently pressed against his, and her jade-like body, which had become twice as moist because of their passion, had unknowingly moved closer, tightly. Huan Yu goddess didn't move Ji Zun away. On the contrary, she boldly picked up one of Yue Yang's hands. She pressed it on Ji Zun's towering pile of snow. On the other side, she let him also press it on her chest. It was as if, through such a bold and seductive way, she was trying to make him recognize the similarities and differences between the two. Through such actions, she was silently explaining to him that she was unique. Her movements were very light. Even when she sat down on his body, there wasn't a single sound. It wasn't that she didn't want to make a sound, nor was it that she wasn't happy enough. She was just considerate and knew that he had an innate reverence for Ji Zun. She hoped that through such a silent and gentle action, she could slightly ease the tension in his heart. It was indeed like this. Yue Yang, in the blissful dual cultivation of husband and wife, also tried his best to suppress himself. He didn't dare to completely indulge in it. Even though the stimulating pleasure made his soul tremble, he still had a trace of calmness and rationality, and diverted a part of his attention to look at Ji Zun. He was worried that she would wake up at any time. He knew that looking at her like this wouldn't solve any problems. But if he didn't look at her, his heart seemed to have some kind of obsessive-compulsive disorder, and he wouldn't be able to be calm at all. Could it be that the legendary clandestine love affair is like this? In Yue Yang's mind, he still had the time to think about these kinds of messy and distracting thoughts. It was undeniable that in front of Ji Zun, who was still in deep sleep, dual cultivation with the Huan Yu goddess was an extremely exciting, extremely tempting and extremely crazy action. Because of this, the pleasure would also increase by 10 times or even 100 times. Chapter 1307, You can think of me as her, like this, it will be more exciting for you. Illusion Moon goddess mischievously nibbled on Yue Yang's earlobe. Yue Yang did have such a thought, but it disappeared in an instant. What if Ji Zun found out? Consequences. It would probably be very serious. You can imagine, maybe one day in the future, she and I will appear in front of you at the same time and do the same thing, but you won't be able to tell us apart. Thinking about it like this, isn't it very exciting? The illusionary moon goddess words made Yue Yang feel like he was about to explode like a volcano. Yue Yang only had to think about it, Jizun, an illusion moon goddess, in front of him at the same time. He was in bliss, but he couldn't tell who was who. He only knew that they were taking the initiative like this. Fighting, all kinds of service. This was really too fantastical. Yue Yang suddenly felt like his nose was bleeding. God, if that was really the case, that kind of life would probably be even more blissful than cats eating fish, dogs eating meat, and Ultraman beating up small monsters. Perhaps it was because the depression brought about by the Heaven Realm's invasion could finally be vented, or perhaps it was because the husband and wife pair cultivation with Huan Yu was too exciting, or perhaps it was because Yue Yang's imagination was really good enough, or perhaps it was because Jizun was sleeping beside him and could wake up at any time, and Shui Wuxia and the others could float down from the halo of fate at any time, or perhaps it was because of other reasons. In short, Yue Yang couldn't help but explode. It was hotter than the eruption of a volcano, more shocking than the explosion of a meteorite. The illusion moon goddess reached its peak. In the midst of suffocation, when she kissed him tightly, Yue Yang couldn't help but turn all the pressure and pleasure he felt into an excited catharsis, increasing the speed of the illusionary moon goddess soul explosion. After Yue Yang was done with his passion, he calmed down a little. When he looked at Jizun again, he was so scared that his heart almost exploded. Because Jizun at this time, her long eyelashes were trembling slightly. It was as if she could wake up at any time and open her beautiful eyes that could suppress the world and look down on all living things. Not to mention Yue Yang, even the previously bold phantom moon goddess was a little flustered. When Jizun was asleep, she naturally had enough courage to express herself. She took the initiative and boldly cultivated with Yue Yang, and even used his hand to press on Jizun's chest. However, when Jizun was about to wake up, even though she had already advanced to the phantom moon goddess, she was still like Yue Yang, naturally subdued by Jizun's will. She no longer had the willfulness of seducing Yue Yang and Jizun to have a threesome during their dual cultivation. Fortunately, Jizun did not wake up immediately. This gave the two of them a buffer period from the brink of death, allowing Yue Yang and the illusion moon goddess to escape. The illusion moon goddess hurriedly stood up from Yue Yang's body, and used the fastest speed to put on a brand new illusion moon divine armor, and wrapped Jizun's snow-white body with a snow-white cloak. When Yue Yang hurriedly put on his pants, as if he had been caught cheating, she rushed over and hugged him, quickly kissing him a few times. At the same time, she urged him, "Leave this place to me, she definitely won't be angry with me. You should go out first. When her anger subsides, I will let Sister Bing and the others bring you back. You still haven't completely grasped the power of the Divine Sovereign. You can use my illusion moon divine power, and moon of destiny. Everything I have belongs to you. Let's go, she's about to wake up, love you." The illusion moon goddess finally kissed Yue Yang's face, like a newlywed wife sending her husband off to work, unwilling to part. When Yue Yang pulled up his pants and stepped on the heaven stairway to the starting point of the world tree, which was also the starting point of the Holy Grimoire, he then realized, wasn't he the owner of the Holy Grimoire space? Why was he so scared like a loafer who had been caught cheating? Although he thought this way, if Yue Yang had the courage to go back and face the awakened sovereign, he would not do it even if he was beaten to death. Anyway, with the illusion moon goddess divine power and moon of destiny, plus his own battle strength, even if he couldn't beat the temple sovereign Tian Yu, it shouldn't be a problem to beat the East. Moreover, all the people who supported him were safe now. If he couldn't beat the East, he could just go back and fuse with more power of destiny. Now that fate had been reversed and he had succeeded, why should he be afraid of that arrogant traitor in the East? With this thought, Yue Yang's confidence increased greatly. It was just that he didn't understand. The illusion moon goddess directly advanced from the bright moon divine realm to the illusion moon divine realm because of the dual cultivation and the power of destiny she carried. Didn't he carry the power of destiny 1,000 meters high? Where did it go? Even if he couldn't grasp the power of the divine sovereign in a short time, it would be good to grasp the power of destiny 1,000 meters high. With that kind of power, even the temple sovereign Tian Yu of the central shrine might be able to fight against him. Just as Yue Yang was puzzled, suddenly, a mysterious power that surpassed everything in the heaven-reaching tower descended on top of Yue Yang's head. Before Yue Yang could shout out his name, he was already wrapped up by that mysterious power. Then, a familiar sword aura entered his body. It didn't cause any harm, but miraculously opened up a key point in Yue Yang's body that Yue Yang didn't even know existed. It was similar to the inheritance of knowledge, but different. The moment it opened up, Yue Yang felt his body become more transparent. It was as if there was another space in his body, an existence that could accommodate hundreds of rivers like the sea. It wasn't an ordinary storage space, but an extremely special existence. Immediately after, the power of fate that Yue Yang had once carried on his back and had been cut into several pieces, the power of fate that had been left outside the heaven stairway all this time appeared and entered Yue Yang's body. It didn't fuse with his body. Under the control of the mysterious power, it mysteriously and naturally gathered in the space that the sword aura had just penetrated. Then, according to Yue Yang's will and wisdom, it began to change its form. At the beginning, Yue Yang couldn't figure out the trick behind it, and could only move according to the guidance of the mysterious power. However, in a passive situation, after condensing a sword of destiny with the 100-meter tall power of destiny, Yue Yang came to a sudden realization. It turned out that this power of destiny was deliberately left behind by the heavenly sword goddess to condense a combat weapon for him. Why does she still want to cut off the power of destiny to condense a weapon for herself when she has He Gui Zhang, Bai Shuanghua, Kai Shaolian, and so on? Could it be that she didn't want him to show off his innate sword chi? Or could it be that he didn't want these innate sword chis that surpass the existence of Tong Tian Tower in the Heaven Realm to appear in front of the experts of the Heaven Realm in the Heaven Realm? If that's the case, then with the divine weapon of destiny as a cover, I can indeed cover up a lot of things. Yue Yang recalled that the divine grimoire had always refused to allow the power of destiny to enter. It seemed that this was the reason. Heavenly sword goddess. Perhaps she didn't want her protection to be probed by outsiders, even if it was her closest wife or lover. Yue Yang didn't know the truth, but if she wanted to do this, he definitely wouldn't go against her wishes. Furthermore, the power of the divine weapon of destiny condensed from the 100-meter tall power of destiny was simply indescribable. How could Yue Yang think that it wasn't enough? I already have a sword. What kind of weapon should I use the power of destiny to condense next? From the thoughts transmitted by the mysterious power, Yue Yang already knew. This 100-meter tall power of destiny would be the foundation of the divine weapon of destiny that Yue Yang would use to defeat his enemies. It would also be the divine weapon of the divine weapon of destiny before the supreme divine weapon was perfected. In the future, he could use it to fight against any divine level ranker. Because his control over it was temporarily limited, and there were too many enemies with different characteristics, Yue Yang could choose to condense 9 different weapon forms with the 100-meter tall power of destiny to deal with different battles. Why 9 and not 10? Yue Yang couldn't hold back his curiosity and asked the heavenly sword goddess behind the mysterious thought. The heavenly sword goddess didn't reply. Maybe she didn't want to reply. Or maybe, this was the limit of the different divine weapon forms that Yue Yang could control. Yue Yang almost slapped himself. He was too stupid. The Eastern world had always respected 9, was there a need to ask? If he made the heavenly sword goddess unhappy, she would disappear out of habit. He really didn't know when he would be able to see her again. Now that he had her help, why didn't he hurry to condense the divine weapon of destiny? He really had nothing better to do. He already had the sword of destiny. Next, Yue Yang decided to create a whip of destiny that he could use to whip people. Just like that Dongfang fellow who deserved a beating. If he hadn't exploded and whipped that smart-ass fellow until his skin and flesh were ruined, he would have let himself down. No, if he didn't whip him until he couldn't cover his bones, it would be considered a failure. After condensing the new whip of destiny, Yue Yang then realized that the heavenly sword goddess had used a mysterious power from an unknown space to bestow this whip of destiny with a mysterious power of destiny. It could also be an activation. In any case, it was very mysterious. Yue Yang's eyes were filled with envy, but he couldn't replicate it. Actually, it wasn't only the whip of destiny. The previous sword of destiny also had it. It was a pity that Yue Yang was too excited at that time and didn't notice it. I've struck it rich. The sword and whip are already so awesome. If the 9 divine weapons of destiny were to be used one after another, it would be hard for that Dongfang fellow not to explode. Not only Dongfang, there's also that deity Templar Ji Zun Tian Yu who is hiding like a turtle. If he saw these 9 divine weapons of destiny, I believe he would also be very surprised. Yue Yang was extremely happy. He was thinking with all his might, what kind of divine weapon would be the most wretched, despicable, shameless, vicious and perverted way to trample on the enemy. Anyway, I have someone backing me up. You guys, you can all groan under my whip. Towards Yue Yang's fantasies, the heavenly sword goddess was speechless again. However, she was already used to his twisted thoughts. The heavenly sword goddess's patience was still good. At least, she wouldn't use up all her energy before Yue Yang condensed the 9 divine weapons of destiny. After obtaining the 9 divine weapons of destiny, Yue Yang's confidence was so inflated that it was about to explode. He couldn't wait to find someone to test the effect. Dong Feng was still hiding. Don't worry, there seem to be a lot of Heaven Realm invaders outside the blood altar. Hurry up and test the sword, don't let them escape. The Yu clan third young master didn't have time to put on his clothes and was only wearing a pair of pants. He ran all the way. He rushed towards the exit of the World Tree, the exit of the blood altar. Finally, it's my turn to attack. All of you better prepare yourselves. Once you feel the thrill, shout. Don't be courteous with me. Yue Yang was almost suffocated in this battle. He had always been schemed against by others, waiting for others to support him, waiting for the moment to counterattack. Now, he was finally free. He could finally turn the tables and become the master. How could he not be excited? Yue Yang reckoned that he was even more excited than Sun Wukong, who was suppressed under the 5 Fingers Mountain, when he saw Tang Seng passing by. Dong Feng, you guys must be having a lot of fun. If I don't beat you guys up until you become my second senior brother, I would be letting down the 9 divine weapons of destiny that I had just condensed. I would also be letting down the feeling of being pushed around by Goddess Zhao Yu. At that time, my feelings were really complicated, you bastard. Chapter 1308 Outside the Heaven Stairway. Blood Altar. The Heavenly Dragon Clan's double-headed dragon Yue Yang and Thousand Bones Crisper were still there. The 5 from the 9-head clan didn't leave either. Even the Wild Boar Demon and the Black Bear Demon, whose presence was so weak that they were almost like bystanders, stood quietly behind the arrogant man without saying a word. They knew that no matter if the number 1 strategist of the Central Shrine, Dong Feng, won or if the miraculous Titan Yu from Tong Tian Tower would reverse the situation, it wasn't an outcome they could control. The only thing they could do was to wait quietly. Wait for the result, then follow the final victor. Dong Feng had promised everyone that as long as they didn't help Tong Tian Tower's warriors, everyone would be able to get a share of the treasures in the god's ruins. Before Dong Feng broke his promise, no one was willing to reject this kind of benefit that fell from the sky. In the process of the battle between Dong Feng and Titan Yu, as long as they stood by, they would be able to obtain a share of the profits and a share of the victory. This was simply the easiest and most satisfying way to divide the profits in the history of the Heaven Realm. This was also the most once-in-a-lifetime opportunity in the history of the Heaven Realm. Dong Feng will definitely win. The great slaughtering god Tu Wan's attitude gradually became arrogant, and he regained the arrogant aura of a divine-level expert. This was because the demon dragon had left, and there was no one who could step on his head anymore. Originally, with the demon dragon supporting him, there was still a chance for Titan Yu, that fellow, to be saved. I didn't expect that before the demon dragon could even warm his seat, he would be lured away by the unparalleled will of the unparalleled. HMPH, Big Brother Mo Long will definitely not lose. The arrogant man immediately retorted unhappily. He already worshipped Mo Long, the bearded man, to the extreme. Emperor Wu Shuang's peerless will appeared, lured Mo Long away. Originally, he wanted to chase after him. But Mo Long's speed was too fast. He could travel thousands of miles with just a thought and instantly passed through countless layers of space. He was unbelievably fast. He could only stay and wait here. Mo Long also gave him a mission before he left, which was to wait for Yue Yang's return. It was Mo Long's solemn reminder. That was why he had no choice but to stay. Haha, Tu Wan, am not doubting the mystic dragon. It's just that there are 2 sides to everything. You have to see who your opponent is. It's the peerless Emperor Wu Shuang. Most importantly, the mystic dragon should have just broken free from the seal with the help of Titan Yu. His battle power has not recovered to its peak state yet. So, I feel that this battle, the great slaughterer god Tu Wan proudly said half of his words, but everyone could understand the meaning behind his words. Even so, Big Brother Mystic Dragon will definitely not lose. The only person who still had confidence in Mystic Dragon was probably the arrogant man. Emperor Wuxia was peerless. What kind of existence was that? It could only be the equally terrifying mystic dragon. If it was someone else, no one would make any comparisons in their hearts. The demonic dragon's deterrent power was no less than Emperor Wu Shuang's, but he had just broken free from the seal and had yet to recover to his peak state. How could he fight against Emperor Wu Shuang's? Even if they could force a draw, they would not be able to win. Most importantly, would the supreme heavenly chariot of the deity's Templar, who had yet to appear, launch a surprise attack on the demon dragon at the most dangerous moment? This possibility, no one could guarantee it. Emperor Wu Shuang's and the supreme heavenly chariot of the deity's Templar were not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Even if the demon dragon was at his peak state, he might not be able to defend against them, let alone Titan Yu, who had not recovered to his peak state yet. The Tong Tian Tower's biggest chess piece, the demon dragon, had already been traded away by Emperor Wu Shuang's. What other trump card could Titan Yu have? There weren't many true experts in the Skyreach Tower. He reckoned that Titan Yu, who was fighting alone, would quickly be drowned by the Central Divine Palace's god-level experts such as Dong Feng, Bu Dao, Bu Bai, immovable Ji Zun, and the rest of the Central Divine Palace's god-level experts. Suddenly, several pillars of light shot down from the sky. One of them was golden in color, one was bright as blood, one was dark green, and the last one was as dark as ink. When the light dissipated, 4 uninvited guests descended on the blood-colored altar, standing in front of the Heavenly Dragon clan, the Nine-Head clan, and the Black Terror Goblin clan. The one in the lead was a handsome and dignified man. He was dressed in a white cotton robe and had a high crown adorned with pearls and beautiful jades. If it was not for the god seal on his forehead that represented the godly level, one would have suspected that this person was a wise man who was well-read, or a romantic and elegant poet who could speak eloquently. Seeing the gazes from the surroundings, this person politely put his hands together and bowed to them. He spoke in an elegant voice that sounded like a song, "I am to you. Greetings to the seniors from the upper realm, greetings to my uncle. I did not mean to disturb you, but I had to obey my father's orders." Then, he elegantly raised his hand and pointed to the 2 people behind him, introducing them. "Behind to you, one of my friends is a close friend, Mantis, who I met when I was traveling in the Heaven Realm. He is an ancient Fei Mo clan ranker. Since ancient times, the Fei Mo clan has always been the backbone and pride of the insect clan. The other friend is also an expert of the insect clan, Buried Tiger of the Sheath Wing race. Although he is not as old as the Fei Mo clan, the Sheath Wing race has been a strong race of the insect clan since the beginning of their fame. I believe that all of you seniors have heard of this." He introduced the 2 insect clan rankers. One was dark green, with insect tentacles, thorny limbs, and wings on his back. His eyes flickered with a dark light. Although he was not at the god level, he was born with the innate talent of his race. In addition to the terrifying poison on his body, he did not allow anyone to underestimate him. The other was covered in insect armor that was as thick as steel plates. There were strange insect clan runes on it, like starry spots. Without even looking, one could tell that this person's defense was extremely good, and it would be difficult for ordinary attacks to shake it. Of course, this insect clan ranker with a ferocious face and bloodthirsty red eyes was obviously not an expert in defense. The barbed thorns on his arms, as well as the enormous guillotine blade that bent down from his elbows and reached his knees, showed that this expert called Buried Tiger seemed to be more talented and powerful in terms of attack. Even if he stood straight and did not move, anyone who saw him would have an indescribable illusion. He couldn't help but suspect that this Buried Tiger would pounce on him at any time and launch an endless attack. He would open his bloody mouth and bite down with his sharp teeth at any part of his body. This guy was even more dangerous than that poisonous cockroach. At first glance, the Heavenly Dragon clan and the Nine-Head clan exchanged their judgments with each other. And it was exactly the same, without any objections. Other than that, the one standing over there is my dear little brother, Tu Shi. The handsome Tu Yu raised his hand and introduced the last man. It's just a bastard born from Tu Shi's rape of my mother. How can I, Zan Shi, be worthy of being called your little brother? The black-armored warrior who had been silent since he floated down suddenly spoke up to deny it. His tone was so resolute that he didn't seem like a family of brothers at all. Instead, he seemed like an enemy who harbored hatred and was planning to take revenge. This little brother is still young, rebellious and unruly. Tu Yu is here to apologize on behalf of everyone. I hope that seniors can forgive me. The handsome Tu Yu didn't seem to hear it. He smiled and politely apologized. Regarding the arrival of these 4 people, the 2-headed Yue Yang of the Heavenly Dragon clan, as well as the bewitching Thousand Bones Paralysis and the others, were all bewildered. Even the few members of the 9-head clan were whispering to each other, discussing in private, as if they had new considerations for the future. Great Slaughter God Tu Wan was in a great mood. What did the arrival of his 2 nephews and 2 experts from the insect clan mean? It meant that his brother, who he was most proud of in his life, was also the biggest backer he relied on to run amok in the upper realm. The heavenly slaughter god slaughtering world was about to appear on this battlefield. As long as his big brother appeared, forget about these weak Heavenly Dragon clan and Black Terror clan Heaven Realm warriors. Even the 9-head clan with the support of the Demon Emperor might not be able to gain the upper hand. Has Big Brother already decided to come? Sigh, really, there's no need to use a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. As long as I, Tu Wan, am here, it's enough. Big Brother doesn't need to work hard at all. Great Slaughter God Tu Wan's nose had already risen to the top of his head, directly using his nostrils to look at the experts of the Heavenly Dragon clan, Black Terror clan and the 9-head clan. Father did indeed have the intention to come, but he might have other important matters to attend to. He temporarily ordered this nephew to come first and greet the seniors on his behalf. Tu Yu's demeanor did not change. He was still modest, polite and courteous. Good, haha. Tu Wan laughed like thunder, a burst of ecstasy filled his heart. But with one more cockroach and a few ants, you still dared to speak so arrogantly. What a joke. The arrogant man reckoned that he didn't know what fear was in his life. Right now, the only one who dared to mock him was him. You really have guts. The red-eyed burial tiger flew into a rage. The killing intent on his body soared to the sky. If not for Tu Yu stopping him, he would have already pounced forward to kill. However, the arrogant man did not even look at him. His pinky imitated the arrogant gesture of the demon dragon and dug his ear. If you have the guts, come up and try. If I don't beat you until your mother can't recognize you, consider it my kindness. Zhang Hu was so furious that his lungs almost exploded. He bypassed Tu Yu, who was trying to dissuade him. Fortunately, he was blocked by the great slaughter god, Tu Wan, who was a step ahead. Otherwise, he would have already fought to the death with the arrogant man. Great slaughter god Tu Wan felt that he could actually endure this for the time being. After all, this guy had the entire Eastern Goblin tribe behind him, and was even the demon dragon's little brother. If the demon dragon did not die, he would definitely stand up for this brat. Provoking this kind of person would not end well. Besides, this brat had a poisonous tongue. If he pretended to be deaf and ignored him, then this brat would not even take the initiative to attack. So, just ignore him. If he really fought, he would instead fall into his trap. Although in the Heaven Realm, his side also had the reputation of Heaven Slaughter God Slaughter World, but it was still very unwise to provoke the extremely protective Eastern Goblin tribe. Not to mention, there was still the Demon Dragon. If he wanted to fight this brat, he had to at least wait for the Demon Dragon to be defeated, and it would be best if he died in battle. Of course, the possibility of this was not high. Even if the unparalleled Emperor and the Deity Palace's Supreme Heavenly Chariot joined forces, the possibility of completely killing the Demon Dragon was not high. The Eastern Palace Master still hasn't come. How long do we have to wait? Tu Wan's hands were a little itchy now. He hoped to have a warrior from the Tong Tian Tower camp to practice his skills and vent the depression and suffocation from being stepped on by the Demon Dragon. He could fight the Heavenly Dragon tribe now, and he could also teach the Black Terror tribe a lesson. However, after thinking about it, he still endured it, because doing so would easily cause the 5 people of the 9-head tribe to misunderstand. If they thought that they were going to start an all-out war, and in the end, the Goblin Emperor behind them would be drawn out. It was best not to do such a stupid mistake. Otherwise, even if his big brother came personally, he would not be able to protect himself. Just as Tu Wan, the fake god, was feeling a little restless, suddenly, at the entrance of the heaven stairway, at the passage of the blood-colored altar, a gust of wind sprayed out. In an instant, the sky changed color, the wind blew, and dark clouds gathered. An indescribably powerful aura erupted from the passage like a volcanic eruption. In the blink of an eye, it had already engulfed the entire White River Valley. Thousands of golden snakes danced down from the sky, and the crackling sound was deafening. Several tornadoes, rumbling and spinning wildly. They wanted to swallow the heavens and devour the earth. In the core of the powerful black shadow, Suddenly tens of thousands of colorful lights bloomed, and its power was even stronger than before, piercing through the sky like a scorching sun. Just as Tu Wan and the others watched with their souls palpitating and their minds being seized, another burst of blood-boiling heroic music rang out, as if the mountains were collapsing and the sky was collapsing. It was also like the unparalleled warrior in the world, beheading the enemy. Charging into the battlefield, bathed in blood for thousands of miles on the battlefield, stepping on the corpses of thousands of soldiers, too powerful. It was definitely the arrival of an unparalleled super warrior who was unrivaled in the world. Otherwise, it was impossible to have such a domineering aura. Could it be that the person who came was the third young master of the Yu clan that even the Eastern Palace master was afraid of, Titan Yu? Looking at the dazzling black shadow in the middle of the field. All of them, with a gulp, they could not help but swallow a mouthful of saliva with some difficulty. Chapter 1309. At the center of the blood altar. Smoke and dust billowed. The black figure that had just appeared was motionless as he waved his sword. This is too exaggerated. Tu Wan almost sweated to death. If he was going to appear, then so be it. Was there a need to make such a big scene? However, he, who liked to show off, secretly decided that if there was a chance in the future, he would also make a similar entrance. Because this kind of entrance was too dazzling. Compared to the entrance in front of him, it was like a country bumpkin coming out of the city. It was not presentable at all. A gust of wind blew, causing the smoke and dust that had blocked their vision to disperse. The black figure that had been standing motionless for a long time. Finally, his true appearance was revealed. Everyone looked over. Whether it was the Heavenly Dragon clan's Yue Yang, Thousand Bones Paralysis, or the Black Terror clan's Wild Boar and Black Bear Demons, or the 5 from the Nine-Head clan. Even young Master Tu Yu, who had maintained his elegant demeanor with a smile on his face, suppressed the curiosity and shock in his heart. He cast an inquiring gaze towards the center of the arena. He wanted to see the appearance of this super ranker who had just appeared in the arena. He wanted to see if he was the number 1 genius in ranker of Tong Tian Tower, the third young master of the Yu clan, Titan Yu, who had fought against the Eastern Palace master until now and was still stubbornly resisting to the end in an attempt to reverse the situation. After the smoke and dust had settled, the black figure that appeared in front of everyone was not Titan Yu. Instead, it was a dog that looked like it deserved to be beaten up, but its attitude was even more so. It made people want to beat it up. If they didn't beat it up, they would feel sorry for themselves, their conscience, and the public. It stood on its hind legs like a human, its 2 front paws making a victory sign. Its half-opened eyes were filled with arrogance. It only used a fifth of its eyes to look at its surroundings. Its attitude was like seeing a country bumpkin bragging about luxury goods. It was as disdainful as one could imagine. Although there were no words written on that despicable dog's face that made anyone want to throw a punch at it, it was filled with a wretched expression that said, "You're making a fuss out of nothing. You've never seen a handsome guy in your entire life, right?" Finally, that proud long tail stood up like a stick, just like the legendary monkey son's golden cudgel. Fortunately, other than Yue Yang, there was no other man from another world. Otherwise, if they saw this guy, they would definitely shout, "Idiot, your moral integrity has fallen to the ground." Of course, whether or not this cheap dog had any moral integrity was another matter. It had to be known that this fool and Skysplit Tower's number 1 cheap bastard, Hai Dafu, were the same kind of trash. If it weren't for humans and dogs walking different paths, Yue Yang would have suspected that these 2 fellows were blood brothers. A dog, the graceful smile on young Master Tu Yu's face froze. It was as stiff as the lava of a volcano that had cooled down. The double-headed dragon Yue Yang and the others, who were secretly scared half to death, felt as if they had been struck by lightning. He was actually frightened by the appearance of a dog. It can't be, right? If this matter were to spread out, he would probably lose his face to the ends of the earth. FCK, if he did that, would he still have the face to see others? Where did this dog come from? Didn't it know that as a dog, a damned mongrel, it should keep a low profile and guard the door? Eating **t was its duty. If it dared to look at bones, even its owner would beat it to death. This kind of trash dog actually dared to come out in such a flashy manner. It actually dared to scare people like this. Ahahaha, good. This slap in the face is too satisfying. What a group of Heaven Realm rankers, what a group of Heaven Realm God rankers. They actually made a mongrel from Skysplit Tower scared to death. Ha ha ha, That's right, what heaven realm rankers, they are not even comparable to dogs. No, they are not even comparable to dog farts. The arrogant man's expression was stunned at first. Then, he reacted and laughed crazily. He could not stop laughing. First, he held his stomach and laughed, but this was not enough to vent. He bent down and used his fist to smash the ground of the blood altar. In the end, he rolled on the ground and kicked his legs. He laughed so hard that tears flowed down his face. However, he still could not get rid of the laughter in his heart. The most amazing thing was that the cheap dog, who was standing in the middle of the altar as if there was no one else around, actually cooperated and farted. It was very loud and very forceful. It turned around and rushed towards the god-level ranker Tu Wan with its butt. It farted loudly and for a long time. With a foo sound, it was 100 times louder than the whistle of a train entering a station or passing through a tunnel in the Celestial Empire. Although they were quite far away, Tu Wan and the others still felt as if they had been sprayed with a fart in their faces. This was simply too depressing. Not to mention being scared by a dog, they were even sprayed with dog farts in their faces. Had they ever felt so humiliated in their entire lives? Kill you. The bad-tempered buried tiger could no longer hold it in. He wanted to rush forward and tear this damned cheap dog into pieces. Just as he was about to move, a voice suddenly rang out. Perhaps it was less than a 10,000th of a second. Behind that cheap dog, there was one more person. The moment he appeared, he kicked the cheap dog's body, sending this idiot, who had almost blinded everyone's Krypton gold dog eyes due to his flashy appearance, flying with a single kick, turning him into a shining star in the sky. When that detestable dog fell from the sky and landed heavily on the blood-colored altar, the ground trembled. His anger had yet to dissipate as he rushed forward, stretching his legs. Then, without thinking, he charged at the dog and gave it a round of kicks. Who asked you to be arrogant? Who asked you to be cocky? Who asked you to steal the limelight? Who asked you to blind your dog eyes? Who asked you to appear in a flashy manner, accompanied by gongs and drums? As the #1 idol of Tong Tian Tower, who is knowledgeable, has high morals, sets a new trend, leads the trend, drives the atmosphere of society, and is popular all over the world, causing thousands of beautiful girls to scream and reach orgasm, I, the #1 idol of Tong Tian Tower, am not as flashy as you are, and not as exaggerated as you are. Are you trying to steal the limelight from your master? If all the beauties look at you, then who will be responsible for this loss that cannot be tolerated by the heavens? Are you itching for a beating because you haven't fought enough? As a watchdog, you don't think of ways to use your lowliness to set off the greatness of your master, and you even steal my limelight. You're simply courting death. Looking at this man who had followed him onto the stage, acting even more shamelessly than a hooligan on the street, everyone felt a wave of helplessness in their hearts. In everyone's mind, a proverb from the heavenly realm flashed: like master, like servant. Same, like a servant, like a master. There was this kind of lowly dog who purposely made a flashy entrance, intimidating everyone with a majestic aura and a face full of pride that deserved a beating. Of course, there was also a master who would make even his own pet jealous and was so shameless that his face was as thick as a city wall. Could it be that this guy who could sweat to death with just his mouth was the legendary #1 genius of Tong Tian Tower, the strongest Titan Yue? The god-ranked Tu Wan, as well as the god-ranked young master Tu Yu and the others, all looked at the heavenly dragon clan's twin-headed dragon Yue Yang, Thousand Bones Paralysis and the others who had seen Titan Yu before. The answer they received was yes. In other words, this young man who had started beating up his own pet as soon as he appeared was the Yu clan's third young master Titan Yu, whom everyone couldn't find even in the East. Tu Wan was sweating profusely. This was the Titan Yu whom even the East couldn't deal with. Why did he look a little weak? Wasn't this brat's strength a lot weaker than what the legend said? I promise to be obedient. Wei Tai Lang hurriedly took out this plate from his storage space. He raised it high above his head and wagged his tail crazily, expressing that he would become a dog with ideals, morals, knowledge and discipline in the future. HMPH, don't hit me so much. Yue Yang wouldn't stop when he saw him begging for mercy. He only stopped after beating him up for a full 10 minutes. Master V5, seeing this, Wei Tai Lang hurriedly flattered him and took out another plate. Scram, Yue Yang didn't fall for this. So you're the Titan Yu. With your strength, you don't even have the qualifications to pick up trash in the heaven realm. I really don't understand why Mr. Dongfang and the great god Tu Shi and the other rankers from the heaven realm would look at you differently. Standing behind Princess Tu Yu, who was a descendant of a god, the Tao clan's leader Mantis couldn't help but mock and ridicule him. Long Mantis, maybe Master Titan Yu has his own unique inherent skill. How can he be judged by his strength alone? In the heaven realm, there are many knowledgeable sages. Their statuses are high, far surpassing those who don't learn martial arts. Even Father and the other almighty gods are highly respected by them. Maybe Master Titan Yu's inherent skill is developing in this direction. As the second generation of a god, young Master Tu Yu had regained his elegance. He smiled. His face, which was originally as stiff as a volcanic rock, was now as warm as a spring breeze. He was full of smiles and appeared very amiable. I'm just afraid that he's really a trash with nothing in his stomach. The green-hat man Long Mantis snorted. Achoo! Yue Yang heard this and sneezed loudly. He was overjoyed. His face revealed a perverted expression that said, "Which beauty is thinking of me?" But before he could even fantasize, the second sneeze came. Immediately, his face changed into an annoyed expression that said, "Which bastard is cursing me behind my back?" Rubbing his nose, Yue Yang was extremely unhappy. Sneezing once and sneezing twice had completely different results. The former was auspicious, as the beauty was thinking of him, while the latter was ominous, as the villain was cursing him. Just as Yue Yang turned his head and was about to use a suspicious gaze to look at Master Tu Yu and the green-hat man who were talking just now, the third sneeze resounded. FCK, what did 3 sneezes mean? He caught a cold. Yue Yang hurriedly cupped his hands towards Master Tu Yu and Long Mantis to express his apology. I thought it was the two of you who were cursing me behind my back. I didn't think that it was just a cold. I'm very sorry. Actually, you guys can talk a little louder, it's not a hindrance. Don't be afraid to say it out loud. You guys have always been like that. What's there to hide? You guys have to be honest, and I've always been an honest kid. I'll speak the truth, and I'll never fabricate rumors, slander, or fabricate facts that aren't even worth a fart. Of course, maybe you like it, and that's your hobby. I won't be surprised. There are all kinds of people in this world, and it's very reasonable for there to be idiots like you. If it weren't for you retards, where would I get my sense of superiority from? As a descendant of a god, Master Tu Yu's smile became as stiff as a volcano. The arrogant man was dumbfounded. His jaw dropped to the back of his feet. The 5 people from the 9-head clan also smiled bitterly. As expected of the Yu clan's third young master that even Dongfang had a headache over. Not to mention anything else, just his words alone were unbearable. The green-hat man from the Fei Ling clan, Long Mantis, was trembling with anger. Just as he lost control of his emotions and was about to fly up and pounce towards Yue Yang, the Sheath Wing clan's ranker Zhang Hu, who was even more fiery than him, had already soared into the sky and slashed down with thousands of blades. On the battlefield, Yue Yang was so touched that he almost cried. He could finally fight. At first, I was afraid that the moment I appeared, I would scare the hell out of the enemy. I was so scared that I would piss my pants and run away without fighting. Now, I finally angered the enemy. Come on, I can't wait to torture you. Are you ready to moan? If you want to feel good, then scream. Don't be courteous with me. All of you, let's gang up on him. I don't mind. I've been wanting to fight one-on-one for a long time. If the impulsive guy above him was willing, Yue Yang wanted to give him the Most Popular Enemy Award. Or the Most Hated Award. When everyone was hesitating and watching coldly from the sidelines, he suddenly jumped out. What kind of spirit was this? This was the legendary spirit of sacrifice. And it was the kind of great sacrifice that he would make if he didn't enter hell. Yue Yang was so excited that he almost shouted, "Bro, you have to pull the aggro, don't let it go OT." Chapter 13. Tens of thousands of blade beams slashed down. However, at this moment, Tiger Burial's true body was not in the sky. Instead, it had strangely appeared behind Yue Yang. The scarlet eyes were like 2 red arrows, moving at high speed and drawing out a trajectory. Before it could even be reflected in the eyes of the crowd, the enormous teeth blade, which was shaped like a guillotine, had already silently crossed over to Yue Yang's neck. With a light pull, Yue Yang's head would be separated from his body and sent flying. Die! Endless killing intent rose in Tiger Burial's blood-red eyes. Hiss! 2 dazzling saber lights flashed between heaven and earth before disappearing. Even space was directly sliced apart. It was impossible for the martial artists of the world to dodge this kind of strangulation with just their battle skills and speed. In fact, even some special races in the heaven realm had the ability to heal, regenerate, multiply, or some extraordinary talent that could completely ignore external physical damage. They might not be able to survive this kind of strangulation. This was because this kind of strangulation had the unique, soul burial, ability of the Elysian Wing Armor tribe. Not only did it harm the body, it could also directly harm the soul. One-hit kill. This was the high evaluation that the martial artists of the heaven realm had for Tiger Burial's attack method. The reason why Tiger Burial was so famous in the heaven realm was most likely because of his soul burial ability, which was extremely difficult to heal once it was killed. Although he had not fallen to the ground, Tiger Burial, Mantis, and the god's second-generation young master Tu Yu, who was watching with a smile on his face, were all very sure of one thing. This Titan Yu, who had been hit, was dead for sure. No one could survive Tiger Burial's attack, even if his body was strong enough. He did not have his head separated from his body. His soul had long been severely injured by the blade light that had invaded his body with the soul burial ability. The wings on Tiger Burial's back flapped lightly, and he circled around Yue Yang's back, deliberately stopping in front of him so that he could look at him one last time in panic before he died. At this moment, the lightning-fast saber radiance finally reached Yue Yang's head. Buried Tiger lowered his head and inserted the gigantic blade into the scabbard between his knees. He made a cool signature motionless posture to signal the end of the battle. Behind him, Yue Yang was at the position where the gigantic cross-shaped blade gleam slashed down, causing smoke and dust to fly everywhere. Thick smoke billowed. How weak. Chong Ying sneered, I thought I could go on stage to play, but I didn't expect that I'm just a big-mouthed toad, worse than an idiot. The elegant young master Tu Yu also smiled. But he smiled modestly and politely. It was as if his subordinate's one-hit kill was a small matter that was not worth his attention at all. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something to everyone, but suddenly, his abdomen was in great pain. He felt as if he was about to vomit, and he couldn't hold it in anymore. Countless food scraps and acid sprayed out from his throat. There was no time to think, and no time to react. Young Master Tu Yu, who was crazily vomiting, suddenly trembled slightly. His eyes rolled back, and he lost consciousness in an instant. His entire body was like a log that had been cut down from a hillside, and he fell to the ground with a loud bang, his handsome face smashed heavily into the filth he had just vomited. What's going on? Great slaughtering god Tu Wan was extremely shocked. He didn't see anyone attack Tu Yu. Oh, the bewitching thousand bones paralysis also didn't understand. He turned his head to look at the twin-headed dragon Yue Yang, but the latter was also confused. It was clearly a battle between Tiger Burial and Titan Yu, so why was it young Master Tu Yu who fell to the ground instead? I don't see anything. The arrogant man's face was also full of distress. He didn't see the specific situation clearly, but he guessed that Titan Yu had just attacked. So fast. Among the 5 people of the Nine-Head clan, the slightly mysterious nine-headed demon muttered softly. Tiger Burial and Long Mantis turned pale with fright. Was it Titan Yu's attack? How was this possible? Young Master Tu Yu was at the divine level, and his strength was far above the two of them. How could the Titan Yu have injured him? Moreover, under the gazes of so many people, no one could clearly see what had happened. If Titan Yu had attacked, then he wouldn't have had the time to do so. Even if it was him, he had been staying in the arena the entire time, and wouldn't have had the time to attack the vigilant young Master Tu Yu. What exactly was going on? Just as they were confused and at a complete loss of what to do, they suddenly saw at the same time that there was a deep fist imprint on each other's chests. Both of them were confused. How could the other party not have felt such a heavy blow? Moreover, who had made such a deep fist imprint? When had it been made? If a heavy punch hit, shouldn't it have sent the other party flying? How could there be no reaction at all, and even the person who had been hit didn't feel anything? The two of them simultaneously stretched out their hands and opened their mouths, wanting to point out the fist imprint on each other's chests. Just as they opened their mouths, similar to young Master Tu Yu, Long Mantis and Zhang Hu both vomited crazily at the same time. Zhang Hu's body swayed, his eyes rolled back before he fell down. Long Mantis, on the other hand, was like a piece of wood that had been chopped down by an axe. He fell to the ground with a loud bang, falling straight onto the blood-red altar. A light breeze blew. The smoke in the arena gradually dissipated, revealing the figures of Yue Yang and Wei Tai Lang beneath his feet. The great massacre god Tu Wan and the others finally saw the situation clearly. Previously, they thought that Titan Yu, who had been killed in one blow by the twisting blade on his neck, had been decapitated, his blood splattered, and his corpse lying on the ground, did not even have a single wound on his body. He was so clean that it was as if he had just taken a bath. The thing on his neck, which made his living, did not seem to have any intention of moving. Seeing everyone's strange gazes, Yue Yang hurriedly explained, "I'm sorry, I just went back to take a bath and changed into a new set of clothes. Because I had more time, I even ate 2 snacks and drank a cup of God's dew as my afternoon tea. I've made everyone wait for a long time. If everyone thinks that this pace is a little slow, I can actually speed it up. I can even hurry up a little and guarantee that I won't waste everyone's precious time." Choo-choo. Wei Tai Lang, who was beside him, cooperated and chewed on the meat bun in his mouth, showing that what his master said was true. The arrogant man's jaw dropped to his feet again. "Damn it, you, how is this a fight? You're just bullying people." That arrogant young master Tu Yu, the second generation of the god realm, could actually be beaten to a pulp. "Are you sure that you're not even a god level? Even if you're pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger, you can't fool people like this. Young master Tu Yu is also a god level, okay? If you continue to bully people like this, aren't you afraid that people will cry and find a rope to hang themselves when they wake up? But then again, beating people like this is the right way. Stepping on people like this is the real way to bully people. This is the real way to feel good." The arrogant man suddenly understood why his idol, Mo Long, would become brothers with this Titan Yu. Birds of a feather flock together. Ayo. Young master Tu Yu woke up with great difficulty. When he opened his eyes, he realized that he was lying on a puddle of vomit. He, who had a serious obsession with cleanliness, instantly exploded. He jumped up and roared at the sky. His eyes immediately turned red, and they were 100 times hotter than the magma that erupted from a volcano. The aura on his body increased by 1,000 times. From the god general realm, which was originally hidden, it soared all the way to the god level. Howl, 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 howl. The handsome appearance of young master Tu Yu, who was roaring at the sky, completely disappeared. The muscles on his body, arms, chest, abdomen, waist, buttocks, and legs exploded and bulged. Countless body hairs and bone spurs grew crazily. Every joint was twisting, expanding, and deforming. Curved horns, sharp teeth, sharp claws, hooves, and even an extremely strange venomous snake tail extended out from where his buttocks had torn apart his clothes. Just now, young master Tu Yu was extremely handsome. Just looking at him made one's heart tremble. She wished that she could offer herself to sleep with him. Now that she looked at him, she immediately lost her appetite. How was he handsome? He was a monster that was uglier and more tragic than a gorilla. Especially that slippery, cold, and poisonous snake tail. It made the hair of myriad bones enchantress stand on end. Compared to it, the caterpillar in front of her was not even worth mentioning. After young master Tu Yu returned to his original form, he was indeed powerful, even though he looked ugly. The violent divine flames on his body turned into a domain-like divine fire barrier. The entire blood-colored altar was within the range of young master Tu Yu's will. If the twin-headed dragon Yue Yang, the beautiful queen of 10,000 bones biscuit, the black bear Yao, and the wild boar Yao hadn't sensed that something was amiss and fled quickly enough, they would have been heavily injured by this destructive divine flame or even turned into charcoal. Even the most powerful great slaughterer god Tu Wan, who hadn't reached the god level, was forced to take 3 steps back by the divine flames. He only managed to stop when he was out of the blood-colored altar. Die. No one and no reason will forgive a lowly worm like you. How dare you launch a shameless sneak attack against the noble divine child? Using your inherent skill to attack when the enemy was unprepared. The most unforgivable thing is that you dirtied this divine child's noble and pure face. For this alone, you should die 10 million times. After recovering his true form, young master Tu Yu's voice changed from its original elegance to an ear-piercing noise. This kind of voice was 100 times more unpleasant to the ears than the noise made by 100 mice fighting for food in a garbage can. As a guy from another world, Yue Yang had heard noises before. What kind of unpleasant sound had he not heard before? His mental endurance was extremely strong. But now that he heard it, he furrowed his brows and made a bitter face. His fingers dug his ears with all his might, trying to dig out the noise that was drilling into his eardrums, if he could, he would rather have a screaming mouse run into his ears than listen to this kind of noise. It was too painful, but there was nothing he could do about it. This was because the mouth that made this kind of noise was on someone else's face. Even if he wanted to remove it, he wouldn't be able to. I understand now, so Dongfang sent you guys here to die. Then, that Tian Tu Shenxi will have a reason to declare war against Tong Tian Tower and attack me. The rules of the game are pretty good. Since it is Dongfang's good intentions, I will accept it without hesitation. You won't have a part in my last words, but you can torture me a little longer and show us the hospitality of Tong Tian Tower. Yue Yang immediately understood. Why was that Tian Tu Shenxi still hiding behind and not attacking? He reckoned that there was also an agreement in the Heaven Realm. It was the same as the innate agreement in Tong Tian Tower. If a divine level ranker wanted to attack, he had to have a good reason. And this young master Tu Yu, who only had the strength of a fake god, was naturally a sacrifice sent by his father and Dongfang. Yue Yang wanted to kill him. Tu Shenxi would have a good reason to attack. After all, he was taking revenge for his son. It was honorable and justifiable. Of course, even if he knew that it was Dongfang's plan, it would be a waste not to kill him since he was sending himself to die. If he were to be polite to this kind of trash, it would be intolerable. Moreover, even if he deliberately let this kind of retard go, with their intelligence, would they be able to understand what was a sacrifice and what was being used by others? In order not to waste his saliva and Dongfang's good intentions, Yue Yang decided. He would kill this god's son who was sending himself to die. Humanity would be destroyed. Die, look at this god's divine flame explosion wave. Spray. Young Master Tu Yu had completely lost the ability to think. He had completely lost his mind and was completely immersed in his powerful strength. In the first place, this power did not come from his own cultivation. Instead, it was bestowed upon him by his divine-level father. He, who did not have a sufficiently high level in temperament, once he unleashed his full power, there would be nothing else in his eyes, only destruction and destruction. Rushing towards Yue Yang, he gathered the uncontrollable divine flame in his chest, forming a torrent of divine flame waterfall, and crazily spewed it out. Chapter 13:11 Yue Yang reached out a hand. He stretched his fingers. Divine flames erupted from the mouth of young Master Tu Yu's transformed monster. They danced in the sky, and the scorching energy that seemed to be able to burn the world forced the spectators to retreat. No one dared to face its power head-on. However, in front of Yue Yang, this berserk energy was as docile as a puppy. It miraculously gathered and compressed, forming a spherical golden ball of light. It was very small. Its core was not even the size of a fist. If it weren't for the light waves emitted by the highly compressed layers of divine flames on the outside, which gave people a soul-stirring feeling as if they were sealed demons, people would have thought that it was really created by the divine flames dancing in the sky just now. Yue Yang held the ball of light in his left hand. With his other hand, he punched out casually without any trace of anger. Before he punched out, Yue Yang was at least 30 meters away from young Master Tu Yu. But when his fist reached its end, it tore through the air and hit young Master Tu Yu's abdomen. The sound wasn't loud. Yue Yang didn't seem to have used any strength. But young Master Tu Yu, who was 3 meters tall after his transformation, immediately became much shorter after being punched. The expression on his face was extremely painful. Even though he looked like a hideous monster, it was still obvious that he was in pain. Young Master Tu Yu's body shook violently. His legs went soft, and his huge body fell uncontrollably to his knees in front of Yue Yang. In his eyes, besides the negative emotions of madness and bloodlust, there was also shock and astonishment. Of course, there was more pain and unwillingness. The monster-like young Master Tu Yu reached out his hands. He seemed to want to grab Yue Yang. He retaliated. However, after being punched, he found that his arm had no strength at all. He couldn't even move his fingers. The struggle in his heart was simply a futile and powerless fantasy. You've trampled on the power of the divine level. Yue Yang's left hand was still leisurely holding the compressed light ball, while his right hand was gently pressing on the top of young Master Tu Yu's head. No one knew what kind of innate power he had used, but with a gentle pull, all the energy stored in young Master Tu Yu's mouth, nose, facial features, and even the entire body of young Master Tu Yu surged out like spring water, continuously gathering in the palm of Yue Yang's right hand. First, an extremely tiny spot of light began to burn in the center of his palm. Immediately after, More energy was added. When more and more energy was gathered into a ball, the shape and brightness of the energy that Yue Yang had absorbed with his right hand gradually became similar to the energy ball that he had used to compress the divine flame explosion wave with his left hand. It looked like two small suns floating above his palms. Yue Yang pulled them up slowly, not stirring up a speck of dust. It was as if the slightest bit of force would shatter them. Explosion. The two balls of light successfully merged into a ball, and became bigger and brighter. When they reached their limit, they were not much less luminous than the real sun in the sky. On the contrary, young Master Tu Yu, whose energy had been extracted, quickly became thinner and thinner. He could not maintain his original monster-like form, and gradually degenerated. From a monster that was stronger than a gorilla, he withered and shrunk, turning into a gibbon, a skinny monkey, a dwarf, and even a skeleton. Young Master Tu Yu was actually not dead, but his life energy and the divine flame energy that his father had bestowed upon him had all been extracted, and he was now no different from a mummy. It was extremely terrifying. The current young Master Tu Yu gave off a feeling that a gust of wind would be able to blow his body apart. He turned into ashes. At this moment, Long Mantis and Burial Tiger, who had just woken up from their vomit, were stunned. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would not have believed that the mummy-like person who could be smashed to pieces by a casual punch from a baby was actually young Master Tu Yu, who had just possessed the power of the divine level. This is impossible. Burial Tiger's lips trembled. He could not accept this cruel fact at all. It can't be true. There must be a mistake somewhere. The Long Mantis was also shrieking. They had come to provoke the Yu Titan under the orders of the heaven-slaughtering deity. With such a powerful deity looking after them from behind, how could they have ended up like this? Young Master Tu Yu was obviously the eldest son of heaven butcher god Tu Shi, the future successor of the family's glory. How could he be drained dry by this damn Titan Yu? Why didn't the heaven-slaughtering god slaughtering the world? Even if Tu Shi couldn't make it in time, why would the great slaughterer god, Tu Wan, stand by and watch? It was a mistake. There must be a mistake somewhere. Otherwise, it wouldn't be like this. With his left hand, Yue Yang raised the highly compressed golden ball of light, which had a diameter of more than half a meter, slightly towards the sky, while his right hand reached out to the horrified Mantis and Burial Tiger in front of him. No, we will not resign ourselves to death. Buried Tiger angrily pounced forward. He was already clear about the difference in strength between him and the other party, but to let the other party kill him without struggling, or to extract his energy in front of everyone's eyes and turn him into a dried human was not something he could accept. If he couldn't escape, then he would at least bite off a piece of flesh from his opponent's body. Don't force me. The other companion, the Long Mantis, had the complete opposite thoughts. He only wanted to escape, but before he could move even a millimeter, he discovered that the Yu Titan Yu, who was dozens of meters away, was already standing in front of him. His right hand was stretched out towards his chest, where his heart was. In this final moment of life and death, in this hopeless situation where there was no escape, he also chose to resist. He fought with his life on the line. His shriveled stomach instantly swelled up 10 times over. Under the control of his desire to self-destruct, his entire body rapidly transformed into a ball of violent energy. Let us go. We will never set foot in Skysplit Tower again. We don't dare. We won't come here again. Let us go. I beg you, don't force me, otherwise I will explode and this entire space will turn to dust. Don't force me. The Long Mantis opened his mouth and hurriedly begged for mercy. In order to live, he couldn't care less about things like face and dignity. He tried to make one last effort, hoping that Yue Yang would change his mind in time. Actually, 6,000 years ago, there were also idiots like you who begged for mercy from the prison emperor. 10,000 years ago, there were even more Heaven Realm rankers who begged for their lives at the feet of the Conqueror Queen. What I want to say is that you guys have never learned this kind of lesson from history. It has always been like this. Seeing that you are about to lose your life, only lowering your head and begging for mercy when your death is near. Isn't this a little too late? Even if I forgive you now, it doesn't mean that you Heaven Realm rankers truly have the intention to repent. Killing you doesn't mean that our Tong Tian Tower warriors don't have a forgiving heart. Since ancient times, we have done enough and forgiven enough. However, what we get in return is never gratitude, but an even more severe invasion. So, I have decided, from now on, Tong Tian Tower will no longer forgive us, and there will no longer be a chance for us to beg for our lives. Invaders, you only have one ending, and that is, death. Yue Yang's right hand lightly pierced. It pierced through the long mantis' extremely bulging abdomen. Countless poisonous green energy spurted out, but under Yue Yang's will, it turned into a gentle and thin thread, automatically twisting into a ball. Unable to attack and unable to escape, the insect clan rancor, buried tiger, suddenly collapsed. His spirit could no longer hold on, as if a string in his brain had suddenly snapped. He pounced forward crazily, brandishing his gigantic tooth blade. His moves were messy, as he slashed towards Yue Yang without any pattern. Slightly turning his body, Yue Yang's right index finger lightly tapped on his forehead. Similarly, a tide-like sharp energy gushed out from the hole in his forehead, and under Yue Yang's will, it turned into a ball of countless sharp thorns. 3 dried-up corpses that could be blown away by a sneeze were placed in front of everyone just like that. Even the great slaughtering god Tu Wan, who was a god-level rancor, possessed great power, and had an extremely firm will, at this moment, broke out in cold sweat. With his divine power, it was not difficult to kill Sir Tu Yu, Long Mantis, and Buried Tiger. Even if Sir Tu Yu had the great divine power bestowed upon him by his father, it was impossible for him to last 10 moves against a god-level rancor that had truly cultivated. But, to do this to Tu Wan, in the time it took to raise his hand, to drain the energy of the 3 and turn them into dried-up corpses, and even leave them with their last breath, struggling at death's door. That was an impossible task. Perhaps, only Big Brother, who had already reached the true god level, Tu Shi, who was known as the heavenly slaughtering god, in the heaven realm, who was unimaginably powerful, could have such an unbelievable and miraculous power. Tu Wan had actually wanted to save them just now. No matter what, Tu Yu was his nephew, and had usually given him many treasures and women as a form of filial piety. But suddenly, a thought that surpassed sound flashed past his ears. This caused him to immediately change his mind. Of course, the strange abilities and attack talent of Titan Yu in front of him also caused him to hesitate. For a fellow like Titan Yu that even the Eastern Palace Master had a headache over, it was better to let the stronger god-level rancor teach him a lesson. He shouldn't do unnecessary and useless things. Under this principle of self-preservation, the great slaughtering god Tu Wan, who possessed the power of a god-level rancor, did not make a sound, did not move an inch, and stood in place like a statue. Clap clap clap. At an unknown place, someone lightly applauded, as if praising Yue Yang's heroic feat of resisting the enemy and getting rid of an evil for the people. Good. What a good Titan Yu, I have long heard of your great name. Seeing you today, you are indeed extraordinary. In the heaven realm, your name is mentioned by this deity's ears at least 3 times a day. This deity is very curious. What kind of young hero can make people revere you so much? In the end, this deity really couldn't resist my curiosity, and felt that I had to make a trip to this fallen Tong Tian Tower. Otherwise, I would definitely miss out on a young genius like you that is rarely seen in 10,000 years. This person's voice was gentle and calm, completely without a trace of anger. Like a mountain rock beside a stream. Heavy and heavy. Although it was not as sharp as some noisy guests who stole the host's place, it had a weight that no one could ignore. When Yue Yang heard this, he frowned slightly. Just as he was about to reply, who knew that someone else would speak first. Tu Shi, have you become stupid from eating too much beans? This bullshit genius Titan Yu that only appears once in 10,000 years just killed your son. Why are you still being polite to him? If I were you, I would immediately fry his skin, break his bones and turn his bones into ashes. That would be a waste of your dignity as a god. So the number 1 guard of the central shrine, giant god Chong Men, is here too. I, Tu Shi, greet you. The calm and steady man who spoke earlier did not sound anxious at all. Instead, he was smiling. These are 2 different matters. Although the Yu clan's 3rd young master killed my son Tu Yu and ended the Yu clan's bloodline, this can only be blamed on Tu Yu's lack of skills. How can you put all the blame on Titan Yu? No matter how muddle-headed I am, I will not blame others wrongly. Right here, Tu Shi would like to declare that I and the entire Sky Swallowing clan will definitely not take revenge on the Yu clan's 3rd young master. I came here mainly for justice. In the past, the ancestors of the Sky Swallowing clan had many disputes and misunderstandings with the warriors of Tong Tian Tower. Tu Shi is not talented, so I would like to invite Titan Yu's master, the Conquering Queen, to resolve the grievances of the past. Chapter 13:12, You're not worthy. Yue Yang responded faintly. Although his tone was very light, there was a sense of contempt in his bones. The steady and steady Tu Shi fell silent upon hearing this. Hey, it's not that I'm not worthy, boy, you can't invite her out. The voice that was called, Giant God Nagato, by Tian Tu Shi who rushed to speak just now shouted proudly, Conquest Queen hasn't broken out of the seal yet, right? The seal of Nirvana deification is not so easy to break. You're just using the title of Conquest Queen's disciple to scare people. When normal Heaven Realm warriors hear this, they might be intimidated by you. When they hear the Conquest Queen's name, they would be so scared that their legs would go soft. However, do you think that you can use this kind of senseless and laughable trick to scare us, the god-level rankers? What genius that only appears once in 10,000 years? Haha, it's ridiculous. Do you think Dongfang, Tu Shi, and Immovable Sovereign are really afraid of you? No, all the divine-level experts are just afraid of the Conquest Queen who may have died long ago. Even if she is not dead, she has not broken out of the seal. With just you, why don't you look in the mirror? Are you worthy of a few divine-level experts holding back their anger? With just one finger, I can crush an ant like you into meat paste. Human, you're so fragile. Is that so? Then why don't you come up and try? Yue Yang asked. His expression was calm. There was no anger. An extremely faint mocking smile appeared at the corner of his lips, but it had a different meaning. Of course, I'll kill you. What I like to do the most is to kill the genius that only appears once in 1,000 years. However, I can wait patiently. I want to listen to what Katsukami, who killed his son and let others ride on his head without daring to say a word, has to say next. The giant god Nagato blasted Katsuki again, pulling the hatred onto others. It's just the death of my son. It's just an insignificant personal grudge. The main reason I'm here today is to resolve the misunderstanding between the elders of my clan and the Conqueror Queen. The Heaven Slaughterer god, Tu Shi, generously expressed that it didn't matter even if he lost his son. What if Conquest Queen doesn't appear? The arrogant man saw clearly the true colors of this group of divine-level experts. They were just bullying the weak and fearing the strong. They said so much. However, he was only stalling for time to test the waters. As long as they were 100% sure that the Conquest Queen was still within the Nirvana God sealing seal, the god-level experts in front of them, who were acting for the common good and had no personal grudges, would swarm toward Titan Yu and beat him to death. They were like gossipy women, chattering away for a long time. It was just to test if the Conquest Queen had broken through the seal. With the Conquest Queen's temper, she would definitely not let her beloved disciple, Titan Yu, fight alone. If the Conquest Queen did not appear in the end, then these divine-level experts from the upper realm could be sure that the Conquest Queen had not broken free from the seal. If that was the case, they would not hesitate to attack. All that talk about public grievances and personal grievances was nonsense. Only power. Absolute power was supreme, and that was the key to deciding everything. Conquest Queen, she will appear, maybe not now, maybe one day in the future, but we have enough patience to wait for her return. However, before that, I would like to invite the Conqueror Queen's only disciple, Tong Tian Tower's third young master, Yu Titan, to wait with us. As long as Titan Yu agrees, I can guarantee his safety and give him the best treatment. At the same time, I also believe that no matter how many misunderstandings there are between Tong Tian Tower and the Central Shrine, as long as we communicate sincerely and trust each other, both sides will be able to return to the starting point of peaceful coexistence and start negotiations. Invading Tong Tian Tower is not what we want. We have come here with great goodwill. We want to share the best things in the Central Shrine with Tong Tian Tower. The voice of Gbu Dao, who had fought with the Night Empress previously, echoed in the sky as he joined the discussion. FCK, these disgusting words make me want to vomit for 3 days and 3 nights. The arrogant man was completely speechless. Only the people from the Central Shrine would talk about invading in such a dignified and righteous manner. This is also a method of attack. The nine-headed goblin of the nine-headed clan laughed out loud. Alright, I probably won't be able to learn this kind of attack in this lifetime. The arrogant man spat on the ground in disdain. If he had the power of a divine level, he would definitely help Yue Yang indignantly. Unfortunately, he didn't. If he had enough power, as the captain of the Changman giant god, who was on guard at the central divine palace, the heaven slaughtering god slaughtering the world, the invincible sovereign, and other god-level experts, they would not ignore his contemptuous attitude and venomous words. Unfortunately, He did not have such power. As a divine-level ranker, no matter if it was the ill-tempered captain or the domineering and arrogant Gbu Dao, they all completely ignored the arrogant man's existence. In their eyes, this kid was no different from a slightly larger ant. He could be crushed with a finger. There was no need to be angry. If they looked at this brat for too long, they would even lower their status. They were only looking at the person standing in the middle of the blood altar. He might be the last ranker of Tong Tian Tower, the third young master of the Yu clan in the Soaring Dragon continent, Titan Yu. Yue Yang didn't get angry, nor did he retaliate. Sometimes, if it was useless to retaliate, then there was no need to waste his saliva. Now, this was the situation. The enemies had already heard the news and rushed over from all directions. They weren't in a hurry to attack, not because they weren't in a hurry to destroy Tong Tian Tower. On the contrary, they were like hungry wolves with bloodthirsty fangs and claws. They had long been hungry and thirsty. However, they were divine-level rankers with rich battle experience and an unshakable iron will. No matter how hungry they would endure and wait for the best time to attack. Then, they would kill their prey in one strike and tear them into pieces. The only thing they were afraid of was the conquest queen who had sworn to conquer Heaven Realm. If she wasn't here, then they would immediately open their bloody mouths, reveal their sharp fangs and fiercely pounce. All of this was within Yue Yang's expectations. He had already thought of this before he rushed out of the heaven stairway. However, when he rushed out of the blood-red altar, he discovered that young Master Tu Yu, the second generation of the God Realm, and the others were present, but his biggest helper, the demonic dragon, was missing. He realized that things had changed, and things were not going according to his plan. Dong Fang was definitely not that simple. Not to mention Dong Fang, even the immovable Ji Zun, who was still in hiding, was not an ordinary person, let alone the mysterious Tian Yu. On the surface, Yue Yang's attitude was calm, and even his words and actions were a little disdainful. However, deep down, he didn't underestimate or be careless at all. Dong Fang, the immovable Ji Zun, and the deity temple's supreme Tian Yu must be playing tricks in the dark. Divine-level rankers aren't stupid. If anyone thinks that these old foxes who have lived for tens of thousands of years and fought with each other for tens of thousands of years are stupid, then he is the real stupid one. Yue Yang kept thinking. The battlefield, the battle situation, the battle, and so on looked very normal. There was nothing unexpected among the people who defeated young Master Tu Yu and Zhang Hu. He probed again and again. He didn't find anything strange. However, the more it was like this, the more abnormal. The situation and the direction of the battle situation was. Dong Fang and the others had no reason to do nothing. However, what exactly happened in the surroundings that seemed normal on the surface? Before he found out the reason, this battle was still within Dong Fang's calculations, and it was still within the control of his chess talent. What should he do with the situation in front of him? How could he break out of this situation? Wait a minute, this is also a method of attack. He recalled that the nine-headed demon's word seemed to be referring to something else. Could it be? Yue Yang's heart trembled slightly. He raised his eyes to look in the direction of the sound of Tian Tu Shenxi, who didn't show up, but had a steady quality. He then turned around to look at Grey Wolf behind him, and then looked at the direction of the voices of the giant god captain and supreme unfalling, who were either arrogant or shameless to join the discussion. Suddenly, a realization flashed through his mind, illuminating his thoughts that had fallen into chaos. Yue Yang moved at an unimaginable speed. He turned around and kicked. He attacked Grey Wolf, who was behind him. Grey Wolf, who was shaking his head with a despicable look on his face, was smashed by his kick, and his afterimage disappeared. In the void, a golden palm imprinted on Yue Yang's forehead. It wasn't fast, but no matter how Yue Yang tried to dodge, he couldn't avoid the golden palm's attack. Damn it, get lost. Yue Yang didn't struggle in vain. He stretched his head forward and forcefully took a heavy palm strike on his forehead. Both of his hands grabbed forward and grabbed the arm behind the golden palm. In less than a thousandth of a second before the other party could retreat, Yue Yang fiercely smashed his head into the other party's arm bones. Both of his hands twisted at the same time, and he twisted his waist. He threw him over his shoulder. He struggled to pull out a golden shadow from the void and slammed it on the bloody altar in front of him. The entire bloody altar was trembling, and the altar, which was difficult to be damaged by divine weapons, shrank and spread like a spider web. The solid golden shadow bounced up and turned into golden smoke under Yue Yang's heavy punches and consecutive flying kicks. It was invisible and ethereal, and it easily retreated out of Yue Yang's attack range. "How did you see that?" the golden shadow asked a little strangely. "In major battles, Grey Wolf never stands behind me. It is a world-destroying demonic wolf, and it has its own pride. Moreover, it has fought with the captain, who is known as the giant god Nagato. When the captain appeared, it didn't make a sound. This is very abnormal, and it is not its character at all. Finally, although Grey Wolf is not my contracted beast, it is closer to me than contracted beasts. Although you can also pretend to have no murderous aura, you can't imitate its unique and intimate aura." Yue Yang gently wiped away the erosion of divine power on his forehead, and stared coldly at the calm and steady, heaven-slaughtering God-slaughtering world in the distant sky. "Although I have never seen heaven-slaughtering God-slaughtering world, such a low-profile god in the heaven realm must be an assassin. It would definitely not be as mature, steady, and wise as you. You want to use the cold-blooded cruelty of your son's death to cover up. Who doesn't want to do this? It just makes me suspicious. You are actually the East who arranged the battlefield and thought that you could control everything. Your endless words, coupled with the Captain and Supreme Indestructible's provocation, are just a cover for slaughtering world who is hiding behind me like an assassin. You all already knew that Her Majesty Queen Vivian Li would not be able to come to help. If she could come, you all would have been so scared that you would have peed your pants and run away. You all made use of other people's suspicions to make this plan. It is indeed very interesting. Unfortunately, if it wasn't for the Goblin Emperor who saw through it and gave you pointers, my plan might have succeeded." That steady and heavy slaughtering world's voice suddenly changed, returning to the calm and unperturbed tone of the East. "If you want to incriminate someone, there is no fear of not having a pretext." Did Palace Master Dong Fang misunderstand? The nine-headed goblin laughed, but his eyes were not smiling at all. Under the shocked gazes of the twin-headed dragon Yue Yang and the others, he admitted his true identity. He was the real Goblin Emperor. The bewitching Thousand Bones Crisper and the other Heaven Realm rankers only knew fear now. It was fine if they didn't know before, but now that they thought about it, they actually stayed with such a dangerous godly level ranker for such a long time. They even mocked and ridiculed each other for a long time, and even almost attacked each other. Really, luckily they didn't fight. Otherwise, even if all of them joined forces, they wouldn't even be able to kill him with one finger. It must be a misunderstanding. The Goblin Emperor has always been neutral. Why would he side with the Yu clan's third young master who is not related to him? Supreme Indestructible spoke up to help. Perhaps he was also dissatisfied with the demonic beast emperor's careless advice, but he was very clear that he couldn't allow another divine-level expert like the demonic beast emperor to become his enemy before successfully killing Titan Yu. Otherwise, the battle situation would worsen, and it would become extremely dangerous. It's good that it's a misunderstanding. I didn't say anything, and I won't interfere in your battle. I won't help either side. The Goblin Emperor's last sentence seemed to be directed at Yue Yang. Thank you. Yue Yang cupped his hands towards the Goblin Emperor sincerely. He felt that the Goblin Emperor would not help either side. He would not hit him when he was down. This was already a huge surprise that had far exceeded his expectations. I could have meddled in other people's business. I've always liked bustling places, but it's a pity that I owed someone a huge favor back then. So, I can only be a coward. The Goblin Emperor laughed at himself. Everyone had their own difficulties. Yue Yang understood. Moreover, this was his own battle, and he did not need the Goblin Emperor's help. As long as he remained neutral, it was enough goodwill. Yue Yang nodded towards the Goblin Emperor to express his gratitude. He was already mentally prepared for Dong Fang, Tu Shi, Captain, Supreme Indestructible and other godly level rankers' attacks. Now, the only thing he did not understand was what kind of tricks the mysterious deity Palace Sovereign Tian Yu had done behind the scenes. It was impossible that he did not do anything. Since the Conquest Queen is unable to come, then I'll have to trouble Yu Clan third young master to stay in the Central Divine Palace for a few days. We are very sincere in inviting you. Before the Conquest Queen arrives, we will definitely entertain you with great hospitality. Supreme Indestructible slowly appeared in the sky. His 20-meter-tall body was like a small mountain, and he gave off an indescribable sense of oppression. You want to fight alone? Or gang up on me? The giant god captain of the main gate who had fought with Grey Wolf earlier also appeared on the other side of the sky, calling out to him from afar. Chapter 13 One-on-one or a group fight. The first captain on duty at the central shrine gave him a choice, and Tu Wan made his move. He had been waiting for a long time. From the moment when the heavenly weapon blood scythe in his hand was snatched away by A Man in an incomparably humiliating manner, and even earlier when the sickly beauty used the crystal wall and the crystal shield to easily block his attack, rudely insulting the pride of the second strongest of the sky-swallowing clan, this great massacre god who could run amok in the heaven realm couldn't hold back the anger in his heart. He vowed to return this humiliation to one of the Tong Tian Tower's warriors, Thumb, 1,000 times over. Titan Yu, he was also the target that he had been longing to kill for a long time. If it wasn't for the extremely secretive divine thought that came from the east to dissuade him, he would not have waited until now to attack. Go to hell. The time was right. With several divine-level experts surrounding him, this guy might die in the next second. Now was the best time to take revenge. What if he didn't make his move now? When would he wait? Tu Wan raised his hands high, and a super-heavy quasi-divine weapon, bloodthirsty, appeared between his fingers. It looked like a blood flower axe made of demonic iron, but the mottled runes on it had a kind of bloodthirsty and violent power. Whether it was the broad blade, the horn handle, or the two sides of the twisted spiral, they all looked ferocious. The giant divine weapon was raised high, and chopped down towards Yue Yang's head with an unstoppable force. This chop carried Tu Wan's god power that had been suppressed to the limit. It seemed to have the power to split the heavens and the earth. Not to mention a body of flesh and blood, even a towering mountain peak could only be split in half under this heavy chop. Too slow. Yue Yang spat out these two words coldly. The afterimage was still in the same place. But the real body had long disappeared. At the moment when Tu Wan almost could not stop his attack, Yue Yang appeared behind him, and slowly pressed his palm forward. As long as he hit the target, he believed that even someone as strong as Tu Wan would not be able to walk away unscathed. As if he had expected that Yue Yang would launch a surprise attack on Tu Wan, the first captain on duty in the central shrine was already waiting there. The golden fist pierced through the energy field of space and time at an inconceivable speed. Compared to Tu Wan's blood axe heavy chop, one was like a bolt of lightning while the other was like a turtle crawling, completely incomparable. Halfway through, the golden fists flashed and scattered, turning into millions of specks of golden starlight. Behind each speck of starlight was a solid fist. As long as Yue Yang was hit by any of the fists, the injuries he would receive would not be any less than the heavy chop of Tu Wan's giant axe. The raindrop-like fists formed a golden curtain of light that covered the sky. You're too stupid. Yue Yang's afterimage was destroyed with a single strike. But the voice he left behind before he disappeared was clearly transmitted into the eardrums of everyone present. This voice, which carried an unshakable supreme will, was not something that could be dispelled by punching energy. Even if space was shattered, it would still be able to penetrate one's heart. Yue Yang showed up for the second time. Behind Supreme Indestructible, who was 20 meters tall and had a physique that was as huge as a small mountain, was hard to look up to. Supreme Indestructible, however, was as agile as a swimming fish. In less than a 10,000th of a second after Yue Yang appeared, he had already turned his huge body around and punched heavily at Yue Yang. Although huge, Supreme Indestructible's heavy punches were even faster than the raindrop-like, lightning-fast captain's quick fists. Yue Yang had never expected Supreme Indestructible's body to be able to move at such an astonishing speed. He leapt up by a hair's breadth, narrowly escaping Supreme Indestructible's attack range. If he had been even half a second slower, Supreme Indestructible would have smashed him into a meat patty. Too slow. Supreme Indestructible returned the same words to Yue Yang. He had yet to retract his fist. His body was as agile as a snake, and he leaned back. His right leg was thousands of times faster than a shooting star. The afterimages of space shattering extended behind him, but they could not keep up with his spinning kick. The violent and swift kick forced Yue Yang into a panic. Although the foot looked huge, Yue Yang had a feeling that if he was hit by the kick, he would probably be hit in the chin, and then his head would explode. No one wanted to become a headless corpse. Yue Yang hurriedly did a backflip to dodge the precise flying kick. How stupid. Supreme Indestructible seemed to have predicted that Yue Yang would dodge like this. In other words, under his attack, Yue Yang had no other choice. The heavy punch was not retracted, and the flying kick was not retracted. The two attacks were still there, but Supreme Indestructible strangely bent his waist forward, and unexpectedly leaned forward again. His left hand, which had been accumulating power, had already condensed a ball of divine power that shone brighter than the sun. He gently pushed the ball of divine power that looked like the sun. Coincidentally, it landed on Yue Yang's tumbling body. Although the divine power light ball was so huge that it completely covered Yue Yang's entire body, Yue Yang, who was hit by the attack, could feel that the divine power light ball's true invasion point and its greatest power was attacking his face. Yue Yang had no way of dodging it, but as a man from another world, he could still fight back. When it came to fighting back, he would not lose to anyone. In a hopeless situation where he could not dodge, Yue Yang hit the ball of divine power head-on, as if he did not care about his life anymore. At the same time, 10 meters behind Yue Yang, the ethereal golden shadow, which was also known as the heaven-slaughtering god-slaughtering world in the upper realm, silently flashed. Thousands of blood-red divine power blades appeared and shattered the entire space. Behind Yue Yang, the sky collapsed into a black hole that sucked in everything. If the ball of divine power exploded, the impact would blow him into the black hole. If that happened, even if he did not die, he would be exiled indefinitely, and no one knew how long it would take for him to find the accurate space-time coordinates and return to the Tong Tian Tower. Yue Yang's strange action of hitting the ball of divine power head-on had detonated the ball of divine power ahead of time. An earth-shattering explosion occurred. Yue Yang, who was supposed to be smashed into the black hole, was blasted into the air, and narrowly missed the edge of the black hole. Tu Wan, who was holding the giant god bloodthirsty battle axe, leapt up and slashed at Yue Yang, who was flying backwards. On the other side, the captain, who was faster than him, had been waiting for a long time. I'll return it to you. Yue Yang's body turned and changed its trajectory. Instead of facing Tu Wan, he sped up and shot towards the ethereal golden shadow. He also waved his hands, and a cross-slash condensed from divine power. Although it did not have thousands of changes, it cut towards the number 1 expert of the sky-swallowing clan, heaven-slaughtering god-slaughtering world. Heaven, slaughtering god-slaughtering world seemed to chuckle, and thousands of blood-red divine blades suddenly appeared again. Blood-red divine blades, a cross-slash head-on. Both sides had the same attitude, and neither retreated nor dodged. Their bodies collided in the shattered sky. The ethereal heaven-slaughtering god-slaughtering world let out a sharp scream, like a wounded beast roaring angrily. Then, it disappeared, and no one was able to catch a trace of it anymore. Only a drop of golden divine blood slowly floated down from the shattered sky, and dripped on the ground of the blood-red altar. It dripped in front of Yue Yang. At this moment, on Yue Yang's body, there were tens of blood-red wounds, as if he had been cut by invisible blades. His skin and flesh were torn apart, and fresh blood seeped through his clothes like a fountain. He was injured. Under the combined attack of a few powerful god-level experts, he was finally injured. The twin-headed dragon Yue Yang and the others who were watching the battle could not help but feel a sense of relief. If Titan Yu was not injured in this situation, and was not injured at all, then everyone should just commit suicide. What was the point of hoping for a share of the gods' ruins? That was simply an impossible dream. Fortunately, although Titan Yu was strong, he could still be injured. Under the combined attack of a few god-level experts, he had not lost yet, but he was clearly at a disadvantage. There was still hope in the gods' ruins. The number 1 strategist, Dongfang, who had been plotting for 1,000 years and controlled the entire situation, should definitely win. Even a genius like Titan Yu would not be able to defeat Dongfang. This was because this fellow's schemes were too deep. Wrong. Dongfang, who had been watching the battle from the start, suddenly denied, Yu clan's third young master should not be injured. Such a strong combined attack would not be enough to injure Titan Yu more than 10 times. If you want to deduce this, falling into a hopeless situation is intentional. Fighting the enemy head-on is also intentional. Hey, I understand. Titan Yu is using his blood to guide the way. Clever Yu clan's third young master, are you giving your divine beast Wei Tailang a direction? Or are you giving an obvious hint to that majesty who has hidden himself so deeply? Wei Tailang is not here. Yue Yang's gaze was a little strange. He looked around, but did not see any trace of it. Even if it was chased out of the heaven stairway by Dongfang's chess skill and thrown into any space in Tong Tian Tower, it should have rushed over. Moreover, with the guidance of his blood, it should have rushed to his side immediately. Why was there no reaction? Could it be that it was controlled by Dongfang in some way? But what Dongfang said did not sound like him. Was it Tian Yu's doing? Yue Yang's gaze slowly turned to the broken goddess statue on the blood altar. He frowned. The power fluctuation he had sensed from the statue of the goddess had all disappeared. This should not have happened. Even if Dongfang and Tianyu attacked together, it should not have been able to destroy the statue of the goddess that had existed for thousands of years. How could the ancient power of the blood-colored altar be resisted and disturbed by the divine power of a single person? Very good. I did not expect you to discover this suspicious point so quickly. As expected of Tong Tian Tower's #1 genius, Titan Yu. I thought that this kind of Milky Way reflection, time and space reversal, would be able to hide from you. I did not expect you to discover it so quickly. Interesting battle intuition. Titan Yu, then, what method will you use to reverse the situation next? In this Heaven Realm chessboard battlefield, far away from Tong Tian Tower, far away from Heaven's Stairway, far away from the blood altar that is extremely beneficial to you, in this unfavorable battlefield that is completely condensed by my divine power, constructed by my wisdom, and formed by the majesty of my code, how will you use your specialty to reverse the situation? No external help, no beasts, no grimoire, no divine weapons, nothing at all. Only you, alone, fighting alone. Before Dongfang could finish his sentence, the whole world suddenly changed. It was no longer the blood altar in Heaven's Stairway level White River Valley. Here, suddenly, it changed to Heaven Realm, a place that Yue Yang did not recognize at all. It was a little like the world in the grimoire space. It also had the majesty of the code, was also constructed by divine power, and was also controlled by Dongfang's will. However, Yue Yang was 100% sure that this was not the grimoire world, but a certain area in Heaven Realm that Dongfang had used his divine power to construct for 10,000 years. If this was the world in Dongfang's grimoire, then it was a good thing for Yue Yang. Because he had the trials grimoire that no grimoire could suppress. Even the holy grimoire that had accompanied him as he grew up. Even if it was not the holy grimoire, it could not be suppressed. But, in this special area that Dongfang had used his divine power to construct for thousands of years, the whole space, the whole heaven and earth had been completely permeated by his will. There was no place that did not reflect Dongfang's wisdom and the power of the code. Inside, it was equivalent to a sealed special space. Not only Yue Yang, everyone, no one could use their grimoires or beasts, nor could they reveal any information to the outside. So this is the real chessboard world created by the chess inherent skill. It's really amazing. Now I know why you, who look like an ordinary person on the surface, are the #1 person under Jizun Tianyu in the central shrine, and why you have the qualification to seize Tong Tian Tower. It turns out that this is the true embodiment of your strength. Yue Yang had been worried that Dongfang would make a move. When Dongfang showed his trump card, he felt that this trump card was far beyond his estimation, completely beyond his expectations. Yue Yang waited for Dongfang to make a move, waited for his trump card. However, this trump card was not something he was willing to accept. Chapter 13-14 In the chessboard world constructed by Dongfang's divine power and will, no one could use grimoires or beasts. For warriors with summoning grimoires, this was undoubtedly the greatest suppression. The battle has begun. Dongfang's aura gradually disappeared between heaven and earth, leaving only his last voice echoing in Yue Yang's ears. Now, it is the real battle, falling into the enemy's chessboard world, unable to send information outside. Fighting alone. Moreover, grimoires and beasts were all forbidden. Under such terrible conditions, the pressure Yue Yang had to face was as heavy as a mountain. How could he turn this battle around? Damn it! The arrogant man clenched his fists. He realized that he and all the spectators from the Nine-Headed Clan and Heavenly Dragon Clan had left the chessboard world, as if they were separated by an invisible barrier. Even if they could see and hear, they could not spare any energy to help any side in the chessboard world. It seemed like they were only 100 meters apart, but it was actually the distance between two worlds. As long as the owner of the chessboard world, Dongfang, was not dead, and his will still existed, then no one could cross the boundary. Forget it. Being a spectator is not bad. The two-headed dragon Yue Yang sighed softly. At this moment, he no longer had the ambition to enter Tong Tian Tower to share the treasures in God's ruins. Because he'd already clearly realized that his strength was only a pitiful ant when compared to a true God-level expert. Such a handsome guy, it would be a pity if he died. Thousand Bones Crispy looked at Yue Yang's face and licked her fiery red lips, secretly swallowing a mouthful of saliva. Beside Yue Yang, Tu Yu, Long Mantis and Burial Tiger, who had been beaten to a pulp and had only one breath left, suddenly trembled slightly. The illegitimate Sun Tu-Shi, who had already been expelled from the battlefield by Dong Feng's will and was also classified as a spectator, was most concerned about the three's life and death. Seeing that something was wrong, he immediately exclaimed, Is this divine power or some special talent at work? Why do I see that they are getting better? The Fey Emperor, who was also a spectator, was also paying attention. It seems that this is the uniqueness of the chessboard world. As soon as he finished speaking, Yu, long mantis, and buried tiger's bodies. 3 different kinds of divine power burst out of the ground like high fountains bursting out of the ground. In the blink of an eye, it melted with the bodies of Yu and the rest of them that had been rotted and dying. Under the influence of the will of the East and the rules of the chessboard world, it wriggled and transformed crazily, gradually condensing into a new life form. It could be seen that they were no longer the original Yu, long mantis, and burial tiger. Not only were their appearances distorted, even their incomplete souls were changing, forming some strange creature controlled by the will of the East. No matter what, Yu and the others stood up and stood in front of Yue Yang again. In the chessboard world, no one could summon grimoires or beasts. Dongfang himself was also within this law. However, the cunning Dongfang had used the method of resurrecting Yu and the others to create brand new battle puppets to replace the beasts that could not be summoned into the chessboard world. The light of wisdom flashed in Yue Yang's eyes. Heaven Eye's divine vision, which could see through the godly realm after the reversal of fate, instantly broke through the barriers set by the will of the East. In this mysterious chessboard world, all the information of the resurrected Yu and the others was displayed in Yue Yang's mind. Chessboard Resurrection War Slave. Yu of the Sky-Swallowing Clan, reborn with divine power, survived under the chessboard law. Special skills: Mud Puppet, Substitution, Weakening. Young Master Yu, who was standing in the middle, had now become a monster dripping with mucus. His skin was like rotten soil. Although he had stood up, sticky things kept falling to the ground from his body and limbs, forming a disgusting pile of mucus. He could no longer be called a human. He had completely mutated into a monster. Seeing his current appearance, if they had not seen it with their own eyes, even his father Tu-Shi, uncle Tu-Wan, and brother Tu-Shi would not have dared to admit that this was the original elegant and handsome young master Tu-Yu. Heaven Eye's divine vision had already seen through the nature of the monster Tu-Yu. But Yue Yang believed it. Even so, Tu-Yu, who had become a monster, still had many secret abilities, hidden under this disgusting appearance. The East would not easily create a useless war slave. He had painstakingly planned it, so there must be another way, similar to the monster Tu-Yu. His original companions, the mantis and burial tiger of the Zerg clan, had also greatly changed and mutated their bodies. The green poison on the mantis's body became stronger, and its head swelled into a ball. Its body swelled up nearly 100 times. It was like the mother body of the Zerg clan. Inside, there were strange eggs of various sizes rolling, looking as if they were about to break out of the body. At this moment, the information in Yue Yang's Heaven Eye's divine vision was: Chessboard Resurrection War Slave, original body of the mantis of the Zerg clan, reborn with divine power, survived under the chessboard law, special skills: vomit, egg-laying, parasitism. On the other side, the information of the burial tiger, whose body was also severely deformed and could not be restored to its original appearance, and the appearance of its body had changed almost to that of a sea urchin, was: Chessboard Resurrection War Slave, original body of the Aleoptera clan, burial tiger, reborn with divine power, survived under the chessboard law, special skills: needle stab, return, bleeding. Facing these 3 war slaves that were not war beasts but were better than war beasts, Yue Yang frowned. This was definitely not something that could be easily dealt with. That cunning guy from the East would not waste his divine power to create some useless things. Since he had created them like this, then there must be a conspiracy. What was more difficult was how to resolve the trap that the East had meticulously planned in the chessboard world under the joint attack of Tu-Wan, Captain, Tu-Shi, and Honorable Indestructible. Grey Wolf was not by his side. He was alone, so how could he deal with these dirty tricks that came from all directions? Haha, isn't this Titan Yu, known as the #1 expert in Tong Tian Tower? Why do you look so distressed? Quickly use your heaven-defying luck and abnormal talent to turn the situation around. Ha ha ha, without the protection of the Conqueror Queen, without the protection of Tong Tian Tower, you are not even as weak as a baby. Captain laughed wildly. Compared to the prison emperor, you are still too young. At least, the prison emperor Zan Feng would never fall for such tricks. Honorable Indestructible also mocked mercilessly. As fast as lightning, a ray of divine light flashed across the chessboard world. The time it took for it to become invisible, for it to return to silence, was definitely less than 1,000th of a second. Unfortunately, such a swift and stealthy assassination did not succeed. It was as if Yue Yang had grown eyes at the back of his head. He had already predicted it and dodged it. He gently moved a step forward with his left leg, and steadily took a step forward. His right leg did not move at all, and he even cautiously stood in his original position, afraid that an accident would happen, and immediately retreated to his original position. Yue Yang did not do anything. He only took a step forward. However, in the next second, the entire chessboard world changed. The sky was no longer the same sky, and the ground was no longer the same ground. Yue Yang realized that he had stepped into a dead black swamp. He soared into the air and found that the ground had turned into a swamp without him noticing. He couldn't see the end of it, and countless death chi was bubbling up from the mud. Looking around, it was like a pot of boiling, stinky porridge. Yue Yang moved his mind, and quickly flew away from this terrifying swamp. Dong! The boundless sky seemed to have a cover, and when Yue Yang crashed into it, it was more painful than crashing into a thick iron wall. What was more terrifying was that the sky seemed to have been pierced by Yue Yang, and a suction force that was even more terrifying than a black hole was crazily swallowing everything around it. Yue Yang was shocked, and quickly retreated. He jumped down lightly, and the distance between the sky and the ground was infinitely shortened. Yue Yang realized that he could reach the swamp that was originally 10,000 meters below him with just a stretch of his hand. Destruction. Yue Yang was enraged. They wanted to use such a small trick to attack him. Did they really think that the three elements of destruction, creation, and eternity that he had comprehended in the treasure codex of trials were fake? There was no need for any assistance, just his will. He immediately destroyed the surrounding chessboard world, returning it to its original chaotic state. Everything turned to dust, and everything returned to nothingness. After the world was destroyed, Yue Yang realized that the chessboard world had recovered, and he had returned to the initial state when he took the first step. However, everything that he had experienced was still there. The pain of his head crashing into the ground was still there, and even the mud under his feet was clearly imprinted on the ground. If Yue Yang had not comprehended the sovereign's will in the true God realm, he would have been sealed in the illusion, and there would be no possibility of him ever seeing the light of day again. Although the illusion was an illusion, it truly existed. It was created by the divine power of the East, and it died because of Yue Yang's destruction. It disappeared in a flash, but the life and death it brought was the most real existence. Interesting. However, Dongfang, do you really think you can take my life with such a small trick? Yue Yang believed that Dongfang still had more tricks up his sleeves. If he casually revealed the power he had, it would be difficult for him to achieve the best results. There was a proverb that went like this: only the most patient fisherman could catch the biggest fish. Yue Yang had pretended to be a weakling and kept a low profile for so long in order to lure Dongfang. If he did not seize the opportunity to catch this big fish, and allowed Dongfang to escape, it would not be easy to catch him in the future. Yue Yang really wanted to take out the sword of fate and slash people, but he gritted his teeth and endured it. Dongfang did not come out. He would play with them for a while. When Dongfang was most confident in making his move and felt that he would definitely die, he would give him a huge surprise when he came out for the final blow. It might not work in other places. Dongfang was too cunning, but in this chessboard world that he had personally created, Dongfang would definitely have enough confidence to win this battle, so he just had to wait for Dongfang to make his move. Of course, before that most important moment, Yue Yang felt that he had to perform a little bit more impressive, otherwise, Dongfang would definitely be suspicious. It's my turn. The divine light on Yue Yang's face was as bright as the moon. His right index finger pointed forward. Next, let me show you Heaven Realm invaders what is the wrath of a Tong Tian Tower martial artist. A blazing divine flame. It appeared on top of Yue Yang's fist. A terrifying destructive aura erupted from Yue Yang's body. His hair stood up because of his anger, and his clothes fluttered without any wind. Silver lightning wildly danced around his body, crackling. Circles of divine power shockwaves spread out in an extremely gentle manner, as if they had no power at all. It was the complete opposite of its master's destructive and angry will. There was no high-speed movement or flight, and no hidden movements. Similarly, he took a step forward. This time, it was his right leg that stepped forward heavily, leaving a deep imprint on the ground. But in an instant, a miracle happened. Yue Yang actually crossed over thousands of barriers and stepped in front of the captain of the golden deity. Facing each other, the distance between the two was less than a meter, and they could reach each other easily. Yue Yang looked coldly at the captain, as if he was looking at a slightly larger golden fly. Damn it! The proud captain was enraged by Yue Yang's disdainful gaze. His huge fist carried the divine power of thunder, and heavily smashed towards Yue Yang. At the same time, both his feet stepped on the ground, and he soared into the sky, and attacked with all his strength. The chessboard world also changed. Heaven and earth, in an instant, were completely reversed, and gravity reversed. Together with the captain's attack, it gave Yue Yang a completely wrong sense of direction and upside down. Scram! Yue Yang did not raise his head, nor did he use his eyes to look. He casually stretched out his hand. To the back of his head, like swatting away a buzzing fly in the sky, he hit the captain's face with his palm, ignoring the upside-down world and everything around him. The captain screamed, and several big teeth fell out. Along with blood, they splattered in the air. Under Yue Yang's palm, he rolled around powerlessly and flew out like an arrow. He crashed into a mountain peak 10,000 meters away and exploded with a loud bang. Unable to stop his momentum, he continued to crash into the peak of a second mountain far away. When he finally stabilized his body, he had no time to heal his injuries with divine power and change his embarrassing appearance. Yue Yang had already appeared behind him. He stepped out. Heavily, he stepped on the captain's back, crushing the angry, frightened, and embarrassed number 1 guard of the central shrine, Nagato Giant God, under his foot. Chapter 13:15. The captain was furious. No one had ever humiliated him like this. Even the most powerful expert in the central shrine, the supreme heavenly chariot of the temple, had never dealt such a humiliating blow to him. Boom, 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 thousands of beams of divine light burst forth from the captain's body. Each beam of divine light formed an incomparably sharp divine sword that automatically defended. The captain's golden divine body swelled and changed shape. The divine power stored deep within his body was automatically unleashed due to his extreme anger. The rarely seen second form almost instantly appeared in front of everyone. Huge horns twisted and curved, sharp teeth like daggers, and long canine teeth protruded out of his lips. Crazed, tsunami-like bloodthirst surged in his green eyes. Giant claws that could tear everything apart extended from his fingers and toes. Body hair and spikes shaped like porcupines. All of them stood on end. Under the coordination of the Eastern chessboard world's rules, the unsealed divine power rose to the second form. The captain's mind remained the same. The only thing that changed was the endless increase in his hatred for his opponent, Yue Yang. He waved his claws between heaven and earth as if he was casually sweeping them. The space under his claws shattered, and a strange door appeared. The inscriptions on it were simple and unadorned, and the patterns were profound and obscure. The heavy strange door slowly opened. Endless divine light surged out from inside and fell on the captain's body. The brilliance was even brighter than the afternoon sun. The captain's strength had soared 10 times after he unsealed his beast form, and his power increased by more than 10 times. All the negative effects of Yue Yang's previous attack disappeared. Even the spine that Yue Yang had broken with his foot just now grew bone spikes that looked like armor. Outside the door, the power of the divine light surged out and perfectly merged with the power of the Eastern chessboard world's rules, twisting the captain's and the Eastern divine level experts' wills into an unshakable divine chain. Yue Yang suddenly realized that something was wrong. The monsters Tu Yu, Long Mantis, and Buried Tiger, who had become the Eastern puppet war slaves 10,000 meters away, ignored space and distance, and came out of the strange door one by one. After they passed through the strange door, their strength also soared. Although it was not as much as the captain's 10 times increase, it was at least 3 to 5 times the increase. What kind of door was this? It wasn't a divine weapon or a treasure beast, it wasn't an inherent skill or a grimoire domain. What kind of existence was it exactly? The only thing that Yue Yang could be sure of was that the captain's so-called Nagato Giant God title was definitely related to this ancient and mysterious door. After the door was opened, the first to attack was not the captain. It was Tu Yu, a monstrous war slave who no longer had his own independent thoughts, a pitiful worm that even his own father had casually abandoned to become someone else's sacrifice. Tu Yu sank into the ground, and when it crawled out again, there were already 2 more clones. Because the 3 were so similar, others could not tell which was the real one and which were the clones. They could only see 3 identical mud puppets wriggling in front of them in a disgusting manner. Yu and the 2 clones rushed towards Yue Yang at the same time. Their speed was not fast, but in the chessboard world, they only took a few steps forward to cross a distance of 10,000 meters and directly rushed to Yue Yang. And the one who was affected was Yue Yang. No matter how he tried to retreat, he was still 1 step away from the enemy. He could not really get rid of them at all. Get lost. Yue Yang found that the rules of the chessboard world were working, so he no longer dodged. Gently, he stretched out his left hand. He bent his index finger. With a casual flick, it was even lighter than flicking a fly. In an instant, the head of the middle of the 3 mud puppets in front of him was flicked thousands of meters away. The clay doll was not damaged at all. It was headless and did not fall, but there was a kind of backlash force. It was as if an extremely sharp needle was pricking his body. The moment Yue Yang attacked, he felt pain. The most terrifying thing was that the back of his head seemed to have been hit by a 10,000-ton hammer. There was a buzzing sound, and he saw stars. He almost fainted. Yue Yang could not help but stretch out his hand and touch the back of his head. He found that there was a small wound on the back of his head. It was as if he had suffered a sneak attack from a powerful god-level expert and was hit by a heavy finger. The way the wound appeared was very strange. While Yue Yang was in a temporary daze, the other 2 mud puppets waved their ugly arms at the same time. They danced wildly and attacked Yue Yang in front of them. You are the real Yue. Yue Yang's heaven eyes divine eye flashed. Instead of retreating, he advanced and threw a burst fist at the real body of the monster Yue. Pow! He hit it, but when Yue Yang retracted his fist, he found that his body was actually suffering from some kind of evil curse that could not be dispelled. He felt waves of weakness. If he did not forcefully support his waist and legs, he would have probably coughed twice and collapsed on the ground powerlessly. The gentle breeze that blew across the world was supposed to be pleasant and refreshing. It could relieve the heat of summer. But when it blew on Yue Yang's body, Yue Yang felt as if he was being cut by invisible knives. That kind of discomfort was like a sick man who was dozens of times weaker than he was when he suddenly went outside and felt the cold wind blowing on him. Not to mention the cursed Yue Yang, even the spectators noticed that something was wrong. Yue Yang used all his strength to retreat and dodge the attack of Yu's other clone. He suddenly realized that the captain was standing behind him. The captain, who had unsealed his form and was strengthened by the strange door and had perfectly fused with the chessboard world, was not in a hurry to attack. Instead, he looked coldly at Yue Yang, who was incomparably weak and sweating profusely even when he stood up, like a hunter watching his prey that had fallen into a trap. Titan Yue, I can't deny that you are a genius. However, what I want to say is that you are still too inexperienced. The captain's giant claws smashed onto Yue Yang's back. At the same time, he roared out from his beast mouth in a serious manner, "You, who only rose to this level by relying on the sacrifice of your companions and relatives, do you really know how to use the power of a god? Do you truly understand the true nature of god power? You don't understand any of this. Without hundreds and thousands of years of comprehension, no matter how smart you are still just a cunning ant. Fundamentally, you are still not a divine ranker, let alone the anger of a Tong Tian Tower warrior. That is called the moaning of a weakling, just like you are now." Yue Yang's entire body shot out like a shooting star. In the chessboard world, the world didn't change, but there were countless towering mountains and precipitous ridges waiting for him on his flight path. Yue Yang crashed into the mountain peaks one after another until his flight was completely blocked. This is just the beginning. The captain's eyes flashed with endless bloodthirst and cruelty. He entered through the strange door in his beast form. He waited for him to come out. In the next second, he was already standing on the mountain where Yue Yang had stopped crashing into. Just as he was about to unleash an even more violent power to destroy the entire mountain and cripple Yue Yang, who might have already fainted, Supreme Indestructible suddenly warned him, "Be careful, that isn't Titan Yue." The captain frowned when he heard this. He had originally prepared to attack, but he carefully retracted his sharp claws and went into a defensive state. The mountain that Yue Yang crashed into suddenly became an erupting volcano. Billions of tons of lava and mud shot into the sky, and millstone-sized rocks flew everywhere in the thick smoke and steam. A corner of the chessboard world exploded in the east, but unfortunately, Yue Yang wasn't among them. Looking at the thick smoke billowing out of the volcano, all the god-level martial artists and the spectators were confused. Where did the Titan Yue, who had smashed through 18 mountain peaks before finally crashing in and never coming out, go? Buried in the volcano? Impossible. If it was so easy to kill this brat, then the East wouldn't have joined hands with so many god-level martial artists, and they wouldn't have needed to muster such a large force. The captain waved his hand, and an ancient strange door appeared behind him. As long as the door was there, no matter how the enemy attacked, he would be invincible. The surrounding space shook, and the strange atmosphere became more and more intense. The captain couldn't help but sneer when he saw the two Shi brothers in unfalling supremacy looking on coldly from the side. He turned around and walked toward the strange door, determined to leave for the time being, lest the Titan Yue, who was hiding somewhere, suddenly attacked and retaliated. This fight wasn't just about him, so why did he have to attack all of them? The two Shi brothers in unfalling supremacy wanted to take advantage of him. No way. Just as the captain was halfway into the strange door, about to disappear, suddenly, something even stranger happened. An impossible shadow appeared inside the door. The captain's eyes widened. He discovered that the shadow that appeared inside the door was the Titan Yue, who had disappeared earlier. How was this possible? Even Dong Fang, whose consciousness was almost half connected, couldn't pass through his door. Titan Yue was an enemy. How did he do it? He couldn't react in time. He couldn't even think. The divine light sword that the captain used to protect his body had already been broken. Yue Yang smashed into the captain's face with the force of shattering 18 mountain peaks, carrying an unshakable Ji Zun's will. Swap. With a command, the monster Tu Yu, who was now a war slave puppet, suddenly turned into a shadow and switched places with the captain that Yue Yang had crashed into. While Yue Yang was attacking the captain with all his strength, Tu Yu and Heaven Slaughtering God Slaughtering World finally found the best opportunity. The two of them rushed forward in a frenzy, one turning into thousands of blood-red divine blades, the other turning into a mountain giant, attacking Yue Yang, who was rushing out of the strange door. Yue Yang was completely defenseless, and was hit by all of them. However, the one who let out a miserable howl and fell to the ground wasn't Titan Yue, but the great God Slaughtering World, who had been watching from the side in time. Tu Wan was baffled. He hadn't provoked this Titan Yue, and he had been standing far away when the two of them attacked him. This matter had nothing to do with him, so how did it turn out like this? However, this was the truth. The bloody wounds on his body and the shattered and broken spine all told him that this unexpected disaster was real. Tu Wan wanted to ask why, but when he opened his mouth, all that came out was a miserable howl. What happened? The twin-headed Yue Yang and the others who were watching the battle didn't understand. Just a second ago, Titan Yue was at a disadvantage, and was defeated by Slaughtering World and Sovereign Indestructible. Who knew that just a second later, the one who fell was Tu Wan, who was like an outsider? What had happened in that 1 second? Moreover, why was Titan Yue able to walk out of the captain's strange door? Curiosity gnawed at their hearts like a poisonous snake. Unfortunately, with their eyesight, they couldn't see the truth at all. Everyone present, apart from the demon god who had been hiding the truth from everyone, there was no one else who could see the entire process, let alone find out the truth of the mystery. So, spontaneously, everyone raised their eyes and looked at the monster emperor, including the captain, who was shocked. As the Nagato giant god, he did not see clearly what happened. The corner of the monster emperor's lips. A faint smile appeared on his face. Just as everyone's curiosity was about to explode, he suddenly said a strange name that no one would have expected. Puff. Chapter 13:16 Pu Gui. It was a special type of beast that was rarely seen in the heaven realm. It was very unique because it was a semi-virtual spiritual life form. Some of its abilities were very outstanding, but its intelligence, potential and ability to evolve and mutate were relatively weak. Therefore, it was not liked by the heaven realm rankers. Even the heaven realm rankers and above rarely took the initiative to form a contract with this kind of special beast that was difficult to coordinate with its master. Potential and intelligence were always the most important training points for a beast. A beast could have no combat power, but it couldn't have no potential and intelligence. If it wasn't for the Goblin Emperor pointing out, a Pu Gui suddenly appeared. Even if the two-headed dragon Yue Yang and the others watched for 3 days and 3 nights, they still wouldn't be able to guess that Yue Yang used a special beast that almost no one in the heaven realm had any interest in to turn the tide of the battle. It doesn't look like it. The only person who still had doubts was the arrogant man. Although he wasn't familiar with the various beasts in the heaven realm, he felt that he had heard of or seen them before. The legendary Pu Gui didn't look like this at all. The slender figure in front of him that was almost mistaken for Titan Yu already had a physical body. How was it a semi-virtual spiritual life form? Furthermore, the Pu Gui had always had low intelligence and little potential. How could it be the person in front of him? The person in front of him was already a divine beast, infinitely close to a real human. He had the most real flesh and blood. The light in his eyes was not inferior to any other intelligent life form. How could it be the Pu Gui that was destined to never reach a high realm or even evolve into a holy beast? The most important thing was that the Pu Gui was a spiritual life form without gender. The one in front of him. It was a stunning woman, a beautiful woman. The Pu Gui that Yue Yang had almost forgotten about was now standing beside him. Forget about outsiders, even Fatty Hai and Yi Kong wouldn't be able to recognize that the beauty in front of them was the Pu Gui that had the appearance of a woman but was completely a spiritual life form. She was wearing a battle armor similar to the moon battle armor, which was formed by the power of fate that she carried on her back. On the surface, it looked like a battle armor, but in fact, it was the symbol of her reversal of fate, rebirth, evolution, mutation, and ascension to become a divine beast. It was an eternal existence that coexisted with the fate of her master, but in form, it was controlled by her own free will. That was because when Yue Yang, the owner that it had never formed a contract with, was at his most difficult time, it did not hesitate to step forward and sacrifice itself. Pu Gui had obtained the greatest reward in her life, promoted to a divine beast. Furthermore, they would forever be one with their master's fate. They would no longer wander around in their own fragile lives. They had completely transcended the inherent fate of the Pu Gui clan in their spiritual lives and had completely transformed into another form of existence. Unique in the entire world. Right now, she was fated to be one with him. She was a divine beast that could never be separated. She was destined to be with him, and there was no need for a contract. She is no longer a Pu Gui. She is now a completely new warbeast. Furthermore, even among all the divine beasts, she is an extremely outstanding existence. The Fey Emperor gave her a very high evaluation. Then what happened to Tu Wan? Even if a Pu Gui evolved into a divine beast came out to help Titan Yu, it has nothing to do with Tu Wan. Someone did not understand. Maybe Tu Wan's character is not good, he has done too many bad things. Someone explained. Not having a good character is indeed a very scary thing. Everyone was whispering. Nonsense. Tu Wan struggled in pain and shouted, "Are you all idiots and blind? This has nothing to do with my character. I was hit by the enemy's dirty tricks, that's why I became like this." This was a deliberate sneak attack by Titan Yu. Quote, everyone listened. They all looked at Yue Yang. Everyone wanted to hear how Yue Yang would explain. Yue Yang spread out his hands and shrugged his shoulders. "I won't deny that I did it. But if Mr. Tu Wan doesn't feel sad, then let me clarify that this was definitely not an intentional action. It was just a mistake. I had originally intended to rebound the attack on Supreme Indestructible, but who knew that Supreme Indestructible would slip away too quickly? As a result, Mr. Tu Wan was unfortunate enough to fall into my trap. I personally express my deep sympathy and condolences for Mr. Tu Wan's misfortune, and strongly condemn and protest Ji Wudi's irresponsible action of slipping away. How could you be so heartless as to abandon your good friend Mr. Tu Wan? And great Captain God, could it be that you have already forgotten Mr. Tu Wan's blooming chrysanthemum at the Great Ming Lake?" When everyone heard this, they all understood. As expected, it was still a problem with Tu Wan's character. As for the passionate gay relationship between him and Ji Wudi, Captain God, Dong Feng and the other divine rankers, everyone expressed their interest and curiosity. They also took out enough patience to wait for the development of the situation. Fighting and killing did not seem to be suitable for everyone, but this did not stop them from gloating. They could not participate in the battle, they could not cause others to be unlucky, but even so, they could stand outside and watch others suffer. That was also a good thing to see. Ji Wudi, who was shot, did not say anything. He did not bother to explain himself. HMPH. Captain God did not say anything. They were all divine rankers. They had experienced hundreds of battles. They did not care about the enemy's verbal attacks. What they cared more about was the special method Yue Yang used to neutralize the attack. How did this Yu clan's third young master do it? How did he transfer all the pain he had suffered to Tu Wan? If Titan Yu used Pu Gui's special ability, how did he hide it from everyone's eyes and do it in front of everyone's eyes? Even if these were not mentioned, how did this Pu Gui who had inexplicably become a divine beast appear in the chessboard world? In the chessboard world, one could not summon beasts or use treasures. Even grimoires were forbidden. How did Pu Gui enter? Would Dongfang watch a Pu Gui divine beast enter without doing anything? No one knew the real answer, including the Fey Emperor who was watching the battle. The Fey Emperor discovered Pu Gui's appearance earlier than everyone else, and not the reason why she appeared in this world. Captain, close your door. Dongfang's voice came from the distant sky. No, there is absolutely no problem with my door. My door is the guardian door of the central shrine. No one, no living being, without my permission, can pass through it. Titan Yu coming out from the door was an illusion. His eyes were deceiving him, it was not real. I did not receive any warnings from the door, nor did I receive any hints about passing through it. Captain God argued with Dongfang. He believed that his door would not have any problems, because he was the #1 guard of the central shrine, the giant god Nagato. There is no problem with your door, but Titan Yu should also be able to use your door. Your door is no longer the guardian door, but a back door in the chessboard world that people can use at any time. Heaven Butcher God Tu Shi's voice became sharp. Close the door first. Supreme Buddha's opinion was also in favor of Dongfang and Tu Shi's judgment. He did not like Dongfang, and it could even be said that he had always been hostile to Dongfang. But he, who secretly opposed Dongfang, also knew about it. Dongfang, anyone could hate him or despise him, but no one had the right to doubt him or deny him. If Dongfang was wrong, he believed that not many people in the heaven realm would be able to find the real answer. This was Dongfang. Captain God Tu Shi waved his sharp claws indignantly. He, who had transformed into a beast, almost lost control of his emotions. But in the end, he endured it and did as his ally asked. He closed the guardian door. In the sky, another wave of ripples was produced, just like the ripples on the surface of water caused by a gentle breeze. Circle after circle, the ripples spread out in an extremely gentle manner. However, the gate wasn't closed. The ancient and profound guardian gate didn't close as everyone had expected. It was still wide open. What are you doing? Tu Shi's voice was like a sharp awl. Could it be that he still wanted to fight at a time like this? Even if he was unhappy, couldn't he think about the big picture first? Titan Yu, the son of Tong Tian Tower, had once again reversed the situation. Could it be that he really wanted to turn the situation around and beat everyone out of Tong Tian Tower like fallen flowers? No, it's not me. Captain God Tu's face suddenly turned as white as paper, and sweat appeared on his forehead. If it's not you, then is it me? Tu Shi was completely enraged. Apart from you, who was the #1 guard of the central shrine? Who else could control the door? Who else had such a special innate ability? If he didn't want to close the door, he didn't need to put on such a pretentious act and use such a ridiculous attitude to brush everyone off, right? This was too much. The monster emperor in the distance was smiling, as if he was watching a good show of dogs biting each other. The people around him were also watching with great interest. Their eyes were glued to the scene, not willing to miss even half a second. They were deeply afraid that they would miss out on the exciting process, lest they regret it for the rest of their lives. The arrogant man stared at Yue Yang. He had a feeling. He felt that the real reason or the answer should not be on the captain, but on Titan Yu. Yue Yang clapped his hands and attracted everyone's attention. His smile was as bright as the sun, and his voice was as sincere as an old friend who had not seen each other for many years. He very kindly defended the captain. Actually, you have all misunderstood. How can you blame the #1 guard of the central shrine, the giant god Nagato, captain, for not guarding the door well? Actually, he did a very good job. In my opinion, he is much more competent than my watchdog, Grey Wolf. As soon as he said this, the captain's face immediately turned purple like ink. Yue Yang acted as if he didn't see anything, and smiled as if there was no one else present, guarding the door for free, and being ordered around. It's already too much not to throw a bone as a reward. Still shouting and yelling, what do you think I am? Even if I'm a watchdog, I'm still protected by the livestock protection law. You guys are really too much. After the captain heard it, his face turned purple all of a sudden. Without waiting for the crowd to laugh out loud, it turned indigo blue, and finally from blue to red, becoming blood red. That face seemed as if it could drip blood at any time. Tu Wan saw this scene in pain and suddenly felt that he was actually quite lucky. He only suffered external injuries. Although the pain was excruciating, his heart was still barely able to bear it. If he were to be replaced by the captain, with this thought in mind, Tu Wan could not help but shiver. He had the feeling that he would die of anger, and his stomach would swell up, and finally explode in front of this terrifying Titan Yu with a loud bang. Compared to the captain, Tu Wan discovered that although he was in excruciating pain, it was still considered light. After Yue Yang defended the captain for a while, he enthusiastically defended him. He casually stretched out his hand and pointed in front of him. An extremely gorgeous door suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Compared to the captain's original simple and mysterious door, Yue Yang's newly opened door was simply the most gorgeous and magnificent door in the world. Even the most beautiful words and phrases couldn't accurately describe the magnificence of this door. Of course, this gorgeous door wasn't the only one. With a light tap of Yue Yang's finger, two more green and elegant doors appeared in front of him, one on the left and one on the right, a dark and serene door. 3 doors lined up in front of him. No matter how one looked at it, it was impossible to tell the difference between these 3 doors and the captain's previously opened door. What? When Yue Yang opened these 3 doors, not only Tu Shi, the captain and the others, even the invisible Eastern Palace Master who had been controlling the entire battle couldn't help but cry out in surprise. Chapter 13:17, Your door is fake. Although the captain could not see the difference between the door created by Yue Yang and his own, he believed that in the entire heaven realm, other than himself who had the Nagato innate skill, there would not be a second person who could create a door. Even if a god ranker created a similar door, it would definitely be fake. It had the appearance of a door, but it did not have the characteristics of a door. After the captain advanced to god rank, he spent at least 3,000 years to research and excavate his own innate skill to the maximum before finally creating 2 divine doors that were one with his own god power and will. Especially the first, guardian door, he spent close to 2,000 years to perfectly form it. The difficulty was no less than creating a small world. This Titan Yu in front of him had never come into contact with a similar door, nor did he have this kind of innate skill. How could he create a similar door just by looking at it? Furthermore, he created 3 divine doors in one go. This was absolutely impossible. Thus, the captain was 100% sure that these 3 doors were fake. They only looked similar. That was why everyone was confused. My door is the most unique guardian door in the heaven realm. As long as it exists, no power can pass through. Furthermore, under my will, all those who fail will be imprisoned in the world of the door. It is not as simple as the door that you see with your eyes. Its function is not just to pass through. Of course, the guardian door had even more important secrets, but the captain would not easily reveal them. He only revealed a part of the characteristics of the guardian door that he created. Through these abilities that others could not possess, he used them to counter Titan Yu, who was trying to copy the appearance of the door to deceive everyone. God power and a person's unique innate skill, is it something that you, a country bumpkin from Tong Tian Tower, can play with? The door and the world behind it. A wimpy brat like you will never understand. This was the confidence of the number 1 guard of the central shrine, the Nagato giant god, cough cough. Tu Wan, who had used his god power to heal his injuries with great difficulty, was still a little weak and had not recovered to his peak condition. He was quietly distancing himself from Yue Yang. He had had enough. Regardless of whether this brat Titan Yu knew how to create a door, whether he could use other people's abilities, or what other techniques he had, he did not want to understand any of them. Distancing himself was the safest. Perhaps they were fated to oppose each other. Tu Wan felt that ever since he first laid eyes on Yu Taiden, he had always been plagued by misfortune. Nothing good had ever happened to him. Just now, Autark Indestructible and the others had joined forces to launch a sneak attack on Titan Yu. That kid was completely unscathed, but Autark Indestructible had nearly lost his skin and bones. If not for the fact that he had a god body, he would have died 10,000 times over. Whatever demon-slaying beast, whatever gate of God, who cared how he did it? As long as it appeared, no one wanted to question it, and no one wanted to get close to it. In any case, as long as they got close to the god of plague, Titan Yu, nothing good would happen. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't leave the chessboard world freely, Tu Wan would have quit the game. Why was he the one who was injured when others were fighting? You can't play people like this. Even if one's character was bad, there should be a limit, okay? Besides, this wasn't a problem with one's character at all. This was infuriating. Don't be discriminated against a second time. Feeling deeply wronged, Tu Wan silently retreated, intending to distance himself from the battlefield and distance himself from Titan Yu, his nemesis. However, no matter how low-key he was destined to be unable to escape the teasing of fate. It was fine if he didn't move. The moment he moved, he was discovered by Ji Indestructible, who was observing the whole scene calmly. The 5-meter-tall Tu Wan was basically a dwarf in front of the 20-meter-tall Ji Indestructible, who had a strong innate skill. The difference in realm and strength between the two was also obvious. Tu Wan was unhappy and wanted to retreat. His lack of self-awareness as a cannon fodder had angered Ji Indestructible. Faster than lightning by 100 times, Ji Indestructible appeared behind Tu Wan in an instant. With a big kick, he kicked Tu Wan towards Yue Yang. He directly crashed into the door of elegance that was full of green and vitality. Dong Feng, who was controlling the entire chessboard world behind the scenes, did not object. Instead, he cooperated and changed the space of the chessboard world, causing Tu Wan, who was struggling, to fall into the graceful door like a drowning ghost. Would the door created by Titan Yu really have the same special characteristics as the Gate of God created by Chong Wei? 1 second later, the answer was out. The door opened, and a battered and exhausted black donkey rushed out, running away from Titan Yu while screaming, "What was going on?" Tu Wan was clearly the one who entered, so why did a stupid donkey rush out? Everyone was dumbfounded. Could it be that the door created by Titan Yu was the real Gate of God? The Yao Emperor was stunned at first, then laughed loudly. The spectators all turned to look at him. But he refused to say anything. He was enjoying all the fun and laughter alone, which made people jealous. It was not just him. Even Ji Indestructible, Chong Wei, and the others who kicked Tu Wan in also laughed loudly. The only one who was more serious was Tu Wan's big brother, God Tu Shi. He shot out a beam of divine light that landed on the black donkey, seemingly using his divine power and will to dispel some kind of power. The black donkey body changed shape, and with a puff, it returned to the panic-stricken Tu Wan. "What did you see in the door?" Finally finished laughing, Ji Indestructible didn't have the self-awareness to kick Tu Wan to his death, and instead asked Tu Wan how he felt. "Damn it," Tu Wan cursed softly. If it wasn't for the fact that his strength was so much lower than his opponent's, he would have kicked him back. This isn't the Gate of God, it's just a small trick of transformation. After seeing it, Chong Wei secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He realized that the Gate of God created by Titan Yu wasn't like the one he created, but something else. This discovery allowed him to put down the huge rock that was hanging in his heart. If Titan Yu really had the ability to infer many things from one instance and create the Gate of God with just one look, then there was no need to fight this battle. If that kind of person that was even more monstrous than a pervert really existed, then there was no way to fight at all. Transformation Gate. Ji Indestructible obviously saw something strange, but he wasn't too sure. It's a very good imitation, but it seems to only have the ability to transform. Although Tu Shi's tone was light, he was still very cautious. "Wrong, this is the Gate of Knowledge." Yue Yang waved his hand, even imitating Chong Wei's confidence. With a casual wave of his hand, the green and lively graceful gate flashed, and a line of words appeared. These words weren't written in the Heaven Realm or Tong Tian Tower, nor were they runes. Instead, they were square words that were pieced together with a special kind of stroke. They were arranged very neatly. At first, they didn't feel it, but after looking at it for a long time, they could feel an indescribable sense of harmony and beauty. Even though they didn't recognize it, everyone present believed that this was a mature language. Perhaps it was a language that had been passed down since ancient times, but it had already been lost in the present day, so no one could recognize it anymore. These square words were arranged in a strange way in the sky. Dark plum blossoms, lying on a branch, heard at the bottom. Asking from afar, lying like water, easily reaching a stupid donkey. Everyone could see it clearly, but no one could recognize it. They stared at each other. No one could understand the meaning of these words. Even the most knowledgeable palace master Dong Feng was no exception. This is the fundamental meaning of the Gate of Knowledge. Anyone who enters this Gate of Knowledge, and is unable to decipher the secret of the gate will be punished by the god's power and become a donkey. Yue Yang held back his laughter and introduced his masterpiece to everyone with a deadpan expression. In the end, he even sighed and said, "As a god tier, you can't even recognize a few lines of words. How pitiful, that's why I say that it's scary to be uneducated." Tu Wan's face turned green. Right now, he wished that he could immediately find a hole to hide in. It wasn't that he had never been slapped in the face before, but he had never been slapped so badly before. He was a god-tier ranker. How did he suddenly become an illiterate idiot? He was even slapped in the face in front of everyone's eyes. He really couldn't close his eyes even if he died. It's just a trap, it's not some god gate at all. The captain finally understood. Titan Yu didn't even know how to use a gate, nor did he know how to create a gate. He only made a trap that looked like a gate. However, even so, he was still shocked. From seeing it to imitating it, and then using it, how long did it take for Titan Yu to use it? Dong Feng said that this brat was a threat, and it was not wrong at all. With such abnormal intelligence and inherent skill, if this brat was allowed to train for 1,000 or a few hundred years, then the entire heaven realm would probably be destroyed by him, let alone the heaven realm. Let's try again. Supreme Indestructible suddenly appeared behind Tu Wan, who was squatting on the ground dejectedly. With a flying kick, he sent the unlucky Tu Wan flying towards the second gate in the row in front of Yue Yang. In other words, it was the magnificent door in the middle. Tu Wan screamed. He wanted to ask why it was him again, but as a cannon fodder, he didn't even have the right to speak. Let alone the captain and Dong Feng, even Tu Shi, who was his own brother, didn't object. He calmly observed the situation like an outsider. Boom! The magnificent gate opened again in less than a second after it closed. Countless rays of light shot into the sky. In the center of the light, there was a black shadow that fell to the ground like a dead dog. Everyone focused their gazes and saw that the black shadow was no longer a donkey, but a weak monster that was so ugly that it was unbearable to look at. This incomparably ugly little monster was trembling as it stood in the center, feeling wronged as it endured the inhumane gazes of the crowd. It was still the big brother, Tu Shi, who used a bright red divine light to disperse the power of the magnificent gate, allowing the ugly little monster to return to Tu Wan's real body. Tu Wan recovered and immediately cried. He was crying like a waterfall. The blow was too big. There was nothing he could do. Not to mention his allies and spectators, even his enemy, Yue Yang, felt pity for him. What kind of trap is this? Beast transformation gate. The captain pretended to be disdainful. He realized that the power of this gate was completely different from the previous one, but the effect was similar. He was puzzled. Wrong, this is the gate of justice. Yue Yang retorted without hesitation. Then he waved his hand again. The pirated action made the original captain's face turn as black as ink, but Yue Yang didn't seem to notice it at all. He cheerfully introduced it to everyone. Do you see these words? This is the complete mystery of the gate of justice. The mystery he was talking about was actually a line of words. Cats eat fish, dogs eat meat, Ultraman fights small monsters. According to what Yue Yang had said, all intruders who were unable to decipher the mysteries of the gate of justice, if they didn't have the slightest sense of justice, would be punished by God's power. Everyone turned to look at Tu Wan. Most of them looked at him with disdain. Only the arrogant man said in a sympathetic tone, "It doesn't matter if you don't have a sense of justice. It's only appropriate to be evil. However, as a divine level who thinks highly of himself, you don't even have the slightest sense of justice. It does seem a little strange. Alright, maybe I'm just imagining things." Hearing the arrogant man's words, Tu Wan was even more heartbroken. The battlefield was silent for a long time. Everyone was thinking of a way to deal with this. This Titan Yu was able to set up so many traps in the chessboard world. He couldn't underestimate his opponent too much. What wave of attacks should he unleash next to be able to kill him? Just as Tu Shi and the captain were thinking hard, Dong Feng suddenly said, "Titan Yu, if this is all of your understanding of your abilities, then this battle is about to end. Don't forget, this is a world that I created. As long as my will doesn't allow this kind of existence, then there won't be any gate in the chessboard world, no matter if it's a real gate or a fake gate." After saying that, there was a flash of brilliance in the chessboard world. Whether it was the captain's guarding gate or the three god gates created by Yue Yang, they all disappeared without a trace. Chapter 13:18 The disappearance of all the doors in the world of the chessboard was just the beginning. Yue Yang immediately discovered that the place where he was standing had also undergone a strange change. It was as if he had fallen into a well, surrounded by a transparent space barrier. Yue Yang could see that the enemy was approaching him, but he was trapped and could not make any effective evasive maneuvers. Because, apart from the top of his head, there were no other exits. Yue Yang, who could not move his body freely, could only watch as the enemy attacked him. Under the suppression of the natural talent and the law of will of the East, the world of the chessboard was even more terrifying than a real chessboard. Now, Yue Yang was a chess piece that was restricted by the rules. He was like the commander in a chess game, who could not leave the 9 squares no matter how he moved. The enemy, however, was not restricted by the rules. The captain, the world butcher, and the supreme indestructible could easily pass through any obstacles, as if there were no obstacles in their way. On the contrary, they seemed to be able to increase their speed. Fu Gui, who had been standing quietly behind Yue Yang, was also trapped. She angrily attacked her surroundings. She hoped to use her own strength to break through the obstacles and rescue her master. However, it was to no avail. No matter how powerful her attack was, it was like a clay ox entering the sea when it hit the transparent barrier. There was no response at all. The more she struggled, the less space she could move. In the end, she did not even have the space to stretch her arms and legs. She was trapped in the space barrier like a dumpling. Boom! On the other side, the 3 divine-level experts took advantage of the East to launch another attack. 3 types of divine power of different strengths and attributes penetrated the space at the same time and bombarded Yue Yang's body without any reservation. The beastified captain and the supreme indestructible launched a pincer attack, while the heaven butcher and the world butcher, who were good at sneak attacks, came down from the top of his head. Yue Yang's body shook. His entire body was like a collapsing mountain. Under the push of the terrifying destructive aura, he fell down with a loud rumble. He, who had lost consciousness under the heavy blow, did not even struggle as he directly fell into the black hole created by the East. The world of the chessboard and the space around him had been shattered by the combined attacks of the 3 divine-level experts. Under the pull of the laws, Yue Yang's body moved faster and faster. In the end, he was as fast as a shooting star as he slid into the endless black hole. Meanwhile, Fu Gui was still trapped in her original position, unable to move her fingers. Is it over? The captain was still in disbelief. Titan Yu, who had been so abnormal and troublesome to deal with just now, had he really been defeated by him? Originally, he had to go through a tough battle, but he didn't expect that he would be heavily injured and faint with just a joint attack. Of course, the greatest credit did not come from the 3 of them working together, but from the East. Without his chessboard world, without him using the power of laws to trap this Titan Yu, even if the 3 of them worked together, they would not have won so easily. Compared to the captain's optimism, the Heaven Butcher and the World Butcher were much more cautious. It was too smooth. Titan Yu God Butcher only defended and did not counterattack at all. This doesn't match his personality. Supreme Indestructible also shook his head. We did not even use 100% of our strength. This kind of victory is a little suspicious. The twin-headed dragon Yue Yang and the others who were watching the battle looked at the Beast Emperor. They did not think that Titan Yu God would be defeated so easily. However, with their current realm and strength, they could not see the truth. Hence, they could only ask for help from the Beast Emperor, who was also a super divine level expert like Dong Feng and the others. Only the Beast Emperor, who was the leader of the 9-headed clan, could see the truth. The demon the Arch revealed a slight smile and gently waved his hand. Actually, everyone doesn't have to look at me. Just look at Fu Gui in the arena. She isn't dead or injured. In turn, doesn't this prove that Titan Yu is safe and sound? Although we can't use grimoires or summon beasts to fight in the chessboard world, since it exists, the beast law should be in effect. That's right, if Fu Gui is fine, then Titan Yu is definitely fine. We were worried for nothing just now. But with 3 super divine level experts working together, Titan Yu could not even retaliate. How could he be fine? Wasn't that black hole created by Palace Master Dong Feng? If it was created by Titan Yu himself, then Titan Yu should have taken the chance to escape. It's reasonable that he is fine. Didn't Dong Feng deny the existence of all divine gates? It's impossible that there are more. Well said, even the captain doesn't have the help of a divine gate, let alone Titan Yu who only imitated the appearance of a divine gate. Then what do you think is going on? If you ask me, who should I ask? Everyone who was watching the battle started to discuss amongst themselves. No one was convinced by the other. Everyone had their own opinions and thoughts, but none of them could stand up to scrutiny. Yue Yang's performance looked ordinary, but the more they thought about it, the more confused they became. The more they thought about it, the more mysterious they felt. In the end, this suspicion extended to the captain and the others. Even they, who were the attackers, felt that something was wrong. What went wrong? Just as everyone was thinking, Tu Wan, who wanted to cry but couldn't find a hole to hide in, suddenly let out a scream of pain. His sternum and spine exploded at the same time. There was a deep bloody hole in the top of his head. White brain matter gushed out. What was even more frightening was that countless bewitching blood-red divine lights were wreaking havoc on his body. If not for his powerful divine body, Tu Wan would have almost been turned into a skeleton by these blood-red divine lights. A golden fist mark emerged from Tu Wan's sternum, and countless ribs exploded outwards like broken straws. Pieces of his internal organs flew everywhere. At the same time, a golden fist imprint with a hint of purple appeared on the back of his spine. It did not shatter his bones or shatter his internal organs, but the terrifying fist imprint did not dissipate. With it around, even if Tu Wan had a divine body, he would not be able to recover normally. Why is it me again? Tu Wan used all his strength to weakly spit out this sentence. He was speechless. Even if he was the easiest to bully among the divine-level experts, there was no need for him to suffer every time, right? There was simply no justice in this world. Was it wrong for him to hide far away and not participate in the battle? Why was he always the one getting injured? Besides, you guys are fighting Titan Yu. Why do you want me to take the damage for him? I am also his enemy, okay. How could you make a mistake with such a huge target? Are you guys purposely messing with me? Tu Wan really wanted to question his ally like this. Unfortunately, he did not have the time to shout out these words of grief and indignation from his throat that was already filled with blood and pieces of his internal organs. His eyes rolled back and he fainted on the ground. Look carefully. The arrogant man clapped his hands and praised, so the function of the Pu Gui is to take the damage for its master and shift the blame to others. This is wonderful. With the help of this Pu Gui, Titan Yu does not even need to hit anyone. The harder you hit him, the more pain he will feel, and the more pain the Pu Gui will take, and the more pain it will pass on to others. It is impossible for an ordinary Pu Gui to pass on the damage of a divine-level expert. Only this Pu Gui in front of us, who surpassed herself and became a divine beast, has this ability. The Yao Emperor pointed out the difference between the two. Towards this divine beast Pu Gui in front of them who had transformed into a human, her uniqueness had indeed caused everyone to gasp in surprise. Unfortunately, everyone saw the result. No one could see how she took the damage on behalf of her master and shifted the blame to others. Exchange pieces. Dong Fang snorted lightly. A light flashed in the chessboard world. Tu Wan, who was heavily injured and unable to recover, and the Pu Gui, who was still trapped and unable to move, were both separated from the chessboard world. Unlike the spectators, the two of them were separated from each other. Although they were outside the chessboard world, they were not completely out of the chessboard world's chess game. However, they could no longer unleash their combat prowess. They were like two chess pieces that had been exchanged. The Pu Gui had been exchanged. Yue Yang, who had just been swallowed by the black hole, did not show himself. Could it be that he had already been thrown into an endless space-time crack, and would not be able to find a way back in a short period of time? It would be great if that was the case. However, before the captain could rejoice, he saw the hateful country bumpkin, who was yawning and stretching his body, standing behind Supreme Indestructible with a hateful expression, as if he had just woken up from a long dream. This brat, when and where did he run off to? The captain was puzzled no matter how he thought about it. Not only him, even Tian Tushi, who was the fastest and had the best reaction speed, also did not understand. Supreme Indestructible, who had the body of a giant, did not even realize that the enemy was already standing behind him. He was still seriously searching for any suspicious points, completely unaware that the greatest threat was standing behind his right ankle. Compared to the 20-meter-tall Supreme Indestructible, who had a strong innate skill, Yue Yang indeed had to look up to this giant that was even taller than a building. If they were to compare body size and weight, even if there were 100 Yue Yang, he would still lose. However, battle power had nothing to do with this. Yue Yang seemed to be indifferent as he punched out. It looked soft and powerless, and its speed was as slow as a snail. It was even lighter than a cotton fist, and it did not make any sound. It was probably slightly louder than the sound of a feather falling to the ground. Not to mention that it could not even defeat a Jizun, it could not even kill a mosquito or an ant. In the next second, the captain saw Supreme Indestructible, who had a strong innate skill in the world's most barbaric body, fall to the ground with a loud bang. His right foot, which could easily crush a mammoth, exploded from the inside out. It was no longer in human shape. It looked as disgusting as it was disgusting. Compared to Tu Wan's chest, where his internal organs were sent flying, Supreme Indestructible's right foot was even more miserable. Under the captain's incredulous gaze, Yue Yang lifted Supreme Indestructible up like an ant moving a huge rock. He was like a barbarian grabbing a broken sack and smashing it around. He was even crazier and more violent than this. Boom 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 boom. It was unknown how many times he had smashed it, but the mountain peak was smashed into flat ground again and again. Deep pits were formed on the flat ground, and the deep pits protruded from the crazy smashing, forming hills. The whole chessboard world had become a dilapidated ruin full of potholes. Under everyone's dumbfounded gazes, Yue Yang casually threw Supreme Indestructible, who was still in a daze, away as if he was throwing away a dirty and damaged doll. He then patted the non-existent dust off his hands as if there was no one else present. Then, he showed a bright smile to the captain, the god-level ranker who was the #1 guard of the central shrine, and was known as Giant God Nagato. Don't worry, if you don't like to be so gentle, I can be a little rough. Beating Supreme Indestructible, who had a strong innate skill, to the point that he had to look for his teeth all over the ground, was gentle. Are you sure? When the captain thought about how this brat would treat him, rudely, later, he felt a chill run down his spine, from the soles of his feet to his back, up his spine, all the way to the top of his head, and then out from the top of his skull. It's over. Dongfang was right, this damn Titan Yu was really abnormal. Chapter 13:19. When Supreme Indestructible fell to the ground, everyone's impression of him changed. Before this, the spectators who believed that Titan Yu would lose for sure all felt powerless from the bottom of their hearts. Could it be that in this world, someone who could defeat Titan Yu, this kid hasn't been born yet? Dongfang, Tu Shi, the captain, Supreme Indestructible, and the other divine-level experts worked together, but they still couldn't do anything to this kid. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it. Supreme Indestructible, who had great talent, had fallen. Next, who would it be next? The captain's expression was very unsightly. He felt that he would most likely be the next one to suffer. Whether it was the inviolable will of a divine-level expert, or the pride of a super-expert, he wouldn't allow his enemy to make fun of him in front of so many spectators. The captain really wanted to shout at Titan Yu, I'm not a fish on the chopping block. I'm not a lamb that you can do whatever you want to me. Of course, he couldn't shout this out in the end, because the captain was feeling a bit guilty. He knew that he wouldn't be a match for Supreme Indestructible, who had great talent and a strong body. Dongfang. The captain stared at Yue Yang, not daring to turn his head. He was the #1 guard of the central shrine, full of confidence. Now, he was worried that this incredible youngster would launch a sneak attack and deal him a fatal blow, so he anxiously shouted Dongfang's name. From the bottom of his heart, he didn't want to stand against Yue Yang. Instead, he hoped that his strongest ally, Dongfang, could step forward and help him out. Other than Dongfang, the captain couldn't think of anyone else who could stop a freak like Titan Yu. It's no big deal. Swap. Only Palace Master Dongfang remained confident. As soon as he finished speaking, Tu Yu, who had already been transformed into a chessboard puppet war slave, unleashed a beam of golden light that shot toward the heavily injured Supreme Invincible. In an instant, the two's injuries were swapped. The monster Tu Yu exploded into pieces, while the heavily injured Supreme Indestructible quickly recovered from the golden light. After Supreme Indestructible stood up again, the spectators discovered that both his strength and body were completely new. It was even better than before. The battle. Seeing such a strange scene, the spectators could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. Holy shish *t, with this kind of nomological ability, in this unique world operated by the will of God, who else could defeat the creator and master of the Eastern chessboard world? Impossible. Even if Titan Yu was 100 or 1,000 times stronger, it would still be impossible for him to defeat Dongfang. Or perhaps, if the more powerful Divine Temple supremacy was in the chessboard world, he would not dare to say that he could win easily. Because this wasn't something that could be defeated by strength. This was a law that made people feel incomparable despair. It was a supreme divine power that was completely controlled by the Eastern World Lord. Too shameless. Only now did the arrogant man understand why Dong Feng would waste his divine power to resurrect trash like Tu Yu, Burial Tiger, and Long Mantis's war puppets. So it was for this. Before the battle even started, Dong Feng had already set up this hidden chess piece, setting up an ambush from 10 sides, just waiting for Titan Yu to jump into it. Dong Feng, as expected of the number 1 sage of the central shrine. Respect, respect. The demon emperor also shook his head and sighed. Compared to the other divine-level experts in the upper heaven realm, although Dong Feng was not the one with the strongest divine power, he was definitely the most terrifying enemy. Victory is always in the grasp, is this what it means? The twin-headed dragon Yue Yang's face was as pale as paper, his eyes lifeless as he muttered to himself. If he didn't look, he wouldn't know. With one look, he realized that he was really in existence like an ant, incomparably insignificant. Compared to monsters like Titan Yu or Dong Feng, wanting to retain a bit of self-respect, wanting to redeem a bit of superiority in a certain aspect, wanting to not completely break down, was really very difficult. Just how in the world did this kind of monster come into being? It was fine if there was one, but 2 of them were so abnormal that they made people go crazy. If this went on, would others still be able to live? The twin-headed dragon Yue Yang wasn't the only one who felt dejected. Almost all the spectators felt the same, except for the demon emperor. The others were close to breaking down under Dong Feng's attack. Losing in intelligence was often more painful and powerless than losing in strength. Titan Yu, I think that you didn't use that little trick just now, right? At this moment, Heaven Slaughter God, Tu Shi was hidden in the darkness as he snorted faintly. His words gave people a feeling as if there was an invisible thorn that drilled into their ears at the same time as his voice. It penetrated deep into their brains and pierced straight into the core of their souls. He was different from the excited captain. Before Yue Yang really failed, he wouldn't lower his guard even a bit. What a joke. What replacement? It's just a small trick. Who are you trying to scare? Yue Yang shrugged his shoulders, indicating that he only needed to destroy Tu Yu and the other 2 puppet slaves. When everyone heard this, they thought, there seems to be a turning point. Could it be that in this strange battle that everyone seemed to have no solution to, there was still a way to easily break through the formation? Yue Yang's confident response made the spectators curious again, especially the demon emperor, who was very interested in him previously, looked at him with a smile. I completely agree. The most surprising thing was that Dong Feng actually agreed with Yue Yang's words. The arrogant man almost thought that Dong Feng had taken the wrong medicine. As long as the war slaves are destroyed, they can indeed escape the influence of the code. However, Titan Yu, what I want to say is that you are not the first person to see this flaw. After comprehending this code, I have not been hiding it for thousands of years. On the contrary, I have been constantly repairing and changing it. Smart young man, you can't be thinking that I will take out a half-finished product to fight you, right? Dong Feng laughed very lightly. It wasn't that he didn't have a backup plan. Since he could use these puppet slaves, he knew the weakness of this method. Therefore, Dong Feng made a move that was even more shocking to the eyes. Under the gazes of everyone present, Dong Feng took the initiative to kill Tu Yu, Long Mantis, Zhang Hu and the other puppet war slaves before Yue Yang could make a move. If there was one person in this world who could truly and completely destroy the puppet slaves, then it would definitely be Dong Feng himself, the creator and master of the chessboard world. However, before Yue Yang could make a move, he used his vast divine power to destroy Tu Yu and the other puppet slaves in one move. This action puzzled all the spectators. Why? Dong Feng didn't protect the war slaves, didn't hide them, and instead acted himself to kill these war slaves. As long as the war slaves existed, through the use of the code and substitution, then everyone on Dong Feng's side would forever be in an invincible position. Such a huge advantage, why didn't Dong Feng make use of it and instead personally send them to their deaths? They couldn't understand. Everyone present couldn't understand. Even the demon emperor, who had been staring at Dong Feng, frowned tightly. What he didn't understand the most was not why Dong Feng personally destroyed Tu Yu and the other puppet slaves, but why did Dong Feng still create Tu Yu and the other war slaves when they clearly had an advantage and also a weakness? According to the original situation, Dong Feng didn't need Tu Yu, Long Mantis, and Burial Tiger's battle power at all. He didn't even need them to enter the chessboard world. He could just casually send them outside and watch the battle like all the spectators. However, Dong Feng didn't do that. Instead, he turned Tu Yu, long mantis, and burial tiger into chess pieces and participated in the battle. The Demon Emperor knew. Dong Fang's puzzling action must have some kind of purpose. The great hall master of the central divine palace, who was famous in the upper realm for his wisdom and meticulous planning, never did useless things. However, even with the eyes of the Demon Emperor, with the wisdom of the Demon Emperor, and with the ability of the Demon Emperor, he couldn't see through the mystery. Everyone could only know one thing. Dong Fang's action had a deep meaning, but no one could guess the truth. What was Dong Fang's intention and goal of killing the war slaves before Titan Yu could make a move? None of them could figure it out, and all turned to look at Yue Yang. They hoped to see something on his face. Yue Yang's face was expressionless. There was no surprise, no frustration, and no anger. What people saw was a kind of calm that was as still as water, as if he had already seen through everything that would happen in the future many years ago. His expression was quiet and peaceful. When the captain saw this, he snorted coldly. He felt that this brat was a dead chicken that was stuffed with rice. On the surface, he was stubbornly holding on, but in his heart, he was scared to death. Just as everyone was looking forward to it, Dong Fang spoke again. Dear friends, whether you are friends or enemies, thank you very much for your participation. What I want to say now is that I have made you wait for a long time. Let me uncover the mystery for everyone. The truth is, this battle only truly began the moment I erased the war slaves. Perhaps, you have heard of hidden pieces. In a game of chess, they are buried early and wait until the time of need. Or at the most crucial moment, these hidden pieces will appear and play a crucial role. From then on, they will settle or even reverse the entire battle situation. Dong Fang's voice carried a hint of lightness, as if he was an old hunter that had seen his prey in a trap and exclaimed, "What a big fox, its fur is so beautiful," in delight. Perhaps it was because he saw everyone's confusion. He explained to everyone in a good mood, as everyone can see, my action of personally erasing the war slaves was actually not to kill them. In reality, as long as I, the master of the chessboard world, still have divine power, then they can be reborn infinitely. The reason why I did not let Titan Yu attack them was not because I was afraid that he would kill these war slaves, but because I felt that it would be a waste of time. Hence, I decided to do it myself and directly erase them, turning them into abandoned pieces. Through abandoned pieces, you must have obtained something from it. Yao Emperor was very certain of Dong Fang's character. Dong Fang would definitely not do something that would cause him to lose money. Yes, Dong Fang laughed. However, the intention of abandoned pieces is not to obtain, but to exchange. When a hidden piece needs to come out from the dark, then it needs the right timing and rules. I turned 3 war slaves into abandoned pieces and exchanged them for 3 hidden pieces that had been lying in ambush long ago. This is the entire reason for my action. Creating a few chess pieces. Then abandoning these useless chess pieces. Exchanging some of the trump cards that he needed and had been lying in ambush long ago. This was the true truth, and it was also Dong Fang's plan and arrangement all along. Under the rules of the chessboard world, once the battle began, then one could not summon, and could not even use any method to increase the number of teammates, even if it was the guardian beast in the summoning grimoire. However, Dong Fang, the master of the chessboard world who was almost demonic in his wisdom, made use of this rule. He used this method of abandoning pieces to unseal the important hidden pieces that could not appear and could not be added to the chessboard world battlefield from their hiding places. The price he paid was merely 3 puppet war slaves that had no consciousness. Everyone knew that once the exchange was successful, then what was exchanged would definitely be the hidden pieces that Dong Fang had been lying in ambush in this chessboard world long ago. Once they appeared at the crucial moment, they would be able to produce a huge amount of energy, and would definitely be able to stabilize the situation and decide the outcome of the battle. However, who were these hidden pieces? Who were they? Chapter 13:20. A ray of light flashed in the sky. At first, it was very faint. But gradually, it became brighter and brighter until it became a sun-like existence that people couldn't look at directly. It was even more brilliant than the sun in the chessboard world. Even the Demon Emperor, who had godly eyes, had to cover it with his hands. As for the arrogant man and the others, they were even more dazzled. The pressure was like a mountain descending. The stones under Yue Yang's feet cracked. This was not the will of the East, but another kind of power, an invincible godly power, a pressure like that of a mountain. From the moment the invincible godly power enveloped Yue Yang's head, the world was completely different, showing a new trend, as if this was the direction of the right path, and everything before this was wrong. A man who was even more dazzling than the sun slowly descended from the sky. He was indescribably handsome. He was more perfect and brilliant than the legendary gods. Anyone who saw him would sigh from the bottom of their heart. Those who didn't have the will of a supreme martial artist would even feel their heart palpitate and feel ashamed of their inferiority. Weaker spectators like the double-headed dragon Yue Yang and the glamorous queen had the urge to kneel in front of this man and hug his thighs to ask for his permission. Then, they would be willing to be ordered around by him and do their best until the day they die. Only a particularly eccentric and unruly man could maintain his original sanity. He disdainfully spat on the ground to show his disdain, and standing beside him, the two overlords of the Heaven Realm, Black Bear Goblin and Wild Boar Goblin, were continuously slapping themselves in the face. Only by doing that could they barely resist the negative effects of being extremely lowly in their hearts. The other people of the 9 clans all lowered their eyes, not daring to look at the man in the field. They were afraid that if they made eye contact, their minds would be frightened by the other's godly power. Invincible supreme martial artist. The demon emperor looked serious and snorted coldly. The proud Yu, the god-level expert who has never been defeated in his life in the records of the Heaven Realm, is actually ordered around by the East, and is willing to be a hidden pawn in someone else's chess game. Am I right? At least I'm better than those who don't even have the qualifications to become Fuzi, am I right? The newcomer lightly brushed her soft and beautiful long hair off her shoulders and smiled confidently. Other than you, who are the other two? Immovable Supreme Martial Artist and Deity Palace Supreme Martial Artist, Tian Yu. The Demon Emperor frowned. You want to know the truth? It's very simple, just defeat me. The undefeatable Paragon laughed heartily. He was so handsome that no one could look at him directly. He gathered the boundless divine power together and transformed it into an extremely gorgeous divine armor. He then used the remaining divine power to form an exquisite golden harp. He didn't need to play it personally. This divine harp would naturally play by itself. One only needed to listen to the gentle sounds of nature. The tinkling music lingered in the ears, causing all the listeners to feel as though they had fallen into paradise, as though they were bathing in the spring breeze. When Yue Yang saw this, his eyebrows furrowed. The Yao Emperor, who had been neutral all this while, reminded him, be careful, that undefeated record is real. After being stunned for half a second, Yue Yang asked, is it undefeated after advancing to the divine level, or has it been undefeated since birth? Is it the law of divine power, or an innate ability? The Yao Emperor nodded slowly. It should be an innate ability, although the Deity Palace Supreme Martial Artist and the Immovable Supreme Martial Artist are of a higher rank. The opponent in front of you is indeed a divine-level expert who has never been defeated in his life. No matter who the undefeatable Paragon fights against, he will always be the same. The captain threw his head back and laughed maniacally. You might as well call it the invincible banner. As long as the invincible sovereign appears on the battlefield, then this war will definitely be won. This is something that no power can change. The Yao Emperor's expression was solemn, although it's arrogant. If you insist on saying it like this, it's also a fact. The double-headed dragon Yue Yang and the other spectators heard the Yao Emperor's inconceivable words. They were all dumbfounded. They simply couldn't believe their ears. How could this be? From birth to maturity, and then to advancing to the divine level, how many battles would a person experience? Who could possibly be undefeated in a battle? Could it be that the undefeatable Paragon had never met an opponent who was stronger than him in all his battles? Even if their strengths were comparable, it was impossible to be undefeated all the time. Every warrior's comprehension of techniques and battle techniques were different. The growth of grimoires and beasts was even more ever-changing. Who knows, one day, he might meet an opponent whose attributes and innate ability were on the same level. Defeat was almost unavoidable. How did the undefeatable Paragon always defeat his opponents and maintain an undefeated record? Hearing the Yao Emperor's words, Yue Yang also felt ashamed. Logically speaking, his growth speed and process were already good enough, but he still frequently met some strong enemies. If it wasn't for Shui Wuxia and the others' unlimited help, or the Heavenly Sword Goddess's silent protection, he might have already died 1,000 times. For someone as strong as Yue Yang in terms of cultivation, for someone as monstrous as Dong Fang, he would also meet a strong opponent, and had no choice but to suffer a grievance in a battle and lose. How could this undefeatable Paragon who looked like a trap be able to fight an undefeated battle? It couldn't be. Could it be that traps were the strongest people in the world? Yue Yang couldn't help but curse in his heart. Fighting against Dong Fang, who was full of evil tricks and who knew how many more tricks he would come up with, now there was an undefeatable paragon who had never been defeated in his life. Furthermore, even if he really defeated this guy, it was hard to guarantee that there wouldn't be even more abnormal, Ji Zun, and Ji Zun, the two big bosses. Hey, this instance dungeon's difficulty was too high. Originally, they might not even be able to clear this nightmare instance dungeon in a team battle, but now they had to clear it by themselves. Were the heavens playing with this young master's rhythm? How many battles have you fought in your life? Yue Yang still had a sliver of hope in his heart. If this sissy undefeatable paragon had only fought 2 or 3 battles in his life and won all of them, it would be fine. It was probably because he didn't meet a truly strong opponent, which was why he was called undefeatable. Even if I don't have 100,000, I believe I have fought 99,000 battles. The Yao Emperor revealed another secret. The undefeatable paragon is a divine level ranker who loves to challenge his opponents the most. FCK. Yue Yang could only curse in response. Don't make me sound so scary, okay? The undefeatable paragon grinned from ear to ear. It was obvious that he was very happy with the Yao Emperor's praise. The deity Templar's sovereign Tian Yu once said that he had failed 100 times in his life. Furthermore, after he had reached the godly level, he had experienced close to 10 battles where his life was at stake. He had narrowly escaped with his life. Although the undefeatable paragon rarely fought, according to what I know, he had failed at least 3 times. Before the Dongfang First Palace Master entered the central shrine, he rarely suffered any defeats. After he was promoted to the First Palace Master, he was like the sun in the sky. However, he had also failed in his schemes and was countered by others, which almost cost him his life. Tian Tushi, Shen Tushi also revealed a piece of insider information that was not known to the world. After a pause, he sighed and said, only the undefeatable paragon, ever since he started his cultivation, had fought thousands of battles with others, but he had never fought to a draw, not to mention a defeat. Not even a draw. The arrogant man's expression also changed. His previous disdain was replaced by shock. If it was said that he had never been defeated before, it might be possible if he was good at escaping and had the special ability to run 1,000 miles away when the situation was not good. However, if he had never been defeated in his entire life and had never tried to tie, then that would be too crazy. Just how strong was the undefeatable paragon to have such a ridiculous record? Yue Yang muttered to himself for a while. In the suffocating atmosphere, he suddenly opened his mouth and asked, your inherent skill is perception. The handsome undefeatable paragon raised his long golden eyebrows. As expected of Titan Yu, you guessed it correctly. The main reason why I have never been defeated in my life is because of my unique and innate inherent skill. However, it's useless even if you guessed it correctly. You are not the first person to guess it correctly, and you won't be the last. As long as you fight against me, you will definitely lose. This is the iron rule that surpasses everything. His finger, which was so beautiful that it made people sigh in sorrow, gently moved in the air, drawing out lines of incomparably marvelous runes. It was not a summoning grimoire. However, the undefeatable paragon created a summoning grimoire in the void with his divine power and runic circle. It did not have the power of a grimoire, but it could appear like a grimoire, allowing everyone to see it clearly. Undefeatable inherent skill. The grimoire owner has a special premonition ability. Once he senses it, he will be able to see the future of the battle and determine the final outcome. This inherent skill is not affected by any external forces. Level 10 inherent skill. Combining his divine power, godly level and divinity, the undefeatable paragon rule is born. Anyone who can shake or deny this rule will receive the earliest warning. After reading it, everyone came to a sudden realization. I understand now, so this is the truth. The undefeatable paragon was not the strongest person in the heaven realm. He was just a godly level ranker with the first sense. Any opponent that could defeat him, the undefeatable paragon would immediately know and avoid them. Therefore, no matter when, no matter what kind of battle, there would not be any kind of threat. As for those who could not defeat him, no matter how many there were, they would just be sending themselves to their deaths. With this kind of undefeatable inherent skill that could predict the outcome, the undefeatable paragon could completely relax and attack. If he wanted to fight, he could fight, and if he wanted to retreat, he could retreat. No wonder he could remain undefeated for his entire life. Of course, having this kind of bug-like undefeatable inherent skill was simply the greatest benefit in life. Even Yue Yang, who was born with 2 inherent skills, couldn't help but be envious and jealous. Perhaps, you guys haven't noticed one detail. Dong Feng, who had been silent for a long time, finally spoke. What does the undefeatable paragon's appearance mean? That means victory. In other words, no matter how they fight, Titan Yu will definitely lose. That was also why the undefeatable paragon personally came. Through his premonition, the undefeatable paragon had already seen the future outcome. This is an unchangeable rule. Titan Yu, the only opponent that I, Dong Feng, am looking forward to. How will you deal with it? Give me a surprise. Furthermore, I really want to know what you are feeling right now. Surprise your sister. This young master wants to call and complain right now. No one could understand Yue Yang's words. This was because he was speaking to an old Taoist priest who might be the GM or even the CEO of the God of Heaven game company. You can't even play with people like this. Hurry up and send your granddaughter over to warm your bed, otherwise this little heart of mine that has suffered a huge blow won't be able to recover. Currently, Yue Yang, who was in a dangerous situation and was about to face a great calamity, actually still had the mood to fantasize about other people's big-breasted sisters or cute little lawless. It had to be said that this fellow's nerves were completely made of steel wire. The captain who had scared Yue Yang half to death just now, the first person on duty at the central shrine, had now regained his composure. He happily clapped his hands and laughed loudly. He's starting to spout nonsense. Is he scared silly? Ha ha ha, Dong Feng, you're too much. What if this little friend pees his pants in fright? Wouldn't that make you, a senior of Tong Tian Tower, lose face? Dong Feng, you shouldn't bully a child like this. What if he can't take it anymore and cries? Ah ha 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 ha. The spectators didn't say anything on the surface, but in their hearts, they were all pointing their middle fingers at him. Why didn't you say anything when you scared Titan Yu so much that he almost cried for help? The Fey Emperor's expression was extremely solemn at this moment. He reminded Yue Yang, if the invincible Ji Zun had sensed you at first, then you wouldn't have been able to defeat him. The law of Godhead fusion is definitely not wrong. You have to think of another way to turn the tables. Yue Yang was silent. How could he not know? If it wasn't for the support of the Eastern chessboard world, killing the invincible Ji Zun wouldn't be easy, but he could still think of a way. But it was impossible now, because in the Eastern chessboard world, he was fighting alone. The law here rejected any kind of help. Even if it was a guardian beast that was one with the master, it couldn't appear. Under such conditions, what else could he do? Just as Yue Yang was deep in thought, a slight tremor suddenly appeared in the chessboard world. It was extremely light, but everyone sensed it. Thump 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 thump, a series of extremely light sounds and vibrations came from an unknown distance. It was as if a giant was holding a sledgehammer and knocking on an immovable mountain. Who was it? Who was outside the chessboard world, attacking it savagely? Could it be Titan Yu's reinforcements? But didn't Titan Yu's supporters all die in the sacrificial ceremony? Who was this person who had just arrived? Chapter 13:21. There seemed to be a kind of divine light flashing in the sky. The clouds gradually dispersed. The image of a supergiant suddenly appeared in the void. It was at least 10,000 meters tall and covered in blood. It was crazily waving its fists and bombarding the dome of the chessboard world. Every time this supergiant punched, it was like a heavenly thunder god's hammer with unparalleled power. When it smashed, it could be seen that the sky was falling and the earth was cracking. When it stopped, the wind and clouds changed color. Every punch shook the entire chessboard world, as if it was about to explode. People immediately recognized that this supergiant was the bearded man who previously called himself Titan Yu's big brother. The demon dragon who was said to have just broken free after being sealed for tens of thousands of years. At first glance, it was hard to tell how powerful he was. Now, looking at the true form of the mystic dragon, looking at this indomitable, majestic, unreachable, and terrifying godly statue that looked down on everyone in the world like ants, even the arrogant captain and the invincible supreme being who had blinded everyone the moment he appeared felt extremely inferior. This was because they were not on the same level at all. If this divine power was compared to a strong man, then all the divine level experts present would be reduced to the state of a child. No one's divine power could be compared to it. The first captain on duty in the central shrine could not, the cunning and far-sighted Dong Feng could not, and even the undefeatable Ji Zun who had never lost a battle in his life could not be compared to it. Even if the divine power of all the divine level experts present were combined, it would still be difficult to compare. How many people in the entire heaven realm and upper heaven realm could reach the height of a 10,000-meter tall golden body of a deity? Perhaps only the legendary deity Hal's Jizun, who was known as the #1 person in the central shrine, could have such a divine personality. The demon emperor swallowed his saliva with difficulty. He wanted to speak, but he suddenly found that his vocal cords had become hoarse, and he could not make a sound no matter how hard he tried. Tu Wan, who was also a divine-level expert, was already trembling in fear. He had a small conflict with the demon dragon before, and he was glad that he was lucky, but also afraid. At that time, he boasted shamelessly and provoked the demon dragon, but the demon dragon did not take him seriously at all. Otherwise, the demon dragon could probably kill him 100 times with just one finger. Tu Wan felt a wave of fear when he thought about it. His heart palpitated. Too powerful, as expected of my most revered idol. The arrogant man was extremely excited at this moment. He danced with joy and spoke incoherently. Ants, we are all ants. The two-headed dragon Yue Yang collapsed to the ground, no longer able to support his body. The beautiful queen, who was scared out of her wits, cowered behind him. She looked as delicate and pitiful as a chick in a storm. She no longer had the arrogance she had when she first came to Tong Tian Tower. The black bear demon and wild boar demon prostrated themselves in worship. They used the highest form of etiquette to express their reverence towards the demon dragon, their senior of the demon clan. Unlike them, what Yue Yang saw was not the might of this fake big brother. On the contrary, what he saw was the details that others had overlooked. Yue Yang simply could not imagine what kind of terrifying strength was needed to beat up such a powerful demon dragon until it was drenched in blood and riddled with scars. Its skin could not even wrap around its bones. Moreover, the demon dragon's image would disappear for a short while after every dozen attacks. In Yue Yang's view, it was not accumulating power at all. Instead, there was another person, who might be much more powerful than the demon dragon, attacking him from behind to prevent him from destroying the chessboard world. Then, who was it that was hiding behind the demon dragon, attacking the demon dragon from the endless void outside the image of the chessboard world? Who was it that beat the demon dragon until he was covered in blood? Was it the deity temple's supreme Tian Yu? Or was it the peerless emperor Wu Shuang, who had always been very mysterious and never showed his face? Could it be that the two of them were the last two seeds of the East? Even with the deity temple's supreme Tian Yu and the peerless emperor Wu Shuang's peerless power, they had to listen to the East's command. If it was really them, how would he reverse the situation? Especially in this damned chessboard world, in the trap that the East had set up long ago, what should he do to reverse the situation and reverse the situation? Yue Yang sank into deep thought once again. However, the East didn't give him too much time to think. This wise man who had schemed for thousands of years attacked Yue Yang mercilessly the moment he opened his mouth. Titan Yu, as you can see, your big brother, the famous senior demon dragon, is doing his best to save you. He disregarded his own safety and risked his life to save you from this chessboard world. I also believe that if you can successfully escape and no longer be restricted by the rules of the chessboard world, then it is very likely that the dragon will return to the sea and the tiger will return to the forest. It is also very possible that you can reverse the situation from then on. Yes, I believe that you are that lucky. Titan Yu, to be honest, you are really the darling of heaven and earth. Your luck is unparalleled. I have schemed for so long, but I never thought that there would be a strong person like the demon dragon who would stand out and become your strong support. If it wasn't because I had schemed long ago and made sufficient preparations a few thousand years ago, perhaps I would have been defeated by the joint attack of the two strong supporters, Queen Vivian Li and the demon dragon, and become your stepping stone. Compared to the prison emperor, you have even more support than him. In Tong Tian Tower, there has never been such dedication and sacrifice like today. Everything that no one else has, belongs to you. This is something that I and the previous successors of Tong Tian Tower could never hope for, but if there is a flaw or regret, it would be that the time given to you is really too little. If you had a few hundred years or even 1,000 years to grow, if you had the time that the prison emperor had, I believe that even if the entire heaven realm's divine rankers joined hands, they would still be defeated in front of you. Titan Yu, you are indeed a genius that only appears once in 10,000 years. You are also the only candidate to become the Holy Supreme Elder of Tong Tian Tower. It's a pity that you were born in the wrong era. If you were born a few hundred years earlier, Titan Yu, you were born in the most unfortunate era. This is the final moment of Tong Tian Tower's downfall. No one can stop it. Even you can't change its fate. Because, tens of thousands of years ago, Tong Tian Tower was already destined to fall. Its fate is not something that a single person can change in a day or night. I have long seen its ending. That year, I was also like you, determined to reverse fate. I used my own wisdom to revive Tong Tian Tower. But it didn't acknowledge me, nor did it choose me. Instead, it kept this important task of saving it until a few thousand years later, until the day you were born. Do you know what I hate the most? It's not you, it's not the prison emperor, it's Tong Tian Tower's choice. It ignored my efforts, ignored my sacrifice, and stubbornly handed its fate to you, whose future is still far from being born. I originally thought that it wanted to hand its fate to the prison emperor, but I was wrong. Only now did I understand that the chosen one is you, Titan you, not anyone else, not the prison emperor, not even me. What a joke, for it, we gave everything we had. In order to obtain its approval, we used all our wisdom, effort, and even our lives. This is not fair. For a few thousand years, do you know how much preparation work I have done? If it had chosen me, in these few thousand years, how much could I have saved? The most ridiculous thing in life is not that hard work is useless, but that there is no chance to work hard. My life, how successful, how brilliant my wisdom is, but why? I don't even have the right to work hard. Why? Why is this? It's not fair. This is too unfair. Alright, since it doesn't need me to save it, then I'll step heavily on its body that is constantly sinking. In order to prove that its choice was wrong, in order to prove how ridiculous it was for it to miss me, I have decided that I will personally bury it in the boring waiting and choice. I want to let it know that the choice of fate must be correct, and it must never be late. After listening to Dong Fang's words, Yue Yang became silent. He was not surprised that Dong Fang would have such thoughts and hatred. If he was a person who gave and hoped to get something back, then it would not be strange for him to have such thoughts. If he was a person who firmly believed that something belonged to him must be firmly grasped in his hands, then it was normal for him to have this kind of hatred after losing it. Because Dong Fang was such a person. He had once thought that he was the successor of Tong Tian Tower, a savior who looked down on all living beings, the chosen one, but one day, he realized that he was not. The cruel truth made him unable to accept it. Especially for a person like Dong Fang, who was extremely intelligent, it was easier for him to get into a dead end, and it was even harder for him to walk out from his stubbornness. Once he could not obtain it, then he would develop a negative mentality, and personally want to destroy it. This was Dong Fang, this was the ultimate revenge of an arrogant person who could not bear the blow. Dong Fang, to be honest, if it was you, you might really do better than me. Yue Yang nodded his head very sincerely. Moreover, I don't want to be the chosen one, I don't want to stand out to save the world, and I don't want to take on the responsibility of reviving Tong Tian Tower. I hate these things. What I want the most is to be with my beloved beauty under the moonlight, lovey-dovey, and live a little life that belongs to me. I am very unwilling to shoulder heavy responsibilities on my own shoulders, but no one has ever given me a choice. Do I have a choice? No, everything was pushed by others, and it can even be said that you guys forced me to walk this path. Without external help, I am just a lazy person who eats and waits for death. It was you guys who forced me step by step into a dead end, forcing me to stand up and resist. I had no choice but to grit my teeth and fight against you guys. Even until now, it was you guys who invaded Tong Tian Tower and destroyed our home, and not us who invaded Heaven Realm and destroyed your central shrine. Now, you are talking to me about the choice of fate. In my opinion, that is a joke. In my opinion, this choice of destiny wasn't a choice made by Skysplit Tower, but something you forced upon my head. Without your pressure, without your threats, I would live a carefree and happy life. I would never have thought of reviving Skysplit Tower. If you complain about the unfairness of the heavens, I think you should first reflect on why you are not qualified. Why is it that people who look inferior to you on the surface are qualified? Is it because of you that fate did not choose you? Is it because of you that fate chose someone else? Who is to blame for all this? Is it someone else's fault? Or is it because you are also responsible? I respect you as a senior, that is why I answered the question in your heart. However, Dong Fang, you have long been an invader who destroyed our home, an enemy who has killed countless living beings and committed all kinds of crimes. Let's not talk about what happened in the past. I have nothing to say to an enemy like you. Dong Fang, What I want to tell you the most is that between you and me, there will be a battle to the death. No matter what tricks you want to play, as long as I am not dead, I will accept it. Moreover, do you think you can win? Do you think that you can shake and deny my supreme will with a few tricks? When did I admit defeat? Do you think that you can defeat me with a few divine-level rankers, alliance helpers, and a few innate skills? Yue Yang's face was calm. He spread out his hands, shrugged his shoulders, and finally said, "You have always been probing and stalling for time, allowing Fuzi to appear, but I have also been learning from the battle. I have also been constantly adjusting my strategy during the battle. Do you think that I have resigned myself to fate after being trapped in your chessboard world? Do you think that I will not do anything and just wait for death like a fool? There is a saying that goes like this: you are very smart, but others are not stupid either." Dong Feng was curious, and exclaimed, "You also have Fuzi?" There was no need for Yue Yang to answer. Beside his ear, the sound of a dog barking, which was extremely annoying, had already explained the answer. Chapter 13:22 Wei Tailang appeared. It crawled lazily beside Yue Yang's feet, as if it had already slept there for 18 nights, drooling all over the ground. Maybe it sensed the astonished gazes of its surroundings. It opened its mouth wide and yawned out of boredom. It then raised its claws and stretched its body like a human. In the end, it seemed to have woken up a little. Seeing its master, it immediately became attentive and used its tail to wipe Yue Yang's shoes, looking like a loyal henchman. The Fey Emperor frowned. He had seen Dong Feng expel this world-destroying demon wolf with his own eyes. Why would it appear in this chessboard world? Even if this guy really had the ability to ignore obstacles and travel through time, it should have stayed in the 5th level of Heaven's stairway. It was impossible for him to come to the heavenly realm. Without Dong Feng's permission, how did this dog enter the chessboard world? The most suspicious thing was that Dong Feng, as the master of the chessboard world, did not know that this dog had come in. This was unbelievable. Even the invincible sovereign had to abandon a chess piece to exchange for a well-prepared one. Titan Yu could not get out of the chessboard world. He was still under the restrictions of various rules. How could he summon this world-destroying demon wolf to help him silently? However, this was the truth. Dong Feng would not make a mistake. The rules of the chessboard world did not fail either. Then, what went wrong? Was it because of Demon Dragon's attack? Was it caused by destroying the chessboard world? Or did Titan Yu have some kind of special skill that could hide from the rules? Dong 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 dong. Demon Dragon's attacks became less and less, and the intervals between attacks became longer and longer. However, the wounds on his body multiplied. Now, not only Yue Yang, but all the spectators understood. Behind Demon Dragon, there must be a powerful guy who was constantly attacking Demon Dragon to prevent him from destroying the chessboard world. A guy who could beat Demon Dragon until he was covered in wounds. How could it be? Deity Temple's Supreme Heavenly Chariot. Peerless Emperor Wu Shuang. Other than the two of them, there was no other possibility in the entire heaven realm. Rumble. An earth-shattering boom rang out, and the chessboard world seemed to have been shattered by an irresistible force. The heavens fell and the earth cracked. From an extremely distant space-time, a large golden hand pierced through the boundless obstacles and forcefully reached in. It was thousands of meters long. The giant golden hand made a few random grabs between heaven and earth. It seemed to be looking for Yue Yang. However, it wasn't able to find Yue Yang's current location. As long as it randomly clawed at the air a dozen or so times, countless mountains and rivers were pulled into a mess. Everyone looked at Yue Yang curiously, as if they didn't understand why he didn't help or approach the giant golden hand. Although with Dong Feng around, it was unlikely that he would succeed, but trying was better than doing nothing, right? Yue Yang stood there quietly, as if he didn't see a big hand scratching in front of him, and also as if he didn't see the scarred giant golden arm stubbornly searching for him. It was as if there was an even stronger divine power that was dragging it. Even though he was unwilling, the giant golden arm was still dragged. His fingers dug deep into the ground, but he still couldn't resist the pulling force behind him. 5 deep ravines that were at least 100 meters deep were plowed on the ground of the chessboard world. Be it the mountains or rivers, they were all destroyed and changed beyond recognition. The giant golden arm was forcefully dragged out of the chessboard world, but after a while, it charged back in with all its might. He grabbed and pulled a few times. In the end, it was dragged away by an even more powerful force. Why didn't you take the opportunity to leave? That's the best chance. The arrogant man was fuming with rage as he roared at Yue Yang furiously. The demon Thirk remained silent as he pondered over a certain point that he didn't understand. Yue Yang did not pay attention to the arrogant man's question, nor did he pay attention to the other people's gazes. He only stretched out his hand and gently stroked the blazing fur on Grey Wolf's forehead. He had never treated this watchdog so well before. One must know that Yue Yang was always punching and kicking Wei Tai Lang. How could he be as comforting as he was today? Grey Wolf closed his eyes and enjoyed himself. The tail wagged happily. One man and one dog. It was as if they were immersed in some kind of spiritual exchange, completely ignoring everything else in the outside world. Dong Fang remained silent for a long time. Eventually, Supreme Indestructible coughed and asked, Titan Yu, how did you know? If I were you, I definitely wouldn't let the demon dragon discover where his chessboard world is. Even if it was discovered, I wouldn't let him attack it. Moreover, I believe that in this world, other than the grimoire world, there is no single world that the demon dragon can't break. You would never make such a mistake, so I am sure that what I saw just now was an illusion, a trap set by someone else. Yue Yang smiled. His smile made many people feel ashamed from the bottom of their hearts. But the image of the demon dragon just now was real. Everything was real, including reaching out to search for it. Dong Fang was still confused. Yes, I didn't say that the demon dragon was fake. Yue Yang nodded. Then why do you still doubt it? Dong Fang was curious. Cough, maybe you've forgotten that there's a king whose special skill is Fata Morgana. I didn't know much about it before, but I happen to understand a little bit today. Dong Fang and some other people worked together to create a space-time labyrinth. Although it's very real, it's still not enough in front of the king's miraculous Fata Morgana. This was Yue Yang's reason. Princess Yi Meng, I didn't expect that she would give up her slumber and even her life for you. That's why I said that you're very lucky. Every time you're in an important situation, there's always someone who stands up for you, and they do it for free. Without any regrets, this is what I envy the most about you. You tried your best to create a battle, but you still didn't succeed. What a pity. Dong Fang sighed regretfully. At least that idiot demon dragon fell for it. You should be satisfied. Yue Yang snorted coldly. Since you didn't fall for it, then I'll reveal my trump card. Dong Fang's voice gradually became softer, as if it was getting farther and farther away. Perhaps, you've already guessed my next two ambushes, and you've even been waiting for me to flip the cards so that you can make the final response. Well, let's begin the decisive battle. The chessboard world suddenly began to change. Countless divine lights gushed out. Heaven and earth were dyed in brilliant colors. The originally clean sky was unknowingly covered in countless transparent light shields. One by one, the world was divided into individual worlds, and each individual world became an independent existence. They were all connected through some kind of connection. This sequence was believed to be impossible for anyone other than the original creator, Dong Fang, to understand the mystery behind it. Or perhaps, even the master of the chessboard world couldn't see all the complicated and special connections that were changing every second. This was because, in the process of the chessboard world's transformation, some unknown but infinite divine power, as vast as the sea of stars, was added. It was this divine power. Only then could the chessboard world truly be transformed into a multivariate world that was constantly changing but looked as calm as before. Perhaps you've already seen it clearly, or perhaps you're still confused. Titan Yu, as you've seen, this is the gift that I've meticulously prepared for you. If you can still solve it, then I, Dong Fang, will admit defeat and have nothing to say. Come, young and lucky Titan Yu, let's play a game. If you can come to me within 10 days, then I'll let you leave my chessboard world. But if you still can't find me after 10 days, I'm sorry, this chessboard world that has already connected Heaven's Stairway, Tong Tian Tower, and the time corridor of God's ruins will explode and collapse. Of course, the chain reaction that follows will also destroy everything it's connected to. Perhaps you, who have advanced to the God level, can already continue to live in the shattered void, but everything that you once possessed will no longer exist. Dong Fang's voice became softer and softer. In the end, it was so soft that it seemed to be separated by several worlds and several layers of space-time. What do you gain by doing this? Yue Yang shook his head in confusion. If I can't obtain something, then I have to destroy it, Dong Fang replied. Even if you have to bet your life? Yue Yang asked again. This is my character, as well as my philosophy of life and independent godhood. Dong Feng's voice was almost inaudible. In the end, it disappeared without a trace. Dong Feng left. It was unknown where he had gone. However, for Yue Yang, this was just the beginning of the battle. Perhaps it was the immovable sovereign, perhaps it was the temple sovereign, or perhaps it was both. After Dong Feng obtained the full help of the two, he used some secret method to connect the chessboard world, heaven stairway, Tong Tian Tower, and the time corridor of God's ruins that he had personally created. Then, he set up a 10-day countdown. Why was it 10 days? Yue Yang still didn't understand. It might be the shortest time for the temple sovereign, Tian Yu, to open the time corridor of God's ruins, or it might be the shortest time for the peerless sovereign to defeat the demon dragon who had not yet recovered to his peak state. It might even be other reasons. However, Dong Feng definitely had his reasons for saying 10 days. There was no need to doubt this. It was just that within a short 10 days, how was he going to pass through this space-time maze that had evolved from the chessboard world to arrive in front of Dong Feng and stop him from doing such a senseless and crazy thing? With the captain, World Butcher, the unfalling supremacy, the undefeatable supremacy, the boss immovable supremacy, and the divine palace's supremacy, Tian Yu, as well as other god-level experts blocking his way, how could he quickly break through their obstruction? This battle was really a headache. On the other side, without waiting for Yue Yang to make a decision, the captain, who had been isolated in another space-time unit and was gradually moving away, laughed at the sky. Titan Yu, enjoy these last 10 days. Do you need me to give you a hint? Pitiful little fellow, if you knew that the space-time maze had over 1,000 individual worlds, and even with guidance, it would take a year to pass through it, would you be so scared that you would pee? As long as I, the captain, am here, you can forget about passing through my door. However, I still hope that you will be able to arrive in front of me and let me have some fun. Ha ha ha. Yue Yang looked around and realized that Tu Wan, Tu Shi, the unfalling sovereign, the undefeatable sovereign, and the others had all been separated into different individual worlds, and they gradually disappeared from his sight. As for the spectators, including the demon emperor, they had all returned to his side. However, they had returned to his side. When the arrogant man saw this, he walked toward Yue Yang with large strides. My hands are itching, let me help you. However, the strange thing was that no matter how he walked, he couldn't reach Yue Yang's side. Even if he was only an inch and a half away from Yue Yang, he couldn't touch Yue Yang's body. It was as if there were millions of space-time barriers in the clearly empty void. The arrogant man was angry and punched and kicked, but no matter how hard he tried, it was useless. He couldn't stand on the same level as Yue Yang at all. The demon emperor gently waved his hand, signaling for him to calm down. It's useless, we are still spectators. Nothing has changed. As long as Dong Feng is still alive, we can't do anything. At this moment, Grey Wolf raised its head and roared. It, who was originally at Yue Yang's feet, suddenly ran toward its master. However, no matter how it ran, it couldn't return to Yue Yang's side. Pu Gui, who had his chess pieces exchanged, was in the same situation. Yue Yang's body swayed slightly. He suddenly found himself back in the White River Valley on the 5th level of the Heaven Stairway. His feet were on the blood-colored altar, as if he had never left. The previous battle also seemed like it had never happened. However, the feeling of being in the chessboard world was still there. It seemed that even if he returned to the 5th level of the Heaven Stairway, he was still in the chessboard world. Nothing had changed. Even this blood-colored altar had inexplicably become a part of the space-time labyrinth. Who in the world had such a terrifying ability to turn all the space-time in the sky and underground into a labyrinth-like existence without anyone noticing? Wasn't this ability too terrifying? FCK, why are all the bosses that I've fought so abnormal? Are there no dungeons that I can clear? Yue Yang speechlessly pointed his middle finger at the sky. Chapter 1323 Heaven Stairway Level 5, Blood Altar. Yue Yang walked to the edge. He took a light step forward. His other foot was still on the blood altar, but the world in front of him had completely changed. He was no longer in the desolate White River Valley, but in the Thunder Fortress on the 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower. Yue Yang retracted his foot and looked around. It was still the familiar Heaven Stairway Level 5, and the White River Valley that had been destroyed by many battles. Who was it? What ability did they use? Who connected the Heaven Stairway Level 5, White River Valley and the Thunder Fortress on the 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower together? How was he going to solve this space-time maze? Do any of you have any insider information? Yue Yang turned around and looked at the crowd of spectators. This is the first time I heard of it. The arrogant man shook his head and waved his hand. He did not know anything. This is the secret of the heaven realm. The double-headed dragon Yue Yang also did not know. The beautiful queen seemed to have heard a little about it, but her lips trembled. She avoided Yue Yang's gaze and did not say anything. It is said that the space-time maze was created by the master of the void in the heaven realm, Enigma. Other than him, no one could solve it. The master of the void, Enigma, went to look for the end of the world with infinite dimensions. He gave the only key to Tian Yu's master, and Tian Yu's master passed the key to his favorite disciple. After spending several thousand years, the heavenly chariot built the central divine palace on the original foundation of the space-time maze. Then, with the help of the immovable sovereign and other god-level experts, he fixed the central divine palace on the sacred peak of the Great Light Mountain, turning it into an impregnable and unbreakable eternal divine palace. Because it was too long ago, there is no way to verify whether this legend is true or not. However, in order to solve this chaotic situation and successfully leave this ever-changing and endless space-time maze, it is necessary to obtain the correct guidance and key. The Demon Emperor gave Yue Yang some hints, but he could not help Yue Yang more. He did not even know what the legendary space-time key looked like. Thanks. Yue Yang didn't insist. Maze games were interesting, weren't they? Titan Yu, if you want to find the East in 10 days, it's impossible to do it alone. You need more helpers. Tu Shi, who seemed to be Tu Shi's illegitimate son, no, it should be Zan Shi. He suddenly called out to Yue Yang. What are you trying to say? Yue Yang looked at him in confusion. The appearance of the world destroyer demon wolf in Pu Gui proves one thing. A genius like you, Titan Yu, definitely has some kind of secret technique to pull more helpers into the chessboard world or this space-time maze. Why don't you summon more secret reinforcements to your side? If it's just you, how can you possibly travel through over 1,000 worlds in just 10 days? Zan Shi looked deeply into Yue Yang's eyes. Aren't you Tu Shi's son? Why don't you care about your father and brother, and instead care about me, your enemy? Yue Yang asked with a smile. Because they and I are the enemies. The enemy of my enemy is my natural ally. Zan Shi nodded with force. Can I trust you? Yue Yang smiled innocently. It's necessary to be vigilant, but you can try. Zan Shi smiled too. If we are allies now, do you have any good suggestions? Yue Yang scratched the back of his head and looked like a beginner who just came out to the underworld. I have observed you carefully, Titan Yu. It could be said that from the start of the battle until now, you have never used your true strength. In fact, you have never trusted anyone. Even though Sir Demon God has confided in you wholeheartedly, you still don't have any basic trust in him. I can't understand why your vigilance is so strong, to the extent that you keep everyone outside the door, but I believe that you definitely have your reasons. I don't expect you to treat me as a friend, as long as you don't treat me as an enemy. Then, I hope that you can use a bit of calmness and reason to carefully consider my next suggestion. Find helpers as soon as possible, like the world-exterminating demon wolf in Pu Gui, or even stronger, to explore the space-time labyrinth together, find the exit as soon as possible, and find the East. Zan Shi looked at Yue Yang sincerely. Do you think that the 10-day period in the East is real? Yue Yang also looked at Zan Shi, as if his gaze could see through his soul. The real can't be fake, and the fake can't be real. Zan Shi said very vaguely, but Yue Yang understood. He turned around and walked towards the statue of the goddess. When he was almost in front of the passage, suddenly, he turned his head and looked at Zan Shi. Say, if Tong Tian Tower were to explode into pieces, what benefits would Tian Yu get? Zan Shi was stunned. For a moment he didn't know how to answer. When Yue Yang turned around again, he raised his foot and shouted, the gods' ruins won't disappear. It's sealed. Perhaps through the space-time explosion of Tong Tian Tower, the seal of the ancient gods can be unlocked. All kinds of secret treasures that can't be obtained will appear. Of course, this is what I think. Maybe the truth is not like this at all. Yue Yang no longer looked back, but waved his hand. You're right, this is the best answer. His figure quickly disappeared in the passage. Only a group of spectators remained, looking at each other. What did this Titan Yu mean? Did he believe him, or was he still suspicious? If he didn't hurry through the space-time labyrinth, where would he run to? Could it be that by running into the passage, he would be able to enter the original heaven stairway and escape the space-time labyrinth? Impossible, right? Dong Feng, Tian Yu and the others had planned this for a long time, would they leave such a big loophole for him? Yue Yang walked through the passage. In front of him was the original heaven stairway. It was exactly the same, nothing had changed. But when he took one more step forward, in front of him, the entire heaven stairway had changed. It became the plaza outside the Tian Luo Imperial Palace. Looking up, even the soldier on duty in front of the teleportation portal was still doing his job diligently. Honest Zhang, you're on duty today. Yue Yang even greeted the soldier who had a serious expression on his face. Yes, greetings third young master. When the soldier saw Yue Yang, he hurriedly bowed in greeting, his attitude incomparably respectful. Where's Li Big Mouth? Yue Yang reached out and patted the soldier's shoulder. He's on night duty. The soldier was so excited that he almost couldn't speak. Do your best. Yue Yang patted the soldier's shoulder again. The next time I see that old bastard Eastern Sky King, I'll ask him to promote you. Yue Yang retracted his leg. The soldier's face that was flushed with excitement disappeared. In front of him, he returned to the heaven stairway world with the indomitable world tree. Yue Yang took another step forward and realized that the scene in front of him had changed to the entrance of the Ivy Academy in Shangjing. Through the guardhouse's window, he could see the old cunning fox wretchedly holding a fairy painting book. His eyes had turned into a heart shape, and his saliva almost dripped down his goatee. As a teacher, how could he be like this? Yue Yang, who had a sense of justice, rushed forward and snatched the fairy painting book into his hands. The old cunning fox rolled on the ground, looking as if he didn't want to live anymore. However, Yue Yang laughed out loud and turned around to escape. When he stepped into the heaven stairway passage, the academy disappeared. The old cunning fox who chased after him with a kitchen knife also disappeared. Behind him, it became the lonely heaven stairway world. However, the fairy painting book in his hands was still in his hands. Yue Yang flipped through it. In the spirit of not wasting a good thing, he kept it in his bag. Following the passage, Yue Yang walked out of the blood altar. What surprised him was that the spectators on the blood altar had actually disappeared. It was completely empty. There was not a single person in the entire White River Valley. Following that, Yue Yang acted exactly the same way he did when he rushed to the blood altar the moment he woke up. He searched the ground as if he was searching for ants. Not only that, but this guy also wretchedly climbed up the statue of the goddess, stretched out his sinful hands, and touched the statue of the goddess. That expression of his was as annoying as it could get. Fortunately, no one saw it. Otherwise, even if it was Fatty High, that bastard, he would also look down on the guy from another world. After touching for a long time, Yue Yang suddenly sighed. I thought that I was a smart person. Who didn't know that I had been deceived from the beginning? Fortunately, I was a suspicious person. Fortunately, I had passed through the gate of life and death and obtained some insights about Fata Morgana from His Majesty. Otherwise, I wouldn't even know how I was played to death. He closed his eyes. He stretched out his hands. Supreme will instantly erupted. The entire blood altar and even the entire White River Valley instantly shattered like a mirror. Everything in the world turned into powder. There was a black hole that swallowed everything. As the world disappeared, suddenly, a light shone down from an unknown place and shone on Yue Yang's body. Then, the sun rose from the east and the world brightened. A whole new world appeared in Yue Yang's vision. The chessboard world, the eastern chessboard world. Yue Yang realized that he hadn't even taken a step out of it. On the other hand, the monster emperor and the others who were originally watching the battle. At this moment, they were still standing on the blood altar even though they were far away in another space and time. Ridiculous, I am a chess player, not a chess piece. Do you really think that a mere chessboard world can imprison me for a long time? Yue Yang stretched out his hand. Suddenly, 4 strange doors appeared around him. With him as the center, they were arranged in the east, south, west, and north directions. The 4 strange doors were similar to the 3 doors that had been rejected by the Eastern world, but they were slightly different. These 4 doors were more mysterious and profound. In the chessboard world, without the assistance of the Eastern world lord's will to suppress it, it couldn't stop the birth and independence of the 4 doors. Yue Yang waved to the monster Thirk and the others who were watching the battle in the distant space and time. He casually opened a strange door in the east. He strode forward. He walked in. He didn't care what kind of existence the world behind the door would be like. After entering the door, the whole world changed completely. The chessboard world disappeared, and what replaced it was the door to heaven that Yue Yang had been to before. There was someone under the door to heaven realm. He clapped his hands briskly and gave a warm and sincere welcome to Yue Yang. Welcome to the door to the world. I am your old friend, the captain. Yes, I was very worried before. I was really afraid that I wouldn't be able to wait for your arrival. You should know that some idiots, once they enter the space-time maze, would never be able to get out, forever lost in the ever-changing space-time. But you didn't. You walked out very quickly. Very good, Titan Yu, you didn't disappoint me. As expected of the peerless genius that Tong Tian Tower doesn't meet in 10,000 years. You got out of the maze so quickly and came to me. This is really great. Although I am your enemy, I can't help but say that you are really a genius. You guard the door, dog, flattering me without any capital. Are you trying to ask for a reward from this young master? Yue Yang was a good child and always spoke politely. Don't be like this. Later when I beat you until your teeth fall all over the ground, you will know how painful it is to have a cheap mouth. The captain was actually not angry at all. I think the opposite is more likely. Yue Yang laughed. Everyone who enters, leaves, or passes through the door cannot use their own divine power. This is the law that I set in this space-time. As the first guard of the central shrine, the captain also laughed. You can't summon beasts, use your grimoire, and can't use your divine power. What do you have to fight against me? You clan's third young master, let me teach you something. In this world, not everything can be solved with brute force. Your divine power is stronger than mine, that's right, I won't deny it. But you can't do anything, you can only wait to be beaten. So what if you are Yu clan's third young master? So what if you are Tong Tian Tower's #1 genius? In the chessboard world, in the space-time maze, under the door to heaven realm that I am guarding, no matter how strong you are, no matter how arrogant you are just a pitiful worm that can only take a beating and can't fight back. Chapter 13:24, I'm very curious. You can't use your grimoire, summon your beasts, and have your divine power shackles. What are you going to use to beat me up? Yue Yang's eyes were filled with disdain, as if he was looking at a spider that was flaunting its prowess with a big web that was woven by someone else. If you still remember, I'm the #1 guard of the central shrine. The captain reminded him in an extremely good mood. You want to talk about that door? Yue Yang finally remembered. That's my trump card. The captain didn't mind Yue Yang's rudeness at all. He couldn't wait to forgive Yue Yang with the heart of a victor. He felt that as a tragic loser, no matter what he did or said, it was all worth forgiving. After all, he was destined to be the victor. The captain's hand lightly brushed past the heaven realm gate. Extremely gentle, it was like caressing the skin of a lover. Suddenly, there was a slight ripple on the heaven realm gate. Although it was very slight, the ripple of space and time was enough for the captain, who couldn't use his divine power, to complete his special skill, door. Just like the gate of the shrines, it opened up in a dazzling radiance. Then, thousands of shrines warriors, under the leadership of their elite leaders, rode on the same silver sky dragon horses and rushed out like a tide. In a short while, they filled the entire ground of the heaven realm gate. Amidst the thunder-like galloping, there was a kind of footstep that was even louder than thunder. The ground was also trembling. 4 shrine guard commanders, who were Titan giants, squeezed out from the strange door that the captain had opened with difficulty. Amidst the shouts of the shrine warriors, their whole bodies were burning with fighting intent as they approached. These Titan giants looked to be 500 meters tall. With every step they took, a 10-meter deep footprint would be left on the ground. Under the captain's proud gesture, the 4 guard commanders all knelt down on one knee, showing their highest respect to the #1 guard of the shrine. Loyalty, loyalty. The shrine warriors also got off their horses and knelt down on one knee. At the same time, they placed their right hands on their chests and cheered passionately. Do you see that? They are my most loyal subordinates. Perhaps you, who are also a god-level expert, will ignore their existence outside of the chessboard world and the space-time maze. But now, you don't have any power to resist. Other than being ravaged by my subordinates, do you think you have a second choice? The captain laughed very happily. He felt that ever since he met Yu Titan, this pervert, this was the first time he felt that life was so beautiful. To defeat the peerless genius of Tong Tian Tower that only appeared once every 10,000 years, he didn't need the undefeatable Jizun who had never been defeated, nor did he need the ever-scheming Dong Fangjung. He alone was enough. In front of the heavenly gate, he was invincible. At least, in a situation where Titan Yu couldn't use his godly power, all he had to do was sit comfortably on the high ground and watch this guy get beaten up. As for the invincible sovereign and the invincible sovereign, he could just let them continue to cool off and wait. Perhaps when he was bored, he would throw Titan Yu into the fray and let them drink some leftover soup and snatch some of the credit. In the face of such a big battle, even a blind man could see it. Yue Yang clapped his hands vigorously and praised, "Not bad, there are so many subordinates." He praised, "Not bad, there are so many subordinates. I say, Captain, you're really worthy of being the #1 watchdog. Your invincible cow flea is really good." "No, it's the invincible dog flea." Pausing for a moment, Yue Yang giggled as he drew a big circle in front of him with his hand. With a light touch, the circle turned into an incomparably strange door. "However, Senior Captain who has obviously gotten dementia, please allow me to remind you that your trump card, that mysterious door, I actually know how to use it as well. Although I learned it secretly, I can guarantee that I won't be any worse than you." After Yue Yang finished drawing this strange door, he didn't look at anyone else. He walked leisurely. He walked towards the heavenly gate on the other side. The captain flew into a rage. Just as he was about to order his subordinates to attack, he suddenly realized that the strange door that Yue Yang had drawn just now was slowly opening. Similarly, there was a wave of warriors surging out from inside. The one who rushed at the very front was an extremely lowly-looking fatty that made people's teeth itch with just one look. For some reason, if he didn't punch the fatty's face, he would feel extremely unhappy in his heart. Behind the fatty was a skinny man who looked like someone owed him 108,700 yuan. Even the legendary coffin face wasn't so black and smelly. Behind him was a block of ice. If it wasn't for the fact that this human-shaped block of ice could still breathe, he would have really mistaken this fellow as an ice sculpture. The captain didn't even have time to look at the unstoppable tide of people that rushed out like water from a broken dam. His line of sight was blocked by a figure that was as huge as a mountain. When he raised his head to look, he was so shocked that his heart almost stopped beating. A Titan lowly, who was 3,000 meters tall, forcefully pushed open the narrow strange door and angrily squeezed out from inside. She hadn't even straightened her back when she hurriedly rushed over and raised her mountain palm. With a loud bang, she slapped a Titan commander who didn't retreat fast enough into the ground. He looked at the huge pit that had a diameter of at least 10,000 meters on the ground. He looked at the 500-meter-tall Titan commander being slapped into the ground like a toy. Not even a strand of his hair was left outside. All the guards of the temple had the urge to pee their pants. Not to mention them, even the captain, who was a god-level expert, had difficulty swallowing his saliva in his throat. He had set up a rule for himself that no one could use divine power. He felt slightly regretful. Fortunately, as a god-level expert, even if he couldn't use divine power, he still had some pride. After all, he was a high and mighty god-level expert. So what if there were ants? Could they even bite a hair off a god-level expert like him? Even though the Titan lowly was a little terrifying, he just had to be careful and avoid her. It would be fine as long as he didn't fight her head-on. He had an endless supply of temple martial artists under the door to the heavenly realm. If they wanted to compete in terms of explosive power, then so be it. Huh, there's a golden-headed tortoise here. Don't fight over it, it's mine. Listen up, all of you. I've already taken it. As soon as that shameless fatty rushed over, he made a big fuss. The captain, who was forcing himself to remain calm, could no longer remain calm. You scum, who's yours? Open your dog eyes and look. I'm a god-level expert. How can a scum like you challenge me? The captain was furious. Just be a taker. You were born to be a taker. Shout if you want to feel good. Don't stand on ceremony with me. The damn fatty shouted. If you're fast, you'll get it. The skinny man with the coffin face was actually very shameless. He attacked the weak spot right from the start. Snatch. That ice cube could actually speak. A large group of people surged over and drowned the captain in an instant. Behind the door to the heavenly realm, Yue Yang discovered that this was another space-time, another world. This world was different from the previous one. It was completely unfamiliar. Yue Yang had never been here before. He had never even heard of it. In front of him, there was a god-level expert whose entire body was flickering with dazzling radiance. He was quietly waiting for him. Yue Yang didn't need to look to know that such a flashy and arrogant god-level expert could only be the undefeatable sovereign. When other god-level experts appeared, they were also somewhat imposing and ostentatious. However, the undefeatable sovereign was gorgeous and dazzling. There really weren't many of them. The undefeatable sovereign had his eyes closed. He was quietly standing in the center of an arena. It was as if he had been waiting for Yue Yang for thousands of years. Yue Yang also noticed that this arena was very strange. It was at least 10 kilometers in diameter. It was like the dome of a mountain, but it was wide at the top and tapered at the bottom. It stood upside down on the ground. The arena was surrounded by a sea of lava. Rolling heat waves soared into the sky from time to time, shooting lava over 10,000 meters into the air before being tossed back down. In the center of the arena, there was a special rune of a sword and shield clashing. This is the Divine Temple's arena. The undefeatable sovereign slowly opened his eyes. His gentle and beautiful voice seemed to be reciting a poem. This is also the battlefield where I have never been defeated in my life. I have already won 99,999 times here. As long as I defeat you, I will obtain an unprecedented 100,000 victories. From then on, I will enter the history of God-level experts established in ancient times. Titan Yu, I have always been searching for a perfect ending. I want to achieve the most important 100,000 victories in my life. All these years, I have always regretted that no one with great value or special significance has appeared. Until Dongfang found me and recommended you to me. You think you've already won? Yue Yang sneered. That day, I opened my grimoire and used the undefeatable innate skill to carefully sense it. The result was the same. Whether it was the law or fate, they both determined my victory. The undefeatable sovereign believed in his own innate skill. It was the law that would never be wrong. I guess you haven't looked at your grimoire since that day. Yue Yang suddenly guessed. I only need to sense it once. The undefeatable sovereign felt that it was something that was destined to happen. If you can still open your grimoire, I suggest you look at it again. Perhaps, you will discover a completely different answer. Yue Yang flexed the bones in his arms and stretched his neck. Then, he calmly said something that angered the undefeatable Jizun. You and I have no enmity, so I really don't want to fight you. If I defeat you, people might say that I'm bullying a sissy. What did you say? The undefeatable sovereign's eyes widened. The greatest humiliation he had ever suffered in his life was probably not as vicious as Yue Yang's. Nothing, I just want to say that you're a trap. Yue Yang wanted to recommend a book to the undefeatable sovereign. It was called the Sunflower Treasure Book. I'm going to kill you. The undefeatable sovereign was so angry that his navel was crooked. Do whatever you want. Yue Yang shrugged his shoulders indifferently. Damn Titan Yu, I'm going to cut you into 1,000 pieces. The undefeatable sovereign was so angry that his voice was as sharp as a needle. All right. Yue Yang had already expected the undefeatable sovereign's extreme reaction. That's right, he guessed that there was no one in this world who would be as arrogant as a peacock after being called a sissy. Chapter 1325. The undefeatable sovereign was furious. He really wanted to beat this brat to the ground, cut him into 18 pieces, and arrange him into 36 different positions to dry him up. At this moment, a bright moon suddenly appeared in the sky. It slowly slid out from the clouds and shone brightly, as if it was a halo. That infinitely gentle radiance shone on Yue Yang's body. When the undefeatable Jizun saw this, he had a strange feeling in his heart. The young man in front of him had suddenly become a stranger, as if he was no longer the Yu clan's third young master from the Tong Tian Tower's soaring dragon continent, but someone else. What was going on? Why was this happening? Was it Titan Yu's hidden divine power? Or was there help coming? The undefeatable sovereign didn't even have time to figure out what was going on before he saw Titan Yu rushing towards him like a meteor. Rising tide. The undefeatable Jizun stretched out his hand gracefully. Over the past thousands of years, he had obtained an endless amount of divine power from other divine rankers and his own independent cultivation. It was as vast as the sea. Once it was activated, it immediately turned into a tidal wave of divine power that swept towards the furious Yue Yang. Even a meteor was useless in front of the sea. At most, it would create a 1,000-foot-tall wave. The wave turned into a terrifying whirlpool. It completely swallowed up Yue Yang's divine power. Ripples spread out from the dueling arena. The further they went, the lighter they became. Finally, there were only ripples left. Falling tide. The undefeatable sovereign slowly retracted his hand. Yue Yang, who had been thwarted, wanted to escape. However, the boundless divine power had an incredible suction force that easily pulled him back to the undefeatable sovereign. Without waiting for Yue Yang to punch again, the undefeatable sovereign spun his left hand. Yue Yang started spinning madly in the terrifying divine power whirlpool. As he spun dizzily, a shadow dashed out from Yue Yang's body. It had a physical form. It was as fast as lightning. Furious fists flew towards the undefeatable sovereign's face. Unfortunately, the undefeatable paragon had vanished into the vast sea of god power. It was as if no one could find a needle in the sea. Yue Yang's next attack failed. The calm surface of the water was broken, and waves surged. In the middle of the waves, the undefeatable paragon reached out and tossed Yue Yang into the air above the dueling arena. When he landed, the pressure from the tide of godly power that was over 1,000 meters high, if there were no mishaps, the undefeatable paragon would definitely win this battle. Invincible talent and law of invincible would never be wrong. As long as it was the result of the battle that he had sensed back then, it would definitely come true. The only thing he couldn't be sure of was time. How much time would he need to completely defeat and kill this Titan Yue? This was the only variable. Of course, this was not a problem. Since the outcome of the battle was already decided, wouldn't it be better to torture the enemy a little longer? Right now, he could only hope that the #1 genius of Tong Tian Tower, the Yue clan's third young master, would not be too weak and allow him to play for a little longer. Titan Yue, you might be a genius and you can defeat many people, but you will definitely not be able to defeat me, the undefeatable sovereign. Because, in a sense, I, the undefeatable paragon, am a sea of godly power. No one can defeat the sea. Using human power to fight against the sea, that is simply too laughable. The sea can bury anything. This includes lives, kingdoms, civilizations, history, and even the world. You will never be able to see through the depths of the sea. You will never know its power and heaviness. Even if it is a billionth of its power, it is enough to swallow you whole. Young man, no matter what methods you use, you will never be able to escape from its range. Because, it is a boundless sea. Come, don't struggle anymore. Just be like those losers that I have defeated and absorbed. Bury them all under the power of my law and become a part of me. Do you know why I can become a sea that can contain hundreds of rivers and all living things? It's because there are countless losers like you who selflessly contributed your strength. When the undefeatable paragon grabbed the dizzy Yue Yang's shoulder and was about to absorb the godly power from his heart, Yue Yang suddenly opened his eyes. He punched him in the face. The undefeatable paragon's handsome face contorted from the punch. Yue Yang grabbed the undefeatable paragon's shoulder and lifted him up before smashing him into the ground. He nailed the undefeatable paragon headfirst into the stone floor of the arena. Then, he said sincerely, "Thank you very much. I have secretly learned a move from you. Thank you for telling me what the sea is. However, I want to remind you that if you are the sea, then I am the moon." He grabbed the undefeatable paragon's legs and lifted him up forcefully. Then, he pulled this god-level expert, who had never been defeated in his life, off the ground of the arena. The instant the undefeatable paragon resisted Yue Yang's legs, he stepped heavily on his face, which was so handsome that even women would be jealous of him. Then, he smiled at the god-level expert in an extremely good mood. "When did you hear that the sea can defeat the moon? What you defeated was only the reflection of the moon in the mirror. Do you really think that the sea can devour the moon? What a joke. On the contrary, the moon can make you run around in circles. If it wants you to rise, it will rise. If it wants you to ebb, it will ebb. It has complete control over it." The undefeatable paragon wanted to protest. "You don't even have the moon innate skill. You have nothing to do with the moon. How can you transform into the moon god?" However, Yue Yang didn't give him the chance to do so. When he stepped on the undefeatable paragon's bird nest for the 108th time, the sound of eggs breaking could be heard. Yue Yang, who couldn't hear it clearly, carefully pressed his feet on the nest for a while. Finally, he confirmed it with great difficulty. "If you are the sea, then you should be having an orgasm right now." Sob, sob, sob. The undefeatable paragon suddenly covered his face and cried bitterly like a woman. Yue Yang didn't expect the undefeatable paragon to have such a move. "You beat me up so badly. It hurts so much. Not only did you step on my face, you even stepped on my vitals. You pervert." The undefeatable paragon cried bitterly. Tears flowed down his face, causing Yue Yang to be dumbfounded. "Damn it, don't tell me you're going to use your ultimate move of crying, throwing a tantrum, and trying to hang yourself. He's indeed a sissy. He's already crying before the fight even started. Did this guy really obtain 99,999 victories?" Suddenly, the undefeatable paragon stopped crying. His injuries were completely healed. His dim divine radiance instantly returned to its original state. Moreover, it emitted an even more dazzling brilliance. Yue Yang realized that this wasn't the Eastern's divine power substitution. Instead, it was the undefeatable Paragon's own divine power, which possessed such a powerful ability. The undefeatable Paragon supported himself with his hands and slowly stood up. He stood in front of Yue Yang. His handsome face no longer showed any signs of pain or contortion. His smile was like a spring breeze, pleasing to the heart and soul. I feel much better after crying. All the pressure has been released. As expected of Titan Yu, I'm very happy to have a strong opponent like you as a sacrifice for my 100,000 victories. Alright, please allow me to introduce myself seriously once more. I'm known as the undefeatable Paragon. As one of the 3 elders of the Central Shrine, I once had a name in the upper heaven realm. That name was 100 Transformations. 100 Transformations? Yue Yang frowned. I, who had transformed into the ocean, failed. I admit that your moon divine power is indeed the nemesis of the ocean's tidal divine power. However, do you know why I'm called the undefeatable Paragon? That's because not only do I have the undefeatable talent, I also have the 100 Transformations divine power. My tidal divine power has been restrained. It doesn't matter. The me standing in front of you is no longer the ocean, but the clouds and mist. The undefeatable Paragon stretched out his hand and pointed at the sky. Yue Yang raised his head. He realized that the bright moon that had risen up in the sky had been gradually obscured by the clouds and mist that had appeared out of nowhere. It dimmed and eventually disappeared completely, leaving only a bit of moonlight shining through the deep layers of clouds. The undefeatable Paragon raised his head and looked in Yue Yang's direction. He smiled warmly and said, "Come. Don't you want to slap my face? Try and slap me again." Asking for a slap, that's easy. Yue Yang waved his hand without hesitation and slapped the undefeatable Paragon hard. However, Yue Yang's palm slashed through the air. It was as if it was from another dimension. It slid past the undefeatable Paragon's handsome face and didn't hit anything. Back then, Princess Starlight was the same as you. Her innate talent and attributes completely restrained my ocean. Just like you, she beat me up badly. However, just like you now, she was restrained by my clouds and mist. Under my clouds and mist, her starlight lost its luster and couldn't display its might anymore. She couldn't even display 1% of her power. Ha 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 ha, guess what happened to you? Won't you make her even more miserable? The undefeatable Paragon looked at Yue Yang with a smile. So that's what happened back then. Yue Yang finally understood. Titan Yu, do you think that I, the undefeatable Paragon who was 100,000 victories, was an idiot? That I was an incompetent person? That I relied on loopholes to obtain the title of undefeatable Paragon? If that's the case, why was I able to sit in the second seat of the 3 great elders of the Central Shrine? In the Central Shrine, other than that martial arts madman Tian Yu and that immovable Paragon, who else could be a match for me? Captain, Invincible, Dongfang, let me tell you the truth. If we don't count strategy and only count divine power, even if the 3 of them combined, they can't even compare to half of me. Otherwise, how can I, the undefeatable Paragon, live up to my name of undefeatable Paragon? The undefeatable Paragon looked at Yue Yang, as if he wanted to see a trace of fear and despair on his face. Unfortunately, Yue Yang's face was expressionless. Not cooperating at all, the undefeatable Paragon laughed coldly in order to completely destroy the Yu clan's 3rd young master's confidence. Let me guess, you must be thinking of a way to not use the moon divine power. Instead, you want to change to another attribute. For example, using your most proficient attribute, fire. According to the information given to me by Dongfang, your most proficient attribute is fire. In the end, you might be able to comprehend the flame divine power. However, no matter what you change to, be it wind, fire, water or earth, it's impossible to reverse it. Because, if you are the fire, I am the ocean. If you are the fire, I am the storm. If you are the wind, I am the tall mountain. If you are the earth, I am the meteor that destroys the earth. No matter what your divine power is, I have a corresponding attribute that can restrain you. Titan Yu, do you still think that my undefeatable inherent skills perception is wrong? The undefeatable Paragon laughed. He laughed very comfortably, very complacent. He really liked to see the calm expression on his enemy's face when they were in a hopeless situation. It wasn't just this Titan Yu in front of him. Almost all the losers, even if there weren't 90,000 of them, there were at least 70,000 to 80,000 who pretended to be calm. However, in the end, All of them were laughably defeated by his 100 transformations divine power. Struggling was useless. Trying hard would only be a waste of energy. Come, Titan Yu, just say whatever you want. Just treat it as your last words. The undefeatable Paragon decided to give Yue Yang a chance. Thank you very much. I just want to ask one last thing. If my divine power is fate, what kind of 100 transformations divine power can you use to deal with it? Yue Yang asked like a good student. Chapter 1326 Destiny. Is there such a divine power in this world? The invincible supremacy was dumbfounded. He had never imagined that Titan Yu would ask such a difficult question. Could it be that this brat really has such a special divine power? Impossible. Fate couldn't be controlled by others. And even a god-level expert could only forcefully free himself from it. He couldn't change the trajectory of other people's destinies. Is he trying to scare me? The invincible supremacy relaxed at this thought. He laughed heartily. All right, you have successfully amused me. Destiny. Haha, I really can't wait to see what the destiny divine power is like. Come, show it to me. Aren't you a peerless genius that only appears once in 10,000 years? Aren't you the first successor who saved the Tong Tian Tower from destruction? You must have the destiny divine power, right? You really scared me to death. Hurry up and use it to scare me. Look, my little heart is about to fly out of my body. Holding his stomach, laughing loudly, laughing louder and louder, it got out of hand. The invincible supremacy laughed so hard that tears were flowing out of his eyes. Yue Yang did not say anything. He only took out a sword, and the invincible supremacy's laughter was as sharp as a knife. No, that's impossible. Although this is a space-time maze, it has already merged with the laws of the chessboard world. You can't use treasures. This sword is fake, it's definitely fake. The invincible supremacy felt that Yue Yang was using some kind of illusion technique, just like the moon in the sky. He was trying to deceive his eyes. Yue Yang had heard this saying before. Never take an idiot seriously, because he will drag your intelligence down to the same level, and then use his rich experience to defeat you. Sword. It was created by Yue Yang personally bearing part of the destiny divine power. It was one of the 9 weapons of destiny, the Sword of Destiny. The Sword of Fate is the head of the 9 weapons of fate. It is in charge of justice and judgment. It will judge all evil, including its creator and wielder. Yue Yang, who had never been a good boy, didn't feel good holding the Sword of Fate. After all, there were too many evil thoughts in his mind. If he dared to fantasize even a little while holding the Sword of Fate, the Sword of Fate would unceremoniously use the power of fate to cleanse his desires, purifying his master. He held the sword carefully. Yue Yang kept imagining himself to be an old monk with a heart like a withered tree, unperturbed, a vegetarian for hundreds of years who had never killed anyone. If he thought of the old monk normally, he would definitely expand his imagination. Stretch out words like, Shakespeare. Now, he didn't dare. At this moment, he had to be an obedient child. Otherwise, the Sword of Fate would unleash its power and tell him how important it was to be a good child. If he had something good in his hands, he would definitely share it with others. Yue Yang, who had always been a compassionate person, immediately took out the Sword of Fate and gave it to the undefeatable Supreme Elder who was said to be undefeatable as a gift for their first meeting. Long live Demacia! Yue Yang, who thought that he was the idiot with the sword in his hand, leapt up high and raised the Sword of Fate in his hand. Then, he charged towards the sky, piercing through the sky. Then, he reversed the direction of the sword and nailed it firmly onto the undefeatable Ji Zun's head. Of course, he didn't need to do this, because no one, not even a god tier, could escape from the power of fate. This is, the invincible Ji Zun was shocked. Such a terrifying huge sword pierced down. He thought that he would be in so much pain that he wished he was dead. Who knew? There wasn't even a single wound on his body. The invincible Ji Zun opened his hands and looked at them. He realized that there wasn't a single wound on his body. Could it really be a fake image that Titan Yu made to scare him? If he had even a little bit of divine power, it would be impossible for him to not feel anything. The only explanation was that it was fake. You want to scare me with a fake sword? Do you know how the challenger who tried to trick me with illusions before you died? I humiliated him to death. I used 3,600 different methods to destroy his body and mind, allowing him to be completely unobstructed from inside out. Because I exploded him 1,000 times, it felt so good. Titan Yu, it's your turn. Just as the invincible Ji Zun was fantasizing about how to deal with Yue Yang, he realized that there was something strange on top of his head, as if something was forcefully squeezing through the cracks in his skull. He grabbed with his hand. But he didn't touch anything. He was so angry that he thought it was Yue Yang's doing. Titan Yu, do you think that you can scare me with such a weak attack? What a joke, let me teach you what a cruel blow is. I want to kill you 1,000 times, and every time you are about to die, I will revive you, and then, the invincible Ji Zun didn't finish cursing, but he couldn't make any sound. He felt a strange pain. His brain seemed to have been opened by something. Whether it was the evil thoughts of the past or the present, they were all released. They surged out from his enlightened brain, like ants in the face of a flood. A sword appeared in his soul. It was impossible to see what it looked like, but it grew 1,000,000 times bigger in the evil thoughts. Then, it pierced through his soul, into his body, and out of the void. It stabbed into his head. That kind of pain was really, the invincible Ji Zun felt that even if all the pain he had suffered in his life was multiplied by 100, it wouldn't be even 1,000th of this pain. He couldn't use his divine power to defend himself, nor could he escape. It attacked his soul, cleansing it from the inside out like a flood. When it encountered any evil thoughts or memories, its power would multiply, and it would pierce through his body with an unstoppable force, making his soul and body suffer this kind of judgment together. The invincible Ji Zun's tears, snot, and saliva flowed out. This kind of pain was 1,000,000 times more painful than having a sharp sword stabbed into his brain. His soul was injured, and that kind of pain wasn't something his willpower could resist. Not to mention, there was also a kind of judgment power cleansing everything. Don't you feel very good? Look, you must have had an orgasm. Ah, you can even boast. I didn't expect you to have this kind of talent. Yue Yang looked at the invincible Ji Zun, who was vomiting blood crazily, and clapped his hands in schadenfreude. If the invincible Ji Zun could move now, he swore that he would use his teeth to bite this kid to death. Unfortunately, he couldn't even move a finger. There was no end to the judgment, and the power of the sword of fate wouldn't disappear until the judgment of evil was done. At this moment, Yue Yang smiled and held a divine weapon of fate. Aha, I thought I was a good kid, but who knew that you're even more obedient than me? Alright, in order to praise you, I've decided to reward you with a little red flower. This is what you deserve, don't stand on ceremony. The whip of fate, it was also formed by the power of fate that Yue Yang had personally endured. It was one of the 9 weapons of fate, and its main purpose was to punish sins. Unlike the sword of fate, which focused on justice and judgment, would usually not kill the judge. Most of the time, it would purge the judge into an idiot. If that was not enough, it would continue to purge the judge for an endless amount of time until the target's soul was cleansed into a blank sheet of paper. The whip of fate was different. The whip of fate punished both the body and the soul. Once it started to punish, all evil would be destroyed into nothingness. Whether the remaining part was dead or alive, it was not under its control. You've defeated more than 99,000 opponents. I don't believe that you're a good person. Yue Yang raised the whip of fate and swung it lightly. The invincible Ji Zun, who was being cleansed by the sword of fate, screamed in pain. It didn't last longer than the sword of fate. But in terms of pain, the punishment from the whip of fate was clearly better. Every time Yue Yang lashed out with the whip, the Paragon Undefeatable's body would crumble a little. As long as Yue Yang willed it, he could swing the whip a few thousand times. No matter how powerful the Paragon Undefeatable's godforce was, he would still be reduced to a pile of minced meat. As for his soul, it would most likely be reduced to nothingness. After all the bad things the Paragon Undefeatable had done in his life, it was almost impossible for him to have a good ending. How can you do this? Suddenly, someone behind Yue Yang criticized sternly, "Stop right now." Yue Yang turned around and realized that the person who came was actually the Night Empress with her starlight domain. As for Yue Yang's action of whipping people, Yue Yang was infuriated. The Night Empress was very unhappy. This was especially so since the target was the undefeatable sovereign, which made her oppose it from the bottom of her heart. How can you let him off so easily? Have you forgotten that he killed the Starlight Princess and almost destroyed our Heaven Stairway clan? If you kill him just like that, wouldn't our years of hatred and years of bitter waiting be wasted? As for the Night Empress criticism, Yue Yang hurriedly apologized. Yes. I was just having fun and almost forgot about these things. When Yue Yang saw that the Night Empress didn't seem to be angry anymore, he hurriedly offered up the whip of fate in his hand and gestured for the Night Empress to do the same. You try it too. It's fine. This guy has a lot of HP and can take a beating. With his godforce and realm, I reckon that even if I hang him up and beat him for 3 days and 3 nights, he should still be able to take it. This is the famous paragon undefeatable, ranked at least 3rd in the central shrine in the heaven realm. He is known as the undefeatable sovereign. It's fine. You try it too. It should feel good. After the Night Empress tried a dozen whips, she felt a little better. However, she was still a little worried. It's too boring to kill him just like that. Can't you think of some other way? When Yue Yang heard this, he felt a headache coming on. Girls, torturing people was an art. It was something that was very difficult to do well. How could there be such a good thing in order to let oneself feel comfortable and satisfied, and at the same time, let the guy who was being tortured live 100 years? Can't you just put up with it and use this whip of fate to casually whip him until he's skinny and can't even wrap his bones? For the undefeatable sovereign, other than using the whip to whip him, it would be a piece of cake to use tiger stool and chili oil. Who knows, he might even enjoy it. I think I saw the mark of the god's wife on the forehead of Jizun's guardian beast. The Night Empress, whose whole body was hidden in the starlight, seemed to be recalling an important point. It's just an illusion. You didn't see anything. Yue Yang sweated profusely. If the Night Empress complained to Jizun, he would probably be finished. His mind spun rapidly, and an idea flashed through his mind like lightning. He quickly put the ring of fate on the Night Empress' slender finger. Thinking about it, maybe he felt that he didn't have enough power to bribe her, so he put the staff of fate into her hand. I know and understand your wish. You want to take revenge for Princess Starlight. I support this 100%. Look at this staff of fate. As long as you have it in your hand, you can fight however you want. It is in charge of life. It can completely control life. Together with this ring of fate that is in charge of free will, without your permission, he won't be able to die even if he wants to. The Night Empress was very satisfied. As expected, he did something bad while everyone was still asleep. Otherwise, how could he be so obedient? Forget it, I'll pretend I didn't see anything. I'll just borrow 2 divine weapons of destiny for the time being. You should take the sword of destiny and the whip of destiny with you. I reckon that the immovable sovereign is waiting ahead to scheme against you. I can't beat that old fellow, so you'll have to work hard. Yue Yang looked at the Night Empress. The current him could clearly see through the starlight domain and see the Night Empress' true appearance hidden in the starlight. He could even see her beautiful snow-white body under the thin veil. But he pretended that he didn't see anything. Just like usual, he calmly retracted his almost completely transparent gaze and waved his hand. Then be careful, this fellow is really strong. If you really can't do it, you can call for help. Back then, the 3 of them didn't even blush when they surrounded Princess Starlight, so you don't have to be polite with him. You should take care of yourself first. The Night Empress sent Yue Yang away with a meteor teleportation. When Yue Yang completely disappeared into the horizon, she, who was hidden in the starlight, shyly stamped her foot. This brat must have seen it. Pervert, he actually pretended to be dumb even after seeing it. If I didn't feel his heartbeat increase, I wouldn't have known that he could see through the domain. Why were you in such a hurry, rushing over the moment you woke up? In the end, you let this brat take advantage of you for nothing. This is so embarrassing. Chapter 13:27 Using 10 days to pass through 1,000 individual worlds that were constantly changing their entrances and exits. Finding the east. It looked simple on the surface, but in fact, this was a task that no one could complete alone. Yue Yang discovered that this space-time labyrinth that connected various individual worlds was changing every minute, or even every second. The changes were so mysterious and fast that even he, who had the Heaven Eye's divine vision, could not easily see through it. Moreover, even if he had seen through the lost path and broke through the puzzle, he would still encounter various difficulties when he went to the next world and found the east that had already disappeared. For example, whenever he went to the next world, he would not know what kind of world he would step into, or whether he would return to a world that he had already passed through. Each of the worlds here was different. There were endless changes and characteristics. What made Yue Yang feel even more inconceivable was that this space-time labyrinth could actually connect Heaven Realm, Heaven Stairway, Tong Tian Tower, Soaring Dragon Continent, Central Shrine, God's Ruins and other places, and form a whole. This was too inconceivable. If he did not see it with his own eyes, Yue Yang would not dare to believe that this was a fact. Yue Yang moved forward at his fastest speed. After passing through more than 10 worlds, he was surprised to find that he had returned to the starting point. No, to be precise, this was not the starting point, but the place that Yue Yang had walked through before, the Gate of Heaven Realm. At this time, the Gate of Heaven Realm looked exceptionally calm. There was no battle, and no one was guarding it. The captain who was originally guarding here, there was no trace of him. What was even more strange was that Yi Kong, Fatty Hai and the others who came to help were also nowhere to be seen. There was only the door that Yue Yang had opened, standing alone in the open space in front of the Gate of Heaven Realm. If it was not for its existence, Yue Yang would not be able to confirm that he had been here before, and would suspect that this was the Gate of Heaven Realm from another space-time. The door that Yue Yang had opened was still there, but everyone had disappeared. Fatty Hai, Yi Kong and the other reinforcements had all disappeared without a trace. There were also no traces of battle on the ground. This was probably the scariest part of this space-time labyrinth. Not only space, but even time is a part of the maze. Yue Yang reached out and carefully sensed the door that he had opened. He was 100% the creator of the Gates of Wonders. There was no possibility of any transformation. Furthermore, this divine power was fused with the will of a supreme being. It was not something that could be negated by any power. Therefore, this door still existed and was not affected by time and space. However, the space-time labyrinth had quietly erased other traces. Yue Yang was unable to sense the existence of Fatty Hai and the others in the world of the Heaven Realm Gate. However, through the door, he could know that Fatty Hai, Yi Kong and the others had already led their troops into this world. Furthermore, they had sent out their entire army. Even the clown fishmen and other sea clan servants who had almost no fighting power were no exception. At least 100,000 reinforcements had entered this world through the door. But now, not a single trace was left. One must know. For example, Sky Execution and the others who already had the power of a godhead, their aura, battle traces and marks that were deliberately left behind could all be completely erased. Yue Yang couldn't help but sigh in agreement. This space-time labyrinth was really awesome. If this continues, let alone 10 days, even if it was a year, or even 100 years, we might not be able to find the East. Yue Yang frowned tightly. Just as he was thinking hard, there was a mysterious flash of light in the Heaven Realm Gate. Red and Ah Man appeared in front of him together. The two of them were surprised and happy to meet Yue Yang here. It's true. That's great. Red's excited little face was shining. She flew into Yue Yang's arms like a swallow returning to the forest. Ah Man, who was a step slower, also ran over happily. She opened her arms and hugged Yue Yang from behind, together with Red. What's wrong with you guys? Yue Yang felt that something was wrong. We met an enemy on the way. That guy even tried to change into your appearance to attack us. He's too hateful. Red told Yue Yang what had happened before. Only then did he know that they met a god-level ranker from the central shrine camp in the Heaven Realm. That guy changed into his appearance, thinking that he could deceive Red and Ah Man, who were guardian warbeasts. In the end, he was seen through on the spot, and a long chase broke out. Red and Ah Man chased him all the way to this Heaven Realm Gate and met the real Yue Yang. Only then did they realize that even if they entered a different world gate a second later, the destination would be completely different and deviated. Surprisingly, maybe it was because the two of them had a tacit understanding, but their actions were as one. Before this, they had passed through several unit worlds, but they had never been separated. Yue Yang felt that he seemed to have grasped a trace of a secret, but he couldn't grasp the general direction of this thought. There was only a faint flash. Who else has woken up? Yue Yang now had millions of telepathic senses at the same time. Because he hadn't completely grasped divine power, and he hadn't truly comprehended the divine supreme realm and godhead, he didn't dare to easily connect his mind with everyone. He was afraid that doing so would cause unpredictable harm or influence to everyone. When we woke up, Xiaonu, Bao and the others had already woken up. However, the few mistresses were still in a deep sleep. Red indicated that she and Ah Man had also just woken up. They had only fought once, and it was a chase after seeing through the enemy. Although I can return to the Holy Grimoire world through the gate, I suspect that the enemy is secretly spying on us. So, I decided not to go back for the time being. You guys go back and take a look. If wuxia and the others have woken up, then tell them to come immediately. I will wait for you here. If wuxia and the others haven't woken up yet, you can also ask Sister Yu, Inan, or Lu Yi to come. I need their talent to verify something. Yue Yang thought for a while, and then handed the hammer of fate that controlled the power of heaven and earth to Ah Man. If you pass through this gate and don't return to our home, then use this to smash all the enemies you meet on the way. Remember, as long as you hold the hammer in your hand, you have endless power. Red and Ah Man listened to the instructions and didn't dare to be careless. The two held hands and carefully passed through the strange gate. In the next second, their figures teleported and disappeared. Yue Yang's face immediately became angry. Because he sensed that Red and Ah Man didn't return to the grimoire world in the Holy Grimoire as he had imagined. Instead, they were sent to another unit world by the space-time maze. Sure enough, the enemy had been watching him, and this space-time maze was also under their control. They couldn't change the strange gate that they had created with their divine power and wisdom, but they, who had the key to the space-time maze, could control everything inside. Now, the strange gate had become a one-way passage that could only be exited from inside, but could not be re-entered. Moreover, Yue Yang believed that even if Shui Wuxia and Princess Sissy came out of the gate, they wouldn't appear beside him. The enemy would definitely transfer them to another space-time first. Is it you? Is it you who is playing tricks? Immovable sovereign. Yue Yang looked up to the sky and said in a deep voice like thunder. There was no response from the sky at all. However, Yue Yang sensed that there was some kind of mysterious spying that he couldn't detect before, and it disappeared without a sound. Maybe it was because they were worried about Yue Yang's counterattack, or maybe it was because of the confusion, or maybe it was because of other reasons. The enemy temporarily left. They gave up on the spying that had always been there and followed them like a shadow. Yue Yang was in the front, back, left, and right of the first strange gate. He continued to create 4 strange gates. 5 of them stood together. The surface of the gate was painted with ancient runes that only Yue Yang, Wu Sha, Wu Hen, and Fallen Flowers understood. Maybe the immovable sovereign hiding in the dark could change the direction of the teleportation, but he couldn't deny what Yue Yang had created with his divine power. With these ancient runes, when Shui Wuxia and Princess Sissy came out and saw the runes, they would definitely understand what Yue Yang was referring to. Before I find the east, it seems that I have to drag you out first, you old tortoise. Otherwise, I won't be able to find the exit of the maze with peace of mind. Yue Yang had a premonition that since Invincible Sovereign and Invincible Sovereign were here, there was no reason for the Immovable Sovereign to just stand by and watch. This old guy must be hiding behind, waiting for an opportunity to give him a fatal blow. This old man will wait for you at the sky beyond heaven. God knows how distant the space-time was, but suddenly there was such a message, passing through various space-time unhindered, and transmitted into Yue Yang's mind. The sky beyond heaven. Could it be that there was a sky beyond heaven in the heaven realm? Yue Yang had entered the tower beyond tower, the mountain beyond mountain, and the sky beyond heaven in the divine trial grimoire. Could it be that the immovable sovereign could connect the space-time maze to the divine trial grimoire in his hands? No, it was impossible. If that was the case, he could kill him in the divine grimoire. He was the master of the divine grimoire. Even if the immovable sovereign ate a moron, he wouldn't do that. The only explanation and possibility was that there was a sky beyond heaven, in the heaven realm. Maybe it was the nest created by the immovable sovereign himself. After thinking for a while, Yue Yang imprinted a few heaven rune circles on the strange door. He indicated the destination he was about to go. His body turned into a meteor. He cut through the sky and entered the heaven realm gate that had never changed since ancient times. As soon as Yue Yang left this world, the whole world immediately changed. It was as if thousands of years had passed in a second. Except for the 5 strange doors that stood in the middle of the field, the world was instantly renewed. Next, Yi Kong, Fatty Hai, Shui Tan Lang and the others could be seen returning from another space-time. They continued to move forward in astonishment. When they disappeared, the world of the heaven realm gate changed again. Just like this, changes happened one after another. When Yue Yang returned to the heaven realm gate again, the world had changed at least 18 times, but whether it was the message left by Fatty Hai and the others on the ground, or the divine power mark that Sky Execution and the others had imprinted on the ground, they had all disappeared, leaving not a trace. Yue Yang did not care about his surroundings. He just glanced at the strange door that he had created with his own hands. Suddenly, a sunny smile appeared on his lips. So it was like this, the truth. There was always only one. Chapter 13:28 Heaven Realm Gate. Yue Yang had already left. No one knew which unit world he had been teleported to. The strange doors were still standing in the middle. On every door, there were different ancient runes. They shone with different radiance and symbolized different meanings. When Yue Yang disappeared, a shadow quietly appeared beside the 5 strange doors. It observed them carefully and pondered deeply, trying to guess the true meaning of the ancient runes. Unfortunately, no matter how much the shadow looked or guessed, it couldn't figure out what the truth behind it was. Maybe it was out of curiosity. In the end, the shadow chose to continue peeping. Gradually, its body became transparent like air. Then, it disappeared in an instant, somewhere in the Heaven Realm Gate. The Heaven Realm Gate that no one had teleported to before. Suddenly, someone else came in. At this time, the person who came in was a fatty. According to the information in the shadow's hands, this fatty, who was known as the Meat Mountain Demon King, or extremely cheap fat demon, was Titan Yu's best teammate and also one of his loyal followers. This person's talent was not above others. He was definitely not a genius. But his training speed and realm. He was not below any genius in the world. Other than the unprecedented super abnormal Titan Yu, there were very few people who could be compared to this fatty. He was even an existence that countless geniuses and outstanding juniors in the Heaven Realm could only look up to. The most important point that was shown in the report was that this fatty's willpower was extraordinarily tenacious. It had never been heard of him collapsing in a battle. He was known for his thick skin. He was also very good at using superficial illusions to confuse his enemies. Pretending to be weak and weak to deceive his enemies was his most common trick. In private, no one would have thought that this wretched man who looked like a coward, a man who was afraid of death, would be a qualified martial artist who could not be swayed and could not be successfully roped in. Dong Fang had personally judged that this person must be eliminated. Otherwise, he would become a disaster in the future. If a blacklist was made based on the number of people killed. This man was called Hai Da Fu. He could probably be ranked in the top 10 warriors of Tong Tian Tower. He was second only to Sky Execution, his teammate Yi Kong, his teacher Shui Donglu, and the even more powerful and talented Shui Tan Lang. I really didn't expect that fatty to have such a high ranking. The shadow could not figure it out. He had carefully observed the other party before and had always felt that this little fatty was incomparably mediocre. No matter what he did, it was ordinary and unremarkable. It was impossible for him to surpass his companions, especially Shui Tan Lang, who was even more dazzling than a diamond. In fact, the shadow clone felt that, apart from looking like he deserved a beating and being slightly eye-catching, there was simply nothing good about this little fatty. But the East could never be wrong. In this world, anyone could make a mistake, except for the East. The shadow firmly believed this. He could doubt anyone in the world, but he would never doubt the judgment of the East. There was nothing wrong with the East. In that case, the only possibility was that he had misjudged or missed something. Damn it, I'm the only one left now. I know, it's all your tricks, otherwise it wouldn't be like this. Come out, I've already seen your little tail. Don't think that because this young master is afraid of you. You idiots, don't you know that I, Hai Dafu, am the #1 genius of Skysplit Tower? Come out and accept your death. Fatty Hai felt that something was wrong. He had just charged together with Yi Kong and the others. Who knew that in less than a second, he would be the only one teleported here? Yi Kong, Shui Tan Lang and the others walked together. In an instant, they disappeared without a trace. If it wasn't for the enemy causing trouble behind the scenes, then there was really something wrong. Looking at Hai Da Fu's frightened, bear-like face, the shadow was confused again. If it wasn't for Dong Fang's affirmation, the shadow would have thought that the person who commented on this idiotic fatty was blind. No matter how he looked at it, this Hai Da Fu was a trash existence. I can't see through him. Forget it, the main target now is not him. The shadow observed for a long time and finally could not stand the extreme contrast between what he saw and what he felt. He waved his hand. Hai Da Fu, who was scared half to death, had successfully escaped from the Heaven Realm Gate. Immediately after, he observed Yi Kong, Shui Tan Lang, Prince of Tian Luo and other important targets in the intelligence report. He found that these young people were exactly the same as the East's previous evaluation. They were indeed very unique or extremely outstanding geniuses. Other than Hai Da Fu, there was no other abnormality. This kind of discovery made the shadow very puzzled and troubled. Was Hai Da Fu really pretending to be stupid and pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? Or was there another Hai Da Fu? Could there be two of them and people confused them together? Looking at the High Dafu just now, the shadow could not imagine that this kind of person was the young Master High, that the East's evaluation was extremely high. I'll let it go for now. Although High Dafu's evaluation is not bad, he is not my most important target. The shadow thought for a long time but could not understand. Thus, he threw away this doubt and decided to carry out the initial plan. According to the East's instructions, he would stay here and wait for the target to appear. High Dafu, no matter if he was strong or weak, it didn't matter if he was left to be killed in the future. But that target must be killed first. He must be eliminated successfully before Titan Yu was killed. Otherwise, this space-time labyrinth that no one had been able to break since the ancient times could be broken, because that was a name that even the East was afraid of, Shui Wuxia. The shadow had never heard of this name before, but after the East said one sentence, he no longer had any doubts. Because the East said that it was an extraordinary woman who had inherited the legacy of the goddess of wisdom. He definitely could not let this Shui Wuxia, who was said to be the biggest helper of Titan Yu's life, enter the space-time labyrinth. Once discovered, he must use the fastest speed and the greatest strength to kill her. The door to heaven, there is a rune imprint left by that bad guy. From the strange door, a few women came out. Some were holding swords, some were holding spears. Some were hugging a pippa. Some had a little fox as a pet, some had a panda daughter, and some even had a group of spiders, but their original body was a hornless dragon. There were all kinds of them, but the target that the shadow was waiting for, Shui Wuxia. According to the information, that Shui Wuxia liked to read books. Whether she was in battle or not, she would always have a book of truth. But, among the few women that appeared, none of them were her. Not to mention Shui Wuxia. Even the other woman who looked very similar to her, who was also known for her intelligence, Shui Wuan, Shui Wuxia's cousin, did not appear. Strange, she should be the first to come out to help, why is she nowhere to be seen? Could it be that there is someone in this world who could see through the East's labyrinth before entering the trap? No, impossible. The shadow felt that the most likely explanation was that when Shui Wuxia was assisting Titan Yu in breaking through to the Holy Supreme Martial Artist realm, she was unable to resist the strong power of destiny and died prematurely. Without her dedication, Titan Yu would not have been able to live until now. Right, that must be it. But these women in front of him did not seem to be sad. Maybe they were rivals in love. Their biggest rival in love, Shui Wuxia, had died. It was reasonable for them to be so happy. The shadow tried to comfort himself. Women were always full of jealousy. Even if they were smiling on the surface, they would secretly want to get rid of them. After a while, another group of women came out. There was still no sign of Shui Wuxia. Even the one who was said to be Shui Wuxia's biggest rival in love, the Princess Sissy who carried a divine sword on her back, had already left for a long time. Shui Wuxia, there was still no sign of her. Could it be that the little girl that even the East was deeply afraid of was already dead? Was she really dead? After waiting for 3 hours, the shadow, who felt that his body was about to stiffen, finally gave up on the idea of ambushing the target. Shui Wuxia was most likely dead. Even if she was not dead, she was definitely heavily injured and was currently recuperating, unable to participate in the battle. Otherwise, it was impossible for her to not take any action until now. One must know, the earliest group of girls had already set off for 3 hours. Even Princess Sissy had set off for 2 hours, so disappointing. I thought that I could ambush the most valuable target. The shadow shook his head regretfully. He took out an item from his bosom. The shape of an orb. It rushed towards the Heaven Realm Gate and suddenly flashed. The Heaven Realm Gate emitted an intense light, and the endless space-time vortex rotated crazily. All the ants who thought that you have successfully left the Heaven Realm Gate, come back. You will never think that as long as you have my return orb, no matter where you are, you will be pulled back to this world. Moreover, you will be under my control. The shadow laughed out loud, tremble and struggle helplessly. Don't mention the space-time maze of 1,000-unit worlds, even if it is a single-unit world of the Heaven Realm Gate, you will never be able to cross it. Now, all of you, return to your original point, return to my space-time and world. This is my will. Although I really don't want to praise an enemy, you can use your own talent to transform into a treasure, avoid the rules of the chessboard, and combine it with your own will in the Heaven Realm Gate to reverse the space-time maze. In this space-time maze, you can deceive your opponent with fake and real. I have to say, this is really a genius's wonderful idea. Suddenly, Behind the shadow, there was a gentle voice that sounded like the sound of nature. When the shadow heard it, his body shook violently. He never dreamed that there would be an enemy hiding behind him without him noticing. It's you, Yue Wuxia. The shadow turned his head and discovered that there was an extra person in front of him. It was Yue Wuxia, whom he had been waiting for a long time but had always mistakenly thought that she had already been sacrificed. You want to ambush me? If it is possible, I want to give you a piece of advice. If the information that you have gathered is a little more detailed, then maybe you will know that the person who has the Book of Truth will never let the enemy sneak attack him. I won't brag about my telepathy. Just by combining my talent, domain, holy book and wisdom inheritance, it is impossible for me to not react when someone comes to bully me. Maybe Dong Fang forgot to mention it, or maybe he deliberately didn't mention it and has other plans. But, here, I really want to tell you that if I need to, I can actually communicate with my fiancé, who is also the Titan you that you all speak of, anytime and anywhere. Do you think that a mere space-time maze can stop the two of us from communicating with each other? Not to mention that our fates are tied together. Any slight tremble, any slight movement, I will feel it. Pitiful you are just a chess piece that Dong Fang is trying to interfere with us. Yue Wuxia smiled. The shadow in front of her didn't seem to be a god-level expert, but a pitiful little thief that was being used by others. Dong Fang will definitely not do that. I believe in him. As for you, there is no use in quibbling. The shadow's eyes flashed, but he quickly regained his composure. It seems that you want to fight. Yue Wuxia sighed. My hands are very fast. I will kill you without any pain. The shadow had enough confidence in fighting. This is exactly what I wanted to say. After Yue Wuxia finished speaking, she slowly shook her head. Her lily-white hands were like how she usually read a book. In an incomparably elegant manner, she gently turned a page on the holy book that had completely fused with the Book of Truth. Chapter 1329 The Gate of Heaven. On the battlefield, divine light shone brightly, splashing in all directions, as if the sun had shattered. Wherever the divine light touched, everything collapsed. At this moment, from the whirlpool of the Heaven Realm Gate, two shadows quietly slid out. They seemed to belong to the same camp as the previous shadow, but these two shadows did not immediately attack. Instead, they chose to watch from the sidelines, leisurely and contentedly watching the battle. How many seconds do you think Duan Lu will need to end the battle? The shadow on the left asked. Well, 100 seconds, maybe more. The shadow on the right estimated. I think at most 30 seconds. The shadow on the left said. Impossible. The shadow on the right immediately denied. Why don't we make a bet? Let's bet. While the two shadows were leisurely making a bet, on the battlefield, as if they heard the bet or sensed the arrival of their teammates, a new round of attacks broke out in the midst of the fierce battle. It was as terrifying as the heavenly fire burning the plains, causing the sky to collapse and the earth to crack. Rays of divine light cut through the space like swords. If it weren't for the two shadows supporting the gate of the heaven with their divine power to protect it, the gate of the heaven that had existed since ancient times would have been severely damaged to the point where it couldn't be repaired. The last wave of the divine power whirlpool engulfed the entire battle space. Even the sound couldn't escape. It disappeared little by little in the black hole-like whirlpool. Only the divine light shone for a long time. The shadows watching the battle had to cover their eyes with their hands and use their divine power to barely resist this blinding light. It's over. 20 seconds. I won. The shadow on the left was particularly happy when he saw this result. Damn it, the warriors of Tong Tian Tower are too weak. They even said that it was the inheritance of the goddess of wisdom, but they won without even using their ultimate moves. The shadow on the right was indignant. He felt that he had been deceived by the information from the east. At least, he had been misled. The warriors of Tong Tian Tower were not as powerful as they had imagined, whether it was the inheritance of the goddess of wisdom or self-enlightenment. The divine light on the battlefield gradually weakened. When their eyes adapted, the two shadows found that their companions who were fighting were walking towards them. The shadow on the left, who was in a good mood, couldn't help but tease, "How is it? Don't you feel a sense of accomplishment killing Yue Wuxia, a target that even the East is afraid of?" The shadow on the right snorted unhappily. "What's the big deal about killing a junior? She's just a little girl who hasn't stopped drinking milk. I don't know what the East is doing. They actually want us to kill such a small target. It's so boring. Can't they find us a target that's truly valuable? I've been waiting for so long that my hands are itching, but there isn't even a single person who can fight." Even the Titan Yue that they boasted about couldn't even withstand 2 moves before fleeing. Could it be that Tong Tian Tower's specialty is to produce weaklings? The shadow on the left laughed heartily. No, I like an easy life. The easier the better. Challenging the strong is boring. It's more exciting to kill rookies. The fighting shadow did not utter a single word. He just walked forward slowly. Perhaps it was because they had discovered that the situation wasn't quite right. The 2 shadows' leisurely expression suddenly turned into one of shock. Hey, Duan Lu, you're not injured, are you? A little girl like that actually injured you. Are you kidding me? Don't pretend. You want to scare us, don't you? I've already seen through you. Haha, I have to say, Duan Lu, you're very good at pretending. I almost believed you, but do you think I'll be fooled? Impossible. The figure of the fighting shadow was getting closer and closer, but his footsteps were getting slower and slower. He looked very much like a martial artist who was seriously injured. Just for the obsession in his heart. Only then did he insist on returning. Regarding this strange situation, the 2 shadows first looked at each other in surprise, and then burst into laughter. They laughed so hard that their eyes were splashing. Your acting is too good. Oh, no, I'm going to die from laughing. My stomach hurts. I say, Duan Lu, you're too talented in acting. If we didn't know that you'd be fine, we might have been fooled by you. Okay, you don't need to pretend anymore. We've already seen through you. Why are you still pretending? The fighting shadow turned a deaf ear to them and continued to move forward. Step by step, he walked in front of his 2 companions in an unusually heavy manner. Suddenly, he couldn't hold on any longer. With a bang, he fell on the rock surface, which had been shattered into pieces by the divine power, and a burst of smoke and dust splashed. The 2 shadows could no longer keep calm at this time. They hurriedly raised their divine power shields to prevent any possibility of a sneak attack. They were deeply vigilant. The shadow on the left tentatively took 2 steps forward and shouted at his companion who had fallen into the mud, Duan Lu, we've already seen through your little trick. You can't deceive us. Get up immediately. It doesn't look like he's pretending. Is Duan Lu really defeated? The shadow on the right was a little skeptical. How is it possible? The 3 of us are immortal divine level experts, especially Duan Lu. His returning godhead can make everything go back to normal. Not to mention minor injuries, even a fatal blow can be immediately restored to its original state. The shadow on the left didn't believe it at all. Then tell me, what the hell is going on? Isn't the one who was defeated Shui Wuxia? I clearly saw it. The shadow on the right felt incredible. Yes, I just saw with my own eyes that Duan Lu used the river-severing resonance to kill the enemy. The shadow on the left was also confused. Then how could Duan Lu be seriously injured and fallen to the ground now? The shadow on the right was about to go crazy because of this infinitely strange scene in front of him. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he couldn't believe that this would be the truth. Or, he still suspected that this was his teammate who was joking with him. In the next second, this hateful guy would use the divine personality to restore everything to the original state. Let me tell you the answer. A sound of nature. From afar, the sound drifted into the eardrums of the 2 shadows. In the distant sky, an indescribably perfect and beautiful figure quietly emerged under the illumination of the divine light. She was walking gracefully towards them. Before she arrived, the divine light of wisdom, which was exuding supreme power, had already filled the whole world. The comrade who was lying on the ground on one side and the enemy who was slowly descending with a grimoire on the other side formed a clear visual impact. The shock was no less than an earthquake. In the hearts of the 2 shadows, it formed an impact that was hard to calm down. Without waiting for Shui Wuxia to speak again, the shadow on the left had already screamed, "This is fake, impossible. It's impossible for Duan Lu, who has the divine personality to fall to the ground. Any injury, any blow, will not stay on his body even for a minute or a second. Not to mention you, even an ancient god who is 100 times, 1,000 times, or 10,000 times stronger than you cannot kill Duan Lu. The only thing that can make him afraid is the Nirvana sealing God seal. It's not like what you are doing now, using divine power to kill him. No, it's impossible. This is a fake illusion, an illusion created by you. Duan Lu is an existence that can't be killed at all." Shui Wuxia's jade-like fingers gently slid on the grimoire, as if she was making an important decision. However, her eyes didn't look at the enemy. It was as if the 2 shadows in front of her, these 2 equally powerful enemies, simply didn't exist. After a long time, she sighed slightly. Perhaps the answer is a little cruel to you, but I still want to tell you the truth. In fact, not only him, but also you are all images of this space-time labyrinth. Let me put it this way, in one sentence, you don't exist. What did you say? The two shadows' complexion changed as they heard this. It was as if they had heard the most terrifying thing in the world. Their whole bodies trembled. Whether it's Duan Lu or you, you've all died long ago. Pay attention, it's completely dead. It's not like the Nirvana sealing God seal from the black hole prison. Maybe it's the creator of this space-time labyrinth, or maybe it's someone else. I don't know which great god did it, but you've all been killed long ago. This is an indisputable fact. Because of the special reason of this space-time labyrinth, your peak state before your death has been perfectly copied. The value of your existence has also been changed by someone, and you've become the guardian of this space-time labyrinth. I believe that you've never realized why you've been trapped here forever. Shui Wuxia's words scared the wits out of the two shadows, and made their minds go crazy. No, you're lying. We've been shuttling back and forth in different spaces every day. We've been living in different worlds with different people. We've been living wonderful lives every day. We're living divine level experts. No, we haven't been killed, we're alive, we haven't died. The shadow on the right was about to go crazy. Every life in this world, even if it's a lowly life, has a past, a present, and a future. Shui Wuxia smiled. As for you, powerful divine level experts, you don't have a past, and you don't have a future. Only the current you hasn't left any trace in the heaven realm. We've never heard of your existence, and the heaven realm doesn't have any legends about you. This is because the history that belonged to you has long been annihilated. You're divine level experts from tens of thousands of years ago, or even longer. The current heaven realm has already forgotten about you, so you don't have a past. And in my book of truth, you don't have a future, either, not even for a second. You only have a present, a copied body, a copied memory, and a copied divine power. Maybe it's intentional by the creator of this space-time labyrinth, or maybe it's because of other reasons. In short, you're just an existence that's close to a real image in this space-time labyrinth, and you're not a living person. Ah, no, the two shadows were in despair. Although they wanted to refute Shui Wuxia, their minds began to collapse. If she hadn't mentioned it, they would never have doubted this point. But after being reminded, a lot of horrible images immediately emerged in their minds, and then the whole world began to collapse. Shui Wuxia walked past the two shadows, who were kneeling on the ground in pain and despair. She seemed to let out a soft sigh. It was faintly discernible. It broke the hearts of the two shadows. Dong Fang, you lied to us. Dong Fang, why didn't you tell us the truth? We trusted you like brothers. We're like brothers. Why did you lie to us? Also, Tian Yu, everything is fake. We have no relatives, no friends, no everything in our lives. Everything is fake, everything is a lie, everything is nothingness. Dong Fang, Tian Yu, why did you do this? All these years, we've been living in your lies. You've gone too far. Why did you do this? Why did you use us, who have died in battle? Why didn't you let us sleep in eternal sleep? Why did you use us? Why? No past, no future, you've used our obsessions, it's too much. We've lived for more than 10,000 years, but not a single day was real, not a single thing really existed. The two shadows roared in pain. The shadow, Duan Lu, who had fallen to the ground just now, stood up at this time, intact. He looked at his two teammates strangely. Ji Feng, flaming fire, what's wrong with you? Why did you go crazy all of a sudden? What we have to do now is to complete Dong Fang's entrustment and kill Shui Wuxia, who has obtained the inheritance of the goddess of wisdom. Hey, what's with your expressions? Do you doubt Dong Fang's words? The shadow on the left suddenly rushed over with tears streaming down his face and hugged him tightly. I understand, now I finally understand. We're not brothers, not twin triplets, but the same person. Duan Lu, you don't have any return talent, and I can't be reborn. The reason why we're immortal is that we're simply illusions of nothingness. As soon as we fall, we'll automatically return to our original state. Sadly, we can't even rest in peace, because we've been turned into puppets and tools by others. The shadow on the right also rushed over, opened its arms, and hugged the two shadows. That's right, I remember now. Our innate skill should be an afterimage. We are not the real one. The real, me, died a long time ago. We are just 3 afterimages left behind by the innate skill. Name, that, my, name, I seem to remember, oh my god, this is, I also remember, and the situation when we were killed that year. Damn Tianyu, you're so vicious. Just as the 3 shadows cursed, the world of the gate of the heavenly realm suddenly collapsed silently. Between heaven and earth, everything was melting, loosening like sand, and then dissipating like smoke. The 3 extremely painful shadows, with their last curse and endless relief, gradually dissipated and turned into nothingness. Their existence was closely related to this world. When their will collapsed and their divine power was no longer supported, the whole world would change. Or even cease to exist. The 10 worlds were all destroyed, and even the gate of the heavenly realm, like the moon in the water or the flower in the mirror, disappeared in a flash. Only the strange door left by Yue Yang remained. It stood eternally. Chapter 13:30. Maybe not even a second, maybe thousands of years had passed. As if it had never been destroyed. The heaven realm gate was reborn again. The whole world was like a sleeping giant waking up. The sky brightened and the world returned to its original state. The space-time labyrinth was not easy to break. Even if Shui Wuxia used her wisdom and divine power to destroy it, it was restored in an instant. Moreover, it was as good as before. The whole world is destroyed, can it still be restored? This labyrinth is really interesting. 2 women stood at the side of the door. One of them clapped her hands and laughed. There is no such thing as the heaven realm gate. Ji Zun was completely unmoved. The other one was naturally her guardian beast, Zhao Yu goddess, no, phantom moon goddess, who had never appeared before. Different from Yue Yang thinking hard to find the answer, different from Shui Wuxia reading the book of truth to destroy the world gate, Ji Zun used the most direct and violent method. Black pieces, one after another, appeared around her body. When there were 18 of them, they gradually arranged themselves to form an extremely mysterious and beautiful divine sense array. They expanded rapidly and were immediately compressed by Ji Zun's will. This was repeated for 10 times. The whole world, whether it was rocks, sand, air, or even light, could not escape the attraction of this divine sense array. It was more powerful than the terrifying black hole after the space was broken. It could devour everything. Ji Zun slowly stretched out her slender arm. She drew a beautiful circle in the air. It was as if there was an invisible giant hand grabbing towards the heaven realm gate. Immediately after, it became huge at an extremely fast speed, far exceeding the heaven realm gate and expanding to the entire world. In the palm of this invisible hand, the world suddenly became smaller. Perhaps the seal of the nirvana deification was like this. The whole world was completely wrapped in it. The heaven realm gate was compressed to a size smaller than a marble. Under the dual effect of the divine sense array and Ji Zun's will, the world slowly entered it and became a part of a black piece, becoming 1/18 of the divine sense array. Success. Great success. The phantom moon goddess, who was no different from Ji Zun in appearance and charm, clapped her hands and praised. Humph. Ji Zun gave her a cold look. I think little Yue Yang is quite pitiful. Please don't be angry anymore. The illusionary moon goddess obediently fawned on Ji Zun. She used her little fists to massage Ji Zun's shoulders. In front of Ji Zun, she was like a timid little sister. She didn't have the demeanor of the #1 goddess of Tong Tian Tower at all. Her 2 little fingers touched each other cutely. I only let him succeed because I wasn't careful. You did it on purpose, don't think that I don't know. The Ji Zun was very angry. But it felt really good, so I couldn't help it. The phantom moon goddess wanted to explain weakly, but when Ji Zun glared at her, she was so scared that she curled up into a ball. The reality gate reappeared and everything returned to normal. Ji Zun gently waved her jade-like hand. The second seal. Begin. After the 9th black piece became the inner world black piece that sealed the world gate, the world no longer recovered, and the world gate no longer reappeared. Other than the mystic door left behind by Yue Yang, which existed eternally, everything else in the area had been transformed into the void. Is the labyrinth going to be broken? It's not fun anymore. The phantom moon goddess seemed like she had lost a very fun toy. This is just the beginning. Now, I announce that because a certain goddess who likes to play dumb has offended her superiors by using my image to seduce a certain bold junior and made a mess of things, therefore, I hereby make the following punishment. A certain goddess will stay and deal with the big monster hiding at the back of the labyrinth alone. Ji Zun pointed her hand and put away the divine sense array that sealed the 9 inner worlds. I'll stay behind, what about you? The phantom moon goddess was stunned. This place doesn't seem to be interesting anymore. I've decided to go to another battlefield that is more interesting. Ji Zun raised her small face, her gaze seemed to be able to see through the void. That guy has lived for tens of thousands of years, his arms are already a few thousand meters long. It feels really dangerous, it's better to let Queen Vivian Li fight him. The Phantom Moon Goddess wanted to persuade Ji Zun to change her mind. It's not one old guy, it's two. Ji Zun slightly muttered, maybe three. We also have a silly demon dragon on our side. If the demon dragon heard what the Phantom Moon Goddess said, the bearded uncle would definitely cry bitterly. A guy who only knows how to fight with brute force is not reliable, I have to go and see for myself. Ji Zun had already made her decision, and no one could change her will. Moreover, the battle outside was more dangerous than the chaotic battle in the labyrinth world. Now, no one knew how the battle between the demon dragon, the peerless emperor, and the supreme heavenly chariot of the temple were. Were they evenly matched, or were their chrysanthemums broken? Based on the previous situation, the latter was very likely. Of course, if Queen Vivian Li woke up, with her help, the possibility of Uncle Demon Dragon and the other party exploding each other was also very high. After all, the reputation of the conquering queen of the heavenly realm was not given in vain. Ji Zun disappeared in the void without a trace. The Phantom Moon Goddess, who was acting cute and trying to please Yue Yang, changed instantly and became excited. Aha, little Yue Yang, I'm coming. She turned into a stream of light, 10,000 times colder than the sun, piercing through the darkness, and disappeared in a flash. When the two ladies were far away, in the void, a shadow slowly floated up like a piece of wood floating out of the water. Although it is a dimensional world, to be able to directly seal 9 of them at once, completely breaking the laws of the labyrinth, Dong Fang was right, the human Ji Zun is really an opponent that cannot be underestimated. Unfortunately, the human Ji Zun is still too young. In front of the supreme heavenly chariot of the temple, she has no chance of turning the tables. Behind the shadow, there was a light flickering like a firefly. The Phantom Moon Goddess reappeared and laughed like a bell. You must be the immovable Ji Zun who has thousands of incarnations and is as immovable as a mountain, right? What an amazing talent. Your real body is as immovable as a mountain, but you have countless shadow incarnations of the same strength as you. You can fly in the sky and burrow into the ground to support your real body. You have the complete control of the battle. The shadow was slightly startled, and immediately shook his head. It's an incarnation, not a clone. What's the difference between the two? The Phantom Moon Goddess was curious. There's a big difference. The shadow's true appearance gradually appeared, turning into a white-haired old man with a kind face. An incarnation can transform into anything, but a clone can't. The guardian beast of the human Ji Zun could actually level up to become a god. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't dare to believe that there was actually someone in the lower realm Tong Tian Tower who could raise a beast to such a level. Amazing, truly amazing. Wait till I capture you and wrap you up as a gift for little Yue Yang. You will feel even more amazing then. The Phantom Moon Goddess laughed. If I was a clone, your actions would naturally be a huge blow to me. But I'm just an incarnation of the shadow. There's no meaning in capturing me. I'm just a 1 in 10,000 of my real body's incarnations. You'll have to waste your energy, but in the end, you'll end up empty-handed. The old man laughed out loud. Capturing an incarnation like you shouldn't take much effort. The Phantom Moon Goddess didn't care. Try it. The old man made an estimation. Without 3 days and 3 nights, with your current god realm, you wouldn't be able to do more. Ha, would I say, just a moment is enough. The Phantom Moon Goddess imitated Yue Yang's hand gesture and snapped her fingers. Behind her, a bright moon rose. It was incomparably bright, its radiance illuminating the entire void, reaching everywhere and everywhere. The old man bathed in the moonlight. Suddenly, his entire body solidified like a stone. At first, he could still struggle a little. But very quickly, he couldn't even blink his eyes. The Phantom Moon Goddess smiled indifferently. Killing or capturing an incarnation with the support of a real body is of course difficult, but I don't need to do that. As long as my moonlight is eternal, then everything will be eternal. Just stay here quietly and reflect on yourself. Do you want me to give you a sincere advice? Don't ever treat others as fools. If you really do that, it will only show that your intelligence is a problem. You don't understand this, right? When you meet little Yue Yang, I believe he will explain it to you. The bright moon hung high in the sky. Everything was eternal. The old man stood still like a stone. After an unknown amount of time, a shadow appeared from the old man's shadow. It was not tainted by any light at all. He stretched out his black hand, ready to bring the fossilized old man out of the world of the eternal moonlight of the void. The shadow's hand touched the old man's stone body lightly. Before he could gather his divine power, the old man's chest had already been penetrated by thousands of moonlight rays. It was like a waterless surface, shining directly on the shadow's body. The shadow instantly turned stiff like a stone. Damn it, this isn't petrification. This is a law that can stop time and space. The shadow struggled to say, I hope I'm the last fool. Unfortunately, his wish was not fulfilled. After an unknown amount of time, a third shadow appeared from the shadows of the two people. This shadow was very vigilant. Once he realized something was wrong, he immediately escaped. He wanted to merge into the shadows and leave the void. However, a ray of moonlight appeared out of nowhere. It shone brightly from below him and made his entire head transparent. There was no body, only a fossilized head. It stopped alone in the eternal moonlight of the broken void. In another world, Dong Feng and an old man were sitting cross-legged in the space of the ancient tree. A headless body fell to the ground with a thud. Dong Feng looked at the corpse, then looked at the old man opposite him. He could not say a word. The skinny old man opposite him was quite open-minded. There was even a smile on his lips. Not bad. Now it's getting interesting. In the sky above their heads, two golden giants that were more than 10,000 meters tall were fighting each other. They were fighting fiercely, and the mountains and rivers were shattered. If it were not for the fact that the two worlds were completely different, Dong Feng and the old man's space of the ancient tree would have been smashed into pieces by this terrifying and barbaric fight. The image flashed. The fight between the 10,000 meters tall golden giants disappeared. Yue Yang's figure suddenly appeared in the sky. What is this brat thinking? Dong Feng was a little confused now. He really could not understand. It would be fine if he was like a normal person, but this Yu clan's third young master had clearly seen through the mysteries of the labyrinth world. He had even found the labyrinth door in the labyrinth path. In the end, he only needed to use the labyrinth key to solve the endless changes of the labyrinth world. However, he did not do anything. He had been idling around in different worlds. What was he thinking? He might be trying to stall for time. The old man sitting opposite Dong Feng had this suspicion. The problem is, there is not enough time. Dong Feng denied. Maybe he thinks that there is enough time. The old man said again. No, there must be another reason. Yu clan's third young master is definitely not waiting for death. He must be planning something. Moreover, it is a plan that can be reversed. We must not let our guard down. Dong Feng thought hard, but no matter how he guessed, he could not find anything. Chapter 1331 Yue Yang's image appeared in the sky. No matter what he did not miss anything. Fighting, flying, traversing through the different spaces in the maze world. Everything could be seen. However, Dong Feng, who was in the space of the ancient tree, frowned even more. The old man playing the game felt a little strange. He had never seen Dong Feng so distressed before. It should be known that Dong Feng was the wisest person in the central divine hall. Scheming, manipulating, and toying with others were the most common. How could he not see through others? The old man put down his chess piece and asked with a smile, do you think there's something wrong with this Titan Yu? I can't feel anything wrong at all. That's why I feel something is wrong. The more Dong Feng thought, the more he felt something was wrong. Even if he's a demon that only appears once every 10,000 years, even if he's the most abnormal Yu clan third young master, even if he's the luckiest person in the world, so what? This is a space-time maze created by the Master of the Void, Mystery. It was also modified by the Sky Chariot for 10,000 years. In the end, it even fused with your chessboard world. Especially with the interference of my thousands of clones, I don't believe that anyone in the world can escape from it. Unless an ancient god comes, the truth will forever be a mystery. The old man was very calm. Although you're right, Dong Feng was still doubtful. He felt a trace of uneasiness lingering in his heart. Could it be that you, a chess player who has always been watching from the sidelines, also have the confusion of a chess piece? The old man laughed out loud. No, not good. The old man's unintentional words had inadvertently inspired Dong Feng, causing his expression to change greatly. Dong Feng lost his composure and stood there in shock. He raised his head and stared at Yue Yang's image in the sky, his hands trembling uncontrollably. Damn it, this damned Yu clan's third young master. What's wrong? The originally calm old man was shocked by Dong Feng's expression. Titan Yu has already escaped from my chessboard world. No, He has already completely escaped from the space-time maze created by the Master of the Void, Mystery. The Titan Yue we saw wasn't real at all. He was just a damned illusion. I have always felt that it was strange and suspicious. Why did Titan Yue keep such a low profile? Why didn't he take any action? Actually, he had already taken action a long time ago. After he set up the heaven rune at the gate of the world, he left the space-time labyrinth and left our line of sight. He left behind a shadow that looked exactly like him to confuse our eyes while he secretly slipped away. Dong Fang angrily smashed the chess piece in his hand onto the ground. Just now, he thought that his opponent was in his trap. No one wanted to. His opponent, whom he thought he would lose for sure, had already slipped away when he was not paying attention. Furthermore, he had left so quietly that he did not even notice. The old man was stunned. He pointed his right hand at the image of Yue Yang in the sky. He's fake, but it looked very real, exactly the same as the original Titan Yue. There was no possibility of it being fake at all. Furthermore, could the space-time maze allow Titan Yue to escape? This is impossible. Dong Fang took a deep breath and forcefully regained his calmness. His voice became even colder than frost and snow. This is fake. This Titan Yue is a shadow. He is incomparably real, just like the real Titan Yue. However, he is fake. He is just an illusion. I believe that this is Titan Yue's innate skill. I understand now. Why was Titan Yue so low-key in his previous performance? Not only his performance in the space-time maze, but also in the battle before this. With his ability, he could completely suppress his opponent. However, he did not, so he was doing this on purpose. He hid his strength deeply and left behind a shadow that could not completely replace him to confuse us. This fellow, did he prepare for this before the battle? He was really an opponent that could make people go crazy. Yu Clan's third young master, you must have gone to the Radiant Light Mountain to challenge Ji Zun of the temple, right? The old man was shocked. Yu Clan's third young master went to the Radiant Light Mountain. Dong Fang nodded and said with certainty. He did not completely escape from the space-time maze. On the contrary, he used the shortcut of the space-time maze to head towards the Radiant Mountain. This judgment made the old man speechless for a long time. After a long time, he sighed. Looks like Titan Yue has an innate skill that is not inferior to mine. Although I can transform into millions of people, it is still an innate skill. It is not possible to hide from a god ranker. However, this Titan Yue actually used his shadow to confuse our eyes. Sometimes I don't want to admit it, but there's no other way. Our generation is really old. Radiant Mountain. It was also known as the Divine Mountain in Heaven Realm. It had always been a pilgrimage place for Heaven Realm warriors. The central shrine that controlled the world for tens of thousands of years was built on top of it. This world-shaking mountain that even Queen Vivian Li could not conquer was the Radiant Mountain. It was not just a simple mountain, but a world mountain that was even bigger than a normal dimension world. Just based on the surface area, it was probably 100 times bigger than the entire Tong Tian Tower's 10th floor. If the soaring dragon continent was compared to it, it would probably be like a pebble at the foot of the mountain. If the heaven stairway was the world tree, then the Radiant Mountain was the world mountain. A world mountain that formed the whole world with mountains. Its bottom was said to be the abyss of the dark world. The everlasting hatred prison and the prisoner's secret room managed by the warden of the central shrine, Tantai Tu Mie, was at the bottom of the Radiant Mountain. The dark world that was suppressed by the Radiant Mountain would never be able to rise again. Just like the fallen warriors that were exiled in the dark world, they would forever be slaves and criminals that were controlled by the central shrine. The lower part of the Radiant Mountain existed in Heaven Realm. The pilgrimage of Heaven Realm warriors mostly gathered at the foot of the Radiant Mountain. The entrance of the central shrine was the door of the shrine guarded by the giant god Nagato. The middle part was where the shrine of wind, fire, water, earth, light and dark was located. The upper part was located in Heaven Realm. It was also the real starting point of the Great Radiant Mountain and the central shrine. It was also the real hub of the central shrine. Is this what the legendary Central Divine Hall looks like? At the foot of the Radiant Mountain, at the beginning of the path to heaven, in front of the shrine, an uninvited guest suddenly appeared. Unlike the pilgrims who prostrated themselves on the ground, this young man's face did not have that kind of pious light at all. Instead, there was an endless murderous intention that could not be concealed. In his hand was a Gemini mask that surpassed the sacred level and had special power. Before he put it on, it had already turned the world within a kilometer into black and white. Under the guidance of the young man's will, the world within a kilometer of only black and white was not fixed. On the contrary, they were constantly changing, like two giant black and white fish, circling each other. More than a kilometer away, in the space further away, there was a bright and shining galaxy. These stars were born one by one. One by one, they rose. All the way to the sky. Countless deity Templar warriors and the deity Templar commanders who were guarding the entrance of the deity Templar surged out like a tidal wave and surrounded this mysterious young man from afar. However, due to the fear of his prestige, nobody dared to attack without a leader since the first captain on duty was not around. This is really out of my expectation. Could it be that all the young people in Tong Tian Tower are so outstanding? A golden light shot down from the sky. Before the dazzled shrine warriors could recover, there was already an old man holding a cane in the field. His hair and beard were all white, and he had a ruddy complexion. Not only was there a god-level emblem on his forehead, there was also an incomparably beautiful light wheel on his back, which was as brilliant as the sun. Yue Yang, who slowly put on the Gemini mask, did not know the old man in front of him at all. I'm just a time prisoner, nothing more. After so many years, I have almost forgotten my own name. The old man seriously recalled for a long time before he finally remembered his name, Everlasting Hatred. Who is the captain to you? Yue Yang had only heard of the first captain on duty in the central shrine. Maybe the 19th generation great-grandson, maybe the 18th generation. It has been too long, I have completely forgotten. This Everlasting Hatred old man seemed to have a bad memory. Since you are the captain's elder, then things will be much easier. Yue Yang clapped his hands and praised. Your 19th generation great-grandson, the captain, owes me a few divine equipment. As his elder, even if you can't pay him back in full, shouldn't you help him pay some interest? Interest? The Everlasting Hatred old man had never heard of a divine equipment having interest. Everyone knows that I am an honest, loyal, righteous, noble and generous person. I am usually the kindest person in the world. Many young ladies say that if they want to find a boyfriend, they should find someone like me. How could a good man like me, who is generous, who takes pleasure in helping others, and who sees money as dirt, do something as shameless as multiplying interest every day? As long as it's 9 out 13 returns, it will be enough. I have always been generous to my friends. Your 19th generation great-grandson, the senior captain, borrowed 9 of my divine equipment yesterday. You don't have to return too much today, just return 13 of them. Yue Yang said with a smile on his face, as if he was making a fortune. As expected of the Yu clan's third young master, the Everlasting Hatred old man was so impressed that he almost wanted to write a shameless banner for Yue Yang as a souvenir. As expected of the legendary stingy senior Chong Hen, who loves money as much as his life, is stingy, doesn't repay his debts, and refuses to die until the end. Yue Yang also clapped and laughed. The East can't do anything to you, but that doesn't mean that you can run to the central shrine and behave atrociously. The Everlasting Hatred old man advised Yue Yang to look at the situation clearly. Well said. The prison emperor can't do anything to you, but that doesn't mean that you can ignore the fact that you went to the Tong Tian Tower and molested a sow and pushed an old granny into the sea. If Yue Yang became a judge one day, he believed that there wouldn't be any misjudged cases in this world anymore. Everything would definitely be unjust. Hearing Yue Yang accuse him of going to the Tong Tian Tower and molesting a sow, the Everlasting Hatred old man was so angry that his nose became crooked. Pushing an old granny into the sea was one thing, but he might have done that many times in the past. What was with that molesting a sow? At the foot of the Great Light Mountain, the ancient code is so majestic. You are just a little kid, and you want to challenge the central shrine. Not to mention you, even your master, Fei Wenli, who is known as the Conquering Queen and wants to conquer the Heaven Realm, wouldn't dare to step on this mountain. The Everlasting Hatred old man sneered. I don't dare to step on this mountain. What a joke. Behind Yue Yang, Queen Vivian Li suddenly appeared and looked down on everyone. Chapter 1332. In front of her, the holy light mountain that pierced through the sky seemed to have become shorter in an instant. The Everlasting Hatred old man looked as if he had seen a ghost. You, why did you come out? Impossible. You have already been sealed by the Nirvana seal, your body and soul should have been destroyed. It is impossible for you to return to the Heaven Realm. Queen Vivian Li did not even look at him. In her eyes, the Everlasting Hatred old man, who was extremely powerful and omnipotent in the eyes of the Heaven Realm warriors, was no different from a flea. She just reached out and patted Yue Yang's shoulder lightly, comforting him. Little guy, wait for me here for a while. Wait until I beat the unparalleled emperor back to the Black Tower to die, then I will come and demolish the house with you. Yue Yang hurriedly reminded her, you have to come back quickly, or else what if I get bullied until I cry? The surrounding temple warriors suddenly had the urge to vomit blood when they heard this. It would be good enough if you don't bully others, the everlasting hatred. Old man's mouth twitched. If he was not afraid of Queen Vivian Li, he would have already slapped Yue Yang's face. Queen Vivian Li laughed, okay, I will try to come back quickly, but you are not a child anymore. If others bully you, you can fight back. Yue Yang shook his head vigorously, how can I do that? I'm a loyal supporter of pacifism. I only use my mouth and not my fists. When someone slaps the left side of my face, I will offer the right side of my face for him to slap. If others don't like it, then it must be because I did not do well enough. If I don't enjoy myself when others bully me, then I will never be at ease for the rest of my life. The temple warriors were about to explode when they heard this. If it weren't for the fact that they were intimidated by Empress Fei Wen Li's majesty and were afraid of being killed in a second by her, they would have already jumped out and shouted, brat, the number of people you've killed is even higher than the Radiance Mountain, why are you pretending to be kind? Who doesn't know that you are the Yu clan's third young master? Not to mention the Western Heaven Realm, even in the central shrine, you have killed countless people. Why are you still talking about pacifism? Wasn't bullying others and slapping their faces the Yu clan's third young master's specialty? Queen Vivian Li, who was in a good mood, laughed along the way. He was already far away. However, her heavenly laughter still lingered in the air. Yue Yang, who had lost his backer, suddenly became obedient, revealing a look that said, everyone, don't bully me, or I'll cry. At this moment, old man Everlasting Hatred really wanted to smash this kid's head with his walking stick. I've already come to you with a kitchen knife, and you're still playing dumb. Do you think that I will lower my guard against a man who can deceive the East? The old man of Everlasting Hatred had to use all his patience to restrain himself from smashing the kid's skull. Do it, there's no need to waste words. Yu clan's third young master, no matter what you say or do, it's useless. I've already seen through you. I won't do it. Yue Yang raised the pacifist flag high above his head. Can you stop pretending? One of the commanders guarding the gate of the shrine finally couldn't help but explode. If you want to fight, then fight. If you don't want to fight, then get lost. Don't waste time here, okay? You really want to fight? Yue Yang, who was surrounded by enemies, looked around and suddenly laughed. It's easy to fight, but if you do that, I'll be tricked. Don't think that I don't know that your shrine has a special ancient code. If I attack, it'll be equivalent to invading your shrine. Then, I'll be punished by the ancient code of Radiance Mountain. Why don't you attack first? Isn't it because of the existence of this ancient code? Although this is my first time here, don't think that I don't know what kind of place this Radiance Mountain used to be. This was the original prison of the Upper Realm, and all the criminals of the Upper Realm were thrown here. Over time, this place became a paradise for criminals, and when the warden was derelict in his duty and cooperated with the biggest criminal to take control of this prison, the building of the Radiance Mountain changed its name to Central Temple. Yue Yang pointed at old man Everlasting Hatred in front of him. You are one of the criminals from the past. Old man Everlasting Hatred was so angry that he laughed. A god-level criminal. I, a supreme god-level martial artist, have also become a criminal. Yue Yang laughed. If you're not a criminal, you, a god-level ranker, try to walk out of Radiance Mountain. I say, Senior Everlasting Hatred, you don't have to walk far. Can you walk in front of me? If not for the ancient code, I'm afraid you would have already attacked me. How could you let a junior like me go? Old man Everlasting Hatred shut his mouth. He was speechless. With the appearance of the Conquest Queen, she might not be able to kill you instantly, but she won't need much effort to deal with you. What gives you the guts to stand in front of her and act presumptuously? It's fine if you're a god level, but why aren't those shrine warriors, who are weaker than ants, paralyzed on the ground? Could it be that their guts are bigger than the sky? Could it be that they aren't even afraid of the Conquest Queen who swept through the Heaven Realm? What a joke. All of you are just relying on the ancient laws of this prison. Yue Yang spat on the ground. His disdain made the surrounding warriors feel ashamed. If you have the guts, come up and try. If you don't, then scram. Old man Everlasting Hatred snorted. What was the truth? The truth would often change according to one's strength. Back then, even if Radiance Mountain was the prison of the heaven realm, so what? Tens of thousands of years later, it was the Radiance Mountain that intimidated the entire heaven realm. It was the central shrine that controlled the entire world. Even in the heaven realm, no one and no force could shake its position, let alone a small place like Heaven Realm and Tong Tian Tower. This was the truth of history. This was the result of one's strength. The shrine warriors also became noisy, shouting and shouting. Their words were extremely unrestrained, and some of them even made vulgar gestures to provoke him. Yue Yang used his right index finger to lightly tap on the Gemini mask on his face, pointing directly at the eye of the underworld that had just filled the gap between his eyebrows. Everyone was curious. They quietened down for a moment, wanting to see what this brat was up to. Yue Yang's expression suddenly became solemn. His eyes flashed with an incomparably fierce divine light. In the name of the Holy Sovereign, I, Yue Yang, Titan Yu, declare that Radiance Mountain is a prison that has failed to guard. It must be rejudged, judged and cleansed until there are no more crimes and no more evil. His words shocked the old man everlasting hatred. But when he looked carefully, there was no golden light above Yue Yang's head, nor was there any change in the starlight behind him. The ancient code was still there. Everything was normal, only then did he calm down with great difficulty. Fortunately, this Yu clan's third young master was not the Holy Sovereign. Otherwise, once he declared it, it would be like a god's decree. When the time comes to execute his god power, not only would he not be restricted by the ancient code, he would also receive great support and protection. With your current god power, you want to declare as the Holy Sovereign. What a joke! Even your master Fei Wenli does not have this ability. You are just a small god that she created with her god power and god blood. How dare you be so arrogant? Why don't you take a look at where you are? Ha ha ha, you really overestimate yourself. Without your master Fei Wenli, in my eyes, you are just a small stinky bug. The old man everlasting hatred really wanted to slap this brat to death in front of him. But he could not, because this brat was just standing outside of the Radiance Mountain. He was only one step away, but the old man everlasting hatred had no way to cross over. He was sure that if this Yu clan's third young master dared to take a step forward, even if it was an insignificant step, this brat would definitely die. The warriors of the Divine Hall burst into laughter. Some of them even rolled on the ground, tears flowing down their cheeks. A brat who did not have supreme power but was arrogantly declaring in the name of the Holy Sovereign, was he trying to boast to the heavens? Yue Yang remained expressionless. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he took a step downwards. When he stepped on the first step of the Mountain of Brightness, he had already raised his right hand before the warriors of the Divine Hall could react. Like swatting a fly, he slapped the warriors of the Divine Hall who were still laughing and jeering at each other to death in front of him. You dare to attack the temple? The old man everlasting hatred was startled at first, then he became ecstatic. Attack first. Forget about the ancient code, even if you did not have it, you are still looking for death. Old man, I should hit you. If I don't hit you, you will be sad. Yue Yang casually took out his crescent blade and waved it. Other than the old man everlasting hatred, everyone else was beheaded and killed on the spot. Before the corpses of the temple warriors fell to the ground, the world changed. Endless flames rose up on one side of Yue Yang, and endless cold air descended on the other side, forming a terrifying world of two extremes. The temple warriors who were killed on the spot, as well as their mounts and beasts, were all sealed in this world of two extremes. Some turned into flames, some turned into flying snow. Yue Yang slowly clenched his right hand. Everything in the world of two extremes was instantly compressed into a ball of fire and ice. Pa! With a crisp sound, the ball of ice and fire shattered. The two opposing energies neutralized each other and disappeared. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, the everlasting hatred old man would not have believed that the young man in front of him possessed such divine power. He was able to kill thousands of deity Templars on the spot and annihilate them. Even their souls were completely annihilated in the void. Brat, you are really ruthless. I have underestimated you. The old man everlasting hatred was furious. There were many temple warriors, so it was not a pity that they died. However, killing them in front of him was like slapping his own face. You are not underestimating me, you are just blind from old age. It was unknown when Yue Yang had appeared behind the old man of everlasting hatred in a flash. He punched the old man of everlasting hatred's protective divine power and pressed his other hand on the back of the old man of everlasting hatred's head. He had brutally pressed the god-level rancor who had lived for tens of thousands of years onto the ground. Rumble. The whole Radiance Mountain shook. Before the terrifying shockwave could spread far, Yue Yang had already thrown the old man everlasting hatred into the sky. In the sky, Yue Yang appeared in a flash. He grabbed the old man everlasting hatred's ankle and fiercely threw him down towards the temple gate that was as thin as a palm. Now that I am the prison warden, life and death are in my hands, all of you can die. Chapter 1333. When the dust settled, the shrine's door that was protected by the ancient code was still standing. However, the huge door pillar was starting to crack. If Yue Yang continued to attack, the shrine's door that had been standing for tens of thousands of years would become history. The everlasting hatred old man, who had smashed a corner of the shrine's door and sunk deep into the ground, crawled out of the hole in pain. He rubbed his waist and groaned in pain. If I wasn't a god ranked and had divine power to protect my body, I would have been killed by you, Yu clan's third young master. Although my bones are fine, it hurts a lot. Is it impossible to execute criminals in this prison? Yue Yang had found out that the people locked in here could be tortured, beaten, and scolded, but they could not be killed. At least, before he took over the Radiance Mountain as the god's prison, he could not go beyond the ancient code to execute any god-ranked criminals. Even if you don't have the ancient code, you won't be able to kill me with that little bit of divine power in your body. The everlasting hatred old man laughed coldly. He leaned on the walking stick in his hand lightly. His body emitted countless rays of incomparably brilliant divine light. A vast divine power that had been stored in his body for tens of thousands of years erupted like a volcano. Countless rays of divine light and divine power fused with each other. Under the effect of the old man of everlasting regret's unique godhood, they turned into a very strange, divine ring. It was crimson gold in color, and it looked as if it was real. It covered the old man of everlasting regret's body, including his forehead, neck, arms, wrists, waist, and shins. The everlasting hatred old man's body was also changing rapidly. Other than becoming bigger, he was also recovering his youthful vigor. When he unsealed the walking stick in his hand and turned it into a divine ranked purple gold halberd with his divine power, his appearance and body had returned to the prime of his 30s or 40s. His beard was as black as ink, his hair was like dark clouds, and his strong muscles were bulging. With a light stomp of his foot, he left a deep footprint on the hard ground of the shrine. When he steadied himself, he casually waved his hand, and all the clouds in the sky suddenly dispersed to reveal the sun. With his divine sense, they all scattered, revealing the clear sky above his head. Your name is Tong Hu, right? Yue Yang couldn't help but retort. He was obviously a god tier, and his body couldn't possibly age, so why did he have to pretend to be an old man? Yu clan's third young master, unseal your divine power too. I don't want to carry out meaningless tests. The battle between deities will last for at least a few days. I can't wait to have a good battle. Eternal hatred no longer looked like an old man. He, who had recovered his divine level golden body, was a mighty and majestic giant. He was at least 5 meters tall. Yue Yang gently floated down and landed in front of him. Compared to him, Yue Yang was like a tiny dot. Eternal hatred casually stretched out a finger. It was also thicker than Yue Yang's arm. Yue Yang sized him up. He didn't unseal his divine power like lonesome hatred did. Instead, he sneaked over to the door of the shrine to check on the damage. Chong Hen was baffled by his actions. Aren't you here to cause trouble? Why are you concerned about the damage? It's a pity. If I had time, I would carry this door back to exchange for malt candies. How much would that be worth? Yue Yang sighed. Chong Hen's words made him speechless. Other than Yu Shuang, no one else in the world would agree with Yue Yang's action of carrying the door of the shrine to exchange for malt candies. Of course, if it was just to show off, Fatty Hai would be the first to raise his hand in approval. Yue Yang picked up a huge brick and weighed it in his hand. He sighed, these are all good things. How can such good things be used on the floor of a prison? Moreover, the door of a prison should be sturdy, why make it so beautiful? If this wasn't a prison, I would have moved in. Eternal hatred didn't resent Yue Yang at all. As long as you stay here for tens of thousands of years, even if this place is 100 times more beautiful, I believe you won't feel anything. Eternal hatred felt nauseous towards the Radiant Mountain. He had lived here for far too long. If he could change it, he would rather stay in a shabby latrine under the Tong Tian Tower than stay in this magnificent central temple. Even if I have good fortune, I won't enjoy it. Yue Yang shook his head and sighed. He immediately took out the prison emperor's 7 stars pillar and attacked without hesitation. He didn't care about formalities or hypocrisy at all. He smashed Eternal Hatred's head with a heavy blow. Half of Eternal Hatred's body was smashed into the stone floor. But the expression on his face, it didn't change at all. He waited for Yue Yang to raise the prison emperor's 7 stars pillar again and asked calmly, "Can we finally fight?" Yue Yang's second heavy blow landed as fast as lightning. He replied calmly, "You are a senior, why don't you let me, a junior, have 3 moves first?" The purple gold halberd tore the sky apart. Wherever the golden halberd slashed, the divine power was piercingly cold. Everything in the world turned into powder. Yue Yang used the mysterious 3 styles to dodge the attack. The afterimage caused the divine power that exploded from the tip of the halberd to disappear in an instant. On the incomparably hard stone steps of the shrine, a huge crater that was a kilometer long, 5 meters wide and 3 meters deep appeared. An old ghost that has lived for tens of thousands of years, you really have some skills. Yue Yang carried the gigantic prison emperor's 7 stars pillar and appeared at the top of the shrine's door. He calmly took out a chicken drumstick and nibbled on it. "Your speed is not bad." Eternal Hatred lowered his right hand that was holding the halberd and raised his left hand. Under the control of the divine power, the light wheel behind him turned into thousands of golden spears that covered the entire sky. A special power of the ancient code that he comprehended with his innate skill and condensed from his divine spark was connected to every spear tip like a silk net. It interweaved into a 10,000-meter wide space of the ancient code, enveloping himself and Yue Yang within it. Yue Yang used the chicken drumstick in his hand to touch it lightly. The power of the ancient code instantly destroyed the fragrant chicken drumstick, leaving not even a bit of powder behind. Yue Yang's eyes opened wider than a cow's. "Old man, you can't be right. The power of the ancient code is so powerful. Give me back my chicken drumstick." Eternal Hatred sneered, "Under my heart-piercing law, as long as you touch any of the divine spears or any of the divine threads, you will be punished by the ancient code. The lightest punishment is equivalent to the pain of 10,000 arrows piercing your heart. If you don't believe me, you can try." Yue Yang had always politely declined such brainless actions like, "Just try it. Do you think I'm that idiot Fatty Hai?" Even Fatty Hai wouldn't try the punishment of the power of the ancient code. He was an idiot, but not to such a pitiful extent. When Yue Yang saw that his opponent had used the power of the ancient code, he finally perked up and became serious. He decided to play with the power of the ancient code too. Because he hadn't completely comprehended the Holy Supreme Realm, the power of the ancient code that Yue Yang comprehended was still in its infancy. Without wrath, the golden giant that could control fate couldn't do as it pleased. Therefore, he could only use 2 or 3 types of power of the ancient code. He didn't have many choices. One was the power of the ancient code of the divine power of disaster. As long as he didn't predict it, his opponent would definitely suffer for 18 lifetimes. The other was the power of the starry sky, imitating the power of the Night Empress. Other than the above 2, there was also the rule of the moon fate that he accidentally pushed down a certain illusory moon goddess. Of course, Yue Yang could also use the ancient code of creation and ancient code of fate that he had comprehended himself. However, most of them were like little bean sprout. They were still growing and couldn't be of much use for the time being. The cunning guy from another world wouldn't easily use them before he fought against the Jizun of the Divine Temple and the Peerless Emperor. What kind of relationship do we have? We don't get to know each other if we don't fight. After a while, we are already old friends. Since that's the case, let's use the whole moon to play. After a certain Yu clan's 3rd young master pushed down a certain goddess, the moon fate and illusory moon divine power of the first divine wife were naturally born in his body. Although it was his first time using it, it felt pretty good. He used it very smoothly. A bright moon silently rose behind Yue Yang. It was as bright as frost. The moonlight was omnipotent. Wherever it went, there was nothing that it couldn't turn into eternity. The dust that was stirred up on the ground also stopped moving and floated quietly in the air. Chong Hen was stunned. He realized that his opponent's power of the ancient code could actually invade his ancient code space. What was even more strange was that after this power of the ancient code invaded, there was no warning or resistance. The heart-piercing code coexisted with his opponent's code and there was no conflict at all. What was even more unbelievable was that under this moonlight-like power of the ancient code, his whole body felt like it was petrified. Was it an illusion, or was it a real reaction? The shocked Chong Hen released his divine power. He stomped on the ground with both feet and his huge body soared into the sky. However, what he didn't expect was that the huge force that could have easily soared 10,000 meters was only enough for him to hover 3 inches above the ground. He didn't even reach half a foot. His stomp shattered the incomparably hard Divine Temple's stone surface, but his leap into the sky was pitifully small. If you're big, your jumping ability will be slightly weaker. I understand very well. Who doesn't know about Big Yao's tragedy? However, Yue Yang was different. He was like a fish in water or a tiger with wings. He was as fast as a stream of light and appeared in front of Chong Hen in a flash. He stepped on the tip of Chong Hen's halberd and slid on the halberd's shaft. He then punched Chong Hen's left eye fiercely, causing Chong Hen to see stars and become disoriented. Chong Hen's body was 1,000,000 times heavier than a rock. However, Yue Yang was as agile as a swimming dragon. He easily dodged Chong Hen's counterattack and pressed his hands on the top of Chong Hen's head. His legs struck 18 times in a row. In the end, he even did a beautiful inverted golden hook like a swallow returning to its nest. Impossible. Chong Hen couldn't believe that this was real. I also feel that it's very strange. Yue Yang expressed that using other people's divine power and ancient code was indescribable, but the effect was surprisingly good. This isn't your divine power and ancient code at all. Chong Hen was about to go crazy. The divine power that this brat used didn't seem to be something that he had comprehended. This was because he had a feeling that the more he used it, the more familiar it became. Only when he used other people's things would he have such an inconceivable reaction. I'm just borrowing it temporarily. Furthermore, it's my first time using it. Don't be too calculative, okay? Yue Yang felt that his performance should be passable. However, was this lunar fate code really used like this by Yue Yang? In the time-space labyrinth, in the shattered void of the gate to the heaven realm. If the 3 stone-like shadows could still speak, they would definitely correct Yue Yang's current mistake. Unfortunately, this answer, this truth, could only be kept in silence for the time being. Furthermore, this period of time was very likely to be an eternity. Chapter 1334 on the 10th level of the Heaven Stairway. The void world, which was already broken and had space-time cracks appearing and disappearing, became even more broken due to the brutal fight between the two 10,000-meter-tall god-level giants. If it wasn't for the fact that the ancient rules were still there to keep the world from collapsing, the entire world would have been annihilated by their crazy fight. There were no spectators or judges. The two giants were engaged in an endless battle with the heaven and earth as their arena. With their abilities, even if they fought for 3 days and 3 nights, there would be no result. Under the damage they had unintentionally caused, the mountains could be flattened in an instant. The oceans could dry up into deserts in the blink of an eye, and the clear sky could be torn into pieces at any time and reassembled unbelievably, turning into something like a rotten fishing net that was full of holes. Fortunately, there were no living creatures in the void world on the 10th level of the Heaven Stairway. Otherwise, no living creature would be able to survive the catastrophe of the god-level war. Even a god-level expert who could dominate the upper realm would not be able to survive for more than a minute if he dared to intervene, let alone a human's body of flesh and blood. There were no shockwaves from the air explosion, and there were no loud sounds of mountains collapsing. Because, even the sound was directly swallowed by the divine power. In the entire world, there were only 2 10,000-meter-tall golden gods standing there. The rest were either in the process of destruction or waiting to be destroyed. Damn it, you're really ruthless. A golden god with a giant horn on his head was once again knocked to the ground by the golden god who was 500 or 600 meters taller. On the ground, his body created a huge crater that was a few hundred kilometers wide and a dozen kilometers deep. He was bathed in blood and was now covered with cuts and bruises. Not only that, there was an extremely terrifying injury on his chest. It was a transparent hole in the front and back of his body. No one knew who had punched it, but even his 10,000-meter-tall god-level body could not withstand it. You're not any better. How dare you use the monkey steel's peach just now? You shameless fellow, can you still be considered a god-level expert? The golden god who had one eye on the sun and one eye on the moon was also in a sorry state. He did not have the confidence of a complete victory. PFF'd, I used the lion steel's peach. The horned golden god looked regretful. It seemed like he did not manage to steal anything just now. Scram back to the heaven realm. You don't need to care about the matters of Tong Tian Tower. The golden deity whose eyes were like the sun and moon was extremely annoyed. Skysplit Tower is now my little brother's. I can come and go as I please. What does it have to do with you? You're just an outdated old fool. You should be rotting in your coffin, yet you still run out to harass the juniors. Aren't you ashamed of yourself? An old man who had lived for tens of thousands of years actually dared to make life difficult for a child. Not to mention me, even if the one being bullied wasn't my little brother and was an outsider, I wouldn't be able to stand it. Do you think that my nickname of Heaven's #1 righteous demon dragon is just for show? The golden god with a horn was naturally Mo Long. It was unknown if it was because he knew Yue Yang, but this bearded uncle Mo Long actually dared to say that he was the most righteous person in the heaven realm. How could the creatures in the heaven realm who had been harmed by him endure this? The golden god with eyes as bright as the sun and moon was speechless. The nickname of the most righteous person in the heavenly realm, not to mention saying it out loud, even hearing it would make one blush. If it wasn't for the fact that I haven't recovered to my peak state, you would have long been beaten into a pulp by me. Why are you so arrogant? The golden god with horns was very unhappy. After fighting for the past few days, he had suffered a lot. I'm just going easy on you. If I really fought you, you wouldn't even have a single intact bone left. The golden god with eyes as bright as the sun and moon sneered. You still dare to brag? The golden god with horns was furious when he heard that. At least I'm a little better than a masochist like you. The golden god with eyes as bright as the sun and moon blocked his opponent who was pouncing towards him. With an extremely agile turn, he instantly pulled his opponent's huge body up and threw him with all his might. The huge body of the golden god with horns streaked across the sky and smashed into a mountain range nearly 1,000 kilometers away. In an instant, that mountain turned into dust. The golden god with horns was extremely furious. He stomped his feet on the ground. The entire ground exploded. It was even faster than a meteor. His huge body flew back in front of the golden god with eyes as bright as the sun and moon. This time, there was no possibility of him being thrown out. He grabbed his opponent's huge wrist and kicked his chest, heavily kicking the golden god with eyes as bright as the sun and moon in the chest. When this move was effective, the golden god with horns controlled his opponent's huge arm again, intending to use a strangling technique to seal off his opponent's struggle. The golden god with eyes as bright as the sun and moon roared. His voice was thousands of times louder than thunder. His divine power exploded wildly. He lifted the enemy who was locked behind his back and smashed him in front of him. Then, he pressed his opponent's forehead and prepared to give him a ruthless punch that made him unrecognizable. The golden god with horns who was smashed below him did not want to fall behind. He used both his hands to grab his opponent's neck tightly. He even raised his knee, intending to end his son's life. Just as they were fighting fiercely, suddenly, a voice rang out, "You too, are you gay?" The sky and earth darkened. When it became bright again, the world of the void, which was filled with the combined will and power of law of the two golden gods, suddenly had one more person. The two golden gods who were fighting were stunned, and they couldn't help but raise their heads to look at the sky. The two golden gods who were tens of thousands of meters tall originally thought that the brilliant divine light and divine will of their bodies were enough to overwhelm everything in the world. However, they realized that there was actually such a strange and unique person in the world. The light on his body was like a precious diamond. Although it was not big and did not exceed the size of his body, it was extremely condensed and dazzling like the ultimate star. To a certain extent, it was even better than the extraordinary divine light that they were emitting. That dazzling brilliance was something that even the first light of heaven and earth, or the heavenly fire of the sun and moon could not take away. In this world, there was nothing that could conceal the birth of his divine power. There was nothing that could suppress the natural divine power. What astonished the two golden deities the most was that this special deity was actually a woman. You are my sister-in-law, that human Ji-Zun, right? The golden god with horns quickly turned over and pushed his opponent away. He patted his body and tried to bring out the aura of a boss. I am, little Yue Yang must have told you that I am the demon dragon, his big brother. You are really the big brother. Ji-Zun expressed deep doubts about this ranking. Of course, if you don't believe me, you can go to a place where there are no people to ask. The demon dragon quickly patted his chest and promised. This time, even Ji-Zun was speechless. Could it be that everyone who was familiar with Yue Yang would be led astray by him? An old guy who had lived for nearly 100,000 years, couldn't he have a little personality? The golden god with eyes like the sun and moon covered his head with a headache. If he hadn't fought for a few days and nights, he wouldn't have believed that the Ruffy-like guy in front of him was the demon dragon who was known as the #1 villain in the heaven realm. Don't worry, I am the big brother, I will cover you. I don't need your help here, I can easily deal with this *T Emperor Wu Shuang by myself. The demon dragon patted his chest, and then intentionally or unintentionally pressed his hand on the big transparent hole in front and back. You are the Emperor Wu Shuang. Ji Zun no longer looked at the demon dragon, who was obviously a dead chicken trying to eat rice, and turned to the golden god with eyes like the sun and moon. There's no benefit to being called the Emperor Wu Shuang. It is depressing enough to be in prison, and there are people who come to disturb me every 1,000 or hundreds of years. If I can change it, I would rather change it to a name like Useless Ghost or something like that. The golden god with eyes like the sun and moon shook his head and said to Ji Zun in the sky, "You are a junior, I will not fight with you. Does this mean that you admit defeat?" Ji Zun's words almost made the Emperor Wu Shuang choke to death. On the other side, the demon dragon gave a thumbs up on the spot. Although you are the strongest human Ji Zun in the modern era of the Tong Tian Tower, it does not mean that your strength is really the strongest in the world. The Emperor Wu Shuang didn't care about it because he was a junior. If it was someone from the heaven realm or the heaven realm who said this, he would have already smashed him with a big fist. No matter who it is, I will definitely be the first. Not to mention you, even Yue Yang is the same. Ji Zun proudly snorted. There is only one first in the Tong Tian Tower, and that is me. What if someone is not convinced? The demon dragon took the opportunity to add oil to the fire and provoke. Then beat him until he is convinced. Ji Zun had always done things like this, simply and directly. Good, I admire strong people like you the most. The demon dragon almost took out a book and asked for an autograph. He clapped his hands and praised. Now there are at least 2 people in the Tong Tian Tower who are worthy of my admiration. One is that little girl Fei Wenli. I am so arrogant, but I dare not say that I will destroy the heaven realm, but she dares to do that. I can't help but admire her. Now there is you, little sister-in-law, I also admire you, because you are a tough woman who dares to pull down an old ghost like the Emperor Wu Shuang. Good, the Tong Tian Tower needs descendants like you. Tough woman. Ji Zun felt that the demon dragon had been completely led astray by that kid Yue Yang. Only those guys who could not spit out such boring adjectives would keep coming out. What Emperor Wu Shuang? He is just a stepping stone. Hurry up and slap his face. Don't be polite with me. Seniors are meant to be eliminated. The demon dragon saw that Ji Zun's expression was not right and quickly changed the topic. Among so many little sisters-in-law, he felt that the one in front of him was the most serious. She was not as easy to talk to as the little girl Inan and the hornless dragon girl. As the #1 villain in the heaven realm, he had to be careful when he made a joke. Senior, I respectfully address you as senior. If you admit defeat now, give up the disturbance of the world, and return to the Black Tower to sleep, then I can pretend that nothing happened. Ji Zun paid her respect to the Emperor Wu Shuang, but her words were not so tactful. She was very direct and did not care about her senior's face at all. What if I don't admit defeat? The Emperor Wu Shuang was so proud. If there was a junior begging him to return to the Black Tower to sleep, then it would be fine. Admit defeat. Was it also something that the Emperor Wu Shuang would do? In this world, who dared to speak like this? Even the Divine Palace's supreme heavenly chariot would not dare to say such words to him. Ji Zun's face was solemn, and the divine power on her body was about to be released. In an instant, all things in the world were guided by her divine sense. Since that is the case, then please enlighten me, senior. Her attitude was so firm that not only the Emperor Wu Shuang, but even the demon dragon, who had just added oil to the fire, was stunned. Are you serious? This guy is the Emperor Wu Shuang, the Emperor Wu Shuang. Although he is slightly weaker than me, to be honest, this guy is quite thick-skinned. Do you really want to fight? Chapter 1335. The peerless Emperor Wu Shuang was a powerful existence that was simply indescribable. All adjectives, when used on him, seemed to become a synonym for powerlessness and emptiness. However, there was no need to describe it at all. Everyone knew that he was the pinnacle of existence in the world, and no one could surpass him. In the heaven realm, in the Tong Tian Tower, in the whole world, only he could be called unprecedented and unparalleled. Regarding this, even the demon dragon, who had been fighting hard for several days, deeply agreed with it. The peerless Emperor Wu Shuang was definitely not an opponent that could be easily challenged. If there was another choice, another way to go, the demon dragon would definitely not make the move to start a war with him. Only after fighting, only then did he know and truly understand the strength of this opponent. And now, Ji Zun actually dared to use the identity of a young junior. Moreover, she used the body of a woman who had always given others a feeling of weakness and powerlessness to challenge a senior who had never been surpassed by anyone for tens of thousands of years. This really made the demon dragon's heart tremble. At least, this courage was enough to look down on all the heroes in the world. You are not my opponent, little girl, not to mention you who only cultivated for 1,000 years, even if Fei Wenli who had not appeared for 10,000 years came, even if she was the conqueror queen who had the power to devour heaven and earth, she would not be able to make my will bow down. Even for a second, young man, go back and cultivate for 10,000 years, and then come back to challenge me. The peerless emperor snorted coldly, and on his golden body, a radiant divine power comparable to the sun instantly emerged. He raised his right hand and pressed it down, letting this unique and unparalleled radiant divine power penetrate the entire broken world of the 10th floor of the heaven stairway. Then, with the irresistible Ji Zun's will, he released this unique law to his heart's content, until the end of the world. Just at this moment, between heaven and earth, only the existence of his will, other than that, nothing else could coexist. The demon dragon only saw a blur in front of him. When he regained his senses and looked again, he realized that he had been thrown out of the 10th floor of the heaven stairway by the peerless unparalleled precepts. He had even been thrown out of the Tong Tian Tower and returned to the heaven realm. The anger in his heart suddenly erupted like a volcano. The demon dragon stretched out his giant golden hand and forcibly tore apart the spatial barrier of an unknown place in the heaven realm. At the same time, he roared at the sky, "Peerless Emperor, you bastard, you actually held back in the previous battle. You dare to look down on your uncle demon dragon, you make me so angry. I don't care anymore, even if it's like this, I will still go all out. If Tong Tian Tower collapses, it has nothing to do with me. It's all your fault, you damned bastard, how dare you hide your strength." However, at this moment, he had been thrown far away from Tong Tian Tower. Even if he had supreme divine strength, it was unlikely that he would be able to rush back to the duel immediately. The heaven realm was vast and complicated, and there were many passageways. Without any guidance, it would be impossible to accurately locate the heaven-reaching pagoda in a short time. It's really annoying. After spending so much effort, I finally got rid of this raging bull. After being sealed for 100,000 years, he's still so belligerent. Has this guy never reflected on himself? Next, let's proceed to the second stage. We've already wasted too much time. Peerless Emperor was not feeling good either. After all, the demon dragon's fists were not for nothing. Before the demon dragon rushed back, Peerless Emperor decided to do something serious. According to his plan, now, it was time to implement the second stage. Just as Peerless Emperor was about to teleport and leave the 10th floor of the heaven stairway, he suddenly stopped moving. He turned his head back with a slightly stunned expression. What's going on? Weren't you banished under my peerless law? Ji Zun's figure, like the rising sun, appeared little by little. Her face was as calm as ever. Senior, your peerless law is very strong. It can be said that it's unparalleled in the world. Once it's unleashed, no one can match it. Even that stupid demon dragon was expelled by you. However, this does not mean that you can do whatever you want. I am also the sovereign of Heaven Tower, and I have always been, not only in the past, present, and future. The divine light condensed like a crystal, not leaking a single bit from Ji Zun's skin. However, it was precisely because of this divine power that the law born could maintain its eternal self under Peerless's peerless law. The law you're comprehending is actually the sovereign law. When Peerless Emperor saw it, his face was moved, and a shocked expression appeared for the first time. How is it possible? You've only cultivated for 1,000 years. Moreover, how could the world give birth to such a supreme sovereign law? This is not something that a woman's will can comprehend at all. Even Fei Wenli, that little girl, doesn't dare to cultivate like this. How did you do it? Can't a woman become a sovereign? Ji Zun never thought there was anything wrong with this. Emperor Wushuang didn't know what to say for a moment. He really didn't know how the little girl in front of him cultivated. He also didn't know what kind of master she had to teach her the cultivation method of, women are the most supreme in the world. He slept in the Black Tower and didn't know that the woman in front of him never had a master. She had been comprehending on her own, cultivating on her own. As for the cultivation method of, I am the only one in the world, no one had ever taught her. It was just her nature and the direction of her cultivation. Perhaps loneliness was her teacher. In the endless years of loneliness, in the days when she quietly waited for the birth of her younger brother, only loneliness accompanied her. Unknowingly, she became the most powerful sovereign in the world. Senior, let's fight. I really want to see how powerful Emperor Peerless Emperor, whom no one dared to say they could surpass for tens of thousands of years, and how deeply hidden his true strength is. Ji Zun didn't summon her grimoire, but just unsealed and released the extremely compressed divine power in her body. A divine statue that was over 6,000 meters tall appeared behind her. Her appearance was no different from that of a sovereign. However, she wore a crown on her head, and the spirit pearls inlaid on it shone brilliantly. On her forehead, which was as clear as jade, was a unique emblem that represented her own godhood. From the supreme godly armor that covered her whole body and the divine halo behind her that was even brighter than the sun's flames, one could tell that this was a battle-type godhood. 6,000 meters tall, and it's the first time it's unsealed. Emperor Peerless Emperor was shocked. He found that he urgently needed to change his original fixed views. In just 1,000 years of cultivation, she had reached an incredible height of 6,000 meters. How did this little girl cultivate? No wonder she dared to challenge him. This little girl, who was known as the human sovereign, really couldn't be taken lightly. Sword. Ji Zun naturally knew the difference between 6,000 meters and 10,000 meters. She was not arrogant, but came prepared. When the divine power in her body was unsealed for the second time, the 6,000 meters tall divine statue didn't increase at all. It floated in front of Emperor Peerless Emperor's 10,000 meters tall body, like a female warrior in front of a giant, still unable to look at the same level. However, after the vast divine power erupted, it perfectly combined with the humanoid divine weapon that was originally flying around Ji Zun's shoulder, instantly transforming into an 18-winged blood angel that was 3,000 meters tall. Emperor Peerless Emperor was stunned. Why didn't she add the divine power she cultivated to herself, but pour it into the humanoid divine weapon? No matter how much divine power she had, it shouldn't be wasted like this, right? Didn't her master teach her that the real achievement was to add divine power to one's own body? This little girl's cultivation path was obviously wrong. But then again, how could she still have such terrifying divine power and such high achievements if her cultivation path was wrong? What the hell was going on? Ji Zun stretched out her hand, and the 18-winged blood angel transformed in the beautiful and endless rainbow brilliance. Sword transformation. In front of Ji Zun was a 3,000 meters long divine sword of life. When the statue behind Ji Zun held the sword, with a shout, all things on the entire 10 levels of the heaven stairway bowed under the rule of Ji Zun. Even the golden body of Emperor Peerless Emperor was instantly suppressed, his feet sinking deep into the ground, up to his knees. At this time, the eyes of Ji Zun's statue were almost at the same level as the golden body that was sunk deep into the ground. Moreover, in her hand, there was an additional divine sword of life. Interesting, I'm really surprised. Emperor Peerless Emperor looked up to the sky and laughed. The little girl in front of him had already gained his recognition. This was already an opponent worthy of fighting, just like the demonic dragon before. Kill. Ji Zun waved her slender hand forward. The statue behind her immediately held the sword above her head, moved forward, and slashed down at Emperor Peerless Emperor who was 10,000 meters away. Heaven and earth cracked, and the sky of the 10th floor of the Tong Tian Tower was slashed by the divine sword of life, leaving a terrifying sword scar that was difficult to erase and almost permanent. Under the sword, Emperor Peerless Emperor's eyes shone with the divine light of the sun and moon. He did not fight head-on like in the battle with the demonic dragon, but held up a thick shield of divine power with one hand. While defending against the divine sword of life, he pressed forward. At an extreme speed, his other hand clenched into a giant fist, and with the power of wind, fire, and thunder, he crushed everything in his path, including the space. He punched toward the supreme divine body's face with incomparable ferocity. A fist for a sword. This was Emperor Peerless Emperor's response. Even if it was the most outstanding junior who challenged him in the most heroic manner, he was still the unparalleled Peerless Emperor in the heavens and earth. The demonic dragon could not take advantage of him, and now, this young junior, still could not to mention her. Even if the proudest and craziest martial arts fanatic from the upper realm came, he would have the same answer. Because, my name is Peerless Emperor. Jizun and the supreme divine statue behind her, with a loud bang, were sent flying 200 kilometers away. On the ground, a deep mark was left. This was Emperor Peerless Emperor's answer to any challenger in the world. My name is Peerless Emperor, unparalleled in the world. What a fast sword! Emperor Peerless Emperor sent Jizun flying with a punch, but there was no joy on his face. On the contrary, his expression was serious. And the divine light of the sun and moon in his eyes was more of a kind of fanaticism that was close to hunger for battle. His left hand, which was holding the divine shield high, had a crack on all 3 fingers. That was the wound left by Jizun's divine sword of life after splitting the divine shield. If it was not for the sword to defend against his fist, it was believed that it would not only be 3 fingers that were injured. Emperor Peerless Emperor reached down and touched the left rib on his waist, where there was a delicate footprint. This footprint was not caused by the demonic dragon, but by Jizun's counterattack before she withdrew her sword to defend. Really a little girl who refuses to suffer losses. Emperor Peerless Emperor now understood the fact that the little girl in front of him was not as easy to provoke as the demonic dragon just now. At least, her close combat ability was not inferior to that bull-like demonic dragon. Emperor Peerless Emperor pondered for a moment, and suddenly sighed, I really want to have a good fight with you. You are a rare opponent, more interesting than that demonic dragon. Jizun waited quietly. She knew that what Peerless Emperor wanted to say was not this. Unfortunately, I promised someone else. Now, I have to go and do something else. Emperor Peerless Emperor stretched out his hands and clapped them together. The divine power instantly exploded like the sun, sweeping the whole world. Even the voice behind him was annihilated. I will wait for you in the Black Tower, and that Yue Yang you Titan. Chapter 1336 Heaven Realm, Radiance Mountain, in front of the Divine Palace. The battle between Yue Yang and Eternal Hatred was still going on. Moreover, Yue Yang had already knocked Eternal Hatred to the ground for the 108th time, but Eternal Hatred was still alive and kicking like an undying cockroach. There were no signs of him being seriously injured. He was in a sorry state and was in pain. Under the attack of the Moon of Destiny and the Illusion Moon Divine Power, he, a divine-level expert who had lived for tens of thousands of years, was beaten like a dog by Yue Yang. However, Eternal Hatred was still a divine-level expert. His divine power was immeasurable. Any injury on his body could be healed quickly, and his battle power was not greatly affected. At the same time, he realized that Yue Yang did not know how to use the Illusion Moon Divine Power at all. Although it was effective, it could not display half of its power. If it was the real owner of the Illusion Moon Divine Power, the result would probably be different. You, have you had enough? Eternal Hatred had lived for tens of thousands of years, but he had never been as angry as he was today. Of course, he had never been in such a sorry state. Just a little bit more, let me explode your anus a few more times. Yue Yang seemed to be very interested in exploding other people's anus. As soon as he finished speaking, he slid out of the gap between the heart-piercing divine spear like a fish. He dodged Eternal Hatred's purple-gold divine halberd. His body slid across the ground. Just like a little hooligan, he kicked towards the sky, right in the middle of Eternal Hatred's crotch. If it was not for the Moon of Destiny's eternal stagnation, Eternal Hatred would have 100 ways to dodge, and even take the opportunity to counterattack Yue Yang with 1,000 kicks and 10,000 halberds. But now, he, who was like a zombie, couldn't do anything. He could only watch helplessly as his opponent's big foot made intimate contact with his lower body. Even though there was no sound of his balls breaking, it was enough to make Everlasting Hatred feel extremely humiliated and ashamed. This old man will not let you off today. Eternal Hatred was so angry that his whole body was trembling. Where's your egg? Not only did she not stop after hitting him, this curious baby was still pursuing the most secretive question. Go to hell, Eternal Hatred thundered. Without eggs, how did you give birth to your 19 great-grandchildren? Yue Yang was baffled, but a thought flashed through his mind, and he immediately understood. He slapped the back of his head with his palm. Ayaya, I've been wondering why that idiot captain doesn't look like you at all. It turns out that he's an egg laid by another rooster. Everlasting Hatred's eyes were about to split open. His divine power burst out completely. Heart-piercing divine spears densely covered the sky. All of them disappeared. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a terrifying Asura hell, with countless spikes growing all over the place. The entire Asura world covered the entire Brilliance Mountain, with only Yue Yang and the eternal hatred inside. A scarlet rain of blood poured down from the sky, accompanied by a bone-chilling wind that blew across the entire thorny hell. Yue Yang calmed down and looked around. He realized that there was no sun or moon in the hell of needles, only blood and needles existed. At this moment, everlasting hatred was like a madman, madly rushing to the sky. In the sky, he was greeted by billions of sharp and flexible needles. Anyhow, people with trypophobia would spit out so many needles at a glance, and all of them pierced into everlasting hatred's body. That disgusting scene made Yue Yang's heart twitch. A howl that was thousands of times more painful than death by 1,000 cuts burst out from everlasting hatred's mouth. He, who was covered in spikes, was howling at the top of his lungs. Not knowing whether it was because of his howl or because of other reasons, the blood rain in the sky became denser and faster. The ground full of spikes began to accumulate into a pool of blood, and it was rising at a speed visible to the naked eye, diffusing and spreading, while pressing towards the soles of Yue Yang's feet that were suspended in the air, creating a hell negate the moon of destiny. Yue Yang was about to burst out the illusion moon divine power again, but before he could do so, his face suddenly changed. He suddenly had a feeling. This terrifying and disgusting hell of needles was not an illusion of everlasting hatred, but a real existence. Radiance Mountain was a prison of God, so it was impossible that it did not have any methods of punishment or punishment for disobedient criminals. The hell of needles should be one of them. But as time passed, the prison guards colluded with the prisoners, and these hell of needles gradually turned into tools and means for them to establish their divine might. Just like everlasting hatred in front of him, he could not escape from the hell of needles, but he could pull his enemies into it, and after suffering the pain of the needles, he could destroy the laws, and make Yue Yang suffer the punishment of the laws. If Yue Yang made a move, it would be seen as a confrontation. Perhaps in the next second, he would be punished and punished 1,000 times more. You found out. Ha ha ha, unfortunately, you found out too late. If the first drop of blood rain fell on your body, if the first needle pierced my body, you might have been able to escape by borrowing the divine power of the moon of destiny. But now, no matter what you do, it's too late. You must suffer the pain of the needles with me, and you will suffer 100 times, 1,000 times more than me, struggling out of the needles. Everlasting hatred, whose body was covered in needles, laughed crazily. You old ghost, you're so vicious. Yue Yang finally understood why everlasting hatred did not attack him, but instead pounced towards the needle mountain like a madman. It turned out that he wanted him to suffer more pain. Cry, shout, and then wail in this hell of needles forever. Everlasting hatred had never hated a person so much. He decided in his heart, every time Titan Yu suffered 100 times or 1,000 times more pain than him, he would attack the needle mountain again, and let him be imprisoned in this hell of needles forever, suffering forever, unable to escape. This was originally his prison cell. But now, he needed another cellmate. Although Titan Yu, who came from the countryside of Tong Tian Tower, made him extremely unhappy, everlasting hatred did not care what kind of person his cellmate was. The more he hated the enemy, the more he needed to share this punishment and pain with them. In this world, was there any music more beautiful than the wailing of his enemy? Yue Yang carefully stretched out his hand, and with his index finger, he lightly touched one of the needles. Before he could even touch it, his hand retracted like lightning. Even so, he was in so much pain that he hissed and clenched his teeth. FCK, who actually thought of this hell of needles? This needle pricking a person's body is too painful. Yue Yang was in so much pain that his vision blurred. He sucked on his finger for a long time, but he still could not recover. Enjoy it, you have enough time to enjoy all of this. Originally, all of this belonged to me alone, but now, you will also be the owner of this place. Furthermore, you can enjoy everything I have 1,000 times more. Don't think that this is all. No, this is only the beginning, your pain is far from here. Everlasting hatred was like a madman, constantly stabbing needles into his body, while screaming in a perverted manner. His distorted face and pierced body were filled with an indescribable terror. Everlasting hatred not only stabbed needles into his body, but also poured blood on his body. The blood rain, the blood, every drop, burned on his body. Everlasting hatred's godly body was like a mortal's body that had encountered fire, and a tragic wail resounded throughout the entire hell of needles. Facing Yue Yang's dumbfounded gaze, Everlasting Hatred's eyes were filled with the pleasure of revenge and thirst for hatred. Don't worry, you will soon enjoy everything I have, and it will definitely be 100 or 1,000 times more. Don't be too envious of me, all of this, you will have a share. If you feel that it's not enough, I can increase it for you at any time, ha 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 ha. Yue Yang was scared by this madman, and almost peed his pants. However, he was not a stubborn idiot. If this young master couldn't beat him, couldn't he just hide? What prison, what hell of needles, it has nothing to do with me. I am not a criminal. Since he couldn't kill Everlasting Hatred, this old bastard, why would he still stay in this pain in the ass place? Even if the needles here didn't pierce people, they still looked terrifying. Wasn't this the legendary trypophobia? Yue Yang prepared to teleport and leave this space. Everlasting Hatred, who had been staring at him, suddenly looked up to the sky and laughed. Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. Do you think you can leave this hell of needles? What a clever genius from Tong Tian Tower, what a delusional idiot. If it was so easy to leave the god prison, why would I still be trapped here for tens of thousands of years to suffer? You are not the first person to enter this hell, and you are also not the first idiot to want to leave. However, do I have to tell you that there are already 67 geniuses like you buried under this pool of blood? Before your divine power is exhausted, you won't be able to commit suicide even if you want to, because this is the real hell, a god's prison that can even imprison god rankers. Any beast, inherent skill, law or even divine spark would not be able to go against the ancient god's prison. Unless you could surpass the ancient god. Otherwise, this place would be a prison forever. Looking at Yue Yang's pale face, looking at his expression of disbelief, Everlasting Hatred felt extremely comfortable. A kind of pleasure spread crazily in his body like poison. He couldn't help but laugh wildly towards the sky. When he laughed most excitedly, he plunged into the mountain of needles again, letting those dense needles pierce through his skull, deep into his bone marrow, and even deep into his brain. He believed that any pain that he had to endure would be added 1,000 times to the young man in front of him, even if it wasn't immediately, but in the near future. No matter if it was sooner or later, this brat would have to endure it eventually. Moreover, it would be 100 times more than his. At that time, watching him wail endlessly in the mountain of needles, it would be even more pleasurable and comfortable. Ha 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 ha. Whenever enduring hatred thought of this, he would feel a boundless sense of pleasure. It seemed that the pain of the god's punishment of needles had also weakened. After a carefree and satisfied laughter, Everlasting Hatred finally turned his gaze towards his new companion, his new cellmate, who was about to face a tragedy. In the next moment, he would be able to enjoy the pain and tragedy of the other party. What kind of reaction would this brat have? Would he cry bitterly, curse, or even commit suicide in vain? A great show was about to begin. As the only spectator, Everlasting Hatred felt that his excitement had reached its limit. If it increased a little more, he believed that he would erupt like a volcano. However, just when Everlasting Hatred thought that he could enjoy himself to his heart's content, an unforeseen event made him feel like an otaku who was about to take off his pants, only to find out that it was Sister Feng who was depressed. Goddamn Titan Yu, he had actually disappeared. In this hell of needles where it was impossible to leave, this damn Titan Yu had actually disappeared. Everlasting Hatred felt as if his brain had exploded, as if he was going to go crazy immediately. This was impossible. Chapter 1337. At the gate of the shrine. Yue Yang was leisurely walking up the steps, like a traveler enjoying the flowers. No one knew that he had just returned from the hell of needles. The captain was not on duty, and the confident old man Chong Hen was trapped in his own prison. At the foot of the bright mountain, no one could stop Yue Yang from moving forward. Some shrine guards or believers found Yue Yang, but they did not dare to stop him. They were no longer as arrogant as before. Even if they saw Yue Yang walking up the steps from afar, no one dared to stop him. They just hurriedly ran to report. Soon, Yue Yang came to a receiving platform. This was originally a receiving platform for believers to worship in all directions. The wind, fire, water and earth shrines all set up huge statues here. At the same time, they were attached with crystal pillars to facilitate the movement of believers. The demolition work had begun, but which shrine should he flatten first? Yue Yang held his chin and thought about this problem. Wind shrine, water shrine or fire shrine? Just as Yue Yang was looking at the statues and crystal pillars one by one, trying to find the most suitable target, a short old man, carrying a black fish basket on his back and an emerald green fishing rod in his hand, walked over with a smile. This old man's attitude was unusually friendly, as if he had seen a friend and relative. He shouted at Yue Yang, "Boy, why are you here?" Yue Yang was surprised. He carefully looked at this smiling old man. "I don't seem to know you. Aren't you the third young master of the Yue clan in the soaring dragon continent of Tong Tian Tower?" The old man knew Yue Yang, and it seemed that he was very familiar with him. "That's right, but you are." Yue Yang touched the back of his head. He was a little confused. He didn't have any relatives or friends in the central shrine. Why did this old man act like he was familiar with him? Moreover, it didn't look like a disguise. In the central shrine, weren't they all enemies? How could there be such a strange old man? "I'm the famous Fan Zhang. Sigh, I forgot that you are too young. You must have never heard of it. It's okay, you can call me fishing expert. I like it when people call me fishing expert." Yue Yang had never heard of the old man's famous name, Fan Zhang, before. Ever since he became the new prison emperor, he had read a lot of Tong Tian Tower's history books. There were even some secret and hidden histories, but the name, Fan Zhang, had never appeared before. Could it be that this old man was also a senior of Tong Tian Tower? Was it just that too much time had passed and history had forgotten about it? "Fishing expert, there are no fish in your basket." Yue Yang looked inside and realized that this fishing expert was even worse than him. There wasn't even a single fish hair. "How dare you call yourself a fishing expert? Even an expert's fish basket doesn't have any fish." The old man's face turned red as he tried his best to defend himself. Yue Yang was speechless. It was an idiotic act to discuss fishing with a fishing idiot. Yue Yang decided that he would never talk to this old man about fishing, not even about fish. He finally understood that this fishing expert was no better than Fatty Hai, who would doze off when fishing and would snore when he slept, scaring away all the fish. The old man waited for a long time and realized that the brat in front of him had no intention of flattering or boasting about his fishing skills. He couldn't help but feel bored. No matter what, he was still a senior. This brat didn't give him any face at all. This was too hateful. Were the juniors these days all so rude? Yue Yang wasn't a shameless guy like Fatty Hai. Although it was common to flatter seniors, it was impossible for him to flatter a fishing idiot as a fishing expert. Thus, a certain third young master looked up at the sky and pretended not to see the old man's desire to be flattered and flattered. After waiting for a long time, the old man finally lost his patience and hurriedly said, "Fishing is an extremely profound skill. When I'm free, I, a fishing expert, will give you some pointers. Now, I'll enlighten you in other aspects, lest you act like a wild child who has no parents and no one to discipline you. You'll be laughed at by others. As long as it wasn't fishing skills." As for other aspects, Yue Yang was still interested. "Hey, isn't this Senior Man Zhang? It's an honor to see Senior here today." Yue Yang's moral integrity had already fallen to the ground. "It's the famous Fan Zhang." The old man quickly corrected when he heard that something was wrong. Although a certain third young master had called his name wrongly, it was still worth forgiving for a young junior to make a small mistake occasionally. Especially when he was a magnanimous senior, he couldn't be bothered with him. "The weather is really good today. Has Senior Man Zhang had breakfast? Why don't I treat you?" The third young master warmly held the old man's hand. "Not Man Zhang, it's the famous Fan Zhang." The old man patiently corrected the junior's mistake. "The famous Senior Man Zhang, I've heard of him since I was 3 years old." The third young master expressed that the senior's name was like a bolt from the blue. You should just call me fishing expert." The old man realized that it was not easy to correct this junior's mistake. Could it be that his reputation was too shocking, causing this junior to be so excited that he couldn't control himself and called him by the wrong name? No matter what, it was worth forgiving for a junior to make a small mistake. His name was not important. In any case, he was an extremely low-key senior who lived in seclusion in the city. Calling him fishing expert was more suitable for his current identity. How could a junior like me casually call senior by his elegant name? Wouldn't that be disrespectful? The third young master hurriedly waved his hand. "It's all right, I've always been approachable." The old man had an amiable smile on his face. "To be able to meet such an approachable senior, I'm really lucky." The third young master once again held the old man's hand and shook it up and down. The old man was very satisfied with the third young master's enthusiasm and worship. "If there's anything in the future, just say my name. This old man will protect you." The old man smiled like a chrysanthemum flower. Senior is too great. The third young master directly gave a thumbs up. It's nothing. I've always liked to take care of the juniors. Who made me a senior who doesn't care about himself? The old man was so happy that he wanted to laugh. Senior, why are you here today? Yue Yang felt strange. If this old man was a senior of Tong Tian Tower, why wasn't he in Tong Tian Tower, but in Radiance Mountain's central shrine? Isn't there a saying that the most dangerous place is the safest? During the war between Tong Tian Tower and Radiance Mountain, there was no place in the heaven realm that was safe. I decided to infiltrate into the enemy's territory, confuse the enemy, disguise myself as a fisherman, and hide myself. Kid, how is it? Isn't my disguise very ingenious? I've been hiding here for tens of thousands of years, and no one has discovered me. Ha 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 ha, this old man is truly hiding behind the enemy's back. The old man was beaming with joy as his saliva flew everywhere. Did you win or lose that war? Yue Yang couldn't help but be curious. Of course we won. If it weren't for some old ghost supporting Radiance Mountain, it would have been flattened by our Tong Tian Tower long ago. In the old man's era, Tong Tian Tower was still very powerful, completely different from the bitter situation now. Yue Yang really wanted to smack this old man to death with a brick, then drag him away and bury him. If we won, we could just directly destroy Radiance Mountain. Why are you still hiding? After disguising as a fisherman for tens of thousands of years, this old man's fishing skills have greatly improved, and I've already become a fishing expert. This is really an unintentional result. Of course, for a genius like me, I can learn anything very quickly. The old man stroked his white beard, showing a smug expression that said, "Kid, you have to learn from me." Yue Yang looked at the empty fish basket. Was this the fishing skills that had greatly improved in tens of thousands of years? Don't be too envious of this old man, some people have some talent that can't be envied. The old man thought that Yue Yang was sad, and hurriedly comforted him, but no matter how you look at it, it sounded like he was showing off. Yue Yang even had the heart to bury this old man alive. After an unusually strenuous conversation, Yue Yang finally understood that this old man was really a senior of Tong Tian Tower, and not an enemy in disguise. Moreover, he was an old ghost that had lived for who knows how many thousands of years. As for why this old man didn't return to Tong Tian Tower for tens of thousands of years, but stayed in Radiance Mountain, that was purely a manifestation of his idiocy. An idiot didn't need to do anything strange. On the contrary, if an idiot suddenly did something normal, then be careful, it might be a sign of the end of the world. Since it was really a senior, even if he was an idiot, Yue Yang's tensed heart still secretly heaved a sigh of relief. The feeling of having a senior protecting him was not bad. If this senior wasn't an idiot, then the feeling would be even better. After discussing fishing skills, the senior and Yue Yang discussed camouflage. After discussing camouflage, the senior excitedly discussed fishing skills with Yue Yang. If Yue Yang was fatty high, then the two of them would definitely have a good conversation. However, although Yue Yang's moral integrity often fell to the ground, he was still a normal person after all. At the end of the discussion, Yue Yang finally couldn't take it anymore, and hurriedly left. Senior, it's getting late, I still have something to do. Let's have a meal together when you're free, it's my treat. The third young master had never treated the senior to a meal before, but it didn't affect his promise. Alright, let's contact each other when we're free. The senior was reluctant to part. It was rare to meet a young man who could listen to his fishing skills. However, just as Yue Yang was about to slip away, he immediately reacted, "Hey, wait, brat, what are you going to do?" "Demolish the house." Yue Yang's tone was obviously that of a demolition officer. "I'm going to demolish the house where?" The old man also had a talent for doing bad things. As soon as he heard about demolishing the house, he immediately signed up. "It's here, Mount Brightness." "Senior, don't you think there are too many houses here? The buildings here are not in line with the development and planning of a harmonious society, so I've decided to demolish all of them and rebuild a new one." "Why, are you interested, senior?" Yue Yang didn't think that this old man would help. If he wanted to demolish the house, he would have done it in the past 10,000 years. Why would he wait until now? The buildings here are not in line with what? The old man didn't understand, but he finally understood Yue Yang's intention to demolish Mount Brightness. "Senior, you should continue fishing. No matter how big the matter is, you shouldn't delay your hobby. Moreover, this is a small matter, just leave it to me, a young junior. There's no need to trouble senior. Yue Yang never counted on this old senior. As long as this stupid old man with unfathomable strength wasn't an enemy, he would be satisfied. Leave it to you, brat, you're still lacking. Mount Brightness isn't something you can demolish just because you want to. Other than me, it's not easy for others to demolish it. Although you're a little abnormal, compared to me, you're still far from it. As the old man spoke, he started to brag about himself. Of course, he had the capital to brag. At least, Yue Yang, who was never convinced by others, didn't object. If it was another person, a certain third young master would have already killed, dragged, and buried him long ago. Why would he still discuss fishing techniques and camouflage? Then how can we flatten this radiant mountain? Yue Yang was like a primary school student who loved to learn, asking humbly. It's very simple. If you have the same strength as me, that's more or less enough. The old man's tone was very arrogant. What if you don't? Yue Yang rolled his eyes when he heard this. Damn you, you've lived for tens of thousands of years, who wants to compete with you? If you have the guts, compete with this young master to see who's younger. The old man stood on his tiptoes, stretched out his arm, and patted Yue Yang's shoulder with great effort. With a look of a senior, he said sincerely, don't be afraid, I like you a lot, so I'll give you some guidance. If you can comprehend 20 to 30% of it, you might be able to escape unscathed. Although you won't be able to improve much, you'll be able to protect yourself. Yue Yang really wanted to take off his shoes and flatten this arrogant old man into a paper man, but he used all his strength to resist. If not for the fact that you're a senior, no, if not for the fact that you're an idiot, I would have used my innate sword chi to dismember you long ago. Old man, can you not be so arrogant? Isn't it just living for tens of thousands of years? If you have the ability, increase your intelligence a little. If it was someone else, this old man definitely wouldn't say anything. Although you don't look that good, your comprehension is still alright. This old man will reluctantly make an exception and give you some guidance. I'll teach you other things for now, and when your cultivation is up to par, I'll teach you some profound fishing techniques. The old man's words almost made Yue Yang fall to the ground. He had been criticized many times in his life, but no one had ever said that he didn't look good. Please, senior, what era's aesthetic standards are these? The Divine Supreme Realm, this kid has always been confused, I hope senior can guide me. Yue Yang bowed to the old man, which was a rare sight. When asking for guidance, Yue Yang's attitude was still relatively proper. It's still too early to talk about the Divine Supreme Realm, you're still far from it. That's something even more profound than fishing techniques. Kid, don't be too greedy, be careful that you choke. This old man will reluctantly give you some pointers on the Divine Supreme Realm today. When the old man said this, Yue Yang was stunned. Divine Supreme Realm, what the hell is this? Although he didn't know much about the Divine Supreme Realm, it wasn't little either. Why had he never heard anything about the Divine Supreme Realm? Even his mother's inheritance of wisdom hadn't mentioned it. What exactly was this Divine Supreme Realm?